On that fateful day, the savior Harry Potter soared through the skies, clad in women's attire and riding a magnificent dragon. On that very day, Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, experienced the profound loss of his phoenix. On that day, the noseless Voldemort, the embodiment of disability, astonishingly sprouted 7 heads. On that day, George Weasley exclaimed, "I once struck Voldemort's head with feces." Fred Weasley affirmed, "I can attest to that, I did it too." Kreena gazed skyward, murmuring, "This is not at all like Harry Potter." Chapter 1. Is Sister Hermione? In a quaint 2-story house on the outskirts of London, a little girl stealthily ascended to the 2nd floor. She paused outside the innermost door, pressing her ear against it to listen intently for any sound from within. After a while, hearing nothing, she cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. Observing the boy still lost in slumber on the bed, she pouted and softly muttered, "He's still asleep, just as I thought." She swiftly removed her shoes and adeptly perched herself upon him. "Kreena, wake up." The sudden weight caused Kreena to frown in discomfort. He wished to ignore it, and, tilting his head, drifted back to sleep. "Wake up," the little girl insisted, pinching his nose with her fingers. "Hermione, stop it." Kreena grasped the mischievous hand tormenting his nose, his eyes fluttering open in a state of drowsiness. "Get up, you're so heavy." Hermione's smile froze. Her lips pursed in a manner that could suspend a soy sauce bottle. Kreena swallowed hard. Heavy was a forbidden term among girls. He had spoken too soon and now faced the consequences. Hermione rose, placing a delicate foot squarely on Kreena's chest, her arms crossed as she glared down at him. "Am I heavy?" Kreena regarded Hermione's fierce expression, which lacked any semblance of intimidation. Her large eyes, combined with her demeanor, rendered her somewhat endearing. He pressed his lips together and earnestly replied, "Not at all heavy." Satisfied, Hermione nodded in approval. Perhaps feeling that her crossed arms lacked authority, she shifted to place her hands on her hips, adopting a commanding pose. As Kreena gazed at Hermione, his thoughts began to wander. Time had flown by. It had been 2.5 years in a blink. In truth, Kreena was not a pure Englishman, but rather of Chinese descent. Once, he had owned a home, a car, and enjoyed a carefree single life. Perhaps even fate had grown envious of his existence. One day, in the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to a snowy landscape, where biting winds howled amidst falling snowflakes. At that time, Kreena was battered and bruised, clad in meager clothing, and he surmised that the cold would have claimed his life had he not fortuitously encountered the kind-hearted Granger couple, who saved him from a fate that would have mirrored his predecessor's demise. As they spent time together, Hermione unveiled a miraculous aspect of herself, which, coupled with deeper understanding, enriched their bond. Kreena soon realized that this was not an ordinary London, but rather the London depicted in the pages of Harry Potter. Once his injuries had healed, the Grangers devoted themselves wholeheartedly to assisting Kreena in the search for his original family. Unfortunately, Kreena had lost all recollection of his past, including his own name, which he only learned from a nameplate engraved with his identity. After an extended period of fruitless searching, the Grangers turned their attention to an orphanage. Regrettably, no one at the orphanage recognized Kreena, nor had any children gone missing. The Grangers remained skeptical of the orphanage's claims, pondering whether Kreiner's injuries had been inflicted there, leading to their reluctance to admit the truth. Reluctantly returning Kreena to the orphanage was a source of anxiety for the Grangers, however. As dentists with their own practice, they felt capable of providing for another child. Ultimately, Kreena was adopted by the Granger family. "Kreena, what are you pondering?" Hermione playfully pressed her little foot against his chest. How do you address me?" Kreena sighed, "Sister Hermione." "Good boy." Hermione nimbly leaped off the bed, slipped on her shoes, and added, "Mom and Dad are waiting for you. Hurry down for dinner." With that, she closed the door and dashed outside, leaving behind only the sound of her hurried footsteps. Kreena rubbed his cheeks, staring despondently out the window. What a misfortune. As for Hermione's transformation into her current self, Kreena could only attribute it to himself. The Grangers enrolled Kreena to attend school with Hermione, and he found himself struggling to adapt to the sudden shift from adulthood to childhood. Despite his apparent lack of effort in school, Kreena excelled in exams, prompting Hermione to frequently seek his help with her studies. Whenever Hermione grasped the concepts he explained, he would affectionately ruffle her tousled hair, saying, "Good girl, so clever. Brother will reward you with sweets." Thus, a year passed, and Hermione's height gradually surpassed Kreiner's. Despite Kreiner's tendency to slack off, Hermione felt compelled to outshine him in their academic endeavors. After 6 months of playful coaxing and persistent pleading, Kreena would occasionally yield to her demands and call her sister. This shift in their relationship brought Hermione immense joy, and she began to emulate Kreiner's affectionate mannerisms. Dressed and mumbling to himself, Kreena remarked, "It must be in the next few days." Lately, Kreena had been feeling quite anxious. Last year, The Granger household had not received any owl-delivered letters. Kreena calculated the timeline. Hermione was born in September of 79.B. Why the September of the previous year? The Hogwarts term had already commenced, meaning her enrollment would be delayed by a year. Kreena was certain that this year Hermione would undoubtedly receive her acceptance letter. As for himself, he was uncertain despite practicing for 2.5 years. He still could not levitate objects like Hermione could. Calling her sister Hermione serves as a form of self-soothing for Kreena as long as he is younger than Hermione. He convinces himself that the absence of a letter from Hogwarts is merely due to his insufficient age. If Kreena does not receive a letter this year, he fears that his future will be tinged with a sense of gloom. After all, this is magic. A muggle who is aware of the magical world yet lacks the talent for it might feel a profound sense of frustration. Much like Harry's aunt, who, in her youth, was unwilling to accept her muggle status and took the initiative to write to Dumbledore, inquiring whether she could enroll. As Kreena descended the stairs, his family was already gathered around the dining table, awaiting his arrival. Mother, father, sis. Kreena hastily adjusted his address upon noticing Hermione's gaze. Good morning. Come and have breakfast. Mrs. Granger kindly beckoned Kreena. She also noticed Hermione's subtle antics, and her expression shifted as she reached out to tap Hermione on the back of her head. Mrs. Granger shot a glare at Hermione and remarked, "You only take advantage of Kreena because he allows it, that's why you bully him daily." Hermione opened her mouth but said nothing, instead directing her gaze toward Mr. Granger. Though she had conceded, she still had a fearless father by her side. Mr. Granger caught his daughter's glance and returned a reassuring look, suggesting, "We are all family, speak your mind." Mrs. Granger cleared her throat. "Robert, what are you about to say?" "Nothing, my dear," Mr. Granger replied, a hint of guilt evident in his expression as he glanced at his wife. "You are right to discipline our daughter." After saying this, he winked at Hermione, indicating his helplessness. "Hermione, listen to your mother. Life is not easy," Hermione sighed. Once again, her father had succumbed to her mother's authority. Stealing a furtive glance at Kreena, Hermione resolved to transform her frustration into appetite, taking a hearty bite of bacon, as if it were Kreena himself. Kreena chuckled ever since Hermione insisted on being called sister. Mrs. Granger had been convinced that Hermione frequently took delight in teasing him. In this household, it is ultimately Mrs. Granger who holds the reins. Chapter 2. The long-awaited letter after dinner. The family reclined on the sofa for a brief respite. The dental clinic run by the Granger couple was not far, allowing them to depart without haste. Hermione, now on break, should not immerse herself in her books immediately after a meal. Mrs. Granger sighed. Her daughter was commendable in every aspect, yet perhaps a tad too studious. According to Kreena, Hermione was excessively competitive. This simply would not do. Hermione glanced at Kreena and remarked that she had not fared well in the recent final exams. Most of the time, she found herself trailing behind Kreena. Even on the rare occasions she managed to outshine him, it was merely because he had deliberately controlled the grading. Otherwise, how could she possibly have attained the top position? She aspired to be the queen of academic competition, believing that with diligent study, she would ultimately surpass Kreena. Encouraging herself with a pat on her cherubic cheeks, she reassured, "You can do it," and then submerged herself once more in the ocean of knowledge. Kreena exchanged glances with his parents, realizing that such a version of Hermione was beyond anyone's control. His actions were akin to a dimensional strike. He had initially manipulated the grading out of concern for Hermione's potential isolation, never anticipating this outcome. Mrs. Granger cast a disapproving glance at her daughter, secretly preferring her son. "Kreena, which school do you wish to attend for secondary education?" she inquired, knowing her son's exceptional grades afforded him a plethora of choices. Kreena fell silent. He yearned to attend Hogwarts. Just then, a sound resonated from the entrance, the thud of an envelope landing on the doormat. "I'll fetch the letter," Kreena exclaimed with excitement, rising from his seat. However, Mrs. Granger halted him, saying, "Hermione, you go retrieve it. After dinner, it's important to move around more, lest you risk gaining weight." Hermione pouted, reluctantly putting down her book. Double standards, mother." Such thoughts she dared only to entertain in her mind, never openly voicing them in front of her mother. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to her mother's practiced double standards. "My dear Kreena brother," Hermione returned, clutching 2 letters, a look of confusion adorning her face. "It appears these letters are addressed to us?" She found it astonishing that someone had written to them, considering they had no friends at school with whom they could correspond. Kreena took the letter, flipping the envelope over to reveal a wax seal emblazoned with a crest. A capital letter occupied the center, encircled by a serpent, a badger, an eagle, and a lion. "It's here, it's finally here," Kreena exclaimed, marveling at the weighty parchment. "This paper is splendid, it feels quite exquisite." Meanwhile, Mr. Granger scrutinized Hermione's letter, noting the intricate address. "This address is exceedingly detailed. Anyone residing on the 2nd floor is easily identifiable. Could it be that a criminal is watching us?" Mr. Granger glanced at his family before ultimately turning to his son. Kreena, you seem to know who sent this letter? Kreena shivered with excitement, momentarily entering a contemplative state. I merely find this wax seal rather appealing. He shook the letter in his hand and continued, rather than speculating. Let us first open the letter and see. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We shall await your reply by owl by July 31st. Could it be false? Mr. Granger found it hard to believe. A school of magic? The great wizard Albus Dumbledore? The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily enveloped in silence. It must be genuine. Kreena, meeting their inquisitive gazes, licked his lips and paused to reflect on Hermione's previously displayed extraordinary abilities. Could this possibly be magic? Upon hearing Kreena's words, Mr. Granger's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Magic was indeed enticing, and he appeared more excited than the two directly involved. Kreena quickly surmised his father's thoughts, marveling at the notion that, regardless of age, a man remains a boy at heart. Son, it seems we have never heard you mention this before, Mrs. Granger gently tugged at Kreena's arm, her curiosity piqued. Have you ever exhibited any unusual abilities? The couple recalled carefully, realizing their son had indeed not shared anything with them. These two children were quite a source of ease for them, almost like free-range kids. They would only learn of the happenings concerning Hermione if she chose to tell them. Otherwise, they would remain oblivious to her ability to levitate objects or herself in moments of emotional upheaval. I have not witnessed it, Hermione asserted with certainty. She and Kreena were almost inseparable, spending nearly all their time together, save for occasions when they had to part. Kreena shrugged helplessly. Nothing of the sort has ever happened. Is it possible I had a similar experience to Hermione before my amnesia? He rubbed his temples, the term mute surfacing in his mind. Could a mute receive letters? He remained uncertain and had no intention of delving deeper into it now, recognizing that any assumptions made with a skewed perception could very well be erroneous. At that moment, the Granger couple and Hermione suddenly enveloped Kreena in a warm embrace. You need not concern yourself with past events. Regardless, you will always have us. The unexpected warmth of their embrace left Kreena somewhat dazed. He hardly cared about what transpired before his amnesia. The past was of no consequence to him. He was genuinely moved, for the Granger family treated him as their own son. In comparison to the pitiful Harry, this was a world apart. I will always be here for you, dear sister. As soon as Hermione finished her sentence, she was met with a playful smack from her mother. Mom. Hermione covered her head, looking quite aggrieved. Every time she referred to herself as a sister, she risked a playful reprimand. After the laughter subsided, Mr. Granger turned to Kreena and Hermione with a serious expression. Are you willing to attend this Hogwarts? Mrs. Granger whispered into her husband's ear. What was that? Hogwarts, Mr. Granger chuckled awkwardly, finding the name of the school rather tongue-twisting. So, are you eager to attend this magical institution? We respect your choices. Mrs. Granger, embracing her husband, bore a concerned expression. She was more apprehensive about the safety of their two children in the face of the unknown magic. I want to go. Both Kreena and Hermione exclaimed almost in unison. Mr. Granger gently patted his wife's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, then declared, let us respond to the letter. He procured some stationery and a pen, seizing the opportunity to correspond with the great wizard like a child. Kreena gazed at the departing owl, a voice echoing in his mind. Ding. Officially replied to the Hogwarts admission notice. The system is beginning to activate. Ding. System activation successful. Chapter 3. The Professor's Visit. The following morning, Kreena and his family sat formally on the sofa, their attire neat and proper. He occasionally glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. This was prompted by the recent arrival of a reply from Hogwarts, indicating that a professor would be visiting before 10 a.m. During the wait, Kreena reminisced about his rudimentary system, which lacked even a novice gift pack. This system was a remarkably straightforward attendance and lottery mechanism. In the magical realm, the system would automatically log attendance. Each log location would earn points, which could be used for a lottery. Prizes ranged from 4 tiers: blue, purple, gold, and red. 10 points afforded one draw, with no upper limit and a guaranteed minimum. The minimum guarantee came in 2 forms, regular and special. Regular minimum. Every 10th draw would yield a purple or higher tier item. Special minimum. Every 100th draw would ensure a red tier reward. In cases where the regular and special guarantees conflicted, the special guarantee took precedence. As the hour approached, while Kreena and Hermione remained relatively calm, their father began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Look at me, Mr. Granger adjusted his attire. Do I appear disrespectful in this outfit? My dear Mrs. Granger took her husband's hand and leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. You look very formal and quite dashing. Kreena and Hermione exchanged glances, cringing slightly. The Grangers often indulged in their affectionate displays. Nevertheless, this had a significant effect, as Mr. Granger seemed less tense than before. Do you think the esteemed wizard mentioned in the letter, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, will be the one visiting us? Hermione asked curiously, having been deeply impressed by Dumbledore's numerous titles in the letter. You said it yourself. He is a great wizard and the headmaster. How could he possibly visit in person? Does he not have his own dignity? Kreena recalled that since Dumbledore had become headmaster, he had not personally welcomed any new students. Even Harry Potter was not personally received by Dumbledore. The professor likely visiting them was the industrious Minerva McGonagall. Hermione continued to inquire. Will the school teachers suddenly appear at our home? Kreiner touched his nose, suggesting perhaps they would ring the doorbell. No sooner had he spoken than the clock struck 10. Accompanied by the sound of the doorbell, the family gazed at Kreiner in disbelief. Subsequently, they somewhat flusteredly approached the door, tidying their clothes before opening it. Standing outside was a tall figure adorned in a long emerald green robe patterned with checks, topped with a slightly tilted pointed hat. Her face bore the marks of time, and upon closer inspection, her expression was exceedingly serious. Greetings, I am Professor Minerva McGonagall from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She greeted them first. Hello. I am Robert Granger, Mr. Granger introduced warmly, and this is my wife, Jane Granger. As he spoke, he stepped aside to grant her entry. Professor McGonagall, please do come in. McGonagall paused momentarily at the threshold, taken aback by the family's warmth. Could there be a trap? Over her years of welcoming new students, she had encountered many parents who viewed her as a fraud. Before revealing magic, some had even resorted to scornful remarks. A few years prior, she had met a similarly enthusiastic family, only to be surrounded by a group of Muggle aurors as soon as she sat down. Instinctively, McGonagall became more vigilant. She had no desire for a repeat of past events. Mr. Granger, you may call me Professor McGonagall. Here at Hogwarts, we simply refer to one another as Professor. Mr. Granger chuckled awkwardly, recalling that McGonagall's title in the letter was Deputy Headmistress. He hadn't realized that Hogwarts faculty were addressed solely as professors. Unlike his previous experience at the hospital, where he had to omit the title when greeting the deputy director. Inside the house, McGonagall settled onto the sofa, taking a sip of red tea, still feeling somewhat incredulous that she had not been surrounded by Muggle aurors this time. Professor McGonagall, we have reviewed the letter your esteemed school sent regarding our child, Mr. Granger sat upright, and we would like to understand how we can procure the equipment and books mentioned therein. This was not the usual procedure. Wouldn't a respectable family first verify the authenticity of magic? The next step would typically involve inquiries about securing employment post-graduation from Hogwarts, a process she had grown accustomed to over the years. Yet the Granger family was approaching her so directly. Do you not require me to demonstrate any magic? McGonagall inadvertently expressed her thoughts due to the unexpected turn of events. That would be most troublesome, Professor McGonagall, Mr. Granger replied. Kreiner nearly chuckled. This was somewhat different from his impression of Professor McGonagall. Before them, McGonagall produced her wand and tapped it against the teacup. The red tea within began to levitate, transforming in midair into the shape of a rabbit. The rabbit circled around the crowd before returning to the teacup, transforming back into red tea. Mr. Granger, witnessing this enchanting spectacle, clapped joyfully, only to realize belatedly that such an action was somewhat impolite. Kreiner observed the awkwardness of the situation and, with an inquisitive gaze, turned to McGonagall, asking, Professor, will we be able to do something like this in the future? McGonagall, putting away her wand, adopted a more serious demeanor as she replied. As long as you study diligently at Hogwarts, these fundamental spells are quite achievable. Kreiner remained non-committal throughout the narrative of Harry Potter. Most aurors struggled even with the shield charm, rendering McGonagall's assertion of ease rather questionable. Hermione glanced at Kreiner, her eyes shimmering with determination, fully prepared to redeem herself through magical prowess, intending to decisively surpass Kreiner. Eagerly, she inquired of Professor McGonagall about acquiring equipment and books. McGonagall responded that such items could be purchased in London, provided one knew the way. Professor McGonagall, will you take us there with a swish? Hermione asked curiously. After a brief silence, McGonagall replied, Is there a car? If not, we shall have to take the subway. Hermione, taken aback, found this far removed from her expectations. Lacking any semblance of magic, in the heart of London, they stood on an ordinary street corner, passers-by casting curious glances in their direction. Most notably, McGonagall attracted attention, her attire appearing quite distinctive to the Muggles. This is the Leaky Cauldron, one of the entrances to Diagon Alley. McGonagall indicated towards a dingy, narrow facade, stating, You will need to come here on your own in the upcoming terms. Chapter 4. Hermione, do you wish to rob Gringotts? Did you see that Leaky Cauldron? Mr. Granger inquired, puzzled. Mrs. Granger shared his confusion, having only noticed a large bookstore and a record shop. I can see the pub, Hermione countered, bewildered as to why her parents could not. She pointed out the direction of the Leaky Cauldron. McGonagall explained, Muggles cannot see the Leaky Cauldron. Since the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1692, the pub has been magically concealed to prevent Muggles from discovering it, thus avoiding a series of complications. Muggles refers to ordinary individuals devoid of magical abilities. Mr. Granger nodded in understanding. initially suspecting that the term might bear negative connotations. Then how shall my wife and I enter if we cannot see it? Your children will guide you inside, she replied. Kreena held his mother's hand while Hermione grasped her father's, leading them to the entrance of the leaky cauldron. A crooked sign hung precariously on the door, seemingly on the verge of falling. Success. You have checked into the leaky cauldron, chimed a notification. Kreena's eyes sparkled with excitement. The leaky cauldron could be worth a chance to win a prize. Noticing Kreena's expression, McGonagall assumed he was captivated by the pub's interior, remarking, "It's quite delightful." Isn't it? The Broken Cauldron pub, established in the early 16th century, boasts a rich history spanning 400 years and is a favored haunt among wizards in London. Kreena redirected his attention to the interior of the pub, taking in its vastness. The combined area of the adjacent bookstore and record shop pales in comparison. The pub was relatively bright, with clusters of wizards gathered, sipping their drinks. Some were attired in suits, while others, like McGonagall, donned robes and top hats. McGonagall led them through the throng, exchanging greetings with the pub owner, Tom, as they passed the bar. They arrived at the pub's backyard, enclosed by walls, with only a trash bin and some weeds to adorn the space. Look here, the two Grangers, McGonagall said once more, producing her wand. She counted 3 bricks up from the trash bin and then 2 bricks to the right. With a tap of her wand on the final brick, she instructed, "Step back." Everyone. Kreena inquired, "Professor McGonagall, what if the trash bin is moved?" "There is no need for concern. It has been enchanted. Even if the spell falters, you may still consult Tom, the pub owner." The struck brick began to tremble, and silence enveloped them as they focused intently on it. The vibrations intensified, and soon, the brick began to shift, revealing a small hole that gradually expanded. Before long, an archway appeared before them, leading to a winding cobblestone street with no discernible end, while the archway behind them reformed into a solid wall. Ding! Diagon Alley check-in successful, 30. Kreena stroked his chin, noting the system appeared quite promising. Effortlessly securing 4 chances to draw lots. Welcome to Diagon Alley. I shall first take you to exchange for wizarding currency. As they passed various shops, McGonagall provided explanations. Upon reaching a broomstick shop, she particularly cautioned the Grangers that first-year students were not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. "We have arrived," McGonagall announced. Gringotts Tower loomed above the surrounding shops, its snow-white faade strikingly prominent. Ascending the steps, they encountered a gleaming bronze door, flanked by a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. The figure appeared somewhat grotesque, with a diminutive stature and a dark complexion, its limbs disproportionately long. Mrs. Granger, feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively nestled closer to her husband. "Professor McGonagall, what is this?" Mr. Granger whispered. "This is a goblin," McGonagall replied. "Our wealth is safeguarded here by the goblins." Kreena smirked, recalling the animated depictions from a pleasant past life, where goblins were portrayed as rather amiable. However, the goblins here were best left unmentioned. "Welcome, esteemed guests," the goblin intoned with flair as they passed, bowing graciously. As they stepped through the bronze gate, another silver door loomed behind it. Inscribed upon the door were words conveying a caution. One should not entertain thoughts of robbery. For what one might seize could be not riches, but dire consequences. Hermione Granger felt a tug at her side as Kreena whispered in her ear, urging her to observe the inscription. Hermione, bewildered, questioned the significance of the words. Kreena glanced around, ensuring that their parents and Professor McGonagall were unaware of their exchange. "Do you wish to rob Gringotts?" she asked incredulously. "How could you even entertain such a notion?" Hermione retorted, pinching Kreena's waist and adding emphatically, "I would never harbor such thoughts, ever." As they entered the grand hall, a chime echoed in Kreena's mind. Ding! Gringotts check-in successful, 10 points. System, can you silence the notifications? Ding! Check-in notifications have been disabled. You may review your points at leisure. Just as he had suspected, entering a shop triggered a success notification. Kreena exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he could mute the alerts, for otherwise, a stroll through Diagon Alley would be inundated with incessant chimes. Surveying the hall, Kreena observed numerous doors. Several goblins were directing wizards in and out, presumably leading them to private vaults. Their group approached a central counter, a large square structure manned by a multitude of goblins. Some were weighing coins on brass scales, while others scrutinized the authenticity of gemstones through magnifying glasses. Professor McGonagall guided them to an unoccupied counter. "Good day. I wish to exchange currency for the new Hogwarts students," she stated. She turned to Kreena and Hermione, explaining, "There are 3 types of wizarding currency: galleons, sickles, and nuts. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts." The goblin produced a list from behind the counter, detailing the exchange rates for any currency, gemstones, or gold. With a daily limit of 1,000 galleons. Mr. Granger leaned forward, searching for the pound sterling on the list. 5 pounds for 1 galleon. Let us exchange for 1,000 galleons. The goblin's eyes widened in astonishment. A request for 1,000 galleons indicated a significant client. Many families in the magical community might not possess such a sum. Professor McGonagall paused, reflecting that the highest exchange she had facilitated for previous students was merely 100 galleons. Even purchasing the items on the list would require around 30 galleons, she noted. Dad, that is far too much, Kreena interjected hastily. £5,000 was no small amount in 91. Chapter 5. Hermione, you shall achieve greatness. Mr. Granger remained resolute in his original decision, affectionately ruffling the hair of his children, as they prepared to embark on their journey to learn magic. He felt uneasy about sending them off without sufficient funds. Simultaneously, he possessed a profound understanding of his daughter. The allure of this enigmatic new knowledge of magic would undoubtedly compel Hermione to procure a multitude of books, to enable Hermione to indulge in her purchases without reservation. This sum of money was rather trivial. According to Mr. Granger's prior calculations, the annual tuition for sending 2 children to secondary school would far exceed this amount. The goblin accepted the pounds that Mr. Granger had presented, counting them with meticulous care before promptly beginning to tally the needed galleons. Stacks of 100 galleons, all pre-prepared, were counted swiftly and efficiently. The goblin placed a pouch upon the counter, stating that the money had been prepared for him, along with a special Gringotts pouch as a complimentary gift. The pouch had been enchanted with a concealment expansion charm, specifically designed to hold only galleons. The numeral emblazoned on the front indicated the quantity of galleons, with a storage limit of 1,000 galleons. You may verify the amount once you leave the counter. We assume no responsibility. Mr. Granger hefted the pouch, finding it surprisingly light, akin to a bank card, yet far more convenient in use. He extracted a galleon, watching as the figure displayed upon the pouch diminished to 999. Upon returning the galleon, the numeral reverted to 1,000. The galleon appeared to be forged from gold. Mr. Granger examined it closely once more and inquired of the goblin. Gold is worth far more than £5 in our world. Would it not depreciate if circulated? The goblin, upon hearing this, adopted a defiant demeanor, asserting that galleons would never circulate in the Muggle world. Mr. Granger nodded, his curiosity piqued. And now that the currency had been exchanged, it was time to procure items for the children. Please hold on, sir, the goblin said, adopting a more subservient posture as he retrieved another document. This was a price list for Gringotts vaults. One could choose to open a vault with us. Mr. Granger waved his hand dismissively, expressing a preference for the goblin's earlier defiant demeanor. Clearing his throat, the goblin resumed his previous posture, proclaiming, Sir, Gringotts vaults are the safest in the world, guarded by dragons. No one has ever managed to rob Gringotts. Indeed, with safety so assured, Kreena affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair, which felt delightfully soft. Hermione rolled her eyes, allowing Kreena to proceed. She contemplated Krellner's earlier audacious suggestion of robbing Gringotts. After all, it was home to dragons. Such a bold notion. Could any rational person conceive of it? Not necessary for now, Mr. Granger said, gesturing with his hand, should the need arise. We shall return to consult you. Upon exiting Gringotts, McGonagall prepared to bid farewell to Kreena and the others. This had been the most pleasant experience she had hosted. Devoid of any unpleasant encounters, she resolved to have a serious discussion with Albus, insisting that even the headmaster ought to welcome new students. Furthermore, she needed to address the matter of a salary increase. Considering the galleons exchanged by the Granger family, she felt a pang of financial distress. Relying solely on her meager salary from Hogwarts, she found herself at a disadvantage compared to the earnings of a Muggle household. Professor McGonagall produced 2 tickets from her robes and handed them to the young Grangers, saying, Here are your tickets. The train to Hogwarts will depart from Platform 9 at King's Cross Station on September 1st. To access Platform 9, one must pass through the seemingly solid barrier between Platforms 9 and 10. Kreena accepted the tickets, reflecting that this was indeed standard procedure. It was only due to Harry's encounter with the absent-minded Hagrid that he was unaware of how to access the platform. McGonagall, feeling a twinge of concern, added, The alley across from Gringotts is Nocturne Alley. Make sure to avoid it, until we meet at school. With that, she vanished with a swish. Why didn't she just swish us over here beforehand? Hermione pouted, lamenting the missed opportunity to experience the joy of magic. Children, Mr. Granger inquired. What shall we purchase first? Wands. Books. Kreena and Hermione exchanged glances before simultaneously declaring, Books. Wands. The Granger couple, hand in hand, beamed with delight. Hermione shot Kreena a glare, thinking how lacking in synchronicity he was, causing her to be teased by her parents. Let us go by wands first, Hermione decisively proclaimed. And they set off to seek out the wand shop. The location of the wand shop was rather unfortunate, situated at the far end of Diagon Alley, directly across from a junk shop. Compared to the other establishments in Diagon Alley, this one appeared diminutive and shabby. The gilded sign above the door had significantly faded, proclaiming, Ollivander, EST 382B, C. Expertly crafted wands. Had it not been for Ollivander's monopoly on wand-making, one might speculate that the shop would face financial ruin. Kreena approached and gingerly pushed open the door, fearful that it might collapse under too much force. A bell tinkled as he entered, prompting Mr. Ollivander, who had been occupied, to look up. "Good morning," came a raspy voice that echoed ominously in the dimly lit shop, sending shivers down Kreena and the other's spines. "Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. We are here to purchase wands," they replied. As the new school year approached, Ollivander scrutinized Kreena, his brow furrowing before relaxing. "You've arrived quite early. Who shall go first?" he inquired, looking between Kreena and Hermione. "Hermione, you may go first." Kreena stepped back to allow her to take the spotlight. "Shall I use this hand to perform magic?" Ollivander produced a measuring tape from his pocket. Hermione, startled by Ollivander's sudden proximity, timidly extended her hand and replied, "Right hand." Ollivander nodded and slightly unfurled the tape before releasing it. Rather than falling to the ground as expected, the tape floated in the air, autonomously measuring Hermione's dimensions. Meanwhile, Ollivander navigated through the shelves, and before long, he emerged with a long box in hand. "Try this wand, made of vine wood, with a core of dragon heartstring. Measuring 75 inches in length." Upon receiving the wand, Hermione found herself momentarily at a loss. Ollivander encouraged her, "Give it a wave." Obediently, Hermione complied, and the tip of her wand erupted in a brilliant burst of white light, illuminating the previously dim room. "Indeed, splendid." "Very well." Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. "It has chosen you. Remember, it is the wand that selects the wizard. Vinewood typically favors those with noble aspirations and far-reaching visions. I believe you are destined for greatness." After all, Hermione was to become the future Minister of Magic, which certainly qualifies as a grand endeavor. Kreena looked at Ollivander with a mixture of surprise and skepticism, pondering whether this was merely a broad casting of nets or genuine insight. Chapter 6. The Desire for Milky Snowflakes. "And you?" Ollivander, stooping, circled Kreena, inquiring which hand he would prefer to wield the wand. Kreena rubbed his nose, feeling as though he were on display like a monkey in a zoo, yet he extended his right hand dutifully. Ollivander, as customary, produced a measuring tape. "Ollivander," Kreena said, glancing at the tape near his nose, "what purpose does measuring these bodily dimensions serve?" A sheen of cold sweat trickled down Ollivander's brow as he contemplated this unusual question. Typically, those seeking a wand did not inquire thus. Children grow, and their measurements change. The data holds little significance. Its only function seems to be to lend an air of mystique to the process. After all, Garrick Ollivander is one of the 3 premier wand makers in Europe, and people travel far and wide to procure his creations. Surely he seeks to maintain an aura of prestige? "Ollivander?" Kreena called again, but received no response. He persisted with a few gentle calls. Finally, Ollivander emerged from behind a shelf. "Of course it is useful. Each wand crafted by me possesses extraordinary magical properties. Which is its essence? I utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and the heartstring of a fire dragon in my wands, each one unique in its own right." Kreena, puzzled, blinked and asked, "What does this have to do with the measurements?" Ollivander, feeling a touch exasperated, realized that this newcomer was not easily swayed. He ran a hand through his hair, tugging too forcefully and losing several strands. His age had already rendered him somewhat thin on top. "These measurements are essential," he stated somewhat stiffly. "Having data to support the selection process ensures a better wand match." He randomly selected a box, intending for Kreena to try it. Lest he continue to be pressed with questions he struggled to answer. "Try this wand, made of holly, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 11 inches in length." Holly is notoriously difficult to pair with phoenix feather. It typically chooses those who may have faced peril and possess a strong spirit. This wand is particularly challenging to craft. "Goodness," Kreena gasped, contemplating the exceptional contributions to the global warming crisis. He remembered that Harry Potter's wand was also made of holly wood and a phoenix feather, although he could not recall its exact length. However, according to Ollivander, the combination of holly wood and phoenix feather is exceedingly rare, suggesting it must be the same wand. Kreena ran his fingers along the wand, appreciating its substantial quality. If only he could wield it, it would be quite the coup. He waved the wand casually at the side. Bang! A large hole erupted in the adjacent wall. His parents and Hermione gasped in astonishment. The spectacle was far more impressive than Hermione's earlier wand experiment. "What a revelation," Mr. Granger muttered. "I had no idea magic could wield such power." "I believe this wand suits me perfectly." Kreena marveled at the immense force unleashed with a mere flick. "No, no," Ollivander exclaimed, hastily reclaiming the wand. "It has not chosen you." He then produced his own wand, waved it, and the wall was instantly restored to its original state. Kreena stared at his empty palm, astonished by the wand's formidable potential. The Grangers and Hermione were equally puzzled. All eyes turned to Ollivander, awaiting an explanation. "The power is merely superficial. Did you not sense the wand resisting you?" After reflecting on Ollivander's words, Kreena recalled a slight discord in their connection. He wondered if it was merely a psychological effect induced by Ollivander's earlier remarks. Ollivander continued to navigate through the shelves, searching diligently this time. Bored, Kreena began to inquire again. Mr. Ollivander, are the wand cores limited to the 3 materials you mentioned? Certainly not, Ollivander replied with a sigh of relief. For he was an expert in such inquiries. There exists a myriad of core materials, each wand maker having their own preferences. When you wish to customize a wand, feel free to bring your own materials to me. He spoke with pride, assuring Kreena, I can guarantee the creation of an exceptional wand, provided the materials you bring are suitable for you. Otherwise, its true power cannot be harnessed. As he spoke, Ollivander emerged with a wand in hand. Try this one, made of yew wood, with a phoenix feather core, 9 inches long, a truly remarkable length. Kreena took the wand, and before he could make any movement, he felt an unprecedented sensation of exhilaration. Suddenly, brilliance enveloped his vision, and in an instant, Ollivander, his parents, and Hermione vanished. He found himself in a vast, white expanse. Is anyone there? Kreena called out. A black sphere materialized before him. Do you desire power? Kreena remained vigilant in the face of the unknown. Tentatively, he responded. I crave the soft embrace of snow. This answer caused the black sphere to become unstable, transforming into a large, black question mark. Kreena stepped back in terror, realizing this entity possessed self-awareness. The sphere vanished, and the white space began to tremble as darkness encroached from the corners, consuming the realm. Do you yearn for power? Do you crave strength? Kreena found himself with no retreat, as darkness encroached upon him from all sides. At that moment, a resounding call echoed through the space, dispelling the shadows with a fiery crimson light. Was that a phoenix? Hermione inquired, grasping Kreiner's hand. Kreena surveyed his surroundings. The dilapidated shop remained unchanged. Yet the faces of those present were filled with astonishment. He tightened his grip, feeling the sweat in his palms. Taking a few deep breaths, he reminded himself to remain calm. Based on Hermione's words, it could be surmised that what they had witnessed was indeed a phoenix. Kreena feigned surprise and excitement, delicately asking, Mr. Ollivander, is that so? Indeed, what a magnificent phantom of a phoenix. Ollivander exclaimed, suddenly animated as he paced back and forth. How marvelous, truly marvelous. It has chosen you. He fixed his gaze upon Kreena, stating, Elderwood possesses a certain resilience, particularly suitable for transfiguration. In the hands of the indecisive and hesitant, it becomes merely a pitiable tool. It prefers those with focused energy and strong will, individuals who occasionally exhibit assertive behavior. Marvelous, marvelous. The current Ollivander appeared somewhat eccentric. I believe you shall achieve great things in the future. Kreena mused, such familiar words. Indeed, they cast a wide net. As he contemplated further inquiries, Ollivander extended his hand in a gesture of dismissal. Thank you for your patronage. 2 wands for 14 galleons. The abrupt shift in Ollivander's demeanor took him by surprise. After settling the payment, he stood outside, basking in the warm sunlight that enveloped him in a comforting embrace. Chapter 7. I don't want to, but she calls me darling. Kreena walked back with his family, with the leaky cauldron nestled adjacent to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Custom clothing required some time, and after their measurements were taken, they hurried toward the bookstore. Hermione was eager to purchase numerous books. The leaky cauldron boasted 2 floors, with the staircase to the upper level conveniently located beside the entrance. Rows upon rows of bookshelves were laden with volumes, and some books were stacked on the floor, the highest piles reaching the ceiling, such as the magical world, where spells facilitate the retrieval of books. Kreena and Hermione divided their tasks. He sought the books listed on their Hogwarts supply list, while Hermione selected titles she wished to purchase independently. Armed with the list, he navigated through the aisles of shelves. The leaky cauldron featured many peculiar tomes, some as large as paving stones, while others were diminutive like postage stamps. In a corner, a cage contained a book titled The Monster's Monster Book. Kreena approached with curiosity, noting the book's fearsome grin. Once Hagrid became a professor, there would be quite a spectacle at the bookstore. The disarray of classifications within the shop left him bemused. Each year, Hogwarts students purchased their books here, yet the store had not anticipated sorting the required titles in advance. After considerable time, Kreena finally gathered all the necessary books. He returned to the counter, cradling 2 sets of books, where his parents awaited him. A pile of books already rested upon the counter. Is Hermione still selecting books? Kreena inquired of his father. Indeed, these are all her choices, Mr. Granger replied, patting the stack of books before him and gesturing towards the shelves. Kreena followed his father's gaze to see Hermione's petite frame standing by the bookcase. She cradled several volumes in her arms while intermittently retrieving more from the shelves. She has always been this way, Kreena chuckled softly. It seems one must rely on Hermione when it comes to acquiring books. She will have all the other young witches and wizards buried under their studies before they even enter Hogwarts. The proprietor of the leaky cauldron observed Hermione's diligent selections with a beaming smile, calculating the profits from her purchases. Since Kreiner's return from selecting his own books, Hermione had made 3 more trips back and forth before finally coming to a halt. Hermione, why are you still purchasing that book? Kreena asked, picking up the top volume titled The Lives and Social Customs of British Muggles. With a tilted head and an expression of excitement, Hermione replied, Don't you find it fascinating to view our lives and social customs from a wizard's perspective? Kreena opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Indeed, it did seem rather intriguing. Mr. Granger's decision to exchange 1,000 galleons was justified, as Hermione alone had spent 435 galleons on books. Upon hearing this price, Hermione's face paled, and she hurriedly sought to return some volumes. However, Kreena and Mr. Granger intervened, assuring her there was no need to return the books she genuinely wished to read. They only took the books required for their classes at Hogwarts, while the remaining volumes would be sent home via the complimentary owl service provided by the shop. After collecting the custom robes from Madame Malkin's, they spent an additional half-hour acquiring cauldrons, telescopes, potion bottles, scales, and an array of other essential items. At Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, the Granger family took a brief respite. Mrs. Granger meticulously cross-checked her list against the items they had already purchased to ensure nothing was overlooked. We want to be buying a broomstick. That can wait until next year. Children, aside from a pet, we have acquired everything else, she announced. Hermione scooped a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth, savoring the delightful chill and sweetness. I've already purchased far too many books. Perhaps we can forego the pet. Mrs. Granger turned her gaze to Kreena, asking, Son, what sort of pet would you like? I see the list mentions an owl, a cat, or a toad. Kreena was not inclined to acquire a pet. An owl would be provided by the school for free. Why spend money when it could be obtained at no cost? As for a cat, Hermione would eventually have one, which would mean he would effectively have a cat as well. Toads were simply too unattractive to consider. I think I shall pass. As Kreiner's words faded, his parents and Hermione remained silent, gazing at him with an unwavering determination that suggested they would not relent. There was truly no need to purchase anything. Kreiner sighed, raising his hands in surrender. Well then, let us take a look. If nothing strikes my fancy, we shall not buy anything. Good brother. Soon we shall go and get you a pet. Hermione gently ruffled Kreiner's hair. Suddenly, Mrs. Granger's firm hand came down with a resounding clap. Enjoy your ice cream. Kreiner raised an eyebrow at Hermione, bemused by the seemingly endless cycle of playful reprimands that he somehow found enjoyable. In Diagon Alley, there were but 2 establishments selling pets, an owl emporium and a magical menagerie. Their first stop was the owl shop, conveniently located just 2 doors down from the ice cream parlor. The interior was dim, reminiscent of night, designed to accommodate the nocturnal habits of owls. The owl specialty store was remarkable. It boasted a plethora of owl species, including the great horned owl, the barn owl, the tawny owl, and the snowy owl. Kreiner wandered through the shop, yet none of the owls captured his interest. Just as he prepared to leave, a sweet, melodious voice floated through the air, enchanting his ears. Darling, come look at me, don't go. Confused, Kreiner scanned the shop. It was nearly noon, and they were the only patrons present. The shopkeeper was male, and Hermione would never use such endearments. Perhaps fatigue was causing him to hear things. Mr. Granger looked at Kreiner and inquired, Which owl have you taken a liking to? None that I fancy. Let us depart, Kreiner replied nonchalantly. After taking a few steps, the voice called out again. Darling, don't leave. Kreiner halted, rubbing his temples. This did not seem to be mere auditory hallucination. He was indeed hearing something. Son, do you wish to buy an owl? Mr. Granger returned to embrace Kreiner. If you like one, we shall buy it. Let us look again. Kreiner hesitated, intent on uncovering the source of the voice. Suspecting it might be the owls, he approached one and began to play with it. Darling, what could be more entertaining than me? I'm incredibly soft. Kreiner's eyes sparkled. Such a delightful voice uttering such charming words left him bewildered. If it were not the owl, then what else could be in the owl shop? Upon inspecting his surroundings closely, Kreiner noticed a glass enclosure not far from his feet, within which something appeared to be moving. The shop was so dark that one could easily overlook it. He crouched down to get a better look and discovered a small, vibrant green snake inside the glass box. Darling, do you think I'm beautiful? Chapter 8. Mother, have you seen my socks? Are there owls on the floor? The Granger family and Hermione also crouched beside Kreiner. It's a snake, Mr. Granger said, his enthusiasm waning. Darling, look at me. Am I not incredibly soft? The emerald green serpent stood upright in the box, swaying its lithe body from side to side. It seems to be performing, Hermione remarked with curiosity. Perhaps, Kreena replied casually, yet unease stirred within him. He was, after all, a Parselmouth. Intrigued by this mysterious black orb and the secrets it might conceal, Kreena pressed his finger against the glass, and the little serpent mirrored his gesture. Darling, don't you find me quite charming? He mused. Hermione swiftly reclaimed Kreena's hand, exclaiming, I hope it doesn't intend to bite you. Thankfully, there's glass in between. The small serpent flicked its tongue at Hermione, lamenting, How could you say such a thing, sister? I only wish to be close to my dear and would never harm him. Kreena was taken aback. This was indeed a rather effeminate snake. Kreena's father paused, contemplating the notion of keeping a snake, aware that such a pet might not be well received by most, as snakes are typically perceived as fearsome creatures. If Kreena wishes for one, we could certainly purchase it, he suggested. But would Mother and Hermione be amenable? Mrs. Granger gently stroked Kreena's head, affirming, "If you desire to keep it, we shall support you." Hermione nodded in agreement. Mr. Granger called the proprietor over, only to learn that the serpent was not for sale. It was intended to feed an owl. Had Kreena not discovered it, it would likely have met an unfortunate fate that evening. The generous owner waved his hand, offering to gift them the snake, provided they purchased an owl from his shop. After Kreena's father reached an agreement with the proprietor, Kreena eagerly opened the glass and extended his hand inside. The emerald serpent coiled around Kreena's palm, settling comfortably. "Your hand is so warm, I don't wish to leave," it seemed to convey. The owner approached, intending to assist in removing the serpent, but upon witnessing Kreena's actions, he recoiled in horror. "Good heavens! That's a venomous bamboo viper," he stammered. Even wizards are not immune to the dangers of venomous snakes. A bite without prompt treatment could be fatal. "Son, you must let go of the snake," Mr. Granger urged as he approached, his hand poised to intervene, determined to protect his child at all costs. "Don't worry, father," Kreena reassured him. "Little Ching is very gentle." He had just given it that name, finding it quite delightful. He extended his other hand beside Little Ching's head, and the serpent affectionately nudged his fingers, displaying no signs of aggression. "Oh, how sweet. You even named me. Little Ching is such a lovely name, and I adore it," the serpent seemed to express. The owner, regaining his composure, remarked, "To handle a venomous snake barehanded is truly brave. Yet it remains perilous," Mr. Granger replied uncertainly. To assuage his parents' concerns, Kreena placed Little Ching on the counter, playfully engaging with it. "How delightful it is to be touched," the serpent seemed to sigh. Xiao Qing twisted and turned on the table, and when Kreena remained still, she would nudge closer and move on her own. "You see, Xiao Qing possesses a very gentle disposition." A group of individuals observed Kreena with peculiar expressions, their confusion palpable. Was it the venomous serpent that was amiss? Or was it Kreena? Or perhaps the very essence of this magical realm? Noticing that his parents were no longer anxious, Kreena seized Xiao Qing and placed her upon his wrist. As if sharing a silent understanding, Xiao Qing coiled around his wrist. Kreena gazed at her, experimenting with slight movements of his hand. Xiao Qing remained secure, not impeding his dexterity. Upon returning home, Kreena retreated to his bedroom to review the day's achievements. While in Diagon Alley, he had refrained from checking in at every establishment, as such behavior would appear odd. There would be ample opportunities for that in the future. Nevertheless, he had amassed a commendable total of 110 points today, sufficient for a tenfold draw. Before the lottery, Kreena believed in the importance of ritual. He washed his face, almost wishing for incense to be burned in reverence. With everything meticulously prepared, he charged forward. Let the system commence the draw. A panel materialized in his mind, featuring a solitary treasure chest and 2 buttons below, one for a single draw and the other for a tenfold. Kreena decisively opted for the latter. Instantaneously, the interface transformed, immersing him in an endless expanse of stars, with celestial bodies twinkling all around. Beams of light surged towards the treasure chest from the far reaches of the starry void, and Kreena murmured in anticipation, "Blue, blue, still blue, but where's the purple? Something feels off." He pinched his thigh, astonished that a mere tenfold draw could elicit such excitement. He touched his cheek, bemused that he hardly resembled a European. The treasure chest opened automatically, radiating brilliance, and the rewards were displayed in succession. Kreena examined his acquisitions, a pack of spicy strips, a bag of cockroaches, and a book titled Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Love and Hate. His gaze grew increasingly vacant. Was this it? The gossip might hold some intrigue, but it was of little practical use. Could he truly wield this book against Dumbledore? Surely, Dumbledore would confiscate it, and, in due course, cast a memory charm upon him. Kreena exhaled deeply and proceeded to inspect the purple reward. The sight nearly made him choke with disbelief. The purple reward turned out to be a pair of socks recently discarded by Hermione. He collapsed onto his bed, his eyes devoid of life, utterly disillusioned. His points had been nearly exhausted, and this was the meager result. The sole purple prize was a pair of socks. What purpose could they serve? Fixating on the final 10 points, his eyes reddened slightly, and he fervently shouted within, "Perhaps another draw will yield something worthwhile." Yet, moments later, reason prevailed. The day had been utterly dismal. There was a traitor amongst them. Time to halt the transactions. Kreena composed himself, straightened his slightly disheveled attire, and descended the stairs. Alone in the absence of her parents, Hermione sat cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in a recently acquired tome of magic. Kreena cast a fleeting glance at Hermione's bare feet, which were indeed devoid of socks. Heaven bear witness, his curiosity had merely been piqued by the whimsical nature of his surroundings. Upon catching his gaze, Hermione looked up momentarily before returning to her reading, assuming he would retreat to slumber upon his return. "Where are your parents?" Kreena inquired, settling himself beside her. "They went to buy groceries," Hermione replied, pausing briefly before continuing. "To celebrate our enrollment in magic school." "Chinese food." "Chinese food?" Kreena echoed. For he alone possessed the culinary skills necessary to prepare such fare. When he had first arrived in this world, he had found the local cuisine rather unpalatable. Understanding the culinary landscape of England was a challenge few could surmount. Thus, he had ventured out to procure ingredients to create a meal, leading to unforeseen consequences. Mrs. Granger had attempted to learn the art of Chinese cooking, yet her results consistently fell short of expectations. Subsequently, the trio often devised various excuses to persuade Kreena to prepare Chinese dishes. Kreena, regarding Hermione with a curious expression, asked, "Is this celebration truly for the occasion? Or do you merely desire the food?" With a playful giggle, Hermione covered her mouth. "It's both. Who can blame my mother for her culinary shortcomings? You weirdo." Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripened apple. She suddenly felt something cool brushing against her foot. Kreena's heart raced. Could Hermione have discovered his possession of her recently discarded socks? "What is it?" He feigned innocence, spreading his hands wide. Hermione stared in disbelief. If Kreena's hands were visible, then what was the source of the sensation on her foot? She glanced down in horror, hastily retreating as she realized it was not Kreena's hand but the head of her pet snake, Xiaoqing. "Darling, I didn't mean to frighten you. I merely wished to be close to my sister. I had no idea you'd be so terrified of me. It's all my fault." Kreena quickly grasped the situation. Xiaoqing was up to her antics. He irritably seized the little serpent by the head, lifting her up. "Be gentle, that hurts," she protested. Ignoring her, Kreena delivered a playful tap to her head. He then fixed his gaze on Xiaoqing, muttering to himself, "How dare you scare others? Perhaps I should return you to the owner of the owl shop." Xiaoqing shivered at the thought of that dreadful place. Having witnessed her companions being devoured as snacks by the owls, crunchy morsels with a single bite. Rapidly flicking her tongue, her face was a picture of distress. Tears welling in her eyes. "Darling, I was wrong. I promised to behave. Please don't send me back." Seeing Xiaoqing's fear, Kreena extended a hand to soothe her, recognizing that a little fright was necessary to ensure her proper behavior at Hogwarts. Before long, Xiaoqing was wriggling contentedly in his grasp, and he gently placed her back on his wrist. "I promise to be good," she vowed. Xiaoqing extended her tongue, gently licking Kreena's wrist before climbing up and entwining herself around him. Kreena, resembling a fickle man, turned back and forth, reprimanding Xiaoqing only to subsequently soothe Hermione. Upon returning from their grocery shopping, the Grangers were greeted by the sight of Kreena and Hermione playfully engaging with Xiaoqing. Intrigued, the couple wished to join in. Xiaoqing, notably intelligent, had already demonstrated her understanding of Hermione's words at the owl shop, cognizant that the Grangers and Hermione were Kreena's closest companions. Once the family ceased to fear Xiaoqing, Kreena carefully put her away, genuinely concerned that she might be mishandled. Only then did a belatedly aware Hermione recall the fright she had just experienced, exclaiming before hurriedly ascending the stairs to bathe. "Mom, have you seen my socks?" Hermione shouted from upstairs. Startled, Kreena nearly cut himself while chopping vegetables. "I haven't seen them. Try looking for them," he replied. Moments later, Hermione's voice rang out again. "Found them." Kreena, now slightly perplexed, opened the system package, realizing her socks were still there. Chapter 9, The Hogwarts Express. Ever since the incident with the socks, Kreena found Hermione's demeanor somewhat peculiar. He could not fathom why Hermione had claimed she found her socks at that moment. In the subsequent days, Hermione behaved just as she always had. Of course, the socks had not been returned. Hermione was astute enough to suspect further if they reappeared. Ultimately, Kreena could only let the matter rest. Soon, September 1st arrived. A series of dramatic events had unfolded recently, with officials from the Ministry of Magic visiting their home twice. The first visit occurred the day after their return from Diagon Alley. That morning, owls arrived bearing books for the Granger household. One or two was manageable, but a flock of owls delivering books bewildered the neighbors, who were astonished, and some even took photographs to send to the newspaper. This incident escalated, catching the attention of the Ministry of Magic, which promptly dispatched officials to address the situation. Kreena could only silently mourn for his neighbors, who, in their idle curiosity, had jeopardized their memories. Fortunately, it was not the age of the internet. Otherwise, the ministry's task of suppressing the news would have been exponentially more challenging, as events could become public knowledge almost instantaneously. The ministry's second visit occurred in early August. After a day at work, the Grangers returned home and recounted a bizarre case from the hospital. A child had inexplicably grown a pig's tail on his dairy, necessitating surgical removal. This peculiar case quickly spread among London's medical community. Upon hearing this, Kreena could not help but think of Dudley Dursley, Harry Potter's unfortunate cousin. While the Granger family found amusement in this oddity, the Ministry of Magic arrived once again, provoking Kreena's ire at their outrageous behavior. Their family had a wizard destined for Hogwarts, and logically, the Ministry of Magic should have documented their household, ensuring no one would come to erase their memories in the future. If, on a certain day, they were not at home, their parents might face memory erasure by the Ministry's agents. Should a specialist mishandle the situation, the Obliviate charm could obliterate the most crucial fragments of their memories, leading to brain damage and challenging recovery. Kreena had invoked Dumbledore's name, prompting the Ministry to assure that no one would come to erase their family's memories henceforth. Concerned for her family, Hermione expressed her outrage, vowing to rectify such issues within the Ministry if given the opportunity. Seated at the breakfast table, the atmosphere was somber, silence enveloping the room. The Granger couple appeared somewhat melancholic. Their son and daughter were embarking on their first journey away from home for schooling, returning only during holidays. Primarily, Mr. and Mrs. Granger were anxious about Hermione, knowing Kreena was mature enough to take care of himself. After finishing his breakfast, Kreena prepared a cup of coffee. Feeling particularly fatigued that day. Earlier, before dawn, Mr. Granger had roused him from slumber. "I was hesitant about whether to give you this," Mr. Granger said, pulling a handgun from his coat. Upon seeing the firearm, Kreena instantly shook off his drowsiness. Taking a handgun to Hogwarts. Will it be magic triumphing over technology, or vice versa? Kreena pondered aloud. Mr. Granger expressed his concern about potential bullying from upperclassmen, who had been practicing magic long before them, which led him to contemplate for quite some time before deciding to prepare a handgun for Kreena. Solemnly, Mr. Granger handed the firearm to Kreena, advising, "While we are not around, ensure you protect yourself at school, and likewise, shield Hermione." Kreena immediately felt the weight of the weapon in his hands. "If you face bullying, don't hesitate to use it," Mr. Granger reassured him, patting Kreena on the shoulder. "I have consulted magical texts. As long as it's not a direct fatality, magic can restore what is lost. I merely hope you won't be bullied. If it comes to that, we need not pursue this magic." After another reassuring pat on Kreena's shoulder, Mr. Granger exited the room. It was Kreena's first experience handling a handgun. He inspected it to ensure the safety was functional before stowing it away. Just as he prepared to catch a few more moments of sleep, Hermione entered the room, excited for the long-awaited journey to the magical school. She had risen early but was also intertwined with nervous anticipation, fearing she might not perform well at school. Hermione intended to check on Kreena and, upon opening the door, found him seated at the edge of his bed. Believing he too was restless, she instinctively approached to share her feelings. As departure approached, Mrs. Granger conducted a final check to ensure all necessities were gathered before feeling a sense of relief. The family piled into their car, with Mr. Granger at the wheel and his wife occupying the passenger seat. Kreena and Hermione sat in the back row, gazing at the reflections outside, with Hermione gripping Kreena's arm, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. Around 10:15, they arrived at King's Cross Station. On the platform, they located the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, yet hesitated to proceed, for those devoid of magic could not pass through. With time before the train's departure, the family could only bid farewell from the outside. Kreena and Hermione exchanged heartfelt embraces with their parents. Mrs. Granger, ever reluctant to part, urged, "Remember to write often. Take care of yourself and Hermione." After waving goodbye to their parents, and seizing a moment when no one was watching, Kreena boldly charged toward the wall, passing through without collision. Beyond the barrier lay an iron archway, adorned with a sign reading Platform 9. A deep crimson steam locomotive awaited at the platform, accompanied by a sign proclaiming Hogwarts Express. 11 o'clock. At that moment, Hermione appeared behind Kreena, gazing at the platform in awe, exclaiming, "It feels as though we have traversed time. To witness a steam train is remarkable." Kreena took the suitcase from Hermione's hands, and they proceeded toward the rear of the train. Given the late hour, the platform buzzed with activity. The front carriages were already filled with students. Some leaned out to converse with their families, while others engaged in playful banter, creating a lively atmosphere. Eventually, Kreena and Hermione reached the far end, where they found an empty compartment. "You go ahead and take a seat," Kreena suggested. Hermione shook her head, insisting, "We should carry the luggage together. It would be too burdensome for you alone." Kreena grinned and playfully tapped her forehead, saying, "Have you forgotten? We are wizards." He then produced his wand, waving it over the luggage while reciting the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The suitcase floated effortlessly into the air. Kreena deftly maneuvered the luggage aboard the train, placing it perfectly on the rack, and replicated the process for the second suitcase. Once Hermione boarded, her eyes widened in astonishment. "You constantly admonish me about overstudying and urge me to rest, yet here you are practicing magic in secret." "I'm not. I haven tea. Don't make unfounded accusations," Kreena protested. Hermione rolled her eyes, her expression clearly conveying her skepticism. Kreena feigned innocence, aware that Hermione was the true champion of overachievement. While he merely engaged in preparatory reading, Hermione was immersed in memorization. She could recite every punctuation mark from the text. Frustrated, Hermione requested Kreena to retrieve her luggage. from which she extracted a book, determined to utilize every moment available for study. They sat side by side, Hermione leaning against Kreena as she quietly read. As he inhaled the sweet fragrance of the girl beside him, excitement surged within Kreena, prompting a whimsical thought of embarking on an adventure. Oh, the omnipotent Hermione. May you bestow upon me your good fortune. He glanced at the points, having just checked in at the platform, currently possessing 20 points. A lottery. A beam of crimson light soared towards the treasure chest at the edge of the starry sky. Kreiner's heart surged with excitement, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to shout. What a delightful surprise. A blessing from Hermione, a flawless hit, a moment of triumph. Kreiner excitedly ruffled Hermione's hair. Don't be silly. Hermione shook her head, returning her focus to the book in her hands. Kreiner examined the reward he had drawn, a vial of enhancement potion. Although uncertain of the extent of its power, it was nonetheless a red-tier reward, suggesting it would be of considerable benefit. It is important to note that a wizard's magical prowess can only grow with age. Thus, the longer one lives, the stronger their magic becomes. In wizard duels, victory does not rely solely on magical strength, under equal skill levels. Those with greater magical power will have a higher chance of success. He cast a glance at Hermione, deciding to seize his fortunate streak for another draw. Another lottery. Chubby happy drink, blue. This second draw brought Kreiner from the heights of elation to the depths of disappointment. Although not as favorable as the first, he still found satisfaction. At that moment, the train let out a whistle, gradually setting off. Kreiner gazed out the window, dreams poised to set sail. Chapter 10, on the train. How long until we reach Hogwarts? The Hogwarts Express was not particularly swift, departing at noon and arriving by night, with dinner served in the dead of night. Hermione tilted her head, watching the fleeting reflections outside, feeling a pang of melancholy as she distanced herself from her parents and ventured towards the unknown realm of magic. Kreiner observed Hermione, noting her contemplative demeanor. It was entirely normal for the young girl to feel out of sorts for the first time. He reached into his pocket, retrieving the delightful beverage he had drawn from the system space. Ah! A sudden chill brushed against her face, prompting Hermione to exclaim, so cold. She turned to touch her face, her eyes widening as she realized Kreiner was holding a bottle of chubby happy drink. Here, take a sip. Thank you. Hermione, somewhat dazed, accepted it. Then, in a moment of realization, asked, when did you buy this? In such hot weather, it's icy cold. As if it just came out of the fridge. Kreiner pondered for a moment, then extended his clenched fist. Just now see. As he opened his hand, another bottle of chubby happy drink appeared. Impressive magic, right? Kreiner raised an eyebrow at Hermione. How can someone use magic as a guise for trickery? Hermione chuckled lightly, her spirits lifting instantly. The two simultaneously opened their chubby happy drinks. Cheers. With a sense of ceremony, they took a hearty gulp, feeling an immediate sense of satisfaction. Delightful indeed. Xiaoqing peered through her sleeves at the chubby happy drink. What is that you're drinking, Ba? It looks delicious. Amidst the playful banter, a yearning emerged within me to indulge as well. Indeed, no soul can resist the allure of the beloved fizzy drink, not even the serpent. It would be unjust for us to partake alone. Shall we not offer a taste to our dear Xiaoqing? Kreiner feigned inquiry. Can the serpent partake? As he raised his arm, Xiaoqing lifted her head and opened her mouth wide. Behold, she can hardly contain her eagerness for the fizzy delight. He gently caressed Xiaoqing's head, smooth and cool to the touch, before pouring the effervescent beverage into her waiting mouth. Only when he deemed the quantity sufficient did he cease. Darling, do not stop. Kreiner's lips twitched. He implored her not to utter such endearing, albeit misinterpretable, phrases. Truly, it was irresistible as he continued to nourish Xiaoqing with the fizzy elixir. With the bottle nearly depleted, Xiaoqing still craved more. Teach me this magic, Hermione urged, shaking Kreiner's arm, her sparkling eyes fixed upon him. We shall discuss it later, Kreiner replied, playfully pinching Hermione's cheek. If you won't teach me, then so be it. Hermione pouted, pulling away. Pinching my face will only lead to distortion. Amidst their jesting, the train departed from London, traversing fields adorned with grazing cattle and sheep. The two leaned against one another, gazing out at the fleeting scenery. A wave of drowsiness washed over Kreiner, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. When Hermione finally noticed, he was deep in a peaceful sleep. Hermione swallowed nervously, cautiously pinching Kreiner's cheek in retaliation for earlier. To ensure Kreiner's comfort, she cradled his head in her hands, shifting slightly to place it gently upon her lap. The boy slept while the girl read, sunlight streaming into the carriage, creating a warm and serene ambience. Time slipped away unnoticed until Hermione felt movement on her thigh. Glancing down, she saw Kreiner awakening, his face still adorned with the bewilderment of sleep. You're awake, she stated, setting aside her book to shield the edge of the table. He replied, sitting up and patting his still dazed cheeks. You may place your legs upon me. Allow me to massage them. Hermione's legs, having borne the weight of his slumber for so long, surely suffered from numbness due to lack of circulation. I can't move. They're numb, she said weakly, her expression shifting through various emotions. As Kreena kneaded her legs, a smile crept onto his face as memories of past encounters flooded back. It was a time long ago when the ever-ambitious Hermione insisted on competing with him. Though her academic prowess fell short, she was determined to surpass Kreena in physicality. Thus began her journey of relentless self-improvement, though physical training proved far less forgiving than studies, ultimately leading her to a strained muscle. Outside the train, the sound of vendors calling out for pumpkin soda, mineral water, pies, cakes, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans broke the tranquility. "Excuse me, fellow students. Kindly step aside and clear the path." A woman, radiant with a captivating smile and dimples adorning her cheeks, pushed open the compartment door. "Shall we purchase some snacks? The train will not arrive at Hogwarts until late tonight, and we have quite some time ahead of us." Kreena, feeling rather lethargic, handed his purse to Hermione, urging her to select some treats outside. After a short while, Hermione returned, arms laden with an assortment of snacks. As the compartment door clicked shut, she could not help but exclaim, "Are the snacks in the magical realm always this peculiar?" A pile of jumping cockroaches and sugar mice that emit squeaking sounds like those of a rodent. Kreena, with a bemused expression, sifted through the snacks, pulling out a bag of cockroaches and a sugar mouse. "What is so peculiar about these? You bought exactly what you found strange?" "These are for little Ching," Hermione replied. "I believe she would quite enjoy them." Upon hearing the mention of food, little Ching climbed out from Kreiner's arm. Hermione opened a bag of cockroaches, and they seemed to spring to life, eagerly leaping from the pouch. Little Ching's gaze sharpened, transforming her into an adept predator as she pounced, swiftly ensnaring one and consuming it. The two began to feast as well. The pumpkin pasties were pleasantly palatable, sweet, yet not cloying. Hermione peeled apart a fragment of candy and offered it to Kreena. "This is a peppermint candy. It acts like dental floss, cleaning your teeth as you savor it." "Is this candy meant to cleanse your teeth?" Kreena responded with a bemused expression. Hermione then selected a box of chocolate frogs. As she opened the box, the frogs leapt toward the window. Little Ching, however, was much swifter, intercepting a chocolate frog midair. At that moment, the compartment door swung open once more, revealing a round-faced young boy who whispered, "Have you seen my toad, Trevor?" "It's a toad." "Oh no, my Trevor is going to be devoured by a snake." Tears streamed down the boy's cheeks, his fear palpable as his hands trembled, yet his steps remained resolute as he sought to rescue his amphibian friend from the serpent's jaws. "Hey," Kreena called out. "Calm down and take a look. This is merely a chocolate frog." The boy wiped away his tears, squinting through red-rimmed eyes before finally realizing that what little Ching had ensnared was indeed a chocolate frog. It dawned on him that he was far from the snake, and he hurriedly retreated to the doorway. "I am Neville Longbottom. I am searching for my toad, Trevor. Have you seen it?" Kreena and Hermione shook their heads. "I'm sorry," Neville said dejectedly. "I must continue my search for Trevor." "Wait." Just as Neville was about to exit the compartment, Hermione interjected. "You could ask a senior student to use the summoning charm." Chapter 11. Hogwarts. "What are you looking at?" Kreena inquired, observing the card within the chocolate frog. He waved the card in his hand, which depicted a wizard clad in a suit and thick glasses. Bertrand Bott, born in 1935, is the inventor of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Bott graduated from Hogwarts and subsequently devoted his life to confectionery creation, albeit his candies never achieved significant sales. During an experiment to invent a new candy, he inadvertently included his own foul-smelling sock. Driven by curiosity, he consumed a candy that tasted solely of stale socks and suddenly experienced an epiphany. Each bite was an adventure. Bott began to market this confectionery strategy, naming it BB Multi-Flavored Beans. From that moment on, Bertie Bott ascended to become one of the characters on the chocolate frog cards. Hermione found the BB Multi-Flavored Beans quite intriguing. She picked up an unopened bag and proposed a challenge. "Let us see who draws the short straw." Without hesitation, she reached into the bag and extracted a bean, only to recoil in disgust. "Ugh," she exclaimed. Kreena chuckled mischievously. "What flavor is it?" Hermione quickly gulped down a swig of soda, rotten egg flavor. "Your turn," she declared. "Mine will undoubtedly taste delightful." Kreena reached in and popped a bean into his mouth. "Hey, watermelon flavor." Hermione, determined not to be outdone, insisted, "Let us go again." "Ugh," she grimaced once more. "This time it's mint." "Again," she urged, only to retch again. "Haha." Kreena laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. "You poor unfortunate soul, what luck you have." With a sudden thud, Hermione slammed her hand on the table. Looking at Kreena with a playful smirk, "My dear brother Kreena." She thrust the entire bag of BB multi-flavored beans into his arms. "Eat. You must finish this bag before we disembark." Kreena responded, bewildered. "What? Huh, woman, are you serious?" The sky had fully darkened, a deep purple canopy above a landscape of mountains and woods. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. Passengers were instructed to leave their luggage on board, as it would be sent to the school for them. Kreena and Hermione suddenly remembered they needed to don their school robes. Just as they slipped on their long robes, The train began to slow, eventually coming to a halt. The aisle was crowded with young wizards, all jostling and pushing towards the doors. As the throng of little wizards dwindled, Kreena and Hermione finally stepped out of the compartment. First years, over here, look this way, called Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He held an old lantern high above the heads of the young witches and wizards. Following the beam of light, it was evident that Hagrid was exceptionally tall, with a tangled beard and hair. P.S. So tall, is he a giant? Hermione whispered to Kreena. Probably just very tall. Kreena replied nonchalantly. Hagrid was a half-giant, a secret he had kept hidden for many years, not something he should reveal. Are all the first years down? Hagrid boomed, scanning the gathering of young wizards before joyously calling, Harry, come here, stand beside me. Upon hearing this, the little witches and wizards began to murmur among themselves. Harry? Is that the famous Harry Potter? He really has come to Hogwarts? They had heard rumors on the train and had assumed they were mere tales. Not far from Kreena, a confident blonde boy with a slicked-back hairstyle remarked, Potter, huh? I am certain he will become a dear friend of mine. After waiting for a while on the platform, Hagrid continued to shout at the top of his lungs, First-year students, follow me. I shall lead you to Hogwarts. Walk slowly and watch your step. Kreena carefully guided Hermione forward by holding her hand. They descended a steep, narrow path flanked by dark, dense woods. The path stretched long, and Hagrid occasionally paused to look back and ensure no new students had fallen behind. At a bend in the path, Hagrid turned and encouraged loudly. Once you turn this corner, you will catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts. I assure you, that moment will be etched in your memory for a lifetime. The young wizards quickened their pace as they reached the end of the narrow path. It opened up to reveal a vast black lake, across which a magnificent castle loomed atop a high slope, its spires reaching for the stars. With windows twinkling beneath the night sky, Kreena gazed at Hogwarts Castle, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Hogwarts. First-year students, do not linger. There will be plenty for you to see later. Hagrid stood by the shore, gesturing towards a pair of small boats moored nearby, saying, Everyone, please board quickly. Each boat can hold a maximum of 4 people. Kreena found a boat and climbed in, then helped Hermione aboard as well. The number of young wizards on the shore dwindled, while Neville Longbottom, searching for his toad, darted about like a headless chicken. Finally, he jogged to Kreena's boat and timidly asked, May I join you? Kreena glanced around. Few boats were filled to capacity, as it appeared most were occupied by familiar faces. Come aboard. Thank you, Neville replied, cradling the toad in his hands. Following your advice, I sought out an upperclassman and quickly found my Trevor. Suddenly, he recalled the emerald-green snake he had seen in the carriage earlier, and his face turned pale. Your snake? It won't bite. It won't harm your Trevor. Kreena said with a smile, understanding that fear of snakes is quite natural. Neville awkwardly scratched his head. I apologize for this afternoon. I mistook the chocolate frog for Trevor, as he is very dear to me, and I was quite anxious about losing him. No worries, Mr. Longbottom, it's all in the past. I am Kreena Granger, and this is Hermione Granger beside me. You may call me Neville. Has everyone boarded? Hagrid surveyed the surroundings, confirming that no one was left behind before climbing into a boat of his own. Now, Hagrid paused for a moment to stir the spirits of the young wizards. Let's move forward. The boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake. Silence enveloped them as they gazed up at the towering castle, which grew ever more magnificent as they approached the cliffs. As the first boats entered the confines of the cliffs, Hagrid called out loudly, Everyone, duck! The boats carried them through the ivy to a hidden, expansive entrance, presumably beneath the castle. They ventured forth in darkness, fortunate that the small boat was automated, eventually arriving at a place reminiscent of an underground dock. Upon disembarking, they ascended into a tunnel carved into the rocky mountain. After several twists and turns, they finally stood before a massive oak door. Is everyone here? Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times upon the castle's entrance. Chapter 12. Draco Malfoy casts a glance at Potter. Indeed, he was a man capable of employing the physical Alohomora. The door echoed with the resounding thuds of his mighty fists. However, the gates of Hogwarts remained steadfastly shut, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. Observing this, Hagrid assumed the professors within had not heard. He rolled up his sleeves and struck the door with greater force once more. At that moment, the door was pulled open by Professor McGonagall. Her pupils dilated, and her face was a portrait of terror. The usual sternness entirely vanished. Hagrid, McGonagall swallowed hard, realizing that Hagrid's fist was a mere 0.01 centimeters from her nose. Had there been a delay of 1/4 of a second in opening the door, she would have become the first professor in Hogwarts history to be without a nose. Hagrid, his face flushed, concealed his hands behind his back, lowering his head to gaze at his toes as he spoke softly. Professor McGonagall, the first-year students are here. McGonagall exhaled a sigh of relief, her racing heart gradually calming. Thank you, Hagrid. The Hogwarts entrance certainly requires a magical enhancement. The current door must be knocked upon, which is devoid of enchantment. It is essential to add a password for entry. However, The immediate priority is the newly admitted young witches and wizards. First years, follow me. As they entered the hall, flanking the grand entrance were suits of armor, and to the right stood 4 hourglasses representing the respective houses. The great hall lay to the right, where a low hum of conversation could be heard. Instead of proceeding directly into the hall, McGonagall led them to the left, where a small room awaited beside the marble staircase. Welcome to Hogwarts. Some timid first years felt anything but welcomed, intimidated by McGonagall's stern expression, which made them wish to flee. Her gaze swept across the assembly of young witches and wizards. Soon, the opening feast would commence, preceded by a crucial sorting ceremony. The familiar first years exchanged anxious glances, a sense of unease settling within them. McGonagall's formidable presence quelled any murmurs, instilling a silence that even their apprehension could not breach. Hogwarts is home to 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Kreena nearly blurted out a question regarding the existence of a 5th house, Azkaban Academy. The sorting ceremony will take place in front of the entire school, she advised. I suggest you tidy yourselves up here. I will return to escort you once preparations are complete. All you need do is wait quietly and do not wander off. With that, McGonagall exited the room, and the young witches and wizards felt an immediate sense of relief. In the beginning, the young wizards dared only to whisper among themselves, fearful that Professor McGonagall had not yet departed. Gradually, their courage swelled, and their voices grew louder. Kreena, how will the sorting take place? If I fail the ceremony, will I be expelled? Hermione clutched Kreena's wizarding robe tightly, her anxiety mounting, her cherubic face drained of color. Kreena gently pinched her cheek, turning her head slightly. Look at them. They are all just as apprehensive as you. With such intense self-doubt, do you lack the confidence to surpass them? Though uncomfortable with Kreena's grip, Hermione found solace in his words. The air was thick with the frightened chatter of the young wizards around her. My father said we must first engage in a wizard duel. Only the victors will be chosen by the professors. No. My family informed me it's to assess our magical prowess. You're all mistaken. It's to vanquish a vampire. Hermione broke free, rubbed her face, and smiled at Kreena, saying, thank you. No longer afraid? Kreena inquired with a grin. Hermione shook her head, initially terrified. She felt braver after hearing their nonsensical assertions. Are you not concerned that what they say might be true? I'm merely frightened, not foolish. Hermione rolled her eyes. Unbeknownst to them, a silent agreement had formed among all the parents to withhold the truth about the sorting from their children. Kreena had no intention of breaking this pact either, believing it prudent to maintain the mystery. It's you, Harry Potter. The voice silenced the gathering, drawing all eyes toward the speaker. Harry turned to see a boy flanked by 2 stocky companions. He recognized him from a previous encounter at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, which had not been particularly pleasant. The boy's demeanor mirrored that of his cousin Dudley, raising Harry's concern that he might be seeking trouble. Yet, surrounded by so many others, his confidence swelled, and he boldly declared, indeed, I am. Upon hearing his affirmation, the young wizards began to murmur among themselves, pointing at Harry. He is the one who defeated you-know-who and saved us. Why does he look so small? Draco Malfoy. Malfoy extended a hand of friendship toward Harry. I believe we shall become very good friends. Harry exhaled in relief. It seemed he was not about to be assaulted. Just as he was about to respond, Ron, standing nearby, unexpectedly chuckled. Do you find my name amusing? Malfoy shot a glance at Ron, who bore a mane of red hair and a face full of freckles, before letting out a soft laugh. You need not speak. I know you are one of those numerous Weasleys that your family can barely afford to raise. Malfoy's expression turned haughty. What right do you have to mock my name? With that, he disregarded the insignificant Ron, focusing solely on Harry. Consider your position carefully, Potter. Malfoy was confident that no one could refuse the friendship offered by the Malfoy family. Harry shook his head and, pulling Ron close, declared, Ron is my true friend. Malfoy's face froze in disbelief, as if he had just heard the most astonishing news. Surely, no one would wish to associate with such a person. Impoverished to the extent of being unable to support a family. The disparity of wealth? Harry remained indifferent to such trivialities. The thought of the gold in Gringotts bolstered his confidence. I have never cared about a friend's financial status. Remarkably, Malfoy was both enraged and amused, advancing towards Harry until they were nearly nose to nose. You are the first to dare reject the friendship of the Malfoy family. Soon enough, you shall realize that some wizarding families are far superior to others. He lightly patted Harry's shoulder, hoping he would maintain this stance in the future. What are you doing? Professor McGonagall appeared at the classroom door, seemingly out of nowhere. What a racket. No previous year has been as unruly as yours. You are the worst class I have ever taught. The young wizards, outwardly silent, were brimming with excitement. They had just devoured the metaphorical fruit of their labor. Now, line up in a single file and follow me. They exited the room and traversed the hallway once more, this time entering the grand hall to the right. Chapter 13. The Azkaban Preparatory. The grandeur of the hall was undeniable. Students from other years had already gathered around the 4 long tables. Look above, it's magnificent. Hermione tugged at Kreena, who was walking ahead. He glanced up to behold the velvet black ceiling twinkling with countless stars, a sight so enchanting it was hard to believe they were indoors. Professor McGonagall retrieved a stool from the side and placed it on the steps before the teacher's dais. She then produced an old, tattered, and grimy wizard's hat. Setting it upon the stool, all eyes in the hall were fixated on the hat, which began to stir, splitting open wide like a mouth. You may find me quite unsightly, the hat began to sing, but do not judge by appearances, if you can find. After the song concluded, the hat performed a somersault on the stool, then bowed to each of the 4 tables. I am the Hogwarts sorting hat, skilled in both song and dance. The older students at the long tables erupted into applause, chanting, "Sorting hat." It seemed the sorting ceremony revolved around donning this very hat. Hermione leaned closer. Which house do you wish to join? After a moment's contemplation, Kreena replied, Gryffindor, without a doubt. It's not about anything else. I simply prefer living high up in comfort. Ravenclaw's common room requires an intelligence test to enter, too cumbersome. Comparatively, Gryffindor is far superior, especially since it is close to the room of requirement. Hermione nodded. Committing Gryffindor to memory. Classmates, settle down. McGonagall approached the stool once more, clutching a roll of parchment in her hands. When I call your name, step forward. Don the hat, and take a seat upon the stool to await your house assignment. Hannah Abbott. Kreena scanned the faces of his classmates. Steadfast Hannah would never be late. A little girl with golden pigtails stumbled onto the stage, and after donning the hat, it exclaimed loudly, Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuffs erupted in applause, celebrating their first victory. The sorting at Hogwarts proceeded alphabetically by surname, and if surnames were identical, by first name. Susan Bones, Terry Boot. Before long, all 4 houses welcomed new members. Hermione Granger. Taking a deep breath, Hermione rushed to the stool. As the hat settled upon her head, it promptly declared, Gryffindor. Hermione beamed at Kreena. Having achieved her desire to join Gryffindor, Kreena Granger. As Kreena made his way to the stage, Hermione waved at him, pointing out the vacant seat beside her. The moment the hat touched Kreena's head, it emitted a terrified shriek. Azkaban. Kreena. He glanced down at the audience, their expressions unchanged, implying that only he could hear the hat's proclamation of Azkaban. You mustn't speak such nonsense. I will accuse you of defamation. I intend to join Gryffindor. The hat, undeterred, retorted, the terror within is truly alarming. Slytherin is the house you ought to join. Kreena was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning of terror within. Suddenly, a surge of anger coursed through him, clouding his mind. Should you dare assign me to Slytherin, I assure you, there shall be no more sorting hats at Hogwarts. The hat fell silent for a moment, murmuring softly, I indeed do not err. You belong in Slytherin, but I respect your choice. Gradually, Kreena regained his composure, sensing an oddity within. At that moment, it felt as if he were not himself, for how else could he threaten the sorting hat so foolishly? Wait, let us not rush the sorting. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I was a tad overzealous. The hat, taken aback, inquired. So you agree with my assessment and intend to join Slytherin? May I pose a question? Kreena paused briefly before continuing. Is it true that only half-bloods and purebloods can enter Slytherin? You threatened me mere moments ago, and now you seek my counsel? The hat huffed with pride, then explained. Slytherin admits only half-bloods or purebloods, as decreed by the great Salazar Slytherin. Thank you. Now, let us proceed with the sorting, Gryffindor. A smile graced Kreena's face, surprised to discover that his predecessor was indeed a pureblood or half-blood. The hat immediately proclaimed, Gryffindor, despite the prior apology. It remained reluctant to rest upon Kreena's head for even a moment longer. Kreena settled beside Hermione, who eagerly clutched his arm and exclaimed, You nearly frightened me. You were on stage for precisely 4 minutes and 45 seconds. I thought you might be sorted into another house. The exactitude of that duration made Kreena's heart feel as if it were ensnared by an invisible hand. He chuckled and affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair, assuring her that he would undoubtedly be placed in the same house as her. As their conversation unfolded, the sorting ceremony drew to a close. Once the final student was assigned to Slytherin, Dumbledore rose to his feet, arms outstretched and beaming with joy. He welcomed the newcomers to Hogwarts and equally greeted the returning students as they embarked on a new academic year. I dare say you must be famished. Before the feast commences, allow me to share a few words, fool, crybaby, rubbish, twist, he declared, thanking everyone with a flourish. No sooner had he finished speaking than the long table was laden with a sumptuous spread, roast beef, roasted chicken, lamb chops, and sausages. While Hermione savored her steak, her mind lingered on a lingering question. Do you know what those phrases meant? She inquired. I surmise they pertain to the qualities of the 4 houses, Ravenclaw's cleverness, Gryffindor's bravery, Slytherin's pure blood, and Hufflepuff's diligence. After pondering for a moment, Kreena continued. Alternatively, it could imply that Ravenclaw views members of other houses as fools. Gryffindor regards them as crybabies, and so forth. Each individual's interpretation varies, primarily influenced by one's perspective. Kreena, ravenously indulging, had long since forgotten the pumpkin pasties he had consumed earlier, now utterly starved. Just as he was rummaging for food, he was suddenly repulsed by a particular dish. The edges of the platter were adorned with a ring of fish heads, each with bulging eyes, while the center featured a cake sculpted in the likeness of Dumbledore. Kreena was momentarily at a loss regarding this peculiar dish and turned to Percy seated nearby, inquiring, "What is this dish?" As he gazed up at Dumbledore, Percy picked up a fish head and remarked, "It tastes rather good." Rumor had it that this dish was concocted by Quirinus Quirrell as a gesture of gratitude to Dumbledore for permitting him to become the defense against the dark arts professor. Chapter 14, Dumbledore's Attention. Kreena observed the Dumbledore dish while glancing at Quirrell at the staff table. The notion of a dark wizard inventing dark cuisine seemed oddly fitting. If given the chance, he would have liked to inquire whether Quirrell or the malevolent force residing within him, Voldemort, was the true creator of this dish. "What are you pondering?" Hermione prodded Kreena's cheek, offering him a piece of cut steak, urging, "Do try it. The steak paired with this sauce is simply delightful." "How is it? Is it not exquisite?" She gazed at him expectantly. Kreena nodded in approval. The sauce complemented the steak perfectly. Seeing his enjoyment, Hermione beamed with delight and eagerly fed him another piece of steak. As everyone was enjoying their meal, a ghost suddenly sprang from beneath the dining table, followed by phantoms swirling into the hall from all directions. The first-year wizards were startled, their shrieks echoing through the room. Before Kreena stood a ghost adorned with a ruffled collar, who leaned closer to sniff the leg of lamb in Kreena's grasp. It seemed quite enticing. The ghost, however, appeared melancholic, lamenting, "I have not tasted food in 5 centuries. I long for its flavors." "Such a pity," Kreena replied, raising an eyebrow before taking a generous bite of the lamb leg before the ghost. The meat was tender and succulent, imbued with the fragrant aroma of cumin. Kreena licked his lips, wearing an expression of satisfaction. "Although you cannot partake, you can certainly savor it through sound, which is akin to sharing in the delight of cumin lamb." The ghost retorted, "I am not human, but you are indeed a dog." In truth, the ghost didn't miss food that much. He glanced at the lavish spread on the table and chuckled softly. "I suppose I have yet to introduce myself. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor." "I've heard of you," Ron exclaimed excitedly from across the table, pointing at the ghost. "You're nearly headless, Nick. But your head is still attached, isn't it?" Sir Nicholas, with a frown and a hint of irritation, replied, "Like this." He grasped his hair and pulled with force, causing his head to separate from his neck, resting on his shoulder as if it had not been completely severed during an execution. "I prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas," he stated, reattaching his head. This batch of young wizards was quite challenging. They could reduce him to exasperation with just a few words. Better to avoid confrontation, Sir Nicholas sighed as he drifted away. As the students neared the end of their main course, the food on their plates transformed into desserts, strawberries, pudding, and ice cream. The young wizards chatted about their families while indulging in their sweets. Neville recounted his unfortunate childhood experiences, and Kreena listened in astonishment. Neville had been pushed into the Black Lake and tossed from heights, a testament to his resilience. Otherwise, he would have long been a memory. "Who is older, you or Hermione?" Neville inquired, glancing at Kreena. Hermione beamed at Kreena, who decisively replied, "Hermione." Age was inconsequential. It was better to defer to Hermione. For when they returned home for the holidays, someone would surely attend to her. After a moment of reflection, he added, "But I am adopted." "I sense you are pondering something troubling." Hermione scrutinized Kreena, her mind cataloging his every small gesture. "Not at all. I merely recalled something amusing," Kreena said, turning his gaze elsewhere, only to lock eyes with Dumbledore, who was observing him intently. Dumbledore smiled gently, his blue eyes radiating warmth and kindness. He bore no semblance of an imposing figure, appearing more like a benevolent elderly gentleman. Kreena nodded in acknowledgement, returning Dumbledore's smile, and then engaged in a casual conversation with Hermione. The fact that Dumbledore chose to focus on him rather than Harry piqued Kreiner's curiosity. For a while, he continued to consume fruit with his fork, feeling his stomach swell, as if the food were on the verge of rising to his throat, prompting him to cease his eating. Despite the discomfort of overindulgence, he confirmed through the reflection of the fork that Dumbledore was indeed observing him. An influential figure would not pay attention to someone without reason, and he was well aware of the whispers surrounding Dumbledore, often referred to as the Old Bee or the White Lord. Kreena held no particular opinion on this, for one's perspective is often shaped by one's circumstances. Dumbledore's attention did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited a desire for inquiry, akin to unraveling a mystery, an intriguing pursuit. As time passed, the desserts on the plates vanished, and no new dishes were brought forth. Dumbledore rose, commanding the attention of all present. "I understand that after a satisfying meal, everyone is eager to retreat to their dormitories for rest, but I must impart a few important reminders." He directed his gaze toward the Weasley twins, first-year students. "Please take heed. Students are prohibited from venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Kreena mentally dismissed this warning. One could hardly claim to have attended Hogwarts without a foray into the Forbidden Forest. Additionally, Mr. Filch, your caretaker, has requested I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. He continued, the Quidditch teams of each house will hold tryouts in the second week. Interested students should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, Dumbledore's expression grew serious. To avoid any unfortunate incidents leading to suffering or demise, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. Before we retire for the evening, there is one last thing we must do. Dumbledore's smile returned. Let us all sing together. His declaration resonated like thunder, freezing the smiles of the professors and prompting complaints from the upperclassmen. The school song was met with reluctance. The Weasley twins, however, were the loudest, exclaiming, "We want to sing the school song." Dumbledore chuckled. See, there are still some who wish to sing. With a gentle wave of his wand, a long golden ribbon appeared in the air, the lyrics joyfully twisting within it. Each individual could choose their preferred melody. Ready, sing. Thus, the entire faculty and student body were compelled to raise their voices in song. Hogwarts, 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 teach us something new. The Weasley twins led the chorus with the tune of the funeral march, urging everyone to sing the school song. Kreena's temper flared momentarily, and in this joyous time, he felt compelled to sing to the tune of the Ghost Bride. As he began to sing, a shiver ran through the entire assembly of teachers and students. Even the twins fell silent, while only Dumbledore continued to conduct with his wand. Chapter 15. The Gratitude of All Gryffindors. The conclusion of the school song signified the official end of the Hogwarts feast. Kreena firmly believed that everyone would have sweet dreams that night. The young lions of Gryffindor were led back to the common room by their prefect, Percy. Percy instructed the first-year students to stay close to him, while the older students followed behind. As he guided them, he explained the peculiarities of Hogwarts staircases. It is worth noting that Hogwarts has over 140 staircases, each varying in the number of steps or width. As they ascended one staircase, it began to sway, prompting terrified gasps from the first years. Kreena quickly grasped Hermione to prevent her from stumbling. The staircases of Hogwarts are quite amusing. You'll grow accustomed to them in time, Percy assured, as everyone clung to the handrails and proceeded cautiously. After traversing some distance, Percy instructed everyone to pause and remember the 3rd step of the staircase, which they needed to jump over. Soon, they arrived at the 8th floor, and Kreena had nearly memorized where each staircase led. Turn here, and after passing through another corridor, we shall reach the common room, Percy called to those trailing behind. At that moment, the corridor, which had been filled only with the sound of footsteps, suddenly resonated with the tune of the Ghost Bride. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards Kreena, for he was the only one to have sung that melody before. Kreena raised his hands in innocent surrender. The young wizards, having encountered ghosts before, were not overly frightened. It must be Peeves, a mischievous poltergeist, Percy declared. Peeves, show yourself. The melody ceased, but the only response was a derisive chuckle. Percy frowned, his tone turning sharp. Do you want me to summon Bloody Baron? Huh. You would be the one to call for Bloody Baron. A small imp suddenly appeared, floating cross-legged in midair, his malevolent eyes surveying the young wizards. He smirked at Kreena, saying, First year, your tune sounds eerie, but it doesn't frighten anyone. Kreena looked at Peeves, recalling mentions of him in Hogwarts, a history. He was a unique ghost, possessing a form of intangible substance that allowed him to interact with objects. For many years, the administrators of Hogwarts had sought to expel Peeves from the castle. The most fervent attempt occurred in 1876, when the then-administrator, Lankerscarp, meticulously set numerous traps and various confinement spells. Yet, Peeves easily evaded them all, even snatching the trap short once. In a fit of self-amusement, Peeves whimsically discharged his weapon towards the window, resulting in the castle being evacuated as students faced off against him. Ultimately, Peeves emerged victorious, bestowed with additional privileges, and from that point forth, no one dared to expel him from the castle. You merely lack the ability to frighten, someone remarked, provoking an irate reaction from Peeves, who was incensed at the audacity of being told he could not instill fear, especially by someone younger than his existence. Kreena stepped away from the crowd and beckoned to Peeves. Come here, let me teach you. Hesitating momentarily, Peeves drifted towards Kreena. Leaning in, Kreena whispered a few words into Peeves' ear. After a brief nod of understanding, Peeves vanished. Soon, the haunting melody of the Ghost Bride echoed through the silent corridor. At the far end, a shadowy figure lay sprawled on the ground, grotesquely crawling toward the young wizards. They gazed intently at the figure, unafraid, for they knew it was the recently vanished Peeves. Suddenly, he disappeared, only to reappear moments later, now hovering just a short distance in front of the young wizards. At last, they beheld his current form. Peeves was contorted, his limbs grotesquely twisted against the floor, his head grotesquely turned, and his dark hair obscured his face, revealing only one pitch-black eye. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, all taken aback by Peeves' appearance. Kreena was no exception, not from fear, but rather due to Hermione's firm grip on his side. Ha! Peeves erupted into gleeful laughter at the sight. Gradually, the crowd settled, each casting a glare at Kreena. Unfazed by their expressions, Kreena inquired of Peeves, "How does it feel?" "I quite like your method, Mr. Granger," Peeves replied. "That's good to hear. But do not forget the conditions you agreed to." Kreena waved his hand, noting Peeves' shift in address, which was anticipated. "Rest assured, I promise." Peeves reverted to his original form, solemnly patting his chest as he declared, "I guarantee that I shall no longer frighten or prank any student from Gryffindor." "Well then, farewell," Peeves exclaimed before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Kreena had taught Peeves to frighten others solely for their benefit. Does this mean we can avoid being harassed by Peeves in the future? How splendid. The older students were equally thrilled, relieved to be free from Peeves' antics, grateful to Kreena. Indeed. The air was filled with expressions of gratitude directed towards Kreena, who smiled with his eyes narrowed in delight. From then on, as Peeves would terrify students from other houses, Gryffindors would remember his kindness more fondly. This was precisely the outcome Kreena had desired. Once tranquility was restored, Percy led them onward. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a rather rotund woman clad in a pink attire. The password? Fat Lady. Percy turned to the newcomers, elucidating. "This is the Fat Lady, and one must utter the password to gain access to the Gryffindor common room. The password is periodically changed, and should one forget it, the Fat Lady will not permit entry." The figure in the portrait gestured invitingly. Subsequently, the entire painting swayed forward, revealing a circular passageway behind it. One by one, they crawled through the opening, leading them into the Gryffindor common room. This was a spacious, circular lounge, furnished with plush armchairs, tables, and a large bulletin board that, due to the commencement of the new term, remained conspicuously empty. The walls were adorned with tapestries of a vibrant crimson hue, depicting numerous witches, wizards, and an array of animals. One wall was dominated by a grand fireplace. At the far end stood a spiral staircase, with 2 doors above leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories. Percy guided them through the entrance, casting a lingering glance at Kreena as he departed. Each dormitory housed 5 individuals, and Kreiner's roommates were notably illustrious: the savior Harry Potter, the swordmaster Neville Longbottom, the ingenious prankster Seamus Finnegan, and Ron Weasley. Chapter 16, Seeds and Intimidation. "Kreena, you are truly remarkable," Ron exclaimed as he plopped onto his bed, his enthusiasm palpable. "The expressions on the faces of my brothers were utterly priceless." Not only Ron's 3 brothers, but the expressions of everyone present were keenly observed by Kreena. The thoughts of young wizards were almost inscribed upon their faces, and with a mere moment's reflection, one could discern their depths. Percy, eager for authority, had just ascended to the position of prefect, yet he harbored aspirations of becoming the student council president in 2 years. Addressing Peeves' mischievous antics posed a significant advantage for his future advancement. Kreiner's approach had somewhat embarrassed Percy, yet it also unveiled an alternative method of resolution. Percy surely yearned to assist the other 3 houses in addressing their issues, yet regrettably, that was an impossibility. Peeves thrived on chaos. Obstructing his mischief was an endeavor he would likely never endorse. As for the twins, George and Fred, their intentions were refreshingly uncomplicated, fixated solely on pranks. And Kreiner's ingenious ideas resonated harmoniously with them. Kreena chuckled, searching for his bed while modestly uttering a few words. His bed was positioned at the back of the dormitory, a location he particularly favored. It was a 4-poster bed draped with deep red velvet curtains. Everyone was quite fatigued today, but as they prepared for slumber, Neville's words jolted the other 3 awake. Kreiner's face flushed as he stammered, "Will your pet snake not escape during the night?" "What? Kreena has a snake as a pet?" "Please, do not be alarmed," Navi implored, waving his hands nervously. "Kleine's snake will not harm you. I simply possess a rather pronounced fear of serpents." Ron, peering over Harry's shoulder, gazed at Kreena in disbelief. "Do you truly keep a snake as a pet?" he inquired, incredulous that a Gryffindor would choose such a creature to accompany them. Surely, it was a pastime reserved for Slytherins. Kreena readily acknowledged this, stating, "Given that we share a dormitory, it is impossible to conceal the presence of little Ching, nor is there any need to." With that, he exposed his wrist, revealing a resplendent emerald serpent coiling gracefully around his arm. Witnessing the snake flicking its tongue, Ron instinctively retreated to the corner of the bed. "Not only do you keep a snake, but you also carry it with you," he exclaimed, scrambling to find refuge. After a moment, he seized a mouse, declaring, "My pet Scabbers is merely a mouse. Snakes feast upon mice. What will become of my poor Scabbers if you continue to keep a snake? This is unacceptable. I demand a change of dormitory." "Calm yourself, Ron," Kreena shouted, as Ron's reaction resonated most fervently within the dorm. "My little Ching will not devour your pet, nor will it bite you." Ron clutched Scabbers tightly, fearful that it might be consumed at any moment. "Is that truly the case? It won't eat Scabbers, I assure you." Little Ching will not. Kreena replied soothingly. Your mouse appears rather aged, does it not? Indeed, it is quite old. Ron nodded. It used to belong to my brother. Then you need not fret about Little Ching consuming scabbers, Kreena reassured him. Ron regarded Kreena with confusion. A mouse and a snake were inherently worrisome. Kreena chuckled softly and continued. Your mouse is indeed quite elderly. It may pass at any time. Once that occurs, you shall have lost your pet altogether. Should Little Ching happen to eat scabbers, I will certainly compensate you with a new pet of your choosing. Do you not desire a companion that is uniquely yours? Kreena's words dripped with temptation, as Ron's heart longed for something beyond mere hand-me-downs. He envisioned a beautiful owl capable of delivering messages or a lively, adorable kitten. Lost in reverie, a smile crept upon his lips, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, when will your Little Ching eat scabbers? Kreena, taken aback, had initially intended only to plant a seed of thought within Ron's mind. Who could have anticipated this seed would sprout so rapidly? Scabbers began to squirm in Ron's grip, emitting frantic squeaks. Surely, no mouse could live for over 10 years, Kreena mused, casting a cautious glance at Scabbers. He realized he must not provoke the rodent further. Should it revert to its human form, the situation could become quite troublesome. Ron, you jest. Little Ching has a rather discerning palate. Rodents are not on the menu. After a moment's pause, Kreena, wishing to alleviate their fears of Little Ching, encouraged them to come closer for a better look. Yet, no one dared to move. He called out several times, and eventually, the group hesitantly gathered around. Little Ching is quite intelligent and can comprehend human speech. Kreena, having finished speaking, proceeded to demonstrate. He gently patted Xiao Qing's head and said, Good girl, Xiao Qing. Open your mouth. Not only did Xiao Qing obediently comply, but she also enhanced her performance by retracting her two fangs inward. Darling, is that enough? Keeping my mouth open is quite exhausting, she remarked. Upon hearing Xiao Qing's voice, Kreena discreetly glanced at Harry. Harry froze, bewildered by the soft, melodious voice resonating in the dormitory, only to realize that the creature with its mouth agape before him was indeed a snake. His excitement surged. It turned out that communicating with snakes was not an isolated incident, as he could understand other snakes too. However, this particular snake had the audacity to address Kreena as darling. He yearned to share this revelation with Kreena and convey the snake's words. I can. Yet, alas. Kreena interrupted Harry before he could elaborate. Initially, upon observing Xiao Qing's intelligence, he had hoped to understand her speech. Later, he discovered that some individuals truly possessed the ability to converse with snakes. While stroking Xiao Qing, he pretended to ponder, as if contemplating the term Parseltongue. In the wizarding world, this was not necessarily regarded as a positive trait. Ron stroked his chin, seemingly reminiscing. I've seen it in my father's documents. The Ministry of Magic's Aurors believe that anyone who speaks Parseltongue warrants investigation. Harry trembled at these words, terrified that if others learned of his Parseltongue ability, he might be subjected to scrutiny. Kreena was somewhat taken aback that Ron would suddenly interject, but even without Ron's contribution, he had his own methods to intimidate Harry. Harry, what did you just say? Kreena inquired, his expression one of astonishment. What can you do? Harry's mind raced, and he resolved never to disclose his Parseltongue ability. May I touch Xiao Qing? He asked. Xiao Qing dislikes being touched by others, came the cold response, as her fangs were bared at Harry. Only my darling can touch me, along with her family. Startled, Harry fell to the ground, awkwardly stating, I'm just so tired that I lost my balance. Kreena helped Harry to his feet, feeling quite pleased that Harry was evidently too frightened to reveal his Parseltongue. Indeed, it was late. So let us all retire for the night. Chapter 17. Professor Quirrell is a good person. On September 2nd, 1991, a Monday, Kreena opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. After a moment, he recalled that he had arrived at Hogwarts the previous day. He gazed out the window, where the sky was beginning to brighten. Wishing to sleep a little longer but unable to do so, he instead contemplated the future. Perhaps, after 7 years, he could publish a book titled Kreena Granger, chronicling the adventures and experiences of young wizards in the magical realm. Determined, Kreena retrieved a notebook and quill from his suitcase, intending to document the recent events in the form of a diary. 10 minutes later, he begrudgingly stowed away his belongings, exclaiming, Bah, what respectable person writes a diary? Kreena suddenly felt that the sorting hat was indeed correct. He was inherently a Slytherin. He chuckled to himself, realizing how absurd such thoughts were. Akin to a nut without a kernel. Despite the abrupt cessation of his writing endeavors, he found his mind wandering to the Philosopher's Stone, pondering its ability to transmute base materials into gold, and how it could legally facilitate the attainment of numerous small ambitions. The quest for the Philosopher's Stone was indeed formidable, as it was an object of interest for both Dumbledore and Voldemort. Shaking off these thoughts, Kreena decided against lingering in bed any longer. Upon changing into his clothes and exiting the dormitory, he spotted Hermione seated on the sofa, gazing at him. A smile instantaneously lit up his face. Good morning, Hermione. Morning. She replied, stifling a yawn with her hand. Since you're so tired, why not sleep a little longer? Kreena approached her, ruffling her hair affectionately. I had a nightmare. It's all your fault. Hermione shot him a disgruntled look. I dreamt that Professor McGonagall was questioning me, and I couldn't respond, but you answered the question. Is that all? Kreena raised an eyebrow, amused. Hermione's eyes widened in alarm. Don't you find that terrifying? Wasn't that rather commonplace before? Kreena shrugged innocently. That's different. Hermione lightly punched his shoulder, adopting a serious tone. We are in Hogwarts now. What's the difference? Kreena inquired. Hermione sighed. Life is not easy. Fool. She suddenly laughed, then leaned against his shoulder, saying, I'll rest for a bit. As Kreena observed Hermione's serene face with her eyes closed, she resembled a sleeping beauty. He contemplated giving her cheek a playful pinch, but ultimately refrained. He understood the underlying meaning of her earlier words. The change in environment had caused Hermione to feel somewhat unbalanced. There was no need to comfort her. Sometimes, feigning ignorance proved more beneficial than offering solace. After approximately half an hour, as Kreena glanced at the time and prepared to awaken Hermione, she stirred from her slumber on her own. Still drowsy. She patted her cheeks and said, I'm going to wash my face. The course schedule is on the notice board. Let us head to the Great Hall together afterward. With that, she sauntered unsteadily towards the staircase. Once Hermione had disappeared from view, Kreena approached the notice board to examine the posted schedules. There were a total of 7 sheets, each detailing the courses for different year groups. The first year schedule indicated no classes on Monday mornings and Friday afternoons, offering a total of 3 days of respite, considerably more relaxed than that of the upperclassmen. Before long, Hermione reappeared, clutching her textbooks. As they exited the common room and approached the staircase, she glanced down and asked, Do you think we'd fall if we stepped on a disappearing stair? Hogwarts wouldn't allow its students to be harmed or perish. Those stairs must possess some sort of protective mechanism. Inside the Great Hall, breakfast was nearly concluded. Harry and Sheila were engaged in conversation as they entered, with Ron following closely behind. As Quirrell approached the teacher's table, Kreena inquired of Harry, How did you manage to enter with Professor Quirrell? You seem to share quite a rapport. Wait a moment, Harry replied, hastily stuffing a sandwich into his mouth, chewing it indiscriminately before swallowing. You have no idea how unfortunate Ron and I have just been, he continued, grabbing a cup of pumpkin juice and gulping it down. Once he finished the cup, he resumed, Filch is utterly unreasonable. Just moments ago, Ron and I took a wrong turn and found ourselves in front of a door that led to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. We were about to sneak away when Filch caught us red-handed. No matter how we tried to explain, he was adamant that we intended to trespass into the forbidden area. Harry's face was a mixture of anger and deep grievance. Filch wouldn't let us leave and threatened to throw us into the dungeons. I see, Kreena responded, now understanding the situation. It was Professor Quirrell who came to your aid, wasn't it? Harry nodded, exclaiming, Professor Quirrell is a good man. Kreena cast a glance at Quirrell, who sat quietly eating. His fade was impressively solid, leaving Harry without a hint of doubt until the very end. Soon, the morning passed, and in the afternoon, they had a herbology lesson. The professor for this subject was Pomona Sprout, who also served as the head of Hufflepuff House. The young wizards made their way to the back of the castle, where Professor Sprout had been waiting for them, standing before 7 greenhouses. Each greenhouse was labeled from 1 to 7. The first greenhouse served as their classroom for herbology, filled with harmless plants. The higher the number of the greenhouse, the more dangerous the plants within. Today's lesson focused on lavender, a small herbaceous plant with heart-shaped leaves covered in fine hairs, edged with delicate serrations. Lavender was a magical ingredient used in beauty potions, priced at 1 galleon per portion. Their task was to cultivate and harvest it. By the end of the lesson, Hogwarts had incurred a loss of nearly 100 galleons, as most of the lavender harvested by the young wizards was rendered unusable due to damage that compromised its effectiveness. With risk comes caution in harvesting, Professor Sprout reminded them. Hermione, however, harvested her lavender perfectly, earning an additional 5 points from Professor Sprout, which filled her with immense joy. After dinner, the young lions were off to their next class, History of Magic. Their instructor was the only ghost professor at Hogwarts, Professor Binns. It was said that he had been appointed to Hogwarts at its inception, and although he was quite elderly at the time, his knowledge was vast and his mind sharp. This dedicated professor, however, one day forgot to bring his body to class and consequently passed away. In his ghostly state, Professor Binns lectured in a monotonous and tedious voice, leaving Kreena drowsy and wishing he could read instead. Hermione, sitting beside Kreena, gazed at him with eyes full of fatigue. If he hadn't informed Hermione, she would undoubtedly rouse him upon his slumber. Sleep, sleep. Hermione understood Kreena well. He would certainly find such lectures intolerable. I shall take notes for you, and at a later time, you may review the text yourself. Chapter 18, The Marauder's Map. Kreena had dozed excessively during the History of Magic class, which now left him restless in bed, tossing and turning. Points. He summoned the system panel to review his attendance records for the past 2 days, totaling 90 points. One of his check-ins occurred in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, indicating that check-ins were also permissible in the girls' dormitory. After some contemplation, Kreena thought it feasible to venture there, albeit with necessary preparations, as a magical barrier separated the boys' and girls' quarters. The four founders of Hogwarts unanimously believed that boys were less reliable than girls. Thus, boys were prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory, while girls could freely enter the boys'. Kreena reviewed his lottery records. He had participated in 12 draws, with 8 more needed to reach the guaranteed bottom tier. His points were sufficient, so he began to draw repeatedly. Unfortunately, luck seemed to elude him. The first 7 attempts yielded nothing of worth, merely snacks. Now, only the final guaranteed draw remained. Merlin, grant me favor. Let me draw something splendid, he silently prayed, yearning for a golden or crimson reward. Levitation charm, purple. Kreena furrowed his brow. He had already mastered this spell. To draw it again rendered this lottery futile. Tip: spell rewards, if already learned, will enhance to perfect proficiency. Kreena utilized the levitation charm reward, and a plethora of techniques for employing the charm silently and wandlessly flooded his mind. The perfect proficiency exceeded his expectations, elevating the levitation charm to its maximum level. Had he drawn the killing curse, even Voldemort would have been left in awe. Kreena quietly arose, donned his attire, and resolved to test the effects of his fully mastered levitation charm in the common room. Upon opening the door, he spotted 2 sneaky figures lingering in the dormitory corridor. Let me see who this is. Kreena stepped outside and closed the door behind him, teasingly remarking, George, Fred, why are you 2 awake at this hour? Gryffindor will lose points because of your antics. George and Fred exchanged glances. We're done for. The hero of Gryffindor has caught us. Are we to be confined? What shall we do? We have a plan. They chorused, simultaneously casting mischievous glances at Kreena, their laughter echoing. First, we'll drag him out for a thrashing. Then cast a memory charm on him. They each took hold of Kreena, escorting him outdoors. Once in the common room, the Weasley twins released Kreena, their faces a portrait of dejection. Why aren't you afraid? Kreena could hardly believe that the twins were capable of such antics. And even if there were cognitive biases at play, he was confident that they could not surpass him. So late at night, what are you planning to do? He inquired, directing his gaze towards the twins. We're heading to the restroom. What else would we do? George and Fred replied with expressions that betrayed no hint of deception. Kreena clicked his tongue. Even Oscar owed them a small trophy for their audacity. Such a tale is only fit for fooling others, he remarked, pointing at the twins. It was a rare sight to witness 2 individuals, impeccably dressed, venturing to the lavatory at such an hour. Very well, we shall enlighten you, Fred and George conceded, their faces reflecting resignation. We intend to explore the 4th floor corridor. The more Dumbledore forbids us from entering, the more our curiosity piques. Last year, access to that corridor wasn't restricted, and we suspect it conceals secrets. All right, we've divulged our plan. Just don't inform the professor. We must be off. Wait. Kreena called out to the pair, who were nearly sprinting towards the exit. Since they were bound for the 4th floor corridor, he abandoned any notion of experimenting with spells, opting instead to accompany them on their expedition. Adventure. George and Fred exchanged stiff glances, as this was their first invitation to partake in a nocturnal escapade together. What else with those expressions? Kreena chuckled. We are Gryffindor, renowned for our daring spirit. The twins locked eyes, seemingly engaged in a momentous decision. Allow me to show you a grand treasure. Kreena's expression shifted, perplexed by such dubious words. Though this was a peculiar land, he had no interest in such matters. That won't be necessary. He hastily waved his hand. You absolutely must see it. George grasped Kreena, while Fred reached into his bosom. This is our secret to roaming undetected at night. Fred produced a large square of parchment made from sheepskin. The parchment was worn and, when unfurled, appeared blank. Kreena was astounded. He had not anticipated that the twins would reveal the Marauder's map to him. The Marauder's map was no ordinary chart of Hogwarts. It displayed all secret passages within the castle and the methods to access them. Moreover, it revealed the presence of every individual, regardless of whether they were an animagus, under the influence of Polyjuice potion, or cloaked in invisibility. No one could elude its gaze, not even the ghosts. However, the map had its limitations. It could not distinguish between individuals sharing the same name, nor could it depict areas that were unclear to its creators. Let me demonstrate its efficacy, Fred grinned, brandishing his wand and lightly tapping the sheepskin. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. In an instant, black lines spread like a spider's web from the tip of Fred's wand, marking the parchment with an intricate design, interconnected and intricately woven. Extending to every corner of the parchment, the top of the parchment soon revealed bold green lettering. The moon face, the wormtail, the big foot, and the sharp fork were all designed to assist the creators of magical mischief, the Marauder's map. Countless tiny black dots adorn the map, each labeled with minuscule text indicating names. The little black dots within the dormitory clustered together, and after a diligent search, Kreena finally discerned the name Peeves. It was no wonder that George and Fred, having possessed the Marauders map for so long, had not discovered it. "Look, this is where Filch is now," George remarked, pointing at the map. The little rat was currently inconsequential, as Kreena followed George's gaze. Filch was patrolling the lower levels, near the Hufflepuff common room. "Kreena, how does this map fare?" Fred inquired with a grin. "Brilliant," George exclaimed, tapping the title of the map in admiration. "Thanks to them. What a noble and selfless contribution. Tirelessly drafting this map to aid a new generation of rule breakers. Since Filch is in the basement, let us make haste," Fred urged, wrapping the parchment again, muttering, "Mischief managed." It was to be used only when necessary, lest others discover the information contained within. Chapter 19, The Three-Headed Dog. Kreena followed George and Fred as they climbed out of the common room entrance, off for another nocturnal adventure, this time with a first year in tow. A sudden sound echoed through the silent corridor, startling all three of them. "Fat lady, please be a bit quieter," Fred whispered, turning back. "We shall return shortly." Kreena observed the fat lady, recalling that portraits could communicate and relay messages. With so many portraits in Hogwarts, if Dumbledore wished, he could learn of anything witnessed by them. "Kreena, stop daydreaming and hurry over," George called softly. At that moment, he and Fred had nearly reached the corner of the corridor. Previously, it had only been the two of them embarking on nighttime escapades, and with an additional companion, they almost forgot Kreena at the entrance. Knowing the corridors were deserted, they moved swiftly, soon arriving at the fourth floor. The trio traversed a hall filled with suits of armor, turning around two corners until they reached a corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. The corridor was completely visible, ending at a solitary door. George and Fred were filled with excitement, for they were merely a door away from the secret Dumbledore wished to conceal. "What do you suppose it could be?" George mused as he grasped the door knocker, securing it. The twins worked in perfect synchrony before George's words had faded. Fred had already drawn his wand and tapped the lock. Alohomora. With a click, the lock yielded, and the door slowly creaked open. A colossal dog materialized before the three individuals, its gargantuan form nearly occupying the entirety of the space from the ceiling to the floor. This magnificent creature boasted 3 heads, each tilting to one side, while its 6 lively eyes brimmed with wisdom. Yet, when one regarded its visage as a whole, it exuded an air of foolishness, reminiscent of a 3-headed husky. Suddenly, with a decisive clap, George slammed the door shut and, glancing at Fred with a puzzled expression, remarked, "Doesn't it resemble the 3-headed dog Fluffy that Hagrid tends to?" Fred, peering through the door once more before finally closing it, confidently affirmed, "Indeed, that is it." "Curious," Kreena inquired, "do you know it?" George and Fred nodded in unison. "Last year, we encountered Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest at midnight. However, he was oblivious to our presence as we stealthily followed him. Deep within the forest, we discovered it tethered before a massive cave entrance. It was fearsome, barking ferociously in our direction, but fortunately, it was chained. We fled in terror, hearing Hagrid shout, 'Fluffy, what's wrong? Stop it!' But how did it end up here?" George murmured in confusion. Kreena approached and opened the door once more, observing that Fluffy's heads had lowered even further. At this moment, Fluffy appeared utterly bewildered, pondering what these human pups were up to, opening and closing the door repeatedly. "George, Fred, look beneath the 3-headed dog. There is a trapdoor over there. It seems the secret lies beneath it." Fluffy bared its teeth, contemplating whether its massive size warranted some dignity. Just as it prepared to bark ferociously to intimidate them, Kreena promptly shut the door. The trio convened at the entrance, deliberating on how to access the trapdoor. Fluffy possessed a peculiar trait. The sound of music would render it drowsy, though not all 3-headed dogs shared this characteristic. Should Kreena employ this knowledge and subsequently be discovered by Dumbledore, he would find it difficult to explain how he was aware of Fluffy's habits. If only the room were a tad larger, he would have liked to test whether the levitation charm could lift Fluffy. After a while, George and Fred shook their heads in unison. The 3-headed dog exhibited a remarkably high resistance to magical spells, and many of the incantations they knew would not penetrate its defenses. "Let us try this," Kreena suggested, retrieving a bag of Muggle spicy snacks from his pocket. George and Fred leaned closer, their curiosity piqued. "What is this?" they asked. "Muggle snacks. I wonder if Fluffy would enjoy them," Kreena replied, tearing open the package. "Would you like to try some?" They picked up the spicy strips, sniffed them, and ultimately took a small bite. "Spicy, spicy," they exclaimed, fanning their mouths with their hands. Indeed, they were quite hot, but the flavor was intoxicating. George promptly shoved the spicy strip into his mouth, and Fred followed suit, indulging in the treat as well. Kreena found himself reminiscing about the flavor and indulged in a piece. Were it not for the necessity to entice the 3-headed dog with spicy strips, he would have devoured the entire packet. "No more," he declared, meeting the gaze of the twins. It was not that Kreena was unwilling to share the spicy strips. Rather, after 20 attempts at the lottery, he had only won a single bag. George and Fred exchanged glances, simultaneously exhaling in exasperation. The moment Kreena opened the door, He tossed the spicy strips out of his hand. For Lu Wei to procure the treats, he would have to turn around. As Lu Wei approached the spicy strips, a smile crept across Kreena's lips. He beckoned the twins to join him inside, but as they neared the flap door, Lu Wei languidly turned back, glaring at them with malice. The trio reluctantly retreated from the room, unable to view the flap door today, and they were compelled to retrace their steps. The following day, Kreena was roused from sleep by Harry's call, a necessity, as they had in herbalism class that morning. Today's lesson was far more intriguing than yesterday's. Focused on a magical plant known as the bubble pod. Within its plump, pink pods lay glimmering beans that would bloom into beautiful flowers upon contact with solid objects. This lesson left Professor Sprout in a fit of frustration, as their few bubble pods had resulted in a greenhouse overflowing with blooms. After class, the wizards were to rush to their next engagement, yet each wore a joyful smile. The next class was the eagerly anticipated charms lesson, where students could finally wield their wands and unleash magic. The instructor, Professor Phileas Flitwick, was a diminutive wizard who had to stand atop a stack of books to reach the lectern. Rather than teaching the students how to cast spells directly, Professor Flitwick expounded upon the fundamental principles of magic. The first rule was clear: tampering with the deepest secrets of existence necessitated readiness to face extreme and perilous consequences. The deepest secrets referenced the origins of life and the essence of self. This thought brought Kreena to mind Voldemort, who had manipulated life itself, resulting in his grotesque visage. After detailing the remaining rules, Professor Flitwick introduced the charm for the day, Lumos. Chapter 20. All together, the Elder Cat Girls. How do you master charms so swiftly? Hermione pouted at Kreena, her eyes glimmering with a mix of joy and profound dissatisfaction. Just moments earlier, during the charms class, after Professor Flitwick outlined the key points for casting Lumos, he sought a volunteer to demonstrate. Hermione, ever eager, instantly raised her hand high. She successfully earned 5 points for Gryffindor, reveling in her triumph as she outperformed Kreena by casting the spell first. The charm was simple, and the young witches and wizards nearly all succeeded in casting it within a mere 10 minutes. Professor Flitwick, noticing there was still time left in the class, began to elucidate the advanced applications of the spell Lumos. This advanced technique allows the light at the tip of the wand to transform into a luminous orb, which can be flung and suspended in a designated location. Truly, as the champion of the dueling tournament, Phileas Flitwick possessed knowledge that was absent from the textbooks. Kreena, after merely listening, emulated the professor and adeptly performed the advanced version of Lumos. The orb coalesced at the tip of his wand, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent it soaring to hover above the classroom. The brilliance of the white light dazzled everyone present, though not severely. Before long, the young wizards could once again see the classroom clearly. Professor Flitwick, unfazed by the brief chaos caused by Kreena, enthusiastically awarded 10 points to Gryffindor. By the end of the class, no one else had managed to successfully utilize the advanced version of Lumos. Perhaps it was due to his remarkable talent. Kreena thought with a grin. Before enrolling in school, he had already realized his exceptional aptitude. Mastering spells with just a glance at the explanations in the book, no need for practice, simply a gift from the heavens. Hermione sighed in frustration, feeling her aspirations of becoming the master slip further away. You're still smiling, she retorted, after working so hard. I've come to understand that effort pales in comparison to innate talent, and often, hard work leads not to success but to despair. Kreena shot a glance at Hermione, the potency of her dismal words weighing heavily on the faces of the other young wizards, who were unwittingly consuming her bitter brew of pessimism. Enough of that. Let us eat. We have Transfiguration class soon. Hermione abruptly changed the subject, no longer wanting to dwell on the matter. It wasn't he that she sought to compete with Kreena. Rather, she feared the widening chasm of difference between them. Kreena handed Hermione a chicken leg, and they both ate in silence. The Transfiguration classroom was on the first floor, allowing them to avoid the hustle and bustle of traversing the castle as they had in the morning. With time still on their side, most young wizards were reluctant to arrive at the classroom too early. Hermione tugged Kreena to the front row, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at the teacher's desk, exclaiming, Look, there's a little kitten. Kreena replied, How dare you call an elderly cat a little kitten? I adore it. Let us go pet the cat. Is that appropriate? Hermione hesitated, tempted by the prospect of cradling such an adorable tabby in her arms. This must belong to the professor. If he finds us petting the cat, will he scold us? Kreena's eyes twinkled mischievously. It was clear Hermione longed to pet the cat, and he needed to devise a plan to persuade her further. Just go for it. The professor placed the cat here, so he surely wouldn't mind us petting it. Besides, class hasn't even started yet. He gently patted Hermione on the head with one hand, while subtly rummaging through the desk with the other. Oh, look. Kreena feigned surprise. There's a cat toy here. Check if you can find one on your side. Hermione, intrigued, also retrieved a cat toy from the desk. Kreena was acutely aware of the necessity to prevent Hermione from overthinking the situation. Otherwise, she would inevitably discern something amiss. He hastily remarked, This must have been left by someone else, which indicates that the cat is approachable. Let us take advantage of the time before class to enjoy some play. After taking a few steps, Hermione noticed that Kreena had not followed her and turned back, puzzled, to inquire, "Aren't you coming along?" "I suppose I shall not go." With a serious expression, Kreena replied, "Weren't you previously concerned about being discovered by the professor? I intend to keep watch at the door for you. If the professor arrives, I shall come in and alert you." His performance was impeccable, as he conveyed genuine concern for Hermione, willingly sacrificing the opportunity to pet the cat in order to stand guard. Hermione smiled, radiant like a blooming flower, sweet and enchanting, yet Kreena involuntarily shivered. She waved a cat toy at the edge of the podium, attempting to capture the attention of the tabby cat. With one person leading the charge, the other 3 young wizards in the classroom soon gathered around. However, regardless of their antics, the tabby cat regarded them with disdain should they attempt to pet it. The cat would deftly evade their hands. Despite this, the group was filled with delight and laughter, enchanted by the tabby's distinct personality. Kreena chuckled silently, recalling their earlier conversation, which had likely reached Professor McGonagall's ears. But what of it? Little did he know that the tabby cat was indeed Professor McGonagall herself. Moreover, once transformed into a cat, one must accept the risks associated with such a change. Kreena positioned himself at the doorway, leaning against the wall, palms open to reveal a handful of hair he had plucked earlier. He brandished his wand, performing a few flourishes over the hair, and with a nod, watched as it gradually transformed into several cat toys. "Classmates," he called out, "there is a tabby cat inside, and everyone is amusing it." He intercepted a group of young wizards eager to enter the classroom. "I have some cat toys here. Would you like to join me in playing?" The young wizards readily accepted, unable to resist the allure of a charming tabby cat. "Kreena, why are you lingering at the entrance?" Harry, Ron, and Neville approached the doorway together. "I am outside providing warmth for everyone," Kreena replied, shaking the cat toys in his hands while detailing the situation within. Finally, he asked, "Would you like to join in the fun with the cat?" The 3 took 3 cat toys and approached the classroom. Kreena peered inside as well, witnessing the area around the teacher's desk crowded with students, their laughter mingling with the jingling of the cat toys, creating a cacophony of sound. Oh dear. With so many people entertaining the tabby, it might become agitated. Caught up in his role of warmth giver, he momentarily lost track of the crowd's size. At that moment, the tabby cat leaped into the air, soaring over the throng of students, her form elongating until she transformed back into a person. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. The young wizards frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that the tabby cat they had just been playing with was none other than Professor McGonagall. Hermione was suddenly overwhelmed, as if her brain were starved of oxygen, and her heart seemed to halt its rhythm. If only there existed a spell to reverse time. She vowed never again to tease the tabby cat perched upon the lectern. The sound of a bell rang out as one of the young wizards dropped their cat teaser. Snapping everyone back to reality, they lowered their heads, stammering apologies. "Professor, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you." Chapter 21. Kreena, how did you arrive so swiftly? Silence. McGonagall gazed at the group of little wizards, their heads hung low like ostriches confronted with danger. Now, each of them was acutely aware of their fear, having just been the ones making the cat teaser jingle. McGonagall's eyelids occasionally twitched, revealing that her emotions were more a blend of exasperation than anger. At that moment, the class bell rang. "Class is in session, please return to your seats." Upon hearing this, the young wizards collectively exhaled, relieved that the ordeal seemed to have passed. "Wait a moment," McGonagall's voice cut through the air again, causing their newly relaxed hearts to race once more. After a brief pause, she instructed, "Place the cat teasers on the lectern." One by one, the young wizards complied, setting down their cat teasers before returning to their seats. Kreena seized the opportunity to sneak into the classroom. "That was terrifying," Hermione murmured behind her book, tilting her head. That cat was actually Professor McGonagall. Kreena stifled a laugh, momentarily at a loss for words. Bang, bang. McGonagall ascended the podium and rapped on the lectern, her piercing gaze sweeping over all present. Finally, her eyes landed on Kreena. "Mr. Granger, how would one revert a transfigured object back to its original form?" Kreena, visibly embarrassed, answered earnestly, "One could use the reversion charm." Well answered, McGonagall nodded approvingly. She picked up a cat teaser and tapped it with her wand, transforming it before the astonished eyes of the students into a strand of hair. Gasps erupted among the young wizards, their faces a mixture of disbelief and hushed whispers. Someone shouted, "That's the cat teaser he gave us." A wave of indignation swept over the crowd as they turned their ire towards Kreena. Hermione's face was etched with concern. Upon witnessing the transformation, she realized the truth. The cat teasers left behind were all a ruse. Reflecting on it, she noted how the tabby cat's eyes bore distinctive patterns, resembling a pair of glasses. This indicated that Kreena had likely learned of Professor McGonagall's ability to transform into a tabby cat and had deliberately sought to provoke her. "Quiet. McGonagall's expression was serious as she continued her interrogation of Kreena. If I were to transfigure the lectern into a piece of candy for you to consume, what would occur? Kreena hesitated, recognizing that Professor McGonagall was not one to pose such questions lightly. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped her underlying intent. When the magic sustaining the transformation fades, the sugar will revert into a desk, threatening to burst my stomach. One of the 5 notable exceptions to the fundamental principles of transfiguration is food, as true nourishment cannot be conjured from thin air. However, existing food can be transfigured. After hearing these responses, Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor softened considerably. She continued her inquiry. If I were to apply transfiguration to you, for instance, transforming you into a pig's tail, what consequences would ensue? Should the spell succeed, I would acquire an additional tail, which could be reverted through the counterspell, or simply await the fading of the sustaining magic. Kreena licked his lips, finding his mouth a bit parched after such a lengthy discourse. If the transfiguration were to fail, either the transformation would not occur, or a pig's tail would manifest permanently, necessitating surgical removal at a hospital. Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction, aware that these questions were deliberately posed. Fearing Kreena's lack of understanding on the matter, the ability to transform hair into a cat toy indicates Kreena's exceptional talent in transfiguration. She genuinely worried that Kreena might use transfiguration for mischief, resulting in irrevocable consequences. Suddenly, a soft chuckle broke the silence of the classroom, emanating from Hermione, seated beside Kreena. McGonagall's expression darkened slightly. Miss Granger, what is so amusing? I apologize, Professor McGonagall, Hermione stammered, her cheeks flushed. I merely recalled an incident where someone had a pig's tail surgically removed, and I couldn't help but laugh. No sooner had Hermione finished speaking than laughter erupted from the back of the classroom. Even Kreena, seated at the front, could see the veins pulsing at Professor McGonagall's temples, and the laughter continued, likely fueled by her irritation. Mr. Potter, what is your source of amusement? Have you also thought of someone having a pig's tail removed? Regretting her words immediately, McGonagall recalled the incident where Hagrid had transformed Harry's cousin, resulting in quite a commotion. She had momentarily lost her composure, forgetting that Dumbledore had quelled the matter, preventing the Ministry of Magic from pursuing it further. Otherwise, Hagrid would have faced imprisonment in Azkaban for illegal wand possession. Indeed. Professor McGonagall, Harry's response elicited a chorus of laughter from the young witches and wizards, who believed Harry was too disinclined even to contemplate a plausible excuse. Enough. McGonagall admonished sharply, cautioning that if they continued discussing it, it might resurface with their families. She cast a deep glance at Harry and declared, "This matter ends here. Miss Granger and Mr. Potter, due to your disruption of class order, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor for each of you. Furthermore, Mr. Granger, your transfiguration was commendable. Yet using it for mischief merits no points gained or lost. I must emphasize the importance of decorum." McGonagall's gaze bore down on the young witches and wizards, her tone growing increasingly stern. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous magic course taught at Hogwarts. I implore you, do not emulate Mr. Granger by employing transfiguration for mischievous antics. After a brief pause, she continued, "You have heard the grave consequences of the answers to those previous questions. Henceforth, should anyone dare to disrupt my class again, I shall have no choice but to expel them, never to return." As Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Kreena, she warned, "I had forewarned you all." Kreena, seated below, scratched his head, inadvertently becoming a quintessential example. Subsequently, they commenced their formal lesson. Professor McGonagall elucidated numerous concepts of transfiguration. From the expressions on the faces of the other young wizards, it was evident that transfiguration was profoundly esoteric. Each countenance bore a look of bewilderment, as if they were grappling with an ancient tome. Once everyone completed their notes, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick, instructing them to attempt to transfigure it into a needle. For Kreena, this task was exceedingly simple. With a gentle flick of his wand, the matchstick transformed instantly. Hermione gazed at Kreena in astonishment, exclaiming, "How did you do that so quickly?" To which Kreena responded with bewilderment. McGonagall, witnessing this moment, rarely allowed a smile to grace her features, finding justification to award Gryffindor points. "Mr. Granger, splendid work. Gryffindor earns 5 points." Chapter 22, Beautiful Eyes, Ugly Face. On September 6, 1991, a Friday. Time passed swiftly. It had been nearly a week since their arrival at Hogwarts. Kreena had nearly completed all the first-year courses. Though the Defense Against the Dark Arts class left him feeling nauseated, the classroom was permeated with the odor of garlic, and even Quirrell exuded a peculiar stench. Previously a professor of Muggle studies, Quirrell had undergone a remarkable transformation in demeanor after a year of travel. One could only wonder what affliction had befallen Voldemort to cause Quirrell to disguise himself in such a manner. It was perplexing, provoking curiosity and suspicion towards Quirrell. One morning, as Kreena entered the Great Hall, he was met with the gaze of numerous young wizards. In a mere few days, he had become a figure of great interest, second only to Harry. While Gryffindor students regarded him with admiration, those from other houses looked upon him with disdain. Following that transfiguration class, it became widely known that Kreena had single-handedly convinced students from 2 houses to tease Professor McGonagall's tabby cat. This incident evolved into a source of amusement among the young wizards, as Kreena accomplished what others dared not even conceive. Only Professor McGonagall bore the brunt of the consequences. The true reason for the ire directed at Kreena stemmed from Peeves. After several days of escalation, students from other houses found themselves severely affected. They were even reluctant to attend evening classes, fearing that Peeves might unexpectedly materialize from some shadowy corner of the castle. Reflecting on the past, Pai Pai Gua's antics were limited to tossing crumpled paper, splashing water, and snatching books. Previously, the harm was merely physical. But now their spirits were also subjected to injury. Ultimately, the truth cannot be concealed. Kreena's teachings to Pai Pai Gua about instilling fear were no secret, and other young wizards from different academies quickly unraveled the mystery. Among these institutions, there are many clever individuals eager to emulate. The inevitable outcome is clear. It is crucial to remember that Kreena possesses decades of terrifying elemental expertise that surpasses theirs, making Pai Pai Gua's choice all too apparent. Their gazes were as if they wished to devour him. Hermione tugged at Kreena's wizard robe, speaking in hushed tones. Kreena chuckled, unfazed. It was entirely normal for young wizards to harbor grievances, and venting was encouraged. After all, a mere stare could not harm him. He still had to eat and drink as usual. In due time, all would be well. There was no need to pay them any mind. After finishing his words, Kreena picked up a chicken egg, having grown tired of the monotonous fare of bacon, pies, and porridge. He yearned for something different, perhaps sweet tofu pudding. As Kreena contemplated a trip to the kitchen to instruct the house elves on preparing Chinese cuisine, he lost focus and accidentally bit his tongue. Ouch! He gasped, wincing in pain. What happened? Hermione asked with genuine concern. I bit my tongue. Hermione cupped Kreena's face with her hands, gently turning his head. Open your mouth, let me see. A slight chill graced his face, and Kreena felt his mind slow in response, instinctively parting his lips. Are you foolish? Hermione chuckled lightly. How can I see if you don't stick out your tongue? Kreena complied, obediently extending his tongue. Hermione leaned in for a closer look. It's a bit torn, but not too noticeable. Kreena watched as Hermione puffed her cheeks to blow air, momentarily lost in her gaze, and a rare blush crept across his face. Does it still hurt? Hermione asked earnestly, her eyes sparkling with concern. Kreena swallowed hard. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. At that moment, Fred and George were nearby, whistling. George, does it still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt, Fred. Kreena sighed inwardly, recognizing how these two brothers thoroughly enjoyed teasing him. Hermione felt her cheeks flush. During the incident, she hadn't sensed anything amiss. Yet, seeing the twins mimic them suddenly felt quite intimate and made her restless. Remembering they were in the Great Hall, she discreetly glanced around, noticing that everyone had paused, their breakfasts forgotten, staring vacantly at them. Just as Kreena and Hermione found themselves in an awkward predicament, a flock of owls swooped in to rescue them. Over 100 owls fluttered into the hall, circling the tables until they located their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels onto their laps. The young wizard's attention shifted entirely to the incoming messages, bringing the moment to a sudden halt. Hagrid invited me to his place this afternoon. Harry handed over the note, asking if they would go together. Kreena merely glanced at it. Hagrid's handwriting was exceedingly sloppy. Thus, they decided to visit him as a group of 4 in the afternoon. Harry borrowed a quill from Ron to respond to Hagrid. Upon finishing, he looked up and inquired, "What class do we have next?" 2 potions classes, shared with Slytherin. Slytherin. Harry paused, recalling the blonde, slick-haired Malfoy, as well as that greasy professor. He continued, "I've heard that their head, Snape, is quite partial to his own students. I shall see for myself if that is indeed true." Kreena looked at Harry in astonishment, wondering who had given him the audacity to speak so boldly. It wouldn't be long before Professor Snape would leave Harry questioning his very existence. After their meal, the group made their way to the dungeons, where the potions classroom resided. This area was perpetually shrouded in darkness, and one often felt a chill within its confines. The surrounding walls were lined with recesses that housed glass jars containing preserved specimens of various creatures. The atmosphere alone was enough to send shivers down the spines of the Gryffindor lions. Not long after they settled in, Snape entered. He was clad in a deep purple robe, draped with a black cloak that swirled around him as he walked, reminiscent of a bat in flight. His long, greasy black hair swayed, shedding flakes of dandruff like snow. Poor Professor Snape, cursed to remain unkempt due to the Potter's monopolization of the magical world as shampoo. "We shall commence with the roll call." Snape's somber voice reverberated in the classroom, his dark, cavernous gaze sweeping over the young wizards with a chilling indifference. Draco Malfoy, Gregory Goyle. Oh, is this not our illustrious celebrity? He raised his head to cast a cold glance at Harry. Harry Potter. The Slytherin students detected the mockery laced within Snape's words, relishing every moment to deride Gryffindor. Harry stared blankly at Snape, bewildered. What had he done wrong? On his very first day of potions, he was already under assault. Snape's gaze clashed with Harry's, his breath quickening. What exquisite eyes! Yet, as his focus settled upon Harry's face, it was filled with disdain and loathing. What an unsightly visage. Chapter 23. Harry, Snape, and Kreena. Snape touched his chest. Beneath his robes concealed a necklace bearing a photograph of Lily Evans. A farewell to a dreamlike figure. For him, only Lily Evans mattered. The Potters were of no significance. He pressed his lips together, inhaling deeply several times, forcing himself to lower his gaze and avoid Harry's penetrating eyes. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. Snape's voice was slightly elevated above a whisper. Yet every individual in the classroom could discern each word he uttered. In a place devoid of foolish wand-waving, you might find it difficult to believe this was magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the exquisite wonder of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting wisps of fragrant steam, nor the enchanting allure of a liquid coursing through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind with its mystical power. Nevertheless, Snape could not resist the allure of those striking green eyes, thinking to himself that he might steal just a glance. At that moment, Harry was engaged in mischief with Ron, entirely oblivious to Professor Snape's discourse. Snape clenched his fists. It appeared that Harry had not inherited his mother's talent for potions. Instead, he had taken on his father's arrogance, reveling in a bit of fame without any understanding of respect for his professor. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, create glory, and even stave off death, Snape said grimly, his teeth gritted. But first, you must learn to respect your professors, Mr. Potter. Suddenly called upon, Harry froze, panic rising within him. What will happen if I add powdered daffodil root to the wormwood infusion? Harry stammered, what powder? Wormwood what? His nerves caused him to mishear Professor Snape's question, and he discreetly glanced at Ron, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. Hermione raised half her hand, only to be pushed down by Kreena, pondering why she should intervene in the enmity between Snape and Harry when she could simply enjoy the spectacle. Harry weakly replied, I didn't catch the question. The words Snape wished to articulate were lodged in his throat, leaving him with an uncomfortable sensation of being caught between two worlds. He approached Harry step by step, reiterating the question. I don't know, Professor. TSK, what difference does it make whether you heard the question or not? Snape sneered. It seems your fame does not equate to competence if you cannot answer such a simple question. Harry bit his lip, gazing at Professor Snape, bewildered by what constituted a simple question. Clearly, this inquiry was beyond the curriculum. During his time at the Dursleys, he had perused magical potions and elixirs, and the earlier chapters had not mentioned this at all. Snape turned, addressing Hermione. Mr. Granger, you may enlighten him with the answer. Kreena was perplexed, wondering why he was being dragged into the fray. When combined, powdered daffodil root and wormwood infusion create a potent sleeping potion, also known as the elixir of life. Kreena stated calmly, observing Snape but sensing something amiss. Surely, Snape's attention should be solely on Harry. Moreover, he had had no prior interaction with Snape. If anyone were to be questioned, it would have been Ron, who was far more suitable. If Snape intended to use the answer to illustrate Harry's ineptitude, it was a rather transparent tactic. Choosing Hermione, who had just raised her hand halfway, seemed far more appropriate. What could possibly have led Professor Snape to overlook the two more suitable candidates and instead select someone so ill-fitted? Suddenly, a vision of an elderly man with waist-length silvery hair and a kind, gentle countenance emerged in Kreena's mind. Dumbledore. Indeed, it was a correct thought. Snape found it perplexing that Dumbledore would direct his attention towards Granger, who appeared to be merely a somewhat clever young wizard of Muggle origin, possessing a higher aptitude for transfiguration. Ignoring Kreena, he turned to Harry and stated, Let us try again, Potter. I require a piece of bezoar. Where might you procure one? Harry pressed his lips together, pondering, a bezoar? From a toilet? Just as he was about to give up hope of an answer, a realization struck him, from a goat's stomach. Snape snorted disdainfully and, with a flick of his wrist, incinerated a floating note in midair. Mr. Granger, do not presume that your talents grant you immunity. Do not think that your actions go unnoticed. Every spell leaves traces of magical energy. I apologize, Professor. I was mistaken. Kreena promptly conceded, content that his goal had been achieved. His actions appeared to assist Harry, yet they were, in fact, a test of Professor Snape's limits, intentionally revealing his ability to perform the levitation charm without wand or incantation. It seems your reputation holds some merit. At least someone has offered you a warning. Snape continued to taunt. Let us proceed. This time, allow me to pose a simpler question to the illustrious you. Harry's face flushed with indignation. Acutely aware that he was being targeted, Snape's eyes glimmered with malice, indicating that this was not merely a consequence of Harry's mischief. Potter, can you tell me the difference between aconite and monkshood? Harry was deeply wounded by Snape's scorn and derision. Frustration gnawed at him as he desperately racked his brain for information from previous readings. The more he concentrated, the emptier his mind felt, as if he had never perused 1,000 magical herbs and fungi or magical drafts and potions. Concluding that he could not conjure an answer, he decided to take a guess, reasoning that since they were both called Wolfsbane, he responded, "There is no difference." Snape's eye twitched, his expression darkening in an instant, eclipsing any inclination to continue harassing Harry. "Why do you not record the question and answer you just encountered?" He bellowed, then continued, "Potter, due to your lack of attentiveness and disrespect for your professor, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Although Harry lost points, he felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Snape's expression akin to one who had swallowed a fly, only to realize, upon reflection, that he was indeed the fly. "Mr. Granger, you too, assisting a fellow student in cheating results in a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor." Hermione sprang to her feet, her voice tinged with fervor as she exclaimed, "Professor, this is not fair. Kreena was not penalized for his earlier response." "Sit down," Snape bellowed. "Due to your insolence towards the instructor, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Hermione, who still wished to protest, was silenced by a shake of his head from Kreena. At that moment, Professor Snape resembled a serpent poised to devour Harry, yet found himself choked by his own intentions. Chapter 24, Hagrid's Hut. Snape was not solely preoccupied with tormenting Harry. He remembered his role as an educator. Thus, their inaugural potions class commenced. The Gryffindor lions squirmed in their seats, for in a mere short time, Professor Snape had deducted 15 points, leaving them all fearful that they might be the next to lose points. The Slytherin snakes, on the other hand, reveled in glee, particularly Malfoy, who frequently turned to mock Harry. In this lesson, Snape instructed them on concocting a potion to treat scabies. His teaching style, much like his disdain for Harry, was straightforward and unembellished. He scrawled all the key points on the blackboard, leaving the students to transcribe them independently. While efficient, the content bore no semblance of leniency. Some of his notes contradicted the textbook. However, it was not an error on Snape's part, but rather a reflection of his own refined methodology. Once their notes were complete, Professor Snape divided them into pairs to brew the potion. Kreena was partnered with Hermione. The potion required 4 primary ingredients: dried nettles, porcupine quills, snake fangs, and horned slugs. Brewing potions was indeed a meticulous endeavor, demanding precise measurements for each component. The snake fangs had to be ground to a fine powder, while the horned slugs needed to be pre-boiled, ensuring their integrity. As the young wizards handled the materials, Professor Snape glided through the classroom in his long black cloak. However, he frequented Harry's vicinity, and his voice often echoed with reprimands directed at him. Even Kreena was not spared from Snape's ire. "Is this what you have boiled, Mr. Granger? Where are the antennae of the horned slug? Did you eat them for breakfast?" He continued with a sardonic tone, "Surely. No one could be so inept as to fail at boiling horned slugs. Perhaps you should take lessons from Malfoy." Kreena squinted and smiled. He indeed acknowledged his failure to properly boil the horned slug and vowed to amend it. However, Harry was determined in his defiance, unyielding even to Merlin's persuasion. He eagerly anticipated the expression that would grace Professor Snape's face when the time came. Kreena sighed, realizing the profound depth of Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat truly had an eye for character. "Potter, is this the snake fawn you have crushed? A troll could do better than what you have produced." Snape wore a mask of disdain, yet secretly reveled in the opportunity to reprimand Harry. The moment of delight was short-lived, for a noxious green smoke suddenly erupted within the classroom, accompanied by a hissing sound. Kreena swiftly pulled Hermione behind him. Turning his gaze towards the source of the commotion, it was the cauldron of the explosive prodigy, Seamus, emitting the ominous hissing. The cauldron appeared to be under the strain of an invisible force, spilling its potion everywhere, staining the wizarding robes and shoes with a swiftly burning hole. The surrounding young witches and wizards, frightened, leapt onto their benches to evade the potion's reach. As the cauldron was compressed to its limit, it exploded in an instant, showering Neville and Seamus with the remaining concoction. The exposed skin of their bodies became swollen and red, causing them to scream in agony. Kreena, feeling concerned, checked Hermione to ensure she had not been splashed by the potion, and only then did he feel a sense of relief. Snape, his face darkened with displeasure, approached Neville and Seamus, scrutinizing them. Fortunately, neither had been splattered with the potion. "Fools," he bellowed, then waved his wand to clear the potion from the floor. "If you had diligently noted every detail I provided, you would have understood that the cauldron must be lifted from the fire before adding the porcupine quills. Take them both to the hospital wing." Snape barked at Ron before turning his gaze towards Harry. Harry felt a jolt of anxiety. "Why didn't you alert them? Do you think their mistakes would somehow elevate your stature?" "Potter, Gryffindor loses 5 points because of you again," Snape scolded. Harry, overwhelmed with his own potion, had no capacity to monitor the mistakes of those around him. It seemed utterly unjust. Anger flickered in his eyes, yet he felt powerless. He could assure himself that if he dared to voice his protest, Professor Snape would undoubtedly deduct more points from him. An hour later, The young wizards were released from class. The Gryffindor cubs emerged from the underground classroom, utterly exhausted, nearly crawling out. Once Kreena and the others exited the basement, Harry felt emboldened to voice his grievances. Snape is utterly unreasonable. He deducts more points in a day than I lose in a week. Perhaps he noticed us talking earlier. Ron lamented. In considering Snape's inherent favoritism towards Slytherin, he is bound to target us. Harry asserted. This is certainly not merely due to our chatter. There is a palpable animosity from Snape directed at me. Then why does he harbor such hatred for you? Ron shrugged, believing Harry was mistaken. I do not know. Harry confessed, unable to fathom Snape's reasons for his disdain, his face etched with frustration. Kreena glanced at Harry, aware that he could not comprehend the enmities of past lives. Nonetheless, Harry was destined to bear this burden. After all, the sins of the father are visited upon the son. Once, Snape created the Sectum Semper curse under the title of the Half-Blood Prince. Yet, he was defeated by James Potter using this very spell, a ruthless blow to his pride. That year, on that day, beneath that tree, Snape was turned upside down. Lily bore witness to his disgraceful demeanor. In that era, one would not don trousers beneath a wizard's robe. If Severus Snape were truly gifted and possessed a remarkable character, would he not be the one to face merciless scorn from James Potter and his ilk? Kreena shook his head, dispelling the thoughts that threatened to unveil some grand secret. Do not be disheartened, Harry, he reassured, patting Harry's shoulder with a smile. Such days shall persist for 7 more years. Harry managed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Thank you ever so much for the reminder, he retorted, frustration evident in his tone. Hermione pouted, asserting that while Snape could deduct points from her, he must not treat Kreena in such a manner. Kreena gently ruffled Hermione's hair, soothing the agitated little lioness. Around 2 in the afternoon, Kreena and the others departed the castle to make their way to Hagrid's abode. Nestled at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's home was constructed of stone and timber, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots positioned before the front door. As they approached, Harry knocked. Inside, they could hear a commotion and low growls. Yaya, be good. Back away. Hagrid cracked the door open, revealing his bearded visage. Please wait outside for a moment. Shortly thereafter, he opened the door wider. Good afternoon, Harry and the little ones, Hagrid greeted, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Good afternoon, Hagrid. Do come in, they replied, as Hagrid stepped aside, tightly gripping a collar. This collar encircled the neck of a massive hunting dog, its powerful black muscles towering over Kreena and the others when it stood upright. Do not be afraid. Yaya is merely shy. He is usually quite well behaved. The small cabin's ceiling was adorned with hams and game birds, while a large bed, draped in patchwork blankets, occupied one corner. Noticing Yaya calm down, Hagrid gradually loosened his grip. Freed from restraint, Yaya lunged towards Kreena and his companions, but a single glare from Kreena caused the dog to cower like a quail, whimpering and retreating beneath the bed. After playfully chastising Yaya, Hagrid addressed the group. Do not be deceived by Yaya's robust appearance. Beneath that fierce facade lies a timid creature. Once seated around the small wooden table, Harry began introducing everyone to Hagrid. Upon mentioning Ron, Hagrid remarked, I hope you do not share your brother's penchant for wandering into the Forbidden Forest. I expended considerable effort to keep them out. Ron chuckled awkwardly, contemplating the terrifying creatures that might lurk within the forest, such as werewolves and spiders. Definitely not a place he would choose to venture. Hagrid served tea, pouring water into cups before presenting a platter of rock cakes. Please, do not hesitate. Give them a try. Kreena scrutinized the rock cakes in his hand, knowing that Hagrid's culinary creations often leaned towards the darker side of cuisine. However, human beings are inherently curious, and he wished to sample the rock cakes crafted by Hagrid, nearly risking his teeth in the process. How does it taste? Hagrid inquired, his gaze filled with eager anticipation. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The rock cakes were not Hagrid's unique creation. They were available for purchase elsewhere. Those sold externally featured a hard crust, offering a delightful crunch, whereas Hagrid's rock cakes resembled genuine stones. Harry raised the intact rock cake in his hand, with only a faint bite mark visible. Delicious, Hagrid, he declared. The oblivious Hagrid beamed at Harry's approval, entirely unaware that Harry was still holding a whole rock cake. Fearing that Hagrid might utter the terrifying suggestion to consume more, Harry hastily shifted the conversation to recount the events of the past week. Seizing the moment, Hermione slipped her bitten rock cake into Kreena's hands. Kreena chuckled softly. Who could resist such a pitiful expression? Yet, he found the rock cake too tough to bite into, recalling how snakes consume their prey without biting. He placed the rock cake near Little Green's mouth. After flicking her tongue, Little Green turned her head away, as if to say, if you want me dead, just say so, there's no need for this. At that moment, while conversing with Hagrid, Harry suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, Harry? Kreena inquired with a half-smile. The thought of Snape being infuriated was amusing. Kreena raised an eyebrow, finding it quite entertaining to tease Harry and watch him concoct clumsy excuses. Harry quickly changed the subject, glancing at Hagrid and asking, "Hagrid, I feel as though Snape despises me." "Harry, you should address him as Professor Snape," Hagrid replied, his gaze wandering as he avoided looking at Harry. "Why would he hate you? There is no reason for it." "Then why do you avoid looking at me?" Harry pressed. "Hagrid, do you know something?" Hagrid shook his head vigorously. "I don't know. By the way, how is Ron? How is Charlie doing over there?" Seeing Hagrid's demeanor, Harry abandoned his pursuit of answers. Kreena smiled slightly, leaning in to whisper to Harry, "I have some theories." "What are they? Please tell me." Kreena feigned mystery, shaking his head before slowly responding, "Be patient. They are merely speculations. We shall observe during potions class next week. I need to verify my hypotheses." "You must inform me then," Harry insisted. Though he had been somewhat skeptical, Hagrid's earlier reaction piqued his curiosity. He yearned to uncover the reasons behind Professor Snape's apparent animosity towards him. A glimmer of delight flickered in Krainer's eyes. Harry had taken the bait, and once firmly hooked, it would be the perfect moment for Harry to don a disguise. As Harry engaged in conversation with Hagrid and Ron, Hermione stealthily approached. "Are you plotting something against Harry?" she inquired, her interest piqued. She had been with Kreiner for such an extended period that she could anticipate his every move. Even a mere shift of his posterior could reveal what he was about to express. Kreiner leaned in and whispered something into Hermione's ear, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. How could this possibly be? Harry, Ron, and Hagrid turned their attention towards them. "What? Possible?" Hermione chuckled awkwardly and waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Nothing at all." The group cast a fleeting glance of suspicion, but soon resumed their conversation. Hermione exhaled, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She couldn't believe it. This was simply impossible. "I propose a wager. The winner may impose a request." "It's a bet," Hermione declared, extending her hand for a pinky swear. Her face beamed with excitement. Regardless of the outcome, she felt she had nothing to lose. If victorious, she could ask Kreiner for something, and if she lost, she would have the opportunity to see Harry in women's attire. Deep down, she secretly hoped for loss, as that would mean witnessing Harry's transformation. Hagrid and Ron were engaged in conversation while Kreiner and Hermione shared whispered secrets, leaving Harry, the solitary figure, feeling somewhat aimless. "Look at this," Harry exclaimed, holding a small piece of paper, a snippet cut from the Daily Prophet. It was a report on the recent break-in at Gringotts. Dated July 31st. "Hagrid, we were at Gringotts that day, and you collected a small package. See what this says." Harry pointed to the text on the paper, which indicated that an earlier extraction had occurred. "Do you think the thief could be the one who infiltrated that vault?" Hagrid was unable to disclose the answer to Harry. It was a secret of Dumbledore's, yet he did not wish to deceive him either. "Harry, this is not a matter for you to concern yourself with." Hagrid took the paper from Harry's hands, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it into the fireplace. Unwilling to relent, Harry continued to press Hagrid with questions until the discussion ended amid Hagrid's dismissive grumbles. As dinner approached, the group finally departed from Hagrid's hut. Hagrid insisted on providing them with an abundance of rock cakes, and out of politeness, they reluctantly stowed them in their pockets. Once they had distanced themselves from Hagrid's dwelling, Kreiner handed all his rock cakes to Harry. "You said they were delicious, so they are all yours. No refusals." Harry, bewildered, accepted the rock cakes, followed by Hermione, and finally Ron. Chapter 26. The Quest for the Mirror of Erist. On Saturday night, after their roommates had fallen into slumber, Kreiner opened his eyes while lying in bed. The Gryffindors who ventured out at night were the true essence of Gryffindor spirit. Upon entering the common room, he heard someone calling for him. Were they specifically waiting for me? He glanced at the pair of twins seated on the sofa, fully dressed. They had also ventured out the previous night in search of the room of requirement. The twins' presence today suggested a high probability that they had discovered his name had inexplicably vanished from the map in the 8th floor corridor. "Did you know? We noticed your name suddenly disappeared from the 8th floor corridor. We checked, but found nothing. It is fortunate that you ventured out today, otherwise our prolonged wait would have been in vain." Fred and George spoke in rapid succession, their words intertwining effortlessly. "What a remarkable coincidence. I have indeed discovered an intriguing location," Kreena declared after a moment's contemplation. "There is no need for secrecy regarding the room of requirement, since the twins are already aware of its whereabouts. It will not be long before they uncover the means to access it. Furthermore, yesterday, he intended to seek the Mirror of Erist, and at this juncture, Dumbledore should not have retrieved it yet. However, the room concealing objects within the room of requirement is vast, and he searched extensively yesterday, without success. Having 2 additional companions to assist in the search would undoubtedly ease the endeavor, especially since the twins are known for their discretion. "I can take you along," he offered. George and Fred eagerly grasped Kreenar's hand. "Really? That's splendid." Kreenar struggled to free himself, feeling quite vexed by the grasp of 2 boys in the dead of night. Upon exchanging glances, Fred produced the Marauder's map and pressed it into Kreenar's hands. Though words were absent, Kreenar understood their implication, a mutual exchange. The Marauder's map was indeed remarkable, yet in Kreenar's possession, it held limited utility, even less so than the twins' usual inventive gifts. In my hands. The map serves primarily as a collectible. It would be of greater value in yours, Kreena remarked as he returned the map. When I require the Marauder's map, I trust you will not be stingy with it. Rather than providing me with the map, let us embark on a grand venture together, striving for greatness and renewed glory. The last time he encountered the twins, Kreena had contemplated investing in their endeavors. After all, why not profit from wealth? Previously lacking an appropriate opportunity. The timing now seemed perfect to express his intentions. I can invest a sum to support your inventive creations, and we can share promising ideas. Furthermore, should you encounter technical challenges, I believe I can offer my assistance. With that, Kreena extended his hands, causing all surrounding tables and chairs to levitate. In the astonished gaze of George and Fred, he returned the floating objects to their rightful places. Though Kreena had not practiced magic for long, his notable skills included the upgraded levitation charm and transfiguration. After some reflection, he felt that performing the spell silently and wandlessly was even more impressive. This was not mere pretense. It was akin to a pitch for investment. One must always present a vision that captivates the audience, enticing them to part with their gold. Although he belonged to the investing party, the essence remained the same. Wandless and silent. George exclaimed, Kreena, you truly do not resemble a mere first-year student. In comparison, one might say we were but infants in our first year. A glimmer of excitement flashed in George and Fred's eyes. Previously, they had conceived numerous splendid ideas, yet lacked the financial means to bring them to fruition. Their frequent excursions into the Forbidden Forest were not solely for adventure. They also sought materials to sell. For instance, unicorn tail hair fetched 10 galleons per bag in the apothecary at Diagon Alley. Although they could not sell to the apothecary at such a lofty price, it still amounted to a considerable sum for them. Naturally, they were eager to accept such a promising proposal. After a brief discussion regarding the details, Kreena offered an initial investment of 200 galleons, along with technical support. Initially, Kreena envisioned a 50-50 split, but the twins vehemently opposed, deeming his offer excessively high, insisting instead on an 80-20 division. Ultimately, they reached a compromise of 60-40. Kreena led them down the corridor on the 8th floor. The space was so vast that one could see its end at a glance. On one wall hung a tapestry depicting a giant striking a bewildered figure. The room of requirement, also known as the come-and-go room, Kreena explained to the twins, could only be accessed when a person truly needed it, and it would be arranged according to the seeker's needs. He began to pace before the tapestry, his mind racing with the thought, I need a place to hide things. After walking back and forth 3 times in front of the blank wall, a smooth door materialized before him. Let us enter, he declared, pulling the door open and stepping inside. George and Fred followed closely behind. The interior was cluttered with items hidden by all who had entered before. A veritable treasure trove of chaos. Have we stumbled into a storage room? George and Fred exclaimed in unison. Kreena demonstrated the function of the room of requirement. The room transformed, first into a resplendent lavatory, then into a workshop filled with various potion brewing apparatus, before finally reverting to a space suitable for hiding items. The twins, experiencing this marvel for the first time, were utterly astonished. Blimey, this could serve as our secret hideout, they exclaimed. It is indeed concealed and secure, Kreena chuckled. But we are here to search for something. The twins assumed a more serious demeanor and turned to Kreena. We are in search of a rather grand mirror. Kreena paused momentarily, recalling it with great precision. The mirror was tall, adorned with a golden frame, supported by claw-like feet, and inscribed at the top with the name Eris. This mirror had the power to reveal one's innermost, most fervent desires. Kreena assigned the twins their search routes, and as they prepared to depart, he solemnly cautioned, keep your curiosity in check. There may be many perilous dark magical items hidden within. Do not touch anything unfamiliar. Kreena then walked down the right-hand passageway, which began with precariously stacked broken furniture, marked by traces of magic, presumably placed there to conceal evidence of miscast spells. The deeper one ventured into the space, the more peculiar the surroundings became, culminating in the presence of a colossal glass jar housing a monstrous specimen. After an extensive search, Kreena began to entertain doubts about whether the mirror of Eris truly resided in the room of requirement or if it was instead hidden within Dumbledore's office. Chapter 27. Every mirror is the mirror of Eris. Dumbledore embodied a paradox. Ostensibly, he possessed remarkable self-restraint. However, upon encountering the resurrection stone, that restraint seemed as fragile as gossamer, shattering upon the slightest touch. Given his capabilities, it would have been straightforward for him to discern the stone's true nature. Yet he fell prey to its allure with disconcerting ease. The more Kreena pondered, the more plausible this theory became. It was conceivable that Dumbledore gazed into the mirror of Eris each night before slumber, seeking solace in memories of the past. At that moment, George's voice echoed within the room. Kreena, I believe I have found it. Come quickly and see if this is the one. Before Kreena could respond, a brilliant white light emanated from the other side. A knowing smile crept across Kreena's face as he dashed toward the light, finding George and Fred standing before the mirror. George, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Have we found the wrong mirror? It doesn't seem as extraordinary as you described. All I see is my own reflection." Kreena scrutinized the mirror before him, recognizing it as identical to the one etched in his memory. "It appears you are standing in the wrong position. Only the person at the center can behold the vision they most desire. Fred, step forward." After Fred stepped aside, George peered into the mirror again, saying, "There's still no change. You two should switch places." "All I see is myself," Fred replied. Upon hearing Fred's response, Kreena pondered deeply, then sighed. After Fred's passing, every mirror George gazed into was indeed the mirror of Ariste. They saw one another rather than themselves. Both George and Fred simultaneously displayed expressions of panic, pointing at each other. "George, Fred, is it truly me that you most yearn to see?" Kreena remarked. "We are, after all, brothers." A cough escaped him, as the antics of the two siblings nearly choked him with laughter. "Enough of your jesting. Come forth so I may see." He approached the mirror of Ariste, where a lavish banquet unfolded within its depths. It was a celebration held by the Grangers on the evening they successfully adopted him. A smile involuntarily graced Kreena's face. Arriving in this unfamiliar world, encountering such a kind family as the Grangers was both fortunate and joyous for him. Dumbledore's interest piqued Kreena's curiosity. What could have drawn such attention from the esteemed wizard? Kreena bore a mysterious black orb and spoke Parseltongue, indicating that his heritage was indeed significant. In Kreena's understanding, only a select few were associated with Parseltongue: Voldemort, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or perhaps the Gaunt family. Kreena's quest for the Mirror of Ariste also served as a means to uncover the truths of his parents' lineage. It is noteworthy that Harry had never seen the visage of his parents prior to gazing into the Mirror of Ariste, yet the mirror unveiled their likeness to him directly. Kreena, intrigued by this ability, contemplated attempting the same. Should he acquire the visage, uncovering clues would undoubtedly become more effortless. Though his objective was not realized, it still proved to be quite satisfactory. "What did you see?" George inquired from the side. Kreena replied slowly, "I beheld my family." Suddenly, Xiaoqing sprang forth from his sleeve, flicking her tongue in the air. "There's an unfamiliar scent here," she remarked. Kreena, perplexed yet unfaltering in his actions, gently stroked Xiaoqing's head and said, "Why did you emerge suddenly? Are you hungry?" "Alas, there is nothing to eat at present. I shall feed you in the morning." "I'm not hungry. It's just that I'm terribly anxious," Xiaoqing retorted. "What is wrong with her?" Fred asked, observing her behavior. "It seems she is hungry," Kreena noted, continuing to pet her. Being near the Mirror of Ariste, it seemed highly probable that the concealed individual was Dumbledore, though the timing of his arrival remained a mystery. Once one understands the conditions for entering the room of requirement, anyone could gain access. Unless Kreena had thought beforehand of needing a hiding place that would bar Dumbledore from entry. In that case, even if Dumbledore knew the method, he would still be unable to enter the room. "Today's exploration concludes," Kreena proclaimed, exchanging high-fives with the twins before beckoning them to return. In the second week of the first year, the young wizards were introduced to a new course, flying lessons. In the morning, within the Great Hall, Malfoy was vociferously chastising his two lackeys. "What is wrong with you? You've never ridden a broomstick? I truly feel embarrassed for you." With a sigh, he continued, "You ought to have informed me sooner. I would have taken you to ride the broomstick, and you could ride it however you wish." At Malfoy Manor, no one dares to intervene. He patted the shoulders of his companions. "You need not worry. This afternoon, I will teach you how to fly. Flying is actually quite simple." He tilted his head back as if reminiscing. "When I first mounted a broomstick, I nearly collided with a Muggle helicopter, but thankfully, my talent allowed me to narrowly evade it." After speaking, Malfoy cast a furtive glance at Harry, feeling a swell of pride as he noticed Harry eavesdropping. "I'm doomed," Harry thought despondently. "In this afternoon's flying lesson, I am certain to make a fool of myself, only to be mercilessly ridiculed by Malfoy." Ron scoffed. "Malfoy loves to brag. He is definitely exaggerating. You needn't pay him any mind." "You could borrow a book on Quidditch," Hermione suggested, showing Harry the cover of the tome in her hands. It contains many flying techniques. Before Hermione could finish her thought, Kreena snatched the book from her grasp. "What are you doing? I need to memorize it before this afternoon. I haven't even gotten through half of it." Kreena gently pinched Hermione's cheek and remarked, "You are far too anxious. Whether or not you memorize this book makes little difference." However, Hermione, unable to articulate her discomfort due to his grip, wriggled free and continued, "I am afraid I won't fly well. Here, have a sweet. It will help you relax significantly." Kreena retrieved a candy from the dining table and held it near Hermione's lips. With a resigned sigh, Hermione realized that with Kreena's interference, she would certainly not be able to study today. She opened her mouth to bite into the candy, her soft lips brushing against Kreena's fingertips. Feeling the warmth and moisture, Kreena grimaced and wiped his finger on Hermione's clothing. Instantly, she glared at him, her expression transforming. "What does that disdainful look mean?" she demanded. extending her small hand towards his waist. Kreena quickly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Look, the owl is coming." Hermione retracted her hand, casting him an adorable eye roll. This diversion alleviated her tension considerably, prompting her to subtly move closer to Kreena. Chapter 28. Did you use the levitation charm? Look at Malfoy's smug expression, Harry scoffed, disdain evident on his face. If only I could leave the campus, I would bring back bags upon bags of sweets. The rivalry between Malfoy and Harry was palpable. It was a constant game of peering at one another. An owl swooped towards Kreena and the others, only to be pursued by another owl that collided with it just above Neville's head. The package plummeted, striking Neville with a dull thud. The impact was painful to behold. The package then crashed onto the dining table, splattering Neville's porridge everywhere. Covered in porridge, Neville held his head, tears welling in his eyes. The surrounding Gryffindors erupted in laughter, having witnessed misfortune, but never such a comical disaster. Joy derived from another's suffering is indeed a double-edged delight. Kreena quickly cleaned Neville's clothes and the package, marveling at how practical this spell was in everyday life, though it could also serve as a means of mischief. When directed at a person, it caused them to expel pink bubbles. "Thank you, Kreena," Neville said, rubbing his head. Once the pain subsided, his gaze was drawn to the package, which contained a memory orb. He held up a large glass sphere for everyone to see, filled with swirling white mist. "My grandmother knows my memory is poor. This memory orb serves to remind me if I've forgotten anything." The orb turned red, indicating that he had indeed forgotten something. Neville's round face fell as he pondered, the orb glowing ominously. But what could he have forgotten? His forgetfulness was not innate. It stemmed from having witnessed his parents tortured into madness by 4 Death Eaters during his childhood. Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, had taken measures to shield him from the torment of such painful memories. She cast a flawed forgetting spell, resulting in damage to Neville's mind. Otherwise, he would not frequently forget certain things as he does now. Kreena remarked, "You must have forgotten to wear your wizarding robes." Confused, Neville glanced around and then looked down at his attire. A look of realization spread across his face, and the memory orb in his hand returned to its original white hue. Indeed, Neville chuckled foolishly. Kreena borrowed the memory orb from Neville to examine it. The smoke remained unchanged, indicating that he had no forgotten matters. The memory orb was akin to a tasteless morsel, neither satisfying nor easily discarded. It merely served as a reminder that something was forgotten, without specifying what. If it could be improved, the memory orb would undoubtedly become invaluable among students and professionals alike. At that moment, Malfoy suddenly sprang forth, snatching the memory orb from Kreena's grasp. Kreena was taken aback, bewildered by the audacity of this young lad, who gave him the boldness to provoke Harry rather than tease his own hair. Was the lion to be mistaken for a sickly cat without a show of ferocity? Harry and Ron leapt to their feet, eager for a confrontation with Malfoy, and now presented with an excellent opportunity. Malfoy suddenly felt the memory orb moving in his hand. As he looked down, it shot up and struck his forehead. Wincing, he staggered back, rubbing his brow in pain. Terror gripped Malfoy's heart. How had the memory orb suddenly taken flight? The orb elegantly traced 2 letters in the air before flying back into Kreena's hand. It was only then that Malfoy realized who was behind the mischief and, in a fit of rage, sought to charge at Kreena, only to be obstructed by Harry and Ron. Due to the angle from which she approached, Professor McGonagall, arriving a moment late, only witnessed the orb soaring back to Kreena. A splendid levitation spell. Too bad this isn't a charms lesson. Otherwise, Professor Flitwick would gladly award you points, she remarked, before turning her gaze to the 3 confronting figures. What is going on? Malfoy attempted to seize the memory orb from Kreena. Harry interjected. Malfoy's face darkened, disappointment gnawing at him. Their head of house, Professor Snape, was not present. Otherwise, he would certainly be sprawled on the ground, lamenting. Just you wait, Malfoy hissed through clenched teeth, before turning on his heel and departing without a moment's hesitation. After Professor McGonagall left, Harry and Ron burst into laughter, while Malfoy's expression at the Slytherin table grew even more sullen. At 3:30, Kreena and the others hurriedly exited the castle, making their way to the courtyard. Fortune smiled upon them. The first flying lesson was graced with clear skies. A gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, bringing a refreshing chill along with the sense of grass and earth, invoking a sense of unparalleled comfort. On the opposite side of the lawn lay the Forbidden Forest, where distant trees swayed ominously in the wind, inspiring both awe and trepidation. The students of Slytherin stood there, unhurried, while the Gryffindors had to ascend to the 8th floor to stow away their books before descending to the field. On the grass lay over 20 broomsticks, each one with its bristles splayed haphazardly, worn smooth by the grip of countless hands over the years. George and Fred had previously lamented the dilapidated state of Hogwarts broomsticks, which trembled in flight and often veered off course. Before long, Rolanda Hooch approached the group of young wizards. With her short gray hair and yellow eyes resembling those of a hawk, she commanded attention. "What are you all waiting for?" Hooch called sternly. instructing everyone to grab a broomstick. Noticing the students still dawdling, she urged them on. Hurry up, time is of the essence. Kreacher dashed forward to select 2 relatively decent brooms, handing one to Hermione. Harry and his friends were slower to react. By the time they reached the selection, only the less desirable brooms remained. Hooch organized the wizards from the 2 houses into 2 lines. Standing at the front, she instructed, now, place your brooms on the ground to your right. The young wizards complied without hesitation. Now extend your right hand over the broom handle, Hooch bellowed. Focus your attention and then shout, up. The responses were uneven. A chorus of up rang out. Harry's broom immediately soared into his hand, yet such obedient brooms were scarce. Draco Malfoy's broom was among them. Despite his earlier bravado, he showcased considerable talent. It seems your broom does not heed your command, Hermione remarked with a smile towards Kreacher, whose broom remained stubbornly on the ground after his initial attempt. Up, Kreacher shouted again, but to no avail. Blast it, I can't even manage a broomstick, he exclaimed in frustration. With a final command of up, the broom obediently leapt into Kreacher's grasp, surprising Hermione, who then inquired, did you use the levitation charm? Kreacher said nothing, merely twitching the corner of his eye. Chapter 29, Quirrell is up to something. After ensuring that all the young wizards could summon their brooms, Hooch began to instruct them on how to mount the brooms without slipping off. In fact, among everyone present, only Kreacher had failed to successfully call his broom. After being exposed by Hermione, he placed the broom down again, attempting once more to summon it. However, even Neville, who faced a similar struggle as Kreacher, managed to successfully bring his previously inert broom to life. With no choice but to concede, Kreacher thought it best to abandon the notion of flying. After all, he still had the levitation charm to rely on. Putting on a fade would allow him to easily pass through the lesson. Hooch walked between the 2 lines, correcting the students' grip on their broomsticks. Previously boastful Malfoy faced relentless criticism from Hooch, causing his face to flush a deep crimson from his cheeks to his neck. His visage was met with derisive laughter from Harry and Ron, as though it had been struck. At that moment, Malfoy would have gladly sought refuge in a crack in the ground. Very well, Hooch clapped her hands, drawing the attention of the gathered students. Now you may attempt to take flight. She produced a whistle, declaring, upon hearing my signal, you shall leap off the ground with vigor. I must forewarn you. Hooch scanned the group with a piercing gaze, her voice firm. I will not permit any of you to fly off unaccompanied. You may ascend only a few feet, then lean forward slightly to descend vertically back to the ground. Grip your brooms tightly, and now, listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. With the sound of the whistle, all the young witches and wizards pushed off the ground. Harry was the first to soar upward, closely followed by Malfoy. Most of the other students hopped in place like frogs. It must be said, the flying talents of these 2 were quite remarkable. One by one, the young wizards took flight. Once Hermione joined them in the air, Kreena ceased his attempts. He preferred to take it easy. After all, wasn't the levitation charm delightful? The broom carried Kreena steadily skyward until he was level with Hermione. She smiled at him, remarking, it seems fate has not opened all doors of talent for you. Kreena shrugged, not even needing to hold onto his broom. See, this isn't so bad. It is worth noting that the experience of flying with the levitation charm differed greatly from that of a broom. The former was considerably slower. Quick, hold onto your broom tightly. Be careful not to fall, Hermione urged with concern. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Kreena replied, though he dutifully gripped his broom. At that moment, the broom beneath him began to shake violently, shooting him high into the air. Goodness! Hooch exclaimed. You there, descend immediately. Yet Kreena could not hear her voice. The broom was beyond his control, the levitation charm having lost its effect amidst the howling wind. Everyone else, come down at once, Hooch shouted in a panic. Rather than obeying Hooch's command, Hermione lifted her broom and flew towards Kreena. A figure sped past her. It was Harry. In no time, he reached Kreena. The broom was wildly oscillating, attempting to dislodge him. Hey, Harry, why are you up here? Kreena called out. I'm here to rescue you. Harry looked at Kreena, momentarily taken aback, as if he did not require saving. Although the ride was a bit jarring, the view was splendid, offering a breathtaking panorama of the majestic castle. Confident in his safety, Kreena felt grateful for Harry's presence. This left him rather embarrassed to continue persuading Harry to wear women's clothing. Hermione, who had fallen behind, quickly flew over to Kreena's side. Are you all right? She asked. Don't worry, Kreena smiled back, suspecting that something had gone awry with the broom. He wondered if there was a conflict between the levitation charm and the broom, which had caused it to become uncontrollable. As the 3 conversed, the broom suddenly soared towards the castle with Kreena on it. Harry reacted swiftly, closely tailing Kreena. As they approached the castle, Kreena's broom made a sharp turn, and Harry, determined not to falter, skillfully maneuvered to avoid crashing into the castle. The broom, carrying Kreena, veered back towards the edge of the lawn, hurtling towards the pursuing Harry. Unable to evade in time, Harry was unceremoniously knocked off his broom. Kreena jumped down as well, grabbing Harry's arm. After a rapid descent, Kreena cast the levitation charm, allowing them to land gently. When they reached the height of the 4th floor, Kreena cast a glance at the window, now devoid of any figures. The moment he had spotted Quirrell, everything became clear. There was no malfunction with the broom. Quirrell was orchestrating mischief. If he was going to cause trouble, what was the point of targeting them? It was utterly unwarranted, and Harry was to blame. The plan for Harry to don women's clothing had to be set in motion. After safely landing, Kreena firmly patted Harry on the shoulder. How was that? Exciting, wasn't it? Ouch, take it easy, Harry replied, rubbing his shoulder, recalling the moment of falling when he felt his heart racing. It was thrilling. Indeed, but he had no desire to experience free falling from such heights again. He firmly stomped on the ground, finding solace in the solid earth beneath him. Hermione suddenly rushed over, embracing Kreena and murmuring, "You scared me to death." Kreena gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, it's all right." A crowd gathered around them, and Hermione finally emerged from Kreena's embrace. Hogwarts surveyed Kreena and Harry with a pale face, devoid of her usual glow. "Are you both all right?" "We're fine," they replied. Kreena bounced on the spot to demonstrate he was uninjured, but Harry's broom had broken, and his broom had vanished towards the Forbidden Forest. The broom was evidence. Quirrell would certainly not allow it to remain behind. "Forget about the broom," Hogwarts sighed in relief, "as long as you're both unharmed." Kreena Granger. "Harry Potter." McGonagall's voice called from a distance as she hurried towards them. "What is going on?" Hogwarts recounted the events, stealing a glance at McGonagall's expression. She had long requested replacements for these rickety brooms, but approval had yet to be granted. "Miss Hogwarts, please continue your lesson and examine the brooms for any safety hazards. I will discuss the matter of new brooms with Professor Dumbledore. For now, I need to take these two to the hospital wing for a checkup." Huaqi's demeanor relaxed as the fear of being dismissed loomed over her. During her year at Hogwarts, her responsibilities included teaching the first-year students how to fly and officiating Quidditch matches. The benefits and ease of her position here were unparalleled, and losing it would make it exceedingly difficult to find another job of this caliber. Chapter 30. The foolish Malfoy. McGonagall escorted the two to the hospital wing on the 2nd floor of the castle. After a brief examination by Madame Pomfrey, she instructed them to eat and drink as they pleased. Those unfamiliar with Madame Pomfrey might be frightened into believing they were afflicted with some incurable malady upon hearing her words. Once the examination was complete, McGonagall took Harry aside. Kreena understood that she had recognized Harry's talent for flying and intended to invite him to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. McGonagall's steps were notably lighter as Gryffindor had not won the Quidditch Cup in quite some time. When Harry met Kreena again, it was during dinner. He recounted his experience after being taken away by McGonagall. Kreena blinked, pretending not to notice Harry's expectant expression. He chose to ignore the performance Harry was putting on. However, Ron was utterly captivated, forgetting to take a bite of his pie, his mouth agape as he gazed at Harry with evident envy. To be a seeker was simply astonishing. First years were not permitted to join the house teams. After finally taking a bite of his pie, he continued, "You must be the youngest player selected for the team in many years." Wood had informed him it had been a century since such a young player had appeared. Harry, now ravenous from the day's thrilling events, dug into his meal and said, "You mustn't tell anyone about this. Wood wants to keep it a secret." Almost immediately after Harry finished speaking, Malfoy, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, swaggered over. "I want to challenge you to a wizard duel." Malfoy's face flushed crimson. His fists clenched tightly. "Kreena Granger." He growled through gritted teeth, recalling the last time he had faced such disregard. "Kreena." I twitched at the absurdity of Malfoy wanting to duel him. "Harry S. right there," he indicated, suggesting that Malfoy had mistaken his target. "I'm not here for Potter. I seek to duel you. A direct confrontation at midnight tonight." Kreena questioned his own hearing. Malfoy was indeed not seeking to clash with Harry. What had emboldened Malfoy? It was not arrogance on Kreena's part. He could easily crush Malfoy as one would an ant. "Huh, are you silent because you're terrified?" Malfoy jeered, underestimating Kreena's resolve. "I never imagined you would be so timid, afraid even of a wizard duel. How dull." Kreena cast a glance at Malfoy. Knowing such taunts would only resonate with Harry. "What do I stand to gain from dueling you?" Malfoy was taken aback by Kreena's response, his mind racing to formulate a comeback. "But I am from the Malfoy family. If you win, it would be your glory." Kreena was astounded, wondering if Malfoy's brain had shrunk or if he had consumed too much alcohol without any peanuts. "I cannot help but question whether you might be a Slytherin." He chuckled derisively before continuing, "What about the benefits?" Malfoy glared furiously at Kreena, who had aspired to join Slytherin since childhood, now feeling unjustly accused. He was almost tempted to strike that detestable face. Casting a glance towards the staff table, where the professors sat in their lofty positions, he suppressed his anger and inquired, "What do you desire?" 3,000 galleons. Kreena extended 3 fingers. Malfoy scoffed, "Is that all?" "Money is the one thing the Malfoy family has in abundance." "Very well. Should you win, I shall grant you 3,000 galleons. Conversely, If you lose, you must provide me with the same sum. Kreena looked at Malfoy in astonishment. Having initially sought only 300 galleons, now realizing Malfoy was an easy target. Your ambitions are rather limited, he remarked. Time and place. Malfoy beamed with pride. The display room, at midnight. You do understand the consequences of evading a wizard duel, do you not, esteemed and pure-blooded Mr. Malfoy, one of the Sacred 28? Should you contemplate fleeing, it would be unwise. Kreena, taking a dandelion from Hermione, regarded Malfoy with a sly smile. I believe the Daily Prophet would be quite interested in this. Malfoy's triumphant expression faltered. That morning, Professor Sprout had discussed the recording dandelion. Touching it with a wand captures conversations which disperse after one listening. The Malfoys were momentarily rendered speechless, having been outmaneuvered. Malfoy had initially intended to deceive Kreena into the display room, only to report him afterward. His expression oscillated between joy and despair, as this was not what he had envisioned. Otherwise, he would not have boldly declared 3,000 galleons. If his father were to discover this, he would surely break his legs. The Malfoy family places immense value on their agreements. Now, Malfoy could only assert stubbornly that the matter was settled, leaving him with no alternative. The outcome was uncertain. However, the honor of the Malfoy family must not be tarnished. But you cannot cast spells without verbal incantation, he added. Kreena, in a splendid mood, paid little heed to Malfoy's foolish demand. No problem, as you are indeed a valued client. I shall do my utmost to accommodate any further requests, considering the 3,000 galleons. A one-on-one duel. Malfoy proposed after some contemplation. You must not allow others to interfere. With Kreiner's agreement secured, Malfoy departed with his 2 lackeys, though his legs appeared somewhat unsteady. Harry, Ron, and Kreena discussed the impending duel that evening. Ron speculated that Kreena and Malfoy's wizarding duel would ultimately devolve into a brawl. Having only witnessed Kreiner's levitation spell, he doubted that, despite his talent, anyone would have mastered many spells so soon into the term. In the end, Harry and Ron insisted on accompanying him, fearing it might escalate into a physical confrontation, where their presence could be of assistance. Hermione would undoubtedly follow, a fact that required no prompting from Kreena. As night fell, Kreena and his companions lay in bed, awaiting the appointed hour, all appearing tranquil and serene. Within the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts on the 4th floor, a starkly different scene unfolded. Quirrell knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his headscarf having been removed. Upon his bald head rested a ghastly visage, a pale face adorned with a pair of crimson eyes and 2 elongated nostrils reminiscent of serpents. Quirinus Quirrell, Voldemort whispered, you profess intelligence yet engage in foolishness. My master. I do not, Quirrell stammered. Voldemort paused momentarily, then continued, is this guise not merely a ploy to elicit Dumbledore's assistance? Quirrell shivered, responding in a stammer, master. All of this is to ensure better concealment, to aid you in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Such trivial schemes are of no consequence to me, Voldemort retorted. Causing the broom to malfunction today was merely an attempt to draw attention. Futile, do not engage in meaningless antics. Voldemort's pallor deepened. From the moment you took this position, Dumbledore discerned everything. Do you suppose he refrains from rescuing you? Quirrell clutched his head, overwhelmed by pain, and fainted, while Voldemort's eyes slowly closed behind him. Chapter 31. The Reckless Malfoy at 11:30. Ron quietly urged, we should be on our way. Kreena and the others donned their garments, grasped their wands, and stealthily traversed the room, descending the spiral staircase. Hermione had long awaited them in the common room. Kreena nodded towards her, let us proceed. Familiar with the paths of Hogwarts, Kreena swiftly guided the trio to the 4th floor, fortunate to avoid Filch along the way. They arrived at the display room, which was quite bright, with moonlight streaming through the windows. Rows of crystal glass cabinets sparkled under the moon's glow, showcasing trophies, medals, and statues, glimmering in silver and gold. Harry, come see this, Kreena said, pointing at a glass case. It seems your talent for flying has been inherited from your father. Harry gazed in awe at the golden Quidditch cup within, inscribed with the name, Seeker, James Potter. I had no idea, he murmured. As time ticked by, Harry quietly inquired, do you think Malfoy will dare to show up? He will come, Kreena asserted confidently. If he arrives, he may endure a beating and lose 3,000 galleons. Should he choose to evade the duel, the Malfoy family would suffer far greater losses. Calculating the time, they noted it was nearly midnight when Malfoy entered, flanked by 2 cronies. You've arrived rather late, Harry remarked. We were beginning to wonder if you were too frightened. Victors are often the last to arrive, Malfoy scoffed. Then turned to glare at Kreena. You shall regret engaging in this duel with me. Kreena appeared slightly taken aback, pondering what had instilled such confidence in Malfoy. Or perhaps, this was merely the fabled banter of bravado. Ah, indeed, you are correct, he replied. I only wish to ascertain whether you have brought the galleons. Had it not been for the allure of a modest profit, Kreena would have been disinclined to emerge for the mundane spectacle of a wizarding duel. This effortless means of earning was swifter than any act of theft. Why not indulge in it? Malfoy, with an air of haughtiness, elevated his chin and adjusted his wizarding robes, declaring, "Do you think the Malfoy family is in want of money? Just remember what you said." At that moment, an iron rod tumbled from Malfoy's robes, drawing the gaze of Kreena and the others to the fallen implement. Malfoy, maintaining his composure, bent to retrieve the rod, explaining, "On a dark night such as this, with the castle shrouded in shadows, it is entirely reasonable for me to use an iron rod to navigate, is it not?" "Quite reasonable," Kreena replied, nonchalantly waving his hand. "Even if you were to carry another iron rod, it would be of no concern." Bang! Another iron rod clattered to the ground. Ron leaned over to Harry, whispering, "I told you this would escalate into a brawl. Malfoy has no sense of fair play. Bringing iron rods to a duel. Malfoy, will you duel with a wand or an iron rod?" Harry demanded, indignation etched on his face as he pointed at Malfoy. Malfoy, now holding 2 iron rods, feigned innocence, saying, "Hermione has already stated that I could bring another, right? It's a mere trifle, nothing to worry about." Kreena, with his wand in hand, replied casually, "What use is an iron rod? It cannot even reach us. Its might pales in comparison to the firearm concealed within my robes. A firearm is not intended for dealing with Malfoy, especially not on the 4th floor where we are perilously close to Quirrell. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, I chose to carry it. Whether it could harm a wizard like Quirrell remains uncertain, but its noise is undeniable. In the event of a crisis, its sound could awaken the portraits or professors within the castle." Malfoy handed the iron rods to his 2 lackeys and brandished his wand towards Kreena, stating, "I believe you are unfamiliar with the etiquette of wizarding duels." "I do not care for your beliefs. I care for my own," Kreena interrupted, his tone laced with impatience. "I am well aware of the etiquette, so spare me the pretense and let us conclude this swiftly so I may return to my slumber." Malfoy, momentarily taken aback, felt his sense of superiority wane. "Then let us begin without further ado." Kreena and Malfoy raised their wands before their faces, standing a body's length apart. After bowing to each other, they simultaneously took steps backward. Harry stood to the side, counting down for Kreena and Malfoy. 3, 2, 1. The two intoned their spells in unison. Leg-locking curse. Disarm. Kreena's disarming charm outpaced Malfoy's leg-locking spell. A crimson beam struck Malfoy, sending him sprawling to the ground, his wand flying into Kreena's grasp. The disarming spell is the most rudimentary incantation in a wizarding duel, universally applicable, with its effectiveness determined by the caster's magical prowess. It was Kreena's first occasion using this spell on a person, and its efficacy exceeded his expectations. It is no wonder that Harry subsequently relied on the disarming charm. Kreena toyed with Malfoy's wand, crafted from hawthorn and measuring approximately 10 inches in length. Hawthorn is particularly suited for wizards who embody conflicting identities or are grappling with inner turmoil, making it an apt choice for Malfoy. Rising to his feet, Malfoy rubbed his backside, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He had contemplated the possibility of defeat, yet he had not anticipated being vanquished in such a manner. In a fleeting encounter, he was toppled and stripped of his wand. "Come in." 5 Slytherin students entered the display room, each wielding an iron rod in one hand and a wand in the other. Kreena recognized 4 of them from class, while the 5th was unfamiliar, presumably a senior. Harry and his companions quickly positioned themselves beside Kreena. "Malfoy, can't you handle losing? Is that why you brought so many people?" Harry seethed, itching to confront Malfoy but aware that the odds were heavily stacked against them in terms of both numbers and weaponry, forcing him to bide his time. Malfoy lightly tapped his palm with the iron rod. "How could I not handle losing? I admit my defeat." "What do you mean by that?" Harry inquired, perplexed. Malfoy flashed a triumphant grin. "I lost the duel, but this is a matter that arises after the duel." Harry pointed at Malfoy, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Granger, did you ever expect this?" Malfoy laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. The wealth of the Malfoy family was not easily acquired. Since his enrollment, he had never felt as elated as he did today. As for the potential for repercussions, he harbored no concerns. Not only did he have the advantage in numbers, but he also had a third-year senior by his side. It was a situation he could not lose, a sure victory in his grasp. "Hand over the enchanted dandelion, and I will willingly forfeit 3,000 galleons. We will take it easy on you, otherwise." Malfoy chuckled ominously. "Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the display room on your own accord. This includes your companion, you know, the mudblood." He feigned realization. "Oh, my apologies, I just remembered. You are a mudblood as well." Chapter 32, Hermione's Warm Embrace. The display room fell into silence, the moonlight casting a glow upon both factions, the atmosphere taut with tension. Hermione, Harry, and Ron brandished their wands. Though their repertoire of spells was limited, their resolve was unwavering as they aimed their wands toward Malfoy and his entourage. "What does mudblood mean?" Hermione whispered. "It is a derogatory term for those of Muggle descent, essentially implying dirty, inferior bloodlines," Kreena replied, a sneer escaping him. Malfoy, pure blood indeed. Kreena chuckled derisively. The last time I heard such bloodline terminology, it was in reference to dogs. Pet-grade bloodlines, champion-grade bloodlines. Charge. Before Malfoy's command had fully dissipated, his group was lifted into the air. As Kreena released the levitation charm, they came crashing down to the ground. A group devoid of duel experience, lacking even the basic defensive spells, was recklessly risking their lives in this confrontation. Kreena shook his head and then waved his wand with determined finesse. The iron rod ascended, coiling around Malfoy's neck and constricting mercilessly. Kreena advanced slowly. Each step felt as if he were treading upon Malfoy's heart. He crouched down, while Malfoy desperately tugged at the rod with his hands, to no avail, as it continued to tighten. Malfoy's cheeks flushed crimson, and he emitted a hoarse plea. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will give you whatever you want. Just let us go. Kreena found himself deaf to Malfoy's words, their meaning drowned out by a buzzing in his ears. The sight of Malfoy in agony inexplicably brought him a sense of satisfaction. This day had been utterly wretched for Kreena, whether it was due to Malfoy or Quirrell. They, who harbored grievances against Harry, chose to trouble him instead. He merely wished to be an uninterested bystander. Malfoy and his cohort writhed on the ground, pleading for mercy. Please, spare me. It was Malfoy who sent us. Kreena. They seemed on the brink of death. Harry swallowed hard, fear gripping his heart. Ron staggered back, trembling, his teeth chattering. Surely, he did not genuinely wish to kill them? Their words buzzed around Kreena like a swarm of flies, invading his ears. It was all too loud. The cacophony was maddening. Save me. A smile crept across Kreiner's lips as his eyes darkened. Shadows began to seep from his being, obscured in the night. Or perhaps, let us end them all. Thanks to his past life's knowledge, he was well versed in the 3 unforgivable curses. A sensation surged within him. If only he uttered the incantations, he could wield such power. Avada. Hermione embraced Kreiner from behind, her small head resting against his neck like a kitten, gently nuzzling him. Though I know not what troubles you, she murmured softly. I sense your pain. Whatever you choose to do, I, along with my parents, shall stand by your side. Kreiner wished to respond, yet his throat felt parched, rendering him voiceless. He gazed in shock at Malfoy on the ground, struggling to comprehend that this was his doing, having nearly wished death upon them all. Breathing heavily, Kreiner hastily waved his wand, dispelling the transformation of the iron rod. Malfoy and his companions were liberated, clutching their throats as they gasped for the fresh air, the flush on their faces gradually receding. The scene before Kreiner shifted once more, transporting him back to that ethereal white expanse. Do you crave power? The snow was not white, but black, floating in the air and whispering enticingly. Come, touch me. Kreiner retreated a few steps, fear coursing through him. Yet an understanding began to dawn. The last encounter with the threatening Sorting Hat, combined with this one, has deeply affected its emotions. It has grown. Kreena is uncertain whether the term growth is appropriate, yet it has at least come to comprehend what a milky white snowflake is, despite being a solitary, black entity. Following their excursion to Diagon Alley, Kreena sought information about it, yet found nothing that could elucidate its existence. He harbored concerns, uncertain whether it belonged to this world or if he had inadvertently brought it along during his traversal. Embrace me, and you shall possess everything. Kreena instinctively stepped back, for the central fissure had opened like a mouth. It was nauseating enough to provoke a fear of milk. Unfathomable power, supreme authority, anything you desire can be yours. Accept me. No one can hinder your progress, neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore. Such words, though stirring, instilled a profound fear within Kreena. It astonishingly recognized Voldemort and Dumbledore. Kreena gasped, feeling as though his mind had been invaded. At that moment, a crack appeared in the white expanse above, and a fiery red bird soared in. Kreena had seen an illustration of this bird in Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them. It was a phoenix. The phoenix emitted a cry and flew toward Kreena, its claws gripping his shoulder as it ascended towards the rift in the sky. Run, run, let us see how far you can flee. When Kreena regained his composure, he found himself confronted by an elderly man in pajamas, Professor Dumbledore. It seems Fox has taken quite a liking to you. Kreena stood momentarily stunned, feeling the weight on both shoulders. One side bore Hermione's small head, while the other was the phoenix, both nuzzling against his neck. Hermione let out a shriek, releasing her grip on Kreena. Hush. Dumbledore winked playfully. If you wish to avoid Mr. Filch's notice, please refrain from being so loud. Hermione hurriedly covered her mouth, nodding in agreement. Professor, the young wizards appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. I saw nothing. I merely emerged for a midnight stroll and lost my way. Malfoy stood up, cautiously addressing Dumbledore. Professor, shall we leave? Dumbledore said nothing, only smiled. Malfoy, not lacking in wit, remained silent and beckoned his companions to hastily depart the display room. Dumbledore turned to Kreena and his companions, speaking gently. Would you mind escorting me back to my office? Kreena was perplexed by Dumbledore's thoughts, but could not decline. The journey was devoid of conversation, leading them to the 8th floor. Mr. Granger, could you guide me into my office? Dumbledore inquired at the fork in the path. Kreena glanced at Harry and the others, then patted Hermione's head, signaling that he would be fine. Very well, Professor. Chapter 33. As it turns out, I am. Dumbledore guided Kreena to a colossal stone beast, reminiscent of a mint-flavored confection. The password, a trivial interest of mine as an elder, reflects my penchant for sweet treats, such as cockroach clusters and buzzing honey candies. Dumbledore, seemingly a chatterbox, appeared to seek conversation deliberately, before suddenly recalling something of importance. He cautioned, "Do not divulge this to anyone, particularly the Weasley twins. I fear they might seize the opportunity to explore my office in my absence." Kreena was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Dumbledore was indeed hinting at him. If he truly wished for discretion, he could have refrained from uttering those preceding words. This statement seemed to convey to Kreena that he had been entrusted with the office password, merely a playful riddle involving sweet delicacies, inviting him to visit his office at will. The insight into his relationship with the twins indicated that Dumbledore was the one who had visited the room of requirement last. Kreena glanced at Dumbledore, his intentions crystal clear, the room of requirement and the mirror of Ariste. Dumbledore's nonchalance regarding his little secrets was evident. Thus, Kreena felt no burden of concern. He nodded politely, assuring, "I promise I shall keep it to myself." The stone beast appeared to come alive, stepping aside to reveal a stone wall behind it. The wall split in two, unveiling a spiraling staircase that ascended slowly, akin to an escalator. As the two stepped onto the staircase, the wall seamlessly closed behind them, and they spiraled upwards. At the summit of the staircase stood a shimmering oak door, adorned with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. The office was a spacious, exquisite circular chamber, its walls adorned with portraits of past headmasters, many of whom slumbered within their frames, some even snoring softly. Dumbledore settled himself at the desk, which was cluttered with peculiar silver instruments. "Please, take a seat," he invited. Kreena nodded and sat opposite Dumbledore. "Would you care for some cockroach clusters?" Dumbledore inquired, retrieving a cluster from a large bowl nearby and placing it in his mouth. "I shall pass," Kreena replied. "Can I have a taste, dear?" A small creature, named Xiaoqing, peeked from Kreiner's sleeve, flicking her tongue towards the cockroach cluster. "Xiaoqing, what is it?" Kreiner asked, stroking her head, feigning ignorance of her curiosity. He turned to Dumbledore to explain, "This is my pet, Xiaoqing. She is remarkably intelligent." Xiaoqing seemed a bit playful, her curiosity piqued by the new surroundings. Dumbledore chuckled, his crescent-shaped spectacles glinting. "She likely desires to sample the cockroach clusters." "Is that so?" Kreiner responded, positioning the cluster near Xiaoqing's mouth. As she consumed it, he remarked, "Professor, you are quite perceptive. How did you know? That was not mere guesswork." Dumbledore gently shook his head. With age comes the acquisition of many languages. Kreiner placed Xiaoqing on the table, allowing her to feast at her leisure. "Thank you, dear. You are the best," Xiaoqing chirped joyfully as she lunged towards the cockroach cluster. "Professor, does Xiaoqing speak in tongues?" "What has she said?" Kreiner looked towards Dumbledore, his face brimming with curiosity. Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss, pondering how to convey this as an elderly man. "Xiaoqing possesses a unique character. She has a fondness for you." Kreiner chose not to press further on the matter, sensing it best to withdraw. "Indeed, Xiaoqing is quite well behaved, and I too hold her in high regard." Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, his expression growing more serious. With his hands clasped beneath his chin, he calmly regarded Kreiner, asking, "Do you have something to convey to me?" Kreiner inhaled deeply, finally arriving at the formal question-and-answer segment. After a moment of contemplation, he began to describe the enigmatic little black sphere to Dumbledore. Kreiner felt utterly powerless against this black sphere, as it influenced his emotions. If it were to bring harm to Hermione or his parents, he would be plagued with guilt for a lifetime. This matter must be disclosed to Dumbledore. Given his vast knowledge and experience, there was a high likelihood he would recognize what it was, even if he did not. Seeking Dumbledore's assistance on how to avoid its influence was imperative. "I am grateful you have chosen to confide in me," Dumbledore said with a solemn demeanor. "What you are experiencing is likely a manifestation of MMRN." Kreiner's expression betrayed his surprise. "You mean to say this is MMRN?" "I am quite certain it is." Kreiner pursed his lips, taken aback that Dumbledore used the term with such conviction. The environment in which MMRN forms is indeed peculiar. Young wizards, in an attempt to escape misfortune, harbor a deep-seated disdain for their own magic and consciously suppress it, thereby giving rise to a dark parasitic magical force. Those afflicted by MMRN are referred to as MRN, with few surviving past the age of 10. Kreiner had previously entertained suspicions regarding MMRN due to the injuries sustained by his predecessor, who perished frozen in the snow. It was likely that they had endured both physical and psychological torment, resulting in the suppression of their magical abilities. However, after researching the subject, he felt it did not correspond with MMRN. The mysterious black sphere exhibited self-awareness and had not caused any destruction over the years. Prior to receiving a letter from Hogwarts, he had doubted his own wizarding identity. Evidently, you comprehend what MMRN entails, thus I need not elaborate further. Dumbledore calmly stated. The MMRN within you is indeed unique, possessing self-awareness. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that it is MMRN. The absence of such a manifestation previously does not imply it will not or cannot appear. Kreena exhaled a heavy sigh. MMRN equated to an untimely demise. Although he had surpassed the age of 10, who could say how much longer he might endure? Is there a way to separate it? Regrettably, it is too late. Dumbledore murmured, lowering his head. I am sorry. Kreena stared in disbelief, failing to catch the subsequent words from Dumbledore. Otherwise, doubt would surely have taken root in his heart. Soon, he managed to compose himself, for there are always more solutions than challenges, especially since he possessed a system. Is there a way to ensure it does not influence my emotions? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, evidently troubled by the conundrum at hand. Within you reside two forms of magic. One, a silent, dark power. The other, your own innate magic. Previously, they coexisted harmoniously, likely in a state of equilibrium. However, the moment you grasped your wand, that balance was irrevocably disrupted. This explains why, after selecting your wand, you were transported to the realm of the silent darkness. I comprehend now, Kreena mused. If my power surpasses that of the silent force, I would not be affected by it. Quite astute, Dumbledore remarked softly. Under normal circumstances, a wizard's magical prowess only grows with age, yet your growth has not matched the swift ascent of the silent entity. Hearing this reassured Kreena considerably. After all, he was a man with burdens, and within the confines of his system lay a potion for enhancing magic. Fortuitous Hermione was, indeed, watching over him at that moment. Chapter 34. Will you grant me the Elder Wand? The office fell into a profound silence as Kreena and Dumbledore exchanged wide-eyed stares. After a moment's contemplation, Kreena ventured. What did you mean by special circumstances? Dumbledore gazed at Kreena, his mind drifting back to his youth and the allure he felt towards Grindelwald. To pursue their shared ambitions, they sought to acquire greater magical power, embarking on a quest for the Deathly Hallows and the exploration of ancient magical relics. Although their powers were significantly augmented, they paid a steep price. It is truly remarkable for someone your age to remain composed upon hearing such news. Most would struggle to maintain their equanimity upon learning of their impending demise. Yet, Dumbledore could manage it. Kreena, equipped with his system and the knowledge of how to suppress the silent force, was able to maintain his calm. With a serene smile, he replied, losing one's composure does not resolve issues. Solutions abound if we seek them. Dumbledore offered a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on Kreena for an extended moment, as if he had reached a pivotal decision. Are you familiar with the tale of the three brothers from the tales of Beedle the Bard? Thanks to Hermione's generosity in acquiring numerous books, Kreena had read the entire collection. Once, three brothers sought to cross a river, and they conjured a bridge with their magic. However, midway, they were confronted by death. Initially intent on claiming their lives, death was outwitted by their cleverness. Thus, the cunning figure feigned congratulations and presented each brother with a reward. The eldest chose the most powerful wand in existence. The second selected a stone capable of resurrecting the dead, while the youngest opted for an invisibility cloak to evade death. Ultimately, all three brothers met their demise at death's hands, with the sole exception of the youngest, who, having lived long enough, welcomed death with open arms. No wizard wishes to believe this legend, deeming it merely a tale to lull children to sleep. Yet the reality is that they are all mistaken. Dumbledore indeed possesses two of the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand and the Invisibility Cloak. Kreena pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that Dumbledore intends to bestow upon him the Elder Wand? He quickly dismissed the notion, as it felt like a mere dream. He nodded and remarked, I have heard this story. A story? Dumbledore whispered. In truth, it is a fragment of history. His expression turned grave as he retrieved a wand from a nearby drawer. This is the wand mentioned in the tale of the three brothers. It grants its master invincibility in battle. Dumbledore held the wand delicately in both hands, rotating it gently. Beyond its ability to unleash formidable magic with ease, it also amplifies its wielder's magical prowess. Kreena gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. Could it be that Dumbledore genuinely wished to give him the Elder Wand? I shall give you the Elder Wand. It should suffice to temporarily suppress the rapid growth of your own magic, Dumbledore stated calmly, seemingly indifferent to the wand's ownership. Kreiner's eyes widened in disbelief. This for me? Though he harbored suspicions, he struggled to maintain his composure. It was hard to accept the reality of such a legendary artifact, one of the Deathly Hallows. Their relationship was merely that of teacher and student. It was unimaginable that Dumbledore would go to such lengths. Seeing the certainty in Dumbledore's demeanor stirred something within Kreena. He contemplated whether to reveal to Dumbledore that he possessed a method, a potion to enhance magical abilities. As he gazed at the Elder Wand within reach, he gradually regained his composure and asked, The Elder Wand can only provide a temporary suppression? Indeed, Dumbledore nodded gravely. The growth of your magic is exceedingly rapid, particularly that of your own. It possesses a form of self-awareness and will strive to grow in every conceivable way. The Elder Wand merely narrows the gap in magical prowess between you. Professor, I have a question. If the Elder Wand were to be known to other wizards, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Why would you choose to give such a valuable item to me? You have stated it yourself, it is merely an object. No matter how precious, it pales in comparison to a living being. This reasoning was quintessentially Dumbledore, reminiscent of his desire to save Malfoy in the stories. Kreena felt there must be additional motives at play. He cautiously inquired, is there no other reason? With a playful wink, Dumbledore replied, life is of utmost importance. Is it not? Kreena nodded, realizing that pressing Dumbledore for further explanation would be futile. Let us duel. I recall your disarming charm is quite proficient, Dumbledore added. Only the victor in the duel would claim the right to the Elder Wand. Kreena glanced at Dumbledore. He was well aware of the significance of ownership. In the conclusion of the narrative, the ownership of the Elder Wand ultimately does not lie with Severus Snape, even after Voldemort slays him. He fails to claim the wand's allegiance. This misstep contributes to Voldemort's eventual defeat. Armed with Harry's wand and facing Harry himself, particularly standing on the left, it is inevitable that Voldemort would falter. I refuse to accept this notion. Dumbledore, momentarily losing his composure, was taken aback, his face reflecting astonishment followed by confusion. Kreacher, suppressing a smile, found it rare to witness such a captivating expression on the usually wise Dumbledore's face. This decision was not made lightly. Kreacher pondered deeply. He may lack the steadiness to wield the Elder Wand, for the magical realm is fraught with complexities. When confronting young wizards, Kreacher's magical prowess and innate talent grant him an advantage, yet against adult wizards, especially dark sorcerers, the outcome is far less certain. With Voldemort also present within the school, any unforeseen event could easily shift the wand's allegiance. Even the flutter of a butterfly's wings could incite a tempest. All these elements are variables beyond control, and Kreacher wishes to avoid complicating matters further, especially with the presence of the potion of enhancement. The Elder Wand rightfully belongs to you. I cannot simply take it. Kreacher winked at Dumbledore, contemplating that perhaps a new solution might present itself by the next morning. Dumbledore chuckled softly, advising him to return to rest, assuring him to seek him out should any issues arise. Kreacher retrieved his small companion and prepared to depart. At that moment, Dumbledore remarked, it seems Fawkes has taken quite a liking to you, reluctant to leave your side. Kreacher turned to his shoulder, noticing Fawkes gazing at him. He extended his hand to playfully engage with the Phoenix, who responded by nuzzling against him. This is for you, Professor. Kreacher returned Fawkes to Dumbledore, saying, I shall take my leave now. By the way, you surely remember my warning at the start of the term regarding the Forbidden Forest. Kreacher paused, puzzled by the sudden mention of the Forbidden Forest, a place he had never ventured. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the implication. I understand now. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore nodded, observing Kreacher exit the office. Chapter 35. Aftermath and birthdays. Once Kreacher vacated the office, Dumbledore caressed Fawkes' feathers, reflecting on the years spent nurturing him. Fawkes, seemingly displeased, pecked Dumbledore's finger lightly before issuing a cry and returning to his nest. Dumbledore chuckled, so quickly you betray me. At that moment, the portraits within the office opened their eyes, chattering animatedly. If Kreacher were to witness this, he would surely find them all to be actors, feigning slumber. Dumbledore, you are actually considering entrusting the Elder Wand to a newly admitted young wizard? Black's voice boomed, questioning his rationale. Phineas Nigellus Black, Sirius' great-great-grandfather, was known as one of Hogwarts' least favored headmasters, characterized by his slender eyebrows, goat-like beard, and clad in silver-green Slytherin attire. But it is the Elder Wand. What of the Elder Wand? Is not life of greater significance? A German portrait hung nearby, engaged in a spirited debate. The Leist-Devant, a distinguished headmistress and remarkable healer, was immortalized in a painting at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The two headmistresses argued vehemently upon the wall. Dumbledore rapped his fingers on the table, and the portraits fell silent. A glimmer sparkled in his eyes, and I found myself intrigued. Without the aid of his ancient wand, what method could he employ to subdue the silence? Capturing, Veritaserum, interrogation, how very Slytherin of him. Kreina exited the office, heading towards the room of requirement. But upon reaching the tapestry, he reconsidered and returned directly to the Gryffindor common room. The dim firelight cast Hermione's shadow upon the wall. She was curled up on the plush sofa, tilting her head to gaze at Kreina, her face radiating joy. You're back. Kreina smiled and nodded. I am back. He knew Hermione would be waiting for him. Had he first gone to use the enhancing potion, she would have likely waited even longer. Kreina stood beside the sofa, while Hermione knelt upon it. She wrapped her arms around Kreina's waist, tilting her head back to look at him. What happened earlier? She inquired. It was a bit concerning, but it's nothing now. Kreina tousled Hermione's hair, making it delightfully tousled. "Oh dear, my hair is a mess," she exclaimed, rolling her eyes playfully. She pulled him down to sit beside her. "Can you tell me about it?" Kreena spoke softly to Hermione, but upon hearing the name murmur, her expression turned to one of worry, her fingers instinctively pinching Kreena's arm, causing him to grimace in pain. However, when he mentioned a solution, her face brightened once more. "Don't keep things like this from me in the future," she chided, tugging at his ear gently. Remembering the conditions that led to murmur, she released him and embraced him, whispering, "We will always be by your side." Hermione then hopped off the sofa, her delicate feet slipping into her slippers. "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now." Upon returning to the dormitory, Kreena was surprised to find Harry and Ron still awake, waiting for him. He had assumed that after the earlier incident, they would be somewhat apprehensive of him. Due to the presence of scabbers, he didn't delve into details, offering a plausible excuse instead. As for Dumbledore summoning him to the office, he had simply received a reprimand, but fortunately, no points were deducted. The two boys didn't dwell on it too much. As long as Kreena was unharmed, that was what mattered. The day, filled with tension and excitement, came to an end, and the three friends swiftly fell into slumber. After that day, Kreena ventured alone to the room of requirement to utilize the enhancing potion. As a potion of red merit, he had expected it to produce some extraordinary effect, perhaps even a glowing aura. Yet, nothing occurred. It was as mundane as drinking water, leaving him feeling rather foolish for having sneaked into the room of requirement. However, compared to before using it, he found that the magic he could harness had significantly diminished. Kreena carefully sensed the magical energy and formed a conjecture in his heart. The immense power he had previously felt was likely not his own, but rather emanated from the entity known as Mori. The current reduction in magical energy was not a negative sign. It indicated that the Mori within him was being suppressed. As long as he refrained from utilizing Mori's magic, its growth rate would slow significantly. As time progressed, Kreena noticed that the magical energy he could summon gradually increased. This revelation startled him, as he initially feared that he had been subjected to further suppression by Mori, yet upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed his own magic. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would continue to keep Mori at bay. Furthermore, his own magical prowess would not be inferior to that of others, and might even surpass it. Truly, the system was a hallmark of excellence. One day, as Kreena turned a corner in the corridor, he had an unexpected encounter with Dumbledore. While contemplating how to initiate a conversation, he was taken aback when Dumbledore merely smiled kindly at him and remarked, "Your magical abilities have grown considerably." With that, Dumbledore turned and walked away. Kreena suspected that Dumbledore had deliberately awaited his arrival. There was also the matter of the duel that needed resolution. Initially, Kreena had no intention of demanding the 3,000 galleons from Malfoy, as he felt somewhat embarrassed about seeking payment after nearly causing serious harm. To his surprise, Malfoy proved to be a man of his word. The afternoon following their duel, he personally delivered the 3,000 galleons. However, Malfoy wore a mask of suffering, likely having received a stern reprimand from his father, Lucius Malfoy. Despite the Malfoy family's wealth, losing money so easily was certainly a source of discontent for anyone. Receiving the galleons would be a matter of courtesy, as refusing them would imply a lack of respect for Malfoy. With a beaming smile, Kreena accepted the payment and presented Malfoy with a gramophone dandelion. Thus, the midnight duel was conclusively brought to a close. Time swiftly advanced to September 19th. This day marked Hermione's birthday, which also happened to be Kleiner's. Lacking memories from his previous life, he was unaware of his own birthday. Consequently, the Grangers celebrated Hermione's birthday as Kleiner's as well. This was Kleiner's third birthday since arriving in this world. Upon seeing Hermione in the common room that morning, his eyes sparkled with delight. She donned a knitted sweater atop a pleated skirt, draped in a wizard's robe, with white knee-high stockings and a pair of black platform shoes adorning her legs. Her hair was neatly styled into twin ponytails. With her hands clasped behind her back, she twirled to face Kreena, lifting one foot to gaze up at him, her smile radiant like a beautiful bloom. "What do you think? Do I look lovely?" she asked, pouting slightly when her query went unanswered. "You look splendid," Kreena finally responded, recalling that it was Thursday, the day of their flying lesson. "Are you sure you can wear a skirt for that?" Hermione's face flushed visibly. "You fool. Can I ride sideways?" Chapter 36, Escaping Hogwarts. In the afternoon, after classes concluded, Kreena led Hermione to the 4th floor, where a corridor housed a hunchbacked, one-eyed witch statue. "What are we doing here?" Hermione asked, puzzled. As a few young wizards passed by, Kreena whispered, "Of course, I'm taking you out for a bit of fun. There's a secret passage that leads to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade." He had noted this passage when the twins showed him the Marauders map. Hermione covered her mouth, her sparkling eyes revealing disbelief. "I thought last week's night excursion and duel were enough rule-breaking. I can't believe you want to sneak out of Hogwarts." Shaking her head, her twin ponytails swishing, she said, "Maybe we should just forget it. Even for a birthday, there's no need to leave the school. If we get caught, we might get expelled." Kreena looked at her ponytails, tempted to tug at them, but he restrained himself, assuring her, "If we are caught, just say I dragged you out." Hermione shot him a glare. "Is that even a sensible thing to say? If we get caught, I'd rather say I pulled you out to play." Once the young wizards had all departed, Kreena pulled out his wand and recited, separating left and right. "Why isn't it working? Did I misremember?" Hermione glanced around furtively. Kreena tapped his head, recalling that the incantation was correct, but he had overlooked a step. He recited the spell again and tapped the statue's head with his wand. Suddenly, the statue's hunchback opened and a head emerged. Hermione, startled, instinctively struck a defensive pose. "Ah!" Fred let out a pained wail. "I'm so sorry." Hermione blushed, hastily apologizing. "I didn't expect it to be you inside." Fred emerged, followed closely by George, both carrying large bags of items. "Brutal, absolutely brutal," George teased, poking Fred's cheek. Unable to contain his laughter, Hermione's face reddened further. "Hermione, don't mind it," Kreena chuckled. "They know we're out here. Their prolonged absence was likely to scare us." "Don't be so blunt," Fred said, holding George's neck. "Come on, let us make it even." Hermione was astonished. It was the first time she encountered someone eager to be hit. Kreena waved his wand at Fred's face, casting a spell, and with a flash of light, the imprint of the slap vanished. "Cool. I didn't expect you to be so adept at healing spells," Fred remarked. "My body is fine, but my fragile spirit has been wounded. I need a pack of spicy strips to soothe my soul," he feigned sorrowfully. Kreena found it amusing. Ever since the last time they had spicy strips, the two had been relentless in their cravings, though regrettably, he had none to offer. "Your wounded heart shall find solace in my embrace." George seized Fred by the collar, casting a glance towards Kreena before dragging Fred away. "Enjoy yourselves." Fred waved at them from around the corner of the corridor. The entrance was modest, just large enough for a slender person to squeeze through. Kreena uttered a brief remark before being the first to wriggle inside, where the descent resembled a slide. He glided down a considerable length before landing on the cold, damp earthen floor. Bang! Hermione followed suit, sliding down and colliding with Kreena, both tumbling to the ground. There is no law that dictates a fall must result in a kiss. Only Hermione's forehead met Krainer's chin. They winced, rubbing the impacted areas, pausing for quite a while before regaining composure. Hermione raised her wand and intoned, "Lumos." The surroundings brightened, revealing a narrow, low earthen tunnel. "Does it still hurt?" Hermione gently touched Krainer's chin and inquired, "Did you hit anywhere else?" Kreiner shook his head, reassured that Hermione was unharmed, and he cautiously took her hand as they ventured forward. The passage twisted and turned, resembling an enormous rabbit hole, with the ground uneven, presenting a risk of tripping. After a lengthy walk, the tunnel began to ascend, prompting them to quicken their pace. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the base of a dilapidated stone staircase. "You should climb up first." Hermione paused, startled, her beautiful eyes fixed on Kreiner, her face flushing crimson. "Pervert." Kreiner responded, bewildered. He recalled, his gaze involuntarily drifting downward. Hermione was wearing a pleated skirt today. Allowing her to go first meant he would have an unobstructed view from below. "What are you looking at?" Hermione exclaimed. "It's nothing." Kreiner awkwardly scratched his head. "I just thought it safer for you to go first, so you don't fall." After a moment of silence, he continued, "Then I shall ascend first." The staircase was lengthy, obscuring the top from view. As Kreiner climbed, he remained vigilant of Hermione. It would be a significant issue if she were to fall. Suddenly, Kreiner's head struck something above. Looking up, he saw a trapdoor. "We've arrived," he announced to Hermione, then pushed open the trapdoor. Above was a cellar filled with various crates. Kreiner clambered up and promptly pulled Hermione out. After closing the trapdoor, it blended seamlessly with the dull floor, rendering it nearly invisible. Beside them stood a wooden staircase leading to the upper level. At that moment, the door above swung open, and a lady entered, carrying a box. It was Mrs. Flume, who, along with her husband Ambrosius Flume, operated the Honeyduke's candy shop. Students sneaking out. Hermione anxiously grasped Kreenar's arm, her heart brimming with concern. Having just emerged, they were now apprehended, and surely, this would be reported to the professors, culminating in expulsion. After setting down her box, Madame Frum glanced at Hermione and reassured her, "Do not fret, I shall not speak of this to your professors. However, should you be discovered by them, do not attribute your outing to me." Kreenar raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the matter. It was quite reasonable, after all, for they all needed to earn a living. The sweet shop primarily catered to students. However, Hogsmeade was only accessible to third-year students and above on specific Saturdays, limiting opportunities for profit. The hidden passageway provided a glimmer of hope, as it might attract students who would stumble upon it, thus generating some additional income. Madame Frum studied the two of them closely, her expression one of mild astonishment. "You must be first years, having only recently arrived, yet daring to venture out. Truly, you embody the spirit of Gryffindor. You may ascend the stairs, my husband is up there tending to the shop." Chapter 37, Happy Birthday. As they ascended the staircase, Hermione whispered, "Should we remove our robes first?" I feel it might be too conspicuous to walk out like this. It's quite all right, Kreena replied. In truth, whether one wears robes or not makes little difference. The wizarding community is sparse, and nearly all the residents of Hogsmeade are acquainted with one another. Discarding our robes is akin to ringing a bell while attempting to remain concealed. Every professor at Hogwarts, except those who have never taught, recognizes us. Moreover, in a wizarding village such as Hogsmeade, dark wizards do exist. Wearing robes serves as a form of protection and minimizes unnecessary troubles. Emerging from the cellar and traversing the corridor, they entered the shop. The atmosphere was rather desolate, with Mr. Frum lost in thought at the counter. Upon hearing their footsteps, he turned, momentarily surprised, and said, "Students, if you wish to purchase sweets, feel free to browse. You may sample them." The walls were lined with shelves brimming with an array of confections. In the center of the aisle stood 2 cabinets. One housed a small fire dragon roasting chestnuts, while the other contained a large bowl of chocolate for self-dipping. Honeyduke's sweet shop also supplied goods to the Hogwarts Express, and Kreena had already encountered most of the candies here. Kreena selected some ordinary sweets, which, lacking enchantment, offered no special effects. The two then ventured to the shelves dedicated to peculiar confections. For instance, there were explosive chewy candies that would produce a mild explosion upon consumption, yet posed no harm. Similar in effect to popping candy. There were also prank candies, such as sour popping candy, which resembled lollipops but would create a burning sensation on the tongue. Kreena fed Hermione a pepper imp, and in an instant, her ears and nose erupted in flames. Under Hermione's seemingly murderous gaze, Kreena swallowed hard, suppressing a chuckle. "Try this," Hermione said, lifting a white candy to Kreena's lips. "How does it taste?" Kreena opened his mouth to respond, but instead, his voice transformed into a series of meowing sounds. Hermione stifled a laugh, exclaiming that it truly sounded like a kitten. She then set her sights on the shape-shifting candy, which would alter body parts to resemble those of animals. However, this time, Hermione chose to indulge herself rather than offer it to Kreena. "Do you notice any changes?" Hermione inquired, tilting her head after consuming the candy. Kreena's eyes sparkled. The adorable Hermione had become even more enchanting. Her original ears had morphed into a pair of large, fluffy fox ears. "Your ears have transformed into those of a fennec fox," Kreena remarked, reaching out to touch them. They felt delightful, thick and silky. Hermione lowered her head, one ear being caressed while the other drooped. Her heart raced, and the sensation from her ears was quite pleasurable. "Don't touch," she murmured. Kreena bit his lip, struggling to restrain his hands. After all, Hermione was now a fox-eared maiden. "How about I let you touch them a bit more?" Hermione suggested, biting her lip and glancing at Kreena. "Don't overthink it. I can see you enjoy it." Kreena took a half step back, hastily declining. Hermione's expression shifted instantly as she narrowed her eyes at him. Kreena and Hermione had purchased 2 large bags of candy along with a small bag filled with the shape-shifting sweets that Hermione had selected. After paying, Kreena asked, "Sir, may we leave these candies here for now? We'll come back for them later." Mr. Flume, surprised, replied, "You two are quite daring, venturing outside. Most little wizards who sneak out only dare to stay in the shop and return after buying their sweets." Kreena raised an eyebrow, aware that among the few who dared, there were bound to be some twins. "Shall we head back?" he suggested. "No way, we came out to shop for gifts. We can't return empty-handed." Upon hearing their resolve, Mr. Flume said, "Very well, leave them here. Just be cautious outside and avoid crossing paths with any professors." Kreena thanked him, then took Hermione's hand as they exited the candy store. Outside, a row of peculiar shops lined the lively street. Passers-by merely cast curious glances their way before returning to their own affairs. After all, everyone understood the unspoken rule regarding sneaking out. No one was inclined to report them. "Is this Hogsmeade?" Hermione asked, her face alight with excitement. "Where shall we go now?" Kreena glanced at her and chuckled. "Ah, women, with shops to explore. There's no need to fear the professors." The two began to wander through Hogsmeade, and as they passed a charming wizarding clothing store, Hermione pulled Kreena inside. "Welcome," they were greeted. The sales assistant at the entrance wore a smile as she addressed the 2 individuals, inquiring about their shopping intentions. "We will browse on our own," they replied. Nodding, the assistant proceeded to introduce them to the various sections of the store. In the women's dress area, Kreena immediately spotted a beautiful dress. "What about this one?" he asked, holding it up. "This is for Harry," he added. Kreena mused that since fate had led them to this place, it would be remiss not to procure a dress for Harry. Hermione, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is Harry really willing to wear a dress?" "Not at all," Kreena shrugged nonchalantly. "Let's just buy it for him anyway." "But what if it doesn't look good?" Hermione pondered. Kreena reflected for a moment, concluding that the dress's appearance was irrelevant. What mattered was that Lily had worn a similar style of jumpsuit when she first encountered Snape. After selecting the dress, they wandered into the sock section, which boasted an array of choices, including stockings in black, white, and red. Hermione picked out a pair of white stockings adorned with pink cat paw prints. "Are these pretty?" she inquired. Kreena recalled the pair of socks nestled within a package in his system and cleared his throat, wondering why she would ask him such a question. Oh, Hermione's eyes sparkled mischievously, and with a smile, she chose to say nothing further. By the time they returned to the castle, night had fully descended, and dinner in the Great Hall had concluded. Kreena led Hermione to the edge of the Black Lake. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a table, chairs, candles, and cutlery. Another flick resulted in plates brimming with an array of delectable food and cake, all prepared in advance by house elves. He merely relocated the feast. Cheers! Happy birthday! They exclaimed. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, they exchanged gifts. Although they were already aware of their contents, the moment still held significance. Kreena pointed his wand at the sky, releasing a brilliant burst of light. Subsequently, magnificent fireworks illuminated the night sky. Chapter 38. Dear, your Harry is being delivered. On Friday morning, within the Great Hall, Kreena and Hermione received belated birthday wishes from Gryffindor. News of their celebratory fireworks had spread throughout the house. Seizing the opportunity, Kreena distributed the sweets he had purchased the previous day to everyone. The hall resonated with the joyous laughter of Gryffindor wizards. As breakfast neared its conclusion, George and Fred arrived late, looking rather dejected. They draped their arms over Kreena's shoulders. You two had a splendid time yesterday, but we were utterly miserable. We were caught by Professor McGonagall and lost a total of 40 points. We were also assigned to polish the trophies, they lamented. It's all my fault, Kreena replied, patting the twins on the back. The dazzling fireworks of the previous night had been orchestrated with their assistance, deliberately positioned far from the castle to facilitate a swift escape. Two unfortunate souls found themselves unable to escape, yet there was little to be done. However, thanks to their selfless contributions, he was able to quietly enjoy the entire fireworks display alongside Hermione. The organization shall remember your sacrifices. Kreena retrieved 2 bottles of soda, popping candy, and instant noodles from his wizarding robe. Aside from the soda, he had already distributed all the snacks from the system's lottery. The twins chuckled. For though it wasn't spicy strips, it was still an intriguing assortment of food. Once the twins departed, Hermione, still feeling a twinge of anxiety, patted her chest and pondered whether the professor would realize it was Kreena who had orchestrated the fireworks. Even if he did, it would matter little. Kreena glanced towards the faculty seating, where Dumbledore was smiling at him. Hogwarts had its hidden rules, as long as one was not caught in the act. Being discovered later did not constitute a violation. Hermione was utterly astonished. It was the first time she had heard of such concealed regulations. On their way to class, Harry lagged a few steps behind, walking beside Kreena. Do you remember what we discussed last time? Kreena feigned ignorance, though he was fully aware of what Harry was inquiring about. This was already the 3rd week, and he was surprised that Harry had managed to refrain from asking last week. He had to coax Harry into wearing women's clothing without being too overt. Otherwise, the intention would be too apparent. It was essential to wait for Harry to approach him, as that would increase the chances of success. Observing Harry's eager demeanor, Kreena pretended to have an epiphany. You mean the speculation about Professor Snape at Hagrid's, right? Harry nodded, apprehensive about the upcoming 2 consecutive potions classes, fearing he might not survive the experience. Indeed. Can you tell me? Not just yet, Kreena replied warmly, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulder. Let's discuss it after this lesson. The more oppressive Snape was towards Harry, the easier it would be to persuade him to don women's attire later on. The bell rang, and Snape strode in briskly. As usual, he called the roll before immediately directing a question at Harry. Potter, enlighten me on the effects of the stimulant potion. Harry felt despondent. It was always like this, targeted to the point of wanting to flee. It can invigorate, he replied, hoping to guess correctly as he had previously. Snape's already grim expression darkened further. Harry's response was akin to dragging his intellect through the mud. Potter, have you exchanged brains with a troll? Snape mocked. No. A troll would not provide an answer as absurd as that. Harry pouted and muttered under his breath. Then why not let a troll attend potions class? The young wizards were already intimidated into silence by Snape, and the classroom was eerily quiet. In such an atmosphere, Harry's whisper could hardly be deemed discreet. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Silence, Snape bellowed, his fury palpable as he turned to Harry. Potter, due to your disrespectful retort, Gryffindor shall lose 15 points. 15 points? Previously, points were deducted in increments of 5, so it is evident how irate Professor Snape must be now. Harry, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not speak out. For to utter another word would be akin to lighting a candle in a restroom to search for excrement. Snape rapped on the blackboard, and instantly, an array of text appeared, commanding, take meticulous notes. The purpose of the invigorating potion is to alleviate the symptoms of a cold. Potter, are you even taking notes? Points deducted. Potter, is this how the material is handled? Points deducted. Potter, you dolt, open your mind. Snape's tirade continued, and as he stormed out, a passing dung beetle seemed to brighten at the scene. Potter, points deducted. By the end of the class, Harry found himself the unfortunate recipient of a 52-point deduction. Upon returning to the common room, Harry collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, tears gradually forming at the corners of his eyes. Ron sighed. Why do you insist on retorting? Snape is already targeting us. Your defiance merely gives him further opportunity to escalate his wrath. Harry managed a bitter smile and sighed heavily. Just tell me, creature. TSK, Harry urged, feeling a sense of urgency. Snape truly is a remarkable teammate. Harry's successful donning of female attire must certainly be credited to Snape's influence. Creature, you must closely observe Professor Snape's words. If you do, you will notice that in the fleeting moment he locks eyes with you, there is a glimmer of fondness within. How could that possibly be? Harry exclaimed. He would rather see me dead. It is indeed true, Hermione interjected. I have noticed it as well. Creature cast a surprised glance at Hermione. Goodness. Being around her has evidently led you astray, he thought. Such claims are mere fabrications. There is no fondness in Snape's gaze. He is a master of deception, having once fooled even Voldemort. Affection, fondness, these sentiments he conceals deep within. Only hatred escapes his lips. Regardless of how much he may admire Harry's eyes, his countenance remains perpetually grim, with only animosity reflected therein. Harry hesitated, his mind unable to resist the notion that perhaps there was some truth to it. Has anyone ever mentioned that your eyes resemble your mother's, while your face mirrors your father's? Hagrid once told me, Harry replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. What does that have to do with anything? Hermione, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, exclaimed, I know. Is it because Professor Snape had feelings for Harry's mother? Her words struck like thunder on a clear day. Harry and Ron could scarcely believe it, moving from shock to disbelief and back to astonishment. Creature affectionately patted Hermione's head. Impressed by her cleverness, a few casual remarks had led her to a significant conclusion. You cannot be serious, Harry said, regaining his composure, skepticism evident in his eyes. He would sooner believe in Voldemort's resurrection and conquest of Hogwarts than accept that Snape harbored affections for his mother. Creature produced a photograph from the depths of his wizarding robes, revealing a cherished image of Harry's parents together. As Harry gazed at the photograph, tears welled in his eyes, and his doubts gradually dissipated. Chapter 39. Harry transforms into adorable Hallie. He cradled the photo against his chest, inhaling deeply to calm his tumultuous heart. Kreena, where did you acquire this photograph? He inquired. I have been investigating for a while and finally discovered that your parents previously resided in Godric's Hollow. Kreena patted Harry's shoulder, indicating that knowing the address made obtaining the photograph rather effortless. Harry fell into silence. Despite Kreiner's seemingly simple explanation, he understood the complexities involved in such inquiries. Like him, Kreiner had previously been unacquainted with the magical realm, lacking the connections necessary for his investigation, not to mention the acquisition of the photograph itself. He looked up at Kreiner, speechless, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Kreiner smiled knowingly, saying nothing, as he was fully aware of the circumstances. In truth, he had little time to conduct such research. He spent nearly every night in the room of requirement practicing spells, for innate talent must be honed into tangible skill. Regarding the photograph, it was Hagrid who had reached out to an old classmate of Harry's parents to procure it. Hagrid intended to compile a photo album as a gift for Harry, though the collection was still incomplete. Kreiner had stealthily visited Hagrid's hut several times to obtain a copy of a photograph featuring Harry's parents. The group fell into a brief silence, and Kreiner contemplated how best to broach the subject of Harry dressing as a girl. Harry solemnly tucked the photograph away, anxiously checking his pockets to ensure he did not inadvertently lose it. Nevertheless, he lamented, Snape truly despises me, as if he wishes to devour me. That is quite normal. Kreiner replied calmly. If you watch more excruciatingly tragic romance dramas, you would realize that such relationships often lead to numerous unpleasant conflicts. The burden left by your father weighs heavily upon you. Suffering under Snape's torment, Harry sighed. Well said, let us speak no more of it. He lowered his head despondently, the thought of enduring such days for another 7 years deepening his sorrow. Even with an understanding of Snape's animosity, he found no solace. The prospect of enduring potions class was indeed daunting. Ron wished to comfort Harry, but found himself at a loss for words, though he felt quite full from today's revelations. Kreiner chuckled, remarking that if Harry were indeed drowsy, he could simply provide him with a pillow. Harry instantly perked up, grasping Kreiner's arm and urgently exclaiming, What is the solution? Do tell. Now that the root of the problem was known, a remedy could be sought. Kreiner contemplated for a moment, suggesting, if Professor Snape were to recognize the issue, he might cease his antagonism towards you and perhaps even award you points. That seems rather exaggerated, Ron interjected skeptically, asserting that Snape had never awarded points to a Gryffindor. Think about it. Could it be that Professor Snape detests Harry's face, yet is rather fond of his eyes? Kreena spoke slowly, suggesting that if Harry donned women's attire and fashioned a visage reminiscent of his mother, Professor Snape might unwittingly develop an affection for him. There seemed to be a modicum of logic in that notion. However, Harry felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Dressing in women's clothing? Preposterous. He adamantly refused such an idea. No, no, Harry exclaimed, rising to his feet. There is no way I would wear women's clothes. I would rather leap from this tower. Even if Snape were to deduct points from me until my demise, I would never don such garments. Kreena raised an eyebrow at Harry's vehement reaction, seemingly taken aback. I think there is merit in what Kreena suggests, Hermione interjected, almost revealing their intentions. Did you not find this approach rather appealing just a moment ago? Ron eagerly nodded in agreement. It would certainly be a novel experience to see Harry in women's clothing. I think it could be quite entertaining. Harry cast a wary glance at Kreena and Hermione, while Ron appeared to be merely a bystander in the unfolding drama. He recalled their hushed conversations in Hagrid's hut and felt a twinge of suspicion. Was it possible that they were conspiring to make him wear women's clothes? Kreena gently coaxed Harry back onto the sofa, while surreptitiously kicking Hermione under the table. The thought of Harry in women's attire sent Hermione's mind racing, and she acknowledged that Harry's doubts were entirely justified. Why are you so agitated? Kreena remarked nonchalantly. I merely proposed a potentially viable suggestion. The final decision lies with you. Regaining his composure, Harry replied, hearing you say that, I have devised a plan. Since Snape loathes my face, I shall simply conceal it during our next class. This seemed like a feasible strategy, and Kreena nodded in agreement. Harry, your mind is remarkably quick. However, inwardly, Kreena chuckled at the thought of Harry's trial. He could easily envision how Snape would react. Oh, Potter, with your notoriety. Employing such special tactics while others do not conceal their faces. Snape's aversion to Harry's father's visage was instinctual, without a change of face. He would be more likely to conjure that face in his mind. Harry stole a glance at Kreena, pondering whether he was overthinking the situation, as Kreena had not pressed him further. After all, if he truly intended to prank him, he wouldn't go to such lengths. Feeling a pang of guilt for doubting such a good friend, Harry chastised himself for his unwarranted suspicion. After their discussions concluded, Harry and Ron departed to play wizard's chess, while Kreena and Hermione headed to the library to study. As they walked, Hermione inquired, did Harry seem suspicious just now? Indeed, Kreena replied, ruffling Hermione's hair. Sometimes, being overly eager is counterproductive. It is wise to take a step back and allow things to unfold naturally. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. 2 weeks later, on a Friday morning, Harry cornered Kreena in their dormitory. I can't take it any longer. Harry fell silent for a moment, solidifying his resolve. He decided he would indeed try the method you suggested. With the perfect timing and circumstances, how could Harry possibly escape? Kreena feigned jest, saying, aren't you the one who would jump from the tower and lose points to the point of demise, yet would never don a dress? Enough, Harry retorted, feeling flustered. Snape was driving him to madness. Kreena took a breath and then said, very well, let me assist you in your transformation. With that, he returned to his bed, opened his suitcase, and retrieved the dress he had purchased last time. Consider yourself fortunate. Kreena tossed the dress to Harry. It was originally intended as a birthday gift for Hermione, but upon reflection, he deemed it unsuitable for her. You are truly lucky. Otherwise, if you hadn't been in such a hurry, I might not have managed to procure a dress for you. Thank you so much, Kreena, Harry exclaimed, cradling the dress as if it were a treasure. Without you, I would be utterly lost. Kreena conjured a false visage and a wig. With Ron's assistance, in no time, the adorable girl known as Hallie made her grand entrance. Chapter 40, Darling, your Hallie has arrived. Ron licked his lips, unable to believe that the charming girl before him was, mere moments ago, Harry himself. There was not a hint of discord. What do you think? Kreena nudged Ron's arm. Isn't Hallie stunning? This nudge seemed to activate something within Ron. His face flushed crimson as he gazed at Hallie, contemplating that if it were Hallie, he would not mind at all. Get lost, Hallie exclaimed, hurling a pillow at Ron, before turning to Kreena and shouting, and don't call me by random names. It's Harry, not Hallie. Ron chuckled sheepishly, clutching the pillow. Hallie, I'm sorry, I just didn't react in time. It's Harry. Harry. Kreena discreetly distanced himself a few steps from Ron. No need to mind such trivial matters. Hallie. Hallie. Dear, is there no food this morning? Little Ching emerged from the sleeve, her triangular head darting about. Wah, dear, why is there another sister beside you? Will Sister Hermione be angry if she finds out? Little Ching touched Kreena's hand with her letter, contrasting with my own feelings of concern for dear Harry. Kreena, the first to respond, gently patted Little Ching's head. Observing Hallie's dazed expression, he knew her thoughts were quite intricate. Thankfully, he had concealed his parcel tongue. Otherwise, he would face social demise daily. Ron eagerly suggested, is Little Ching hungry? You usually feed her around this time. Perhaps you could let her have Banban first. Regretting his initial reaction, he mused how delightful it would be to have a beloved pet instead. Banban. It's truly challenging to exist quietly. Banban had grown accustomed to this life, knowing that Little Ching would not consume him, allowing him to continue living in ease, enjoying a life where food is readily provided. Must I truly wear a dress? Hallie often felt a chilly breeze beneath her skirt, a stark contrast to the sensation of wearing trousers. She grasped the fabric of her skirt tightly, pressing it down. To her surprise, Hallie, adorned in a dress, exuded an almost fragile grace, evoking a sense of tender pity. Kreena furrowed his brow. Hallie's face appeared merely as a mask, devoid of any blush or shyness. It was somewhat rushed. He hesitated to employ his shape-shifting abilities directly on a person. Changing her facial features with his magic would yield far superior results. You may wear your own attire, Kreena suggested with a shrug, cautioning that the lack of visual impact might lead to unsatisfactory outcomes. Hallie paused in silence, ultimately opting for the dress, given the circumstances. There seemed little point in futile resistance. Let us proceed to dine, lest we be late for class. Hallie shook her head, declining the invitation to join him for a meal. She required time to collect herself, planning to head to the classroom just before the lesson commenced. Kreena said nothing further, dragging the reluctant Ron out of the dormitory. Upon entering the hall, they found Hermione already finished with her meal and engrossed in a book, a plate brimming with food beside her. As Hermione accepted the small creature from Kreena, she inquired while feeding it, "Why are you so late today?" "Don't worry, my dear. I shan't inform your sister," Hermione reassured her. The creature munched on the food Hermione offered. Kreena cast a glance at the small creature, knowing it possessed a keen intellect. If Hermione could comprehend its words, she would surely be infuriated. "I was assisting Hallie with her attire, which took a bit longer." "Hallie? Harry?" Hermione was momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to grasp the reality. She had indeed donned a dress, and even her name had been altered. The slow-witted creature also realized there was no new sister. Merely Hallie, Harry. Swallowing its food, it reflected on the complexity of the human world, its serpent perspective shattered. "You've lost the bet. Feel free to make a request." Hermione seemed unperturbed by her loss, rather exhilarated at the prospect of seeing Hallie in feminine garb. The loss was worth it. "Let us defer it for now. I have yet to think of anything." In the potions classroom, the time for class neared. Malfoy eagerly surveyed the room, noting that Harry had yet to arrive. Anticipating the professor's arrival, he looked forward to witnessing the professor's torment of Harry. The thought made Malfoy chuckle. Potions class had become a source of joy for him. Suddenly, Malfoy inhaled sharply. "Look at that girl by the entrance," he exclaimed, tapping his companion on the head. "When did Gryffindor acquire such beauty? Have you ever seen her before?" With a cascade of red hair, she sat beside Weasley. "Is she one of the Weasley family?" Malfoy found himself unable to divert his gaze. Crabbe and Goyle shook their heads in unison, expressing their ignorance. It was also their first encounter with her. "One day, I shall bring her home." Malfoy, his cheeks flushed, pressed a hand against his heart, feeling the intense thumping within, a sensation of infatuation. "Get a grip, will you? She is a Gryffindor. Possibly even a member of the Weasley family." Malfoy grumbled to his two lackeys, lamenting the distraction from the beauty before him. "Foolishness. We must cast aside our prejudices." He glanced back, already envisioning names for future offspring. Hermione, gazing at Harry with palpable excitement, shook Krenar's arm fervently. Thankfully, her reason prevailed as she lowered her voice to inquire, "Is that really Harry?" "It is indeed Harry." Oh. Hermione eagerly turned to Krenar, suggesting, "Why don't you try dressing as a woman?" Krenar, incredulous, pondered if such a statement could truly have emanated from Hermione. He grasped her face, shaking it gently, urging her to discard such fanciful notions. Rubbing her slightly reddened cheek, Hermione pouted and murmured, "That's your fault for opening the door to this new world." Alas, Hogwarts seemed to be spiraling into absurdity. Krenar regretted the decision to transform Harry into Harry. The class bell rang, and the room fell silent as Snape entered with calculated steps. He surveyed the classroom, failing to spot the face he loathed. TSK, Snape remarked grimly. "It appears our illustrious Mr. Potter has chosen not to attend." Panic surged within Harry. It was time to endure yet another potions class. Life or death hinged on this moment. "Professor," she slowly lifted her head, her emerald eyes meeting Snape's gaze. "I am here." Krenar reveled in Snape's current expression, a testament to his meticulous transfiguration. Harry's visage bore a striking resemblance to her mother, Lily, with subtle hints of Snape's features. Regrettably, no camera captured this beautiful moment. Chapter 41. "Ah, Harry, is that Lily?" Snape mused, perhaps driven by an overwhelming sense of longing that led to such a mistake. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized her closely, confirming that it was indeed Lily's face. This visage was one he would never, ever forget. "Is this a dream?" Snape discreetly pinched his thigh, the sharp pain affirming the reality of his situation. If only this were a dream, he thought, wishing to remain in this reverie indefinitely. Snape refocused his gaze on Harry, observing how her features increasingly resembled a fusion of himself and Lily. Who is Harry? Best to stay away from him. "Ah, Harry." Malfoy felt a surge of despair, aware that his companions had overheard his prior words. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged peculiar glances, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. "Damn Potter." Malfoy seethed inwardly while casting a furtive glance at Harry. "Why must it be Potter? Ugh." The untimely retching sound was akin to a colossal stone plunging into a tranquil body of water, shattering Snape's reverie and disrupting the stillness within the classroom. The young wizards whispered among themselves, occasionally gesturing towards Harry. Lowering her head, Harry dared not glance at her classmates, her mind racing with thoughts of feminine attire. It seemed that within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, she might find no refuge. "Silence!" Snape exclaimed, his brow furrowed in displeasure. At that moment, Harry felt as though her heart would cease to beat, bracing herself for the impending judgment. "Malfoy," Snape snarled through clenched teeth, "for disturbing the class, Slytherin loses 5 points." It was a single wretch that prevented him from continuing to regard Harry's face, prompting gasps from her peers, who began to suspect that this was merely a dark wizard masquerading as their potions master. Ever since Snape ascended to the position of Slytherin head, he had never once deducted points from his own house. "Professor," Malfoy attempted to defend himself, asserting he was not a Gryffindor. "Speak again, and I shall deduct more points." Malfoy began to question his very existence. Was this truly their head of house? Snape approached Harry, ultimately standing beside her. "Harry, look at me." His tone softened unexpectedly. "Tell me, who permitted you to dress in such a manner?" With a sigh, Harry refrained from correcting their misnomer. After all, it was Harry in a dress. What concern was it of his, Harry Potter? Strangely, Snape did not call her Potter, and his gentle tone was almost beyond belief. Slowly, Harry met Snape's gaze, the warmth in his eyes momentarily disarming her. "It is I who chose to wear this." She uttered a falsehood, yet it was of no consequence. In a bid to unveil the truth, Snape utilized legilimency the instant their eyes met. Images flashed within his mind, revealing that Kreacher was the source of the mischief. Snape turned his gaze towards Kreacher, his expression inscrutable, betraying none of his thoughts. Kreacher, without hesitation, met his eyes. From the moment he had baited Harry, he had resolved to master the art of mental occlusion. Dumbledore adhered to his own principles and boundaries, refraining from probing into the memories of others. However, Snape was different. He was the man who toiled silently in support of Harry. Just because someone remarked that her eyes resembled hers, Snape wished to keep his benevolent side hidden from others. Also to safeguard Harry. Thus, when Harry transformed into Harry, he was determined to uncover the entire truth. Kreacher's mental occlusion was merely rudimentary, capable only of thwarting external probing. A more advanced form of occlusion could weave a fabricated memory, presenting the investigator with a curated recollection. Having failed to extract the desired answers from Kreacher, Snape cast one last penetrating glance at him before turning and striding back to the lectern. The class commenced. "Harriet, would you kindly elucidate the components of herbicides?" Harriet, having just exhaled a sigh of relief, inhaled again and replied, I do not know, Professor." The young serpents gazed eagerly at Snape, anticipating his customary practice of deducting points from Gryffindor. After a moment of silence, Snape slowly spoke. "Well done, Harriet. For your honesty, Gryffindor shall receive an additional 10 points." The young wizards were left in stunned silence, their minds swirling in confusion. Some even contemplated whether dressing in women's attire for potions class might earn them extra points from Snape. Harriet joyfully glanced at Kreena, realizing that not only had they not lost points, but had actually gained some. This approach was indeed effective. The double standard between Harriet and Snape was vividly apparent. Throughout the lesson, Snape devised various justifications to award Harriet numerous points. After class, he retained Kreena for reasons that were self-evident. However, Kreena remained unconcerned, as this situation seemed to benefit all parties involved. The two walked in silence, Kreena quietly following Snape. They arrived at Dumbledore's office. Kreena thought it rather unseemly for Snape to report to Dumbledore. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Snape unleashed a barrage of words akin to a machine gun. "Oh, great headmaster. Have sweets scrambled your wits? Or has old age caused you to forget your promises?" Dumbledore, holding a pile of cockroaches, paused midair, a rare look of confusion crossing his face. "Severus, could you enlighten me on what transpired?" Snape remained silent, instead directing his gaze toward Kreena. After a moment of contemplation, Kreena shared all he could about the day's events. Dumbledore's eyes twitched slightly. The youth of today certainly engaged in curious antics. He mused that in his youth, he and Grindelwald had never attempted anything quite like this. "Severus, I assure you, I have not spoken of this. That is impossible." Snape shot glances between Kreena and Dumbledore, incredulous that a first-year student could possess such a skill as mental occlusion. "It is not difficult," Kreena shrugged. "I read about it in the library and practiced a few times." Both were momentarily taken aback by Kreiner's nonchalance, and a brief silence enveloped the office. "Severus, I must remind you not to employ legilimency on students," Dumbledore stated calmly, turning to Kreena. "Intelligent, talented, and possessing a curiosity for secrets, everyone harbors hidden truths, whether it be you, me, or Severus. While you have uncovered this secret, it is wise to keep it to yourself, rather than act as you did today. It is detrimental to both Harry and Severus. Please refrain from such actions in the future. I believe Severus would not wish to see Harry in such a light." "Do not presume to make decisions for me," Dumbledore retorted. "Very well, great headmaster. Please continue indulging in your sweets." After Snape spoke, He quickly pulled Kreena out of the office, fearing that Dumbledore would insist on having Harry dress as a girl. As they parted ways, Snape patted Kreena on the shoulder, his expression laden with meaning. Chapter 42. A flurry of small coins. Kreena sat in the library, perusing books while taking notes, occasionally stifling a yawn. Beside him, Hermione seized the moment when Kreena yawned again, playfully tapping his mouth. "Abba, Abba," she giggled, until Madame Pants, the librarian, cast her a stern glare, prompting her to quiet down. Once Madame Pants resumed her rounds, she whispered, "Why are you so tired lately?" Kreena showed Hermione the cover of a book he was studying, which was a fundamental text on alchemy. "Your pace of study is remarkably swift," Hermione exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief, as normally students only began to encounter alchemy in their 6th or 7th years. Unlike Hermione, who perused every book, Kreena prioritized those he deemed essential for his needs. Kreena recounted his collaboration with the twins. After winning a sum of galleons from Malfoy, he had added an additional 800 galleons. Wizard's chess had proven rather unexciting, and they were planning to develop a new wizarding game. Upon discussion, they realized that creating this game would require knowledge of alchemy, compelling Kreena to quickly fortify his understanding in that area. "You haven't shared any of this with me," Hermione said, a hint of disappointment in her voice, which reminded her of times before Kreena's arrival when she had been isolated at school, often alone with her books while others gathered in laughter and camaraderie. It was only after meeting Kreena that her situation began to improve. "It's not that I didn't tell you," Kreena replied, affectionately ruffling Hermione's hair. "Help me take a look at this. I've been struggling with the arrangement and engraving of these incantations for quite some time." Hermione shot him a disdainful glance but accepted the book with a smile. After studying the text for a while and comparing it with her notes, she pointed out, "These two incantations are in the wrong order. Also, here, the two must be connected." Kreena retrieved a card and the tools for engraving incantations, eager to test them out. Hermione took the tools and began her engraving. The moment she finished, the card flickered. Kreena drew his wand and enchanted the card, causing a small spectral dog to leap forth. "We did it!" Kreena exclaimed, astonished. Hermione had only glanced at the alchemical text and had successfully arranged the incantations. It seemed her talent lay predominantly in alchemy. "Our Hermione is indeed impressive," she huffed, lifting her chin proudly. "Now you see?" "Indeed," Kreena replied, extending an invitation. "Come help us with this project." He was keen to escape the torment of alchemy. No one is omnipotent, and he is no exception. The flying broom cannot ascend, and alchemy remains only half alive. Kreena, after extensive reading and practice, found himself overshadowed by Hermione's brief period of study. In the dead of night, Kreena led Hermione to the room of requirement. The chamber, though modest, contained all necessities, with the workbench cluttered with various items. Hermione wore a frown, perplexed that Kreena had only now introduced her to such a wondrous place. She soon cast aside her fleeting disappointment and began to explore with curiosity. Before long, the twins arrived. Kreena brought Hermione closer and announced, "Hermione has joined our ranks. She will oversee the alchemy aspect henceforth." "Welcome, welcome. Our little team has gained another member." George and Fred exchanged glances, and then George spoke, "Let us revise the profit sharing. Fred and I shall each allocate 10% of our earnings to Hermione. I shall forego my share." Hermione hurriedly shook her head. Her intention was merely to assist Kreena, not to claim any profits. The trio fell silent, observing Kreena. After contemplating, Kreena realized that the twins felt uneasy about the money. Previously, when the sum was 200 galleons, the distribution was 60-40. And even after the increase to 1,000 galleons, the sharing method remained unchanged. The twins had long sought an opportunity to make amends, and this was their chance. Adjusting the profit-sharing model would ensure fairness for Hermione and ease the twins' consciences. After a moment of thought, Kreena decisively established the final distribution as 52-15-15. He then explained the game they were to create. "We are developing a card game consisting of 3 types of cards: fantastic beasts, spells, and potions. Each side will hold 50 cards, with 6 drawn in the initial round and 2 drawn in subsequent rounds. The 4 soon delineated their respective roles. Kreena would handle spells, transfiguration, and enchantments. Hermione would focus on the intricate arrangement of alchemical runes. The twins would be responsible for designing detailed statistics and crafting the initial cards." "That will suffice for today," Kreena announced, clapping his hands. "Let us celebrate with a midnight feast." As the words echoed, the studio transformed into a lavish dining hall. A 4-compartment hot pot graced the table, surrounded by an array of meats, fruits, and condiments. All had been meticulously prepared by Kreiner's house elf in the kitchen. "Hot pot!" Hermione exclaimed joyfully. She had not enjoyed such a dish since arriving at Hogwarts. "What is hot pot?" Fred asked, bewildered. Kreena proceeded to explain the nuances of enjoying hot pot to the twins. Soon, everyone was savoring the delicious meal, dipping meat into the bubbling broth while sipping on fizzy drinks. "Kreena, why do you dip watermelon in chili powder?" someone inquired. "It's astonishingly delightful." As they chatted and feasted, the conversation eventually turned to Malfoy. Regrettably, Fred and I learned of your duel with Malfoy too late. Otherwise, we too would have relished the opportunity to wager against him. Both George and Fred lament this missed chance, for had they been informed sooner, they might have savored a bowl of soup. Their family rarely encounters such a bounty of galleons in a year. However, there remains a possibility. Kreacher pondered for a moment before suggesting, we could initiate a betting pool during our own Quidditch match. Harry's aerial talents are unparalleled. He is indeed our ace flyer. Nevertheless, Harry and his new broom have already attracted attention. Just yesterday morning, the Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall ordered for Harry arrived, delivered by 6 owls. In his eagerness, Harry unwrapped the parcel too swiftly, neglecting to notice the letter from McGonagall instructing him to keep it confidential. This oversight resulted in the entire school learning about Harry's induction into the team and his acquisition of the new broom. Yet, this is of little consequence. Kreacher could not recall the exact year Gryffindor secured the House Cup, as Harry always seemed to encounter mishaps that caused him to miss matches. Nonetheless, he was aware that whenever Harry played, victory was nearly assured. Gryffindor had not triumphed in ages, and few believed Harry could catch the golden snitch. Who would place their bets on our victory? Upon hearing this, the twins' eyes sparkled, as if a multitude of galleons were soaring toward them. Chapter 43, The Butterfly Effect Brings About Change. Time passed swiftly, and during this period, everyone was exceedingly busy. Each subject assigned a plethora of homework, with every task requiring lengthy compositions on parchment exceeding 10 inches. Kreacher and his companions devoted their evenings to hastily crafting their cards. The twins, in particular, bore the brunt of the workload, juggling their studies, card production, and rigorous Quidditch practice. They were not only striving to win the House Cup, but also to earn a bit of pocket money, enduring considerable fatigue without yielding. As Halloween Eve approached, Kreacher and his friends finally produced enough cards for sale. The remainder depended on their marketing strategy. A sweet, enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin lingered throughout the castle. After a day's lessons, they gathered in the Great Hall, eagerly anticipating the Halloween feast. The hall was adorned with vibrant Halloween decorations, with candles nestled within large pumpkin bellies, flickering flames casting shadows. Low-hanging clouds drifted across the sky, occasionally releasing bats that flitted about, while more of them soared beneath the ceiling. Time truly flies, Hermione remarked. It has been 2 months since we arrived at Hogwarts. Indeed, 2 months. Kreacher paused momentarily before realizing that tomorrow marks Halloween. Harry invariably encounters trouble around this time. A sudden melancholy enveloped Kreacher, for due to his presence, Harry remains oblivious to the concealed secrets of the 4th-floor corridor, unaware of the 3-headed dog lurking within. Everyone has undergone subtle transformations beneath the surface. Hermione has transformed. She no longer exhibits authoritarian tendencies, does not intimidate others, shows respect for school regulations, and has endeared herself to her peers. The young lions genuinely admire her, for she has become an approachable academic prodigy, capable of providing homework assistance and clarifying classroom inquiries. However, she only dispenses her knowledge when approached. She refrains from unsolicited interventions. Hermione enjoys raising her hand to answer questions, not for the sake of attention, but to contribute to her house points. Should she or Kreena ever lose points, there is no need for concern, as the deductions will simply offset the points previously earned, resulting in a net balance of 0. Moreover, Hermione does not raise her hand in every class. She has learned to gauge the appropriate moments. For instance, during potions class, after being thwarted by Kreena and uncovering Snape's secret, she ceased to participate in that subject. Observing Snape's interactions with Harry has proven to be far more intriguing than merely answering questions. She has relinquished her title of know-it-all, avoiding disputes and solitary tears. Ron has also undergone a transformation, albeit subtle. He is fixated on having the little blue creature devour Scabbers, yearning for a pet that is distinctly his own, rather than a second-hand one. Harry has experienced changes as well. His transformation following his foray into women's clothing clarified Snape's motivations against him. The ensuing embarrassment has deterred him from attending class in such attire again. Yet, this matter transcends Harry's personal desires. It hinges upon Snape's whims. Harry attempted rebellion, attending class the following Friday without the women's clothing, only to find himself and Kreena subjected to Snape's relentless torment. Everything seemed amiss, resulting in point deductions without respite. After tasting the sweetness of success, experiencing the bitterness of defeat has left Harry resigned. Since there exists a method to manipulate Snape, why not utilize it? Thus, in subsequent Fridays, he donned women's attire for potions class. The sight of Harry in women's clothing became a sensation across the houses, with young witches and wizards eager to reap the rewards of Snape's point system. The second individual to venture into this territory was a Ravenclaw upperclassman, Roger Davies. The outcome? A bemused Dumbledore found himself troubled by Harry's penchant for women's clothing, initially believing it to be a singular occurrence that had now multiplied. One evening, he summoned Snape, Harry, and Kreena to his office for a discussion. Snape, wearing an unconcerned expression, remarked, "Great headmaster, have you grown so old that you must relinquish your position? I never suggested he wear women's clothing to class. Furthermore, the head of house has the authority to award or deduct points. This is simply how I conduct my classes. If you find it displeasing, feel free to dismiss me." The king of retorts at Hogwarts left Dumbledore momentarily speechless. "And what of you?" Dumbledore turned his gaze to Kreena. Without Krainer's transformation magic, Harry's attempts at wearing women's clothing would have been futile. "I am merely an emotionless tool," Kreena replied, hands raised in innocent surrender. "I could refrain from granting Harry a mask." "No, that simply cannot be." Before Dumbledore could utter a word, Harry interjected, exclaiming, "Professor, it was my own volition to don women's attire. What choice did Harry have? He felt small, pitiful, and helpless. Without the garb, Snape would subject him to torment. While Kreena could skip class and merely face a deduction of points, with Hermione always ready to assist him afterward, Harry could not afford such luxury. Should he dare to evade Snape's potions class, he would encounter consequences far graver than mere point deductions. "All of you," Dumbledore pointed at the trio, "leave at once. I do not wish to be exasperated so early in the day." "Oh," Snape seemed quite pleased with his triumph, remarking that their venerable headmaster required solitude. The matter of Harry's female attire ceased to attract scrutiny. In a land such as this, there was little that could not be accepted. Over time, no one regarded Harry with peculiar eyes, and the initial embarrassment he felt had faded into oblivion. However, one aspect remained particularly repugnant to Harry, the incessant mockery from Malfoy. Malfoy, flanked by his two sycophants, swaggered over to Harry, declaring, "Is this not our illustrious Harry? Why have you not transformed into a lady today, Miss Potter?" Goyle chimed in, "It's not Friday." Frustrated beyond measure, Harry resolved that when faced with someone's disdain, the only recourse was to retaliate in kind. "Malfoy," Harry feigned shyness, raising his voice, "do you fancy me, or do you merely wish to see me in women's clothing? Just say the word, and I shall comply." It seemed he had absorbed such banter from Ginny, and now he delivered it with aplomb. He succeeded in not only grossing out Malfoy, but also repulsing everyone present. Harry relished his victory and, from that point onward, became increasingly unconventional, frequently approaching Malfoy with curious inquiries. "Malfoy, are you enjoying some sweets? Might I partake? Malfoy, are you completing your homework? Could you assist me with this? Malfoy, you." It was only when Malfoy began to retreat at the sight of Harry that he finally relented. Thus, a conflict concluded in mutual disdain. Both Harry and Malfoy understood that this was but a temporary reprieve. The next confrontation would depend on who could hold their tongue the longest. Chapter 44. Who is the Wizard Game King? The Halloween Eve banquet commenced in earnest, with the tables laden with a plethora of dishes. In keeping with the Halloween theme, the fare appeared somewhat macabre, yet the flavors remained as delightful as ever. During the festivities, cups clinked, laughter resonated, and the atmosphere was vibrant. At that moment, a loud quarrel erupted at the Gryffindor table. "Fred, you are incapable." "George, it is clearly you who lacks ability. This game was won by me." "Fred, it was I who triumphed." The ostentatious gestures and boisterous disputes of the Weasley twins drew the attention of onlookers. Everyone was astonished. How could two individuals who were evidently close suddenly find themselves at odds? Professor McGonagall, noticing the commotion from the staff table, sought to intervene, only to be halted by Dumbledore. "Do not fret, Minerva." Dumbledore spoke calmly, remarking that a banquet must always have a lively atmosphere. After all, they were not fighting. Were they? Kreina surveyed the reactions of those in the hall, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This was all part of his grand design. It was precisely to promote the wizarding game they had invented, and no occasion could be more fitting than the eve of Halloween. Dumbledore's intervention was due to Kreina's prior request. Otherwise, the performance would have been abruptly halted before it even reached its climax. "Fred, dare you engage in a genuine wizarding duel? Come and face me, and you'll discover who the true champion of the wizarding game is." The two stood up from their seats, which had been deliberately arranged to face each other rather than sit in a row. The young wizards, bewildered and confused, wondered why a duel needed a game element. They had forgotten to eat, their eyes fixed on the twins, eagerly anticipating their next move. "Dumbledore, aren't you going to intervene?" McGonagall frowned, observing them prepare for battle. Dumbledore rested his head on one hand, his eyes twinkling with interest. Kreina had previously explained the rules to him, though he had yet to witness the specifics. They are merely engaging in a game duel. There is no need to be anxious. Snape chuckled darkly. The headmaster has grown old. McGonagall, when you take the helm as headmaster, do remember to assign me to teach defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore remained silent. McGonagall, too, was at a loss for words. The twins raised their wrists, adorned with card holders, across the dining table and simultaneously proclaimed, "The game begins." As soon as the words left their lips, the card holders emitted a soft yellow glow, conjuring a virtual platform between them. 2 dice shook upon it, Fred's showing 5, while George's revealed 1. 6 cards flew from their holders into their hands. and above their heads, a health bar of 2,000 points appeared. It's decided, you are my opponent. Fred drew a card from his hand and tossed it into the air. Giant, attack mode. The card floated in the center of the platform, and a colossal creature emerged, wielding a massive club and emitting a fearsome roar. Fred drew another card, casting it into the air, but this time, it remained covered. His turn concluded, and it was now George's turn. Come forth, venomous dragon. A magnificent brass-colored dragon appeared before the audience, adorned with a prominent black ridge along its back and short, menacing horns, along with a pair of elongated, exposed fangs. The appearance of the dragon jolted the previously dazed young wizards back to reality, their astonishment palpable, especially among the upperclassmen who had never encountered such a game in the wizarding world. With George's command to attack, Fred's previously covered card activated its effect, a freezing spell. The incantation immobilized George's dragon, rendering its attack ineffective. All magical creatures and spells within the cards had been quantified. In reality, a mature wizard capable of freezing a dragon's hide would be considered quite formidable. Dragons possess a natural advantage over wizards, and to contend with an adult dragon, at least 7 or 8 wizards would need to join forces. Naturally, this does not apply to the likes of Dumbledore. The performance by George and Fred was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing the prowess of trolls, the fiery breath of dragons, and a myriad of wondrous creatures, all interspersed with dazzling spells. This wizarding duel was primarily a promotional endeavor, as the duo unleashed an array of cards for demonstration. Ultimately, Fred, with a remarkable comeback from a deficit of 200 points, triumphed over George. Now you must concede that I am the true wizarding game king, Fred declared, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Alas, I cannot believe I lost. You are indeed the genuine wizarding game king, George lamented. I disagree. Edgar Perez Greco proclaimed loudly as he stood up, a third-year student of Slytherin. He had accompanied Malfoy during his duel with Kreena. On what grounds can your duel alone be deemed worthy of the title Wizarding Game King? Greco scoffed haughtily. If our Slytherin members had participated, the title would undoubtedly belong to us. The Gryffindor wizards were incensed. The rivalry between the two houses had ignited a chaotic scene. Foolishness, interjected a Ravenclaw upperclassman, Alan Bombard. This wizarding game requires intellect, which you sorely lack. His words ignited further outrage among the three houses, and even the normally composed Badger found himself drawn into the fray. You two Weasleys, where did you acquire those cards? Bombard inquired. I wish to join in. Kreena observed the scene with satisfaction. The twins were pawns, as were Greco and Bombard. He had meticulously selected from the other three houses to find suitable players. Slytherin required a pawn to incite discord among the houses, and Kreena's gaze fell upon Greco, an old acquaintance. He had an uncanny ability to read people, and under the pressure of wands and galleons, Greco quickly acquiesced. The Ravenclaw students were more easily persuaded, requiring only a modest sum of galleons. Kreena bestowed upon both of them 10 galleons, a card holder, and 4 card sets. He did not seek a pawn for the Badger, as it was deemed unnecessary. The interplay among the three houses would inevitably sway the Badger to join in due to the crowd effect. The young wizards, ignited by their competitive spirits, would naturally draw in many prospective buyers. The twins exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. It was Granger who provided this to us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Greco eagerly inquired, what is the price? I want a set. Kreena produced 2 exquisite gift boxes, showcasing them to the gathering before announcing. The card dispenser is priced at 10 galleons, and it comes with a complimentary box of card sets. Each box contains 20 cards, accompanied by a detailed instruction manual. A single box of cards is available for 5 sickles, featuring an array of diverse card decks. Those interested may come forth to make a purchase. Chapter 45, The Controlled Troll. Kreena elaborated on the card decks. A single deck must comprise no fewer than 40 cards and no more than 60, with a maximum of 3 duplicates for any specific card. In addition to purchasing the Wizarding Game Card Dispenser, one must acquire 1 or 2 additional boxes of cards. The cards within each box are randomly assorted, offering the chance to obtain rare varieties for the fortunate buyer. Once the young wizards expressed their approval, the sale commenced in earnest. Harry was the first to buy, acquiring 2 card dispensers and 4 boxes of cards, one set intended for Ron. Following him were the 2 sycophants eager to make their purchases. With a leader in the fray, other young wizards quickly formed a line to buy as well. The entire sale proceeded in an orderly manner, with Hermione overseeing the collection of payments while Kreena distributed the card dispensers and boxes. As the saying goes, deep affections seldom endure, only schemes win hearts. The performance, coupled with the presence of sycophants, yielded unexpectedly positive results, attracting buyers from every house. Most who refrained from purchasing were merely observing, either lacking funds or simply failing to bring any. However, Kreena remained unperturbed. He knew that as more individuals engaged with the product, sales would inevitably follow. He estimated that the entire Hogwarts operation could yield around 3,000 galleons. not accounting for the expenditures of particularly enthusiastic buyers. Their overhead was relatively low, primarily consisting of labor costs from late-night crafting sessions. Eventually, they planned to transition to a magical assembly line, eliminating the need for overnight shifts. Before long, everyone had returned to their respective tables, some dining while others delved into their studies. Suddenly, Quirrell burst into the great hall, his face a mask of terror, his large scarf askew. "Troll!" he exclaimed, tripping over his own feet and sliding nearly a meter across the hall. "It's in the dungeons." As he spoke, his head tilted, and he promptly fainted. Kreena sighed in relief. He had feared that Quirrell might interrupt the performance or the sale midway. Fortune smiled upon him, as Quirrell entered only after the completion of their endeavors. As for the troll, there was no need for concern, given that no one was crying in the bathroom, and a multitude of professors would handle the situation. The young wizards in the hall soon regained their composure, their startled gasps filling the air. Professors at the staff table called out repeatedly to no avail, until Dumbledore finally conjured a few bursts of fireworks with his wand, which finally silenced the students. The heads of each house led their students back to the dormitories. Dumbledore maintained an air of calm, as if all was well, which in turn soothed the young wizard's anxieties. Percy stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone follow me closely, and be mindful not to get separated. First years, stay by my side. Fear not the monstrous creature, as long as you heed my commands." With that, the crowd followed Percy out of the hall and ascended the marble staircase. "How did the creature get in?" Harry inquired. Perplexed, Kreena glanced at Harry and jested, "Perhaps someone wished to surprise you for Halloween." "Me?" Harry replied, astonished, assuming it was merely a jest. Indeed, it would be quite a surprise. As they transitioned from the third to the fourth floor, they unexpectedly collided with the giant at the corner before reaching the fifth. The creature, wielding a club, swung downwards, and even Percy, leading the group, felt a gust of wind overhead. Reacting swiftly, Kreena employed the levitation charm to lift the club, forcing the giant to relinquish its grip. He pulled Hermione back and shouted, "First years, retreat immediately." Percy, coming to his senses, promptly drew his wand and cast spells at the giant. The younger students hurriedly withdrew, while the older students brandished their wands and advanced toward the creature. Petrification, repelling, and stunning spells were unleashed upon the giant, but these assaults were as ineffective as mere tickles. The giant, unfazed, resorted to striking with its hands. Seizing the moment, Kreena dispelled the levitation charm, allowing the club to crash down upon the giant's small head, causing it to stumble slightly. Given its classification as a level 4 creature by the Ministry of Magic, standing 12 feet tall and weighing up to a ton, it possessed immense strength, thick skin, and high magical resistance. A single levitation charm should not have been sufficient to subdue such a formidable being. Waving his wand, Kreena transformed the club into a steel cage, ensnaring the giant. The creature emitted grunts, its massive hands battering against the cage, severely distorting its structure. Kreena was compelled to wave his wand again to reshape the cage. With no casualties, Percy exhaled in relief and instructed another classmate to summon the professors. "Thank you for saving my life just now," he said gravely to Kreena. The giant's earlier swing had nearly caught him off guard. He could scarcely fathom the gruesome fate that might have befallen him. "It's nothing, as long as you're unharmed," Kreena replied nonchalantly. "The primary concern remains the giant. Quirrell mentioned it was in the basement, yet here it is on the 4th floor. Moreover," Kreena continued, "over 10 individuals attacked the giant. While their magical strength pales in comparison to that of adult wizards and their spellcasting was not coordinated, it should not have resulted in total ineffectiveness. The giant is contained, yet you wear a grave expression," Percy inquired, observing Kreena's demeanor. At that moment, the giant's strikes shifted direction, and Kreena turned to see Harry. After a brief silence, Kreena instructed, "You should move to the side and stand over there." "Me?" Harry questioned, bewildered as to why he was singled out. Percy and the other prefects expressed their concerns, deeming the situation too perilous. Should the troll suddenly break free, Harry would be in grave danger. "Go ahead, I assure you, you will not come to harm." Harry nodded, placing his faith in creature's words. As Harry moved, the troll followed suit, turning its colossal body in his direction, much to the astonishment of those present. "Percy, cast a spell to see if you can divert the troll's attention." As a spell was hurled toward the creature, it remained utterly indifferent, relentlessly battering against the iron cage in pursuit of Harry. Without further prompting from creature, the others grasped the situation effortlessly. Ron recalled their earlier conversation and blurted out, "Harry, this troll is quite the surprise for your Halloween." Percy shot Ron a disapproving glance. It was hardly the time for jest. Under the weight of his brother's lineage, Ron felt as frightened as an ostrich. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind them, and the troll no longer fixated solely on Harry, but began thrashing about in search of an escape. Creature glanced back to see Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell approaching. Although Snape limped, he was faster than the other professors. He reached the troll and cast a spell that rendered it unconscious. Witnessing this, Creature reverted to his original form. Potter, what is the meaning of this? Why are you standing there alone? Snape inquired, his brow furrowed. Percy quickly stepped forward to recount the events that had transpired. Chapter 46, The Downfall of Quirrell. Snape ground his teeth in frustration. Without Harry, he could no longer behold the visage of the beloved boy he longed for. The thought of Harry's demise filled him with fury towards the orchestrator of this calamity. Dumbledore's expression grew somber, but he quickly regained his composure. There were matters yet to address. Severus, go find Madame Pomfrey to tend to your leg. Afterward, come to my office, he stated, his penetrating gaze suggesting a deeper understanding. Snape met Dumbledore's gaze, but ultimately capitulated, inhaling deeply before turning to depart in silence. Dumbledore then addressed the young witches and wizards. I am heartened to see you stand together in times of peril to protect your fellow students. For your bravery, each of you shall earn points for Gryffindor. And Creature, your fearless use of transfiguration to subdue the troll merits an additional 20 points for Gryffindor. You must all be weary. Return to your dormitories and rest. I will leave the remainder to Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore turned to Quirrell with a smile. You know how to handle the troll, I trust? Why yes, Quirrell stammered, seemingly shaken. I know, Professor Dumbledore. Percy felt that this matter should not conclude here, for the troll's target had been Harry. I understand. Dumbledore gently patted Percy on the shoulder, assuring him that he would investigate the matter. Krellin scoffed, dismissing it as mere folklore. Had it not been for Chilo's meddling today, there might have been serious injuries. McGonagall's lips turned pale, her gaze frequently darting towards Chilo. Such words from Dumbledore were only credible to the students. Once everyone had departed, Chilo returned the troll to the basement, ultimately needing Dumbledore's assistance to confine it to a room beneath the fourth-floor corridor. Ha, the voice of Voldemort, lurking at the back of Chilo's mind, sneered, I know precisely what kind of man Dumbledore is. He will not save you. Why was the troll on the fourth floor? Why was it fixated solely on Potter? When did you orchestrate all this? In a hoarse voice, Voldemort remarked, I merely helped you escalate the situation. As you can see, Dumbledore is utterly indifferent, not even inquiring about the life or death of the students. Chilo hung his head, his keen intellect in the theory of defense against the dark arts well established. To transition from a Muggle studies professor to a defense against the dark arts professor, he undertook a year-long journey around the globe. Gradually, he began to inflate with arrogance, fantasizing about tracking down Voldemort, convinced of his own ability to confront him. Alas, he was woefully mistaken. Even in his most weakened state, Voldemort was far beyond Chilo's capability to face. His body was under Voldemort's control. He keeps you close merely to uncover the secret of my immortality. Voldemort's voice had grown significantly weaker. Chilo, you have no other choice. Judging by Dumbledore's current demeanor, it seemed his mentor had successfully safeguarded the secret of his immortality. Now, should Chilo willingly slay a unicorn, he could derive a fleeting power from its blood. Chilo trembled, recognizing the truth in Voldemort's words. He had no alternative, believing he could enlist the greatest white wizard of the century to rescue him. Yet again, he was incorrect. He could only follow Voldemort down a dark path. I understand, Master. Chilo raised his head, determination in his eyes. I will venture into the Forbidden Forest to seek the unicorn. Do not fret about the curse that comes from slaying a unicorn. Once we acquire the Philosopher's Stone, I shall assist you in forging a new body, one far more powerful than this. A strange light flickered in Chilo's eyes. Before he had fully surrendered himself to Voldemort, he had feared the torment. However, he now found a peculiar comfort in the thought of such suffering. He acknowledged his previous missteps and implored, Please punish me, Master. Voldemort merely responded with a contemplative sigh. The door to Dumbledore's office was flung open forcefully. If you have grown too old to fulfill the role of headmaster, you should resign promptly, Snape stated grimly. What use is it to merely observe Chilo? Why not apprehend him directly and employ the Veritasrum? Severus, Veritasrum is not infallible. Dumbledore replied calmly, meeting Snape's gaze. Before you arrived, I visited the Trolls' tribe and gleaned some intriguing information. To my surprise, you are also knowledgeable in the language of trolls, Snape remarked with a hint of derision. Given their diminutive heads, what information could they possibly retain? Mastering an additional language is never a disadvantage. Dumbledore jested lightly. Should you wish to learn, I would be glad to instruct you. Ahem, Dumbledore coughed discreetly. Kindly bear with this loquacious old man. For whom is Quirrell acting? Dumbledore gazed at Snape and slowly said, Voldemort resides within Quirrell. How dare you? Snape, suddenly tense, began to pace the office. You are exposing Potter to danger. Dumbledore offered a gentle smile. He had hesitated to share this news with Snape, burdened by a tinge of apprehension. After all, Harry is not Lily. Their resemblance is limited to their eyes, and he had previously feared whether Snape would wholeheartedly protect Harry. Harry's transformation had prompted a change in Snape, providing Dumbledore with an opportunity for confirmation. I require some time away. You are mad, Snape exclaimed incredulously, then quickly realized. What information did you obtain from the troll? Do not underestimate anyone or anything. Voldemort, much like you, holds trolls in disdain. Dumbledore began to recount the fragments of information gleaned from the troll, noting that Quirrell was resisting Voldemort's influence, attempting to draw my attention, which inadvertently granted Voldemort an opportunity. Did you not notice Quirrell early on? You instructed me to keep a watchful eye on him from the start of the term. If I am not mistaken, he desires my assistance. My error, Dumbledore sighed, shaking his head. I previously assumed he had willingly allied himself with Voldemort. So, you wish to save him? Everyone is prone to err, whether it be myself or you. Snape understood, rendered momentarily speechless. His mistakes could never be rectified, even with a lifetime of atonement. What of Mr. Granger? Why did you ask me to keep an eye on him? I thought you would refrain from inquiring. Dumbledore winked at Snape. I cannot disclose that, for I have made a promise to another, just as I have to you. During my absence, I kindly ask that you safeguard Harry. That is unnecessary for you to mention. Chapter 47. Harry's Speculations and the Quidditch Match. The following morning, within the Great Hall, Owls delivered the Daily Prophet, featuring a prominent article submitted by Hermione, Shocking Revelations. What keeps Dumbledore awake at night? What has captivated Dumbledore so? As Hermione penned her article, Kreena interjected, making it abundantly clear that it was sensationalist. The lengthy piece, comprising several thousand words, primarily aimed to promote wizarding games and the purchasing methods for outsiders. Unlike other newspapers, the Daily Prophet wields significant influence. Kreena expended a considerable sum of galleons to have Hermione's promotional article published. All preliminary arrangements had been completed, awaiting the event to unfold, ultimately counting the profits with a smile. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but then hesitated. Kreena chuckled, remarking that now, dressed in women's attire, one could dine in the hall with such composure. What could possibly still evoke embarrassment? Speak your mind freely. Harry rolled his eyes. After all, it was Friday, and it was unreasonable to expect to attend potions class on an empty stomach every Friday morning. It was about the troll from last night. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired, do you know something? Otherwise, how could you have claimed that the troll was a surprise from someone? Kreena paused, genuinely taken aback. He had merely been jesting, never anticipating that Quirrell would act so brazenly, resulting in such chaos. Look at you, deep in thought. You must know something. Kreena's eye twitched, recognizing that while Harry's reasoning was fundamentally flawed, the conclusion was startlingly accurate. Indeed, I was joking at that time. Ron leaned in, whispering, do you think it could be Snape? His leg was injured at the time. It's not Professor Snape, Harry replied, puzzled by Ron's line of thinking. There was no reason for Professor Snape to wish him harm, and besides, his injury was clearly not inflicted by the troll. Kreena clicked his tongue. Harry, you actually refer to him as Professor now. Professor Snape no longer targets me. He even grants me points weekly. Harry suddenly fell into contemplation, then quietly suggested to his companions, what if it was Professor Quirrell? He was the only one absent from the hall, and the troll appeared in a different location than he described. Kreena raised an eyebrow, surprised but quickly understanding. Harry was not unintelligent. In the original narrative, Harry managed to deduce an almost accurate conclusion from fragmented information, but at that time, he had been misled by Snape, leading him to suspect the wrong person. Now, however, given Snape's consistent awarding of points to Harry, he no longer entertained doubts about him. Eliminating Snape from suspicion, Harry directed his gaze toward the other professors. After a process of elimination, Quirrell emerged as the most suspicious. Professor Quirrell was the one who rescued us from Filch, Ron remarked, skeptical of Harry's reasoning. Although Quirrell exhibited some neurotic tendencies, he still seemed amiable and had no apparent motive to wish harm upon Harry. Indeed, Harry mused, massaging his temples. These were mere speculations without evidence. He suddenly touched the scar on his forehead, recalling the pain it had caused during the opening feast. Initially, he had suspected Snape, but it was now evident that was not the case. What if it was Quirrell, who sat beside Snape? Upon this realization, Harry felt he had grasped Quirrell's potential motives for targeting him, yet he chose not to share these thoughts with his friends. Enough of that. He shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. Let's just eat. We have class soon. Ron scoffed. You've suddenly taken a liking to potions class. Yet I'm the one suffering sitting next to you. The group burst into laughter at Ron's comment. Snape continued his antagonism toward Gryffindor. Yet the focus had shifted to Ron, who sat daily beside Harry. Such matters are understood by those who comprehend. As November approaches, the days grow increasingly frigid. The mountains surrounding the school are shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed by ice and snow, while the Black Lake has solidified into a formidable sheet of ice. The new season of Quidditch is on the brink of commencement. As for the earlier discussions regarding the opening of a betting venture with the twins, a unanimous decision was made to abandon it. The funds of the young wizards have been nearly depleted by their wizarding games, and the remaining meager resources are deemed unworthy. To truly earn substantial profits, one must await the Quidditch World Cup in a few years. Gryffindor is fervently practicing, determined to triumph over Slytherin in the upcoming match. The pressure mounts for Harry. The closer the competition draws, the more anxious he becomes. In an attempt to alleviate his nerves, Harry resorted to reading a book titled The Marvelous Game of Quidditch, which only heightened his anxiety. There are over 700 possible fouls in Quidditch, and the position most prone to mishaps is undoubtedly that of the seeker. As Saturday dawned, Harry faced his first match with a stroke of misfortune. Though the weather was cold, it was clear, unlike the previous days filled with rain and snow. The young wizards congregated in joyful chatter, eagerly anticipating the thrilling Quidditch match to come. "You should have a bit of breakfast," Ron urged, lifting a slice of toast. "If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to catch the golden snitch." Harry shook his head, pushing Ron's hand away. "I don't feel hungry at all." "Then eat when you're hungry," Ron insisted, placing the toast onto Harry's plate. "You need to maintain your stamina. They will certainly be keeping a close watch on you." Unable to further refuse Ron, Harry reluctantly forced himself to consume half a slice of toast. By 11 o'clock, nearly all the students and faculty had gathered at the Quidditch pitch. The arena was encircled by towering stands, with seats suspended high above the ground. Even at such a distance, it was sometimes difficult to discern the details of the match, prompting many students to bring telescopes. Krum escorted Hermione through the crowded stands, where the throng moved at a sluggish pace. They reached the topmost row, and shortly after settling in, Ron, Neville, and Seamus joined them. It wasn't long before the two teams from the rival houses soared onto the field, flying a lap around the pitch before hovering in the air. Krum raised his wand towards the sky, and a burst of fireworks erupted from its tip. The fireworks exploded in the air, revealing 2 lines of text. "Go, Harry. Gryffindor shall prevail." Beneath the words, a lifelike lion roared with an ear-splitting bellow. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, echoing the rallying cry. Such spells were commonplace among the older students, who also joined in launching fireworks into the sky. The Slytherin students, witnessing this display, grew displeased and followed suit. The fireworks multiplied, and soon both sides began a fiery exchange of taunts in the form of pyrotechnic messages. "Gryffindor is destined to lose. Slytherin shall triumph. Slytherin is a bunch of amateurs." Chapter 48. Astonishing. The two professors engage in open combat. Kreena was in a state of disarray. What was intended as a mere firework display to uplift Harry had devolved into a mutual exchange of barbs amongst the houses. This group of irritable fellows was unyielding. Hermione grasped Kreiner's arm and whispered in his ear, "Aside from us, no one saw you launch the first firework, right?" "Perhaps, but even if someone had, it wouldn't matter. Whether seen or not is inconsequential. Should the professors choose to investigate, the worst that could happen would be a deduction of points, certainly no detentions." "We have a little black one," a student from Gryffindor shouted. Suddenly, a serpent emerged from the fireworks above the Gryffindor camp, cheering for Slytherin. "There are Slytherins among us." A furious Gryffindor clenched his fists. "Brothers, let us take him down." At that moment, McGonagall, seething with anger, bellowed across the entire stadium, "Everyone, stop this. Gryffindor and Slytherin students, if anyone dares to act out again, both houses will be disqualified from the match." The students complied, sitting quietly in the stands, not daring to move. "Hello, everyone. Today's Quidditch match features Gryffindor against Slytherin. I am your commentator, Lee Jordan. Which house do you believe will claim victory in this match?" Jordan, displaying keen insight, instantly revitalized the somewhat tense atmosphere, as students cheered for their respective teams. While his commentary was professional, he was also a Gryffindor, and a bit of bias was certainly to be expected. Jordan spoke rapidly, "Friendship first, competition second. Let's defeat Slytherin. Gryffindor will prevail." Slytherin students vociferously criticized Lee Jordan, urging the professors to replace the commentator. McGonagall shot a fierce glare at Jordan before signaling the referee, Hooch, to commence the match promptly. A piercing whistle brought silence to the stadium. Hooch soared through the air, casting a glance at Jordan. "I hope everyone plays to their potential and with style. Compete fairly and honestly." Her expression was stern, her gaze fixed on the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, known for his ferocity year after year. The whistle blew again, and amidst the cheers of the students, the Quidditch match officially began. "Truly, Angelina Johnson is remarkable. She seized the quaffle right from the outset," Jordan exclaimed with enthusiasm. "What an outstanding chaser, and so charming. She is in a league of her own compared to Slytherin's chaser." Jordan, "My apologies, Professor." Jordan was the type who would acknowledge his mistakes, yet remain resolute in his ways. "Goodness." During the passing play, Slytherin's Captain Flint intercepted the ball. He charged through the air like a flying behemoth, preparing to shoot. The ball certainly would not go in. Indeed, it missed. Wood proved himself to be the finest keeper. McGonagall glared at Jordan. "If you do not commentate properly, you shall cease to commentate altogether." Jordan nodded weakly, requiring a moment to compose himself. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be replaced. The quaffle returned to the hands of the Gryffindor chaser, who deftly maneuvered with it, swiftly arriving before the Slytherin goal. A splendid feint followed by a genuine pass deceived the Slytherin goalkeeper, allowing the charming Angelina to score. Gryffindor secured 10 points. The emotions of the rival houses diverged. Gryffindor erupted in joyous cheers, while Slytherin responded with furious shouts, the contrasting sounds echoing through the frigid air. With Harry's inclusion and their recent rigorous training, Gryffindor's morale surged, propelling them to an impressive 80-point lead over Slytherin. While Gryffindor seemed poised for victory, McGonagall felt a twinge of discomfort, disturbed by the disheartening commentary beside her. She stole a glance at Jordan, contemplating a change in announcers for the next match. Meanwhile, Harry was not idle. He soared high above the field, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Suddenly, Flint charged towards him with the quaffle. The audacious Slytherins committed a foul by colliding with him. This was indeed a foul. McGonagall, exasperated by Slytherin's malicious tactics, refrained from reminding Jordan of his commentary duties. Our young hero, Harry Potter, agile and quick, soon steadied his broom. Jordan continued to narrate. Madam Hooch has awarded a free shot. It's in. Slytherin pays the price for their actions. Flint, unfazed by the penalty, even flashed a sinister grin. This was part of his plan. In the ensuing contest for the ball, he forcefully knocked Angelina off her broom, rendering her unconscious. Gasps erupted from the crowd, while only the Slytherin students cheered in delight. Quidditch does not penalize for injuries, nor does it allow substitutions. The game continues until the injured player is removed from the field. After Flint's attempt was thwarted by Wood, he snatched the bat from his teammate and swung it at the approaching bludger. The bludger struck Wood squarely in the face, sending him tumbling backward, crashing against the goalpost before collapsing to the ground. Flint smiled, envisioning a goal with no keeper to defend the net. Previously lost points would soon be reclaimed. Gryffindor students, in sheer frustration, could do nothing but curse Slytherin's shamelessness from the sidelines. Harry, witnessing the score equalize, felt a surge of anxiety, yet he maintained his composure, diligently searching for the golden snitch. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He had found it. Just as he prepared to fly towards it, his broom began to shake violently, forcing him to grip it tightly to avoid being thrown off. Look at Harry's broom, Hermione exclaimed, hastily passing her binoculars to Ron. By the time he looked, Harry's broom had ceased its tumultuous shaking and was speeding in a particular direction. Just moments ago, Hermione almost doubted her own eyes, as if the broomstick had malfunctioned. Kreena raised an eyebrow and peered through the telescope towards the professor. What on earth? Hermione inquired. Come and witness this, Kreena replied, enlarging the view, allowing both of them to take a look. Snape was intently observing Harry, and upon realizing that Harry's broom was spiraling out of control, he instantly deduced that someone was casting a dark curse. He was well aware of who was responsible, and, although he contemplated reciting the counter curse, he deemed it a mere temporary solution. Thus, he turned and delivered a sharp slap to Quirrell, who sat behind him. Quirrell, momentarily bewildered, felt a jolt of apprehension at how quickly he had been discovered. Chapter 49, The Next Pair Beside Me. Snape, with a tone of feigned fragility, reproached Quirrell. Why hit me when you're enjoying the match? Snape scoffed, showing no leniency towards Quirrell, and without uttering a word, he kicked him. Quirrell tumbled to the ground, initially dazed before fury ignited within him. Who is this person? He thought to himself. Having prepared an excuse, he found himself deprived of any opportunity for rebuttal. All being professors, one would think they might engage in some semblance of reason. With that thought in mind, Quirrell sprang to his feet and lunged at Snape. The surrounding crowd scattered, shouting in unison, "Stop fighting. Please, don't fight. Look." Quirrell has grabbed Professor Snape's hair and ended up with a handful of grease. Kreena exclaimed gleefully, noting how Quirrell smeared the oil across Snape's face. Hermione, equally thrilled, watched as two professors engaged in physical combat without wands. Snape retaliated, attempting to tug off the large scarf adorning Quirrell's head, but failed as Quirrell bit down on his hand. Ron, Neville, and Seamus, neglecting the match, gathered around Kreena and Hermione, eager to catch a glimpse through the telescope. The professors' brawl was taking place across the stands, and without the telescope, they could only discern vague silhouettes. Fortunately, most were captivated by Harry's valor, and few noticed the commotion on the opposite stands. Go on, go on. Kreena waved his hand, his gaze never leaving the telescope, determined not to let such a spectacle slip away. Tune in to our live commentary. Ron, unable to borrow the telescope, asked, "What is happening now? Who's winning?" Professor Snape had gained the upper hand, pinning Quirrell beneath him. Several punches landed, visibly painful, and Quirrell's scarf remained steadfast upon his head. Quirrell was in dire straits, his face swollen and teeth missing. Oh no, this is bad. Snape was suddenly struck below the belt by Quirrell's knee, turning the tide of battle. The three friends listening to the commentary gasped, instinctively covering themselves, feeling the pain without Kreena's prompting. Meanwhile, a whistle blew across the field, revealing that Harry had captured the golden snitch with his mouth. After a few retches in the arena, he expelled the golden snitch, marking the conclusion of the Quidditch match, with Gryffindor leading Slytherin by 120 points. At that moment, the grappling figures of Snape and Quirrell tumbled from the stands, rolling to rest at Harry's feet. Bewildered, Harry clutched the golden snitch, pondering this peculiar form of celebration. The jubilant students fell silent, only to erupt moments later into an even louder chorus of gasps. Both professors were battered, particularly Quirrell. Without his distinctive large scarf, one might not recognize him due to the swollen visage resembling that of a pig. Had they engaged in a brawl? Regret washed over the students as they lamented missing out on the riveting spectacle of Quidditch in favor of watching the fight unfold. Two professors, one of whom was the head of a house, openly engaged in fisticuffs, a rare occurrence that could well be inscribed in the annals of Hogwarts history. Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. McGonagall, from the stands, seized the loudspeaker from Jordan's hands and demanded, "What on earth is the meaning of this?" Her eyes seemed to blaze with fury. A match that should have been a celebration was marred by pre-match taunts and in-game skirmishes. Ignoring McGonagall, Snape merely glared at Quirrell, a grimace of pain twisting his features. He had never been one to offer explanations for his actions, and he turned, limping away from the field. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Quirrell felt a wave of dread as he became the sole target of scrutiny. Clutching his swollen cheek, he began to tremble, collapsing heavily to the ground, unconscious. McGonagall's expression darkened. It seemed that all were acting with impunity, oblivious to the authority of the deputy headmistress. "Students, quiet down," she commanded. Disregarding the fallen Quirrell, "You will exit in an orderly fashion. I shall handle Professor Quirrell." The young wizards trudged away, utterly disheartened, feeling as though they had missed an extraordinary moment. Once the field was deserted, McGonagall sighed as she gazed at the prostrate Quirrell. She entertained the thought of leaving him there, but quickly dismissed it. She could not bring herself to act so callously. After the match, Harry, having failed to spot Hagrid's towering figure in the stands, gathered a few friends and led them to Hagrid's hut, eager to share in the joy of their victory. Hagrid was overjoyed at their arrival, preparing a pot of strong tea for them. Ron, brimming with excitement, recounted the altercation between Snape and Quirrell to Harry. "You should have seen Quirrell's face. I barely recognized him." Harry mused, pondering how such a confrontation could have transpired. "I've heard," Ron whispered, urging them to keep it confidential, "that Professor Quirrell has a fondness for Snape, but after being spurned, he vanished for a year before returning to Hogwarts. He even usurped the position of defense against the dark arts professor, a role Snape had long coveted. This was supposed to be Snape's year, but he ended up unsuccessful in his application. Can you blame Snape for harboring resentment towards Professor Quirrell?" While enjoying tea, Kreena was momentarily choked, and Ron, due to his two brothers, often managed to eavesdrop on rumors to share with them. These tidbits of information were often half-truths or entirely fabricated, all orchestrated by the twins to tease Ron, yet he believed every word, accepting all news without question. Hermione gently patted Kreena on the back, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "Take your time. No one is competing with you. You may not believe it, but the accuracy of this information is an impressive 99%. Kreena and Hermione nodded in unison, expressing their unwavering confidence. How could they not believe? This was based on the twins' observation of Harry and women's clothing and Snape's reaction, which led them to speculate that Snape might be different. With a slight modification, they crafted a narrative involving Snape and Quirrell, and Kreena, out of goodwill, even offered to refine it further. "You cannot speak of the professor in such a manner," Hagrid interjected, setting down the teapot. "They are all esteemed professors of Hogwarts." Ron, with a face full of resentment, did not see Snape's excellence. He was still reeling from the sight of Harry in a dress, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You should have listened when I told you not to sit next to Harry in potions class. If you provoke Professor Snape, you have only yourself to blame." Kreena rolled his eyes, thinking it was foolish to attract such misfortune. No way. Before Ron could finish his thought, Harry had distanced himself from Ron, chair and all. Kreena looked at Ron in shock, realizing that the next pair was in his vicinity. What should Harry and Ron be called? "What are you thinking?" Ron slammed his hand on the table. "I merely wanted to make Snape uncomfortable." Harry, Hagrid, Kreena, and Hermione exchanged glances. Chapter 50, Hermione and the Three-Headed Dog. After leaving Hagrid's hut, Hermione privately inquired of Kreena if Harry's broom had been cursed by Quirrell. Kreena was taken aback. He had never shared such thoughts with Hermione. "So, I guess correctly." Hermione looked at Kreena, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. She understood him remarkably well. During the match, she hadn't thought much of it, but upon reflection, she realized something was amiss. Harry's broom had regained control almost immediately after losing it, while Kreena had only glanced at Harry before swiftly directing his binoculars towards the professor's stand. Coincidentally, Snape was indeed engaged in a confrontation with Quirrell, suggesting an undeniable connection. Moreover, Kreena had never referred to Quirrell as a professor, which made the matter all too clear. Kreena ruffled Hermione's hair, hesitating briefly before divulging some details about Quirrell. After all, she would learn of these matters sooner or later, so it was better to share them early, allowing her to mentally prepare. Hermione was somewhat indignant, questioning how such a dangerous individual could be allowed in the school while the professors remained indifferent. Who knows? Kreena chuckled, finding Hermione's fiery demeanor far more endearing than usual. Seizing the opportunity, He handed a pistol to Hermione, leaving her quite astonished for quite some time. Then, Kreena whimsically asked, "Would you like to have a puppy?" Hermione remained silent, her cheeks flushed as she quietly gazed at Kreena, as if awaiting something. "Do you want to raise a dog? Why are you looking at me?" "Call out," Kreena replied, perplexed. After a brief moment of confusion, he reacted, reaching out to pinch Hermione's cheek. "Goodness, when did Hermione start reading such peculiar books? I truly wish to pry open your mind to see what you were thinking." He flicked her forehead, adding, "I was referring to a three-headed dog." Hermione, covering her head, let out a silly laugh and playfully stuck out her pink tongue. "Who told you to be unclear? And why flick my head? What if I become daft?" In the dead of night, Kreena led Hermione to the fourth-floor corridor. The instant he opened the door to the three-headed dog, Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight. How adorable. She reached out to pet it, only to be startled by the dog's fierce snarl. Kreena couldn't help but marvel at Hermione's taste in pets, immediately picturing the cat she would eventually adopt, whose face would nearly be caved in. "So what do you think? Do you like it?" Hermione nodded enthusiastically. "I love it. But you mentioned that Fluffy belongs to Hagrid. How can I keep it?" "Just have a word with Hagrid later, and offer him a magically modified Harley," Kreena suggested, stroking his chin, finding the plan feasible, albeit one that could only be discussed later. "If we do this," he whispered in Hermione's ear, "the three-headed dog should recognize you as its master." This method seemed a tad ruthless. Hermione's face flushed with excitement, yet she rationally replied, "If we tell Hagrid later and he refuses, then we simply want to keep it." Kreena gently ruffled Hermione's hair. "Of course, I understand. Prepare for today. Over the next few days, we must come here every night. I will follow your lead." A week later, Dumbledore personally announced the punishment for Snape and Quirrell's public brawl. The notice prominently displayed on the notice board in the entrance hall. No one knew why the punishment was delayed for a week, yet the outcome was inconsequential, akin to muddling through. Quirrell later realized that Dumbledore had been absent from Hogwarts during that period, causing him to miss a significant opportunity. Rumors surrounding Snape and Quirrell spread throughout the school, morphing and escalating as they circulated. Snape, already irritable, became increasingly agitated, resulting in unfortunate consequences for the students. The sole exceptions were Kreena, Hermione, and Harry. Dumbledore was also in a rather unfortunate position, as the centenarian often faced Snape's sardonic remarks. He believed Quirrell was desperately seeking Harry's demise, and it baffled him that Dumbledore wished to save Quirrell, a true sign of an elderly man's confusion. During this time, Hagrid continuously awaited Dumbledore's return. A unicorn had died in the Forbidden Forest, and he needed to report it. Upon hearing Hagrid's account, Dumbledore realized that Quirrell was beyond saving. Had he endured just one more week, Quirrell could have been rescued. He could only sigh and caution Hagrid to exercise caution while patrolling the Forbidden Forest. After a period of fermentation, the presence of wizards' chess has vanished from Hogwarts, replaced instead by students engaging in wizard duels. The market within the school has reached saturation, with only a select few continuing to purchase card boxes in hopes of acquiring rare cards. One evening, within the room of requirement, Kreena, Hermione, and the twins deliberated on the matter of opening a shop. It was imperative to establish a storefront, otherwise, they would endure the incessant bombardment of owls delivering messages during their breakfast. These owls not only brought orders from outside the school, but also scattered feathers all around, and one could easily find themselves inadvertently consuming them. The establishment of a shop and the hiring of an employee would not fall upon their shoulders. After comparing the merits of Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, they ultimately resolved to open their shop in Diagon Alley first. They agreed to visit the site together during the Christmas holiday. Once their discussions concluded, George suddenly remarked, "Kreena, since you have successfully subdued a troll, you should be able to handle a three-headed dog as well." The twins had long desired to explore the trapdoor beneath the three-headed dog to uncover its hidden secrets. After witnessing Kreena's mastery of transfiguration, they believed he could indeed manage to restrain the creature. Previously, they had been too occupied, either training for Quidditch or crafting cards, but now they found themselves with the perfect opportunity to embark on this adventure. Kreena exchanged a knowing smile with Hermione, assuring her that it would be no problem. In truth, even had the twins not suggested it, he would have invited them along, for he had planned this very meeting for today. Their audacity was commendable. They had navigated the Marauders map without issue, narrowly escaping detection by Filch, thanks to Peeve's timely distraction. Alohomora. With the door unlocked, George turned to Kreena and stated, "I will open the door, and you shall use your transfiguration to control it. If it becomes uncontrollable, I will simply close the door." "There is no need for such complications," Kreena replied, patting George on the back as he approached the door, grasping the handle to open it for Hermione. With a roll of her eyes, Hermione strode confidently inside. The twins stood agape as the three-headed dog, previously fierce, now displayed a goofy demeanor, panting eagerly as all three heads vied for Hermione's hand to be petted. "How did you manage this? It's utterly astonishing. Did you replace the dog, or did you cast a charm to control it?" they exclaimed in unison. Kreena chuckled and began to recount his experience. He had previously taken on the role of the villain, using transfiguration to conjure a hammer to strike the dog, while Hermione always intervened at critical moments to halt his antics and provide the creature with treats. Over the past few days, the dog had become quite obedient to Hermione's commands. Chapter 51. Joy has arrived. Your heart is so impure, deceiving and ambushing this innocent creature. Although not human, you truly are a dog. However, the twins, one on each side of Kreena, embraced his shoulders and exclaimed in unison, "We absolutely adore this. Let us go, you two." Kreena gently nudged the three-headed dog, Lu Wei, as he stepped through the door. At the mere sight of Kreena, Lu Wei instinctively hid his three heads behind Hermione. One could see how frightened Lu Wei was. He was no longer the formidable three-headed guardian he once was. Kreena chuckled softly, glancing back and forth between Lu Wei and himself, pondering the extent of the psychological trauma inflicted upon Lu Wei that made him so fearful of Kreena. Although Kreena had previously described the process as straightforward, the reality was fraught with complications. Hagrid's approach to pet care relied heavily on his own resilience. He was unperturbed by pain, and Lu Wei's nips were merely seen as playful antics. Furthermore, Lu Wei's wild upbringing only added to the challenges Kreena faced in taming him. Initially, Lu Wei was quite fearsome, impervious to any punishment due to his thick skin and robust physique. Despite Hermione's presence, Lu Wei remained unyielding, compelling Kreena to gradually escalate his methods. Eventually, he adopted a principle to discipline Lu Wei thoroughly. After enduring a series of rigorous corrections and subsequent magical healing over several nights, Lu Wei finally learned to fear. Throughout this ordeal, he realized that only Hermione could shield him from severe reprimands. Hermione cradled Lu Wei's head, offering reassurance. "It's all right. I'm here. He won't hurt you." In that moment, Lu Wei seemed to embody the spirit of Zhao Zilong, brimming with courage. He bared his teeth and let out a growl at Kreena, yet remained rooted in place, aware that his imposing size could easily break free from Hermione's embrace. Kreena regarded Lu Wei with an amused expression before exchanging a knowing glance with Hermione. Understanding his cue, Hermione released her hold on Lu Wei and quickly stepped aside. Mid-growl, Lu Wei's voice faltered as he left the sanctuary of safety, his three heads spinning in confusion. Whimpering, he looked at Hermione with a pitiful gaze, as if questioning her sudden withdrawal. Hermione approached again, feigning an intention to embrace him. Lu Wei, eager to resume his fierce demeanor, attempted to bark but felt the absence of her comforting embrace. Tilting his head in confusion, he wondered why she had not yet enveloped him once more. When Hermione finally wrapped her arms around him, Lu Wei growled defiantly at Kreena. The group erupted in laughter at Lu Wei's antics, fully aware of how he was playfully teasing Hermione. After several rounds of playful banter, they finally decided to open the trapdoor. Lu Wei weakly stepped forward, attempting to obstruct their entrance. He merely needed to put on a token resistance, and Kreena humorously rewarded each of Lu Wei's heads with a playful tap, cautioning him to be wary of his own safety. The fact that Lu Wei had even managed to bite Snape marked a peak in his canine exploits. Snape, preoccupied with investigating the potential theft of the Philosopher's Stone and acknowledging Lu Wei's role as a guardian, had no intention of harming him. Otherwise, Lu Wei's multiple heads would certainly pay the price. Quirrell possessed the ability to cast spells silently and without a wand, capable of binding and vanquishing trolls. So he was no stranger to power. Kreena surmised that Quirrell was deliberately avoiding drawing the attention of the professors, opting instead for the convoluted route of uncovering Lu Wei's vulnerabilities. Lu Wei, with a keen sense of awareness, promptly stepped aside to reveal the trapdoor. Kreena bent down and pulled the ring on the trapdoor, which swung open. The crowd peered downward, but a shroud of darkness obscured their view, and there were no ladders surrounding the opening. Suddenly, a flicker of light. Kreena tossed a glowing orb into the abyss below, where it illuminated writhing tendrils that twisted frantically. "It's the Devil's snare," Hermione exclaimed. "It recoils from light and warmth." Under the illumination, the Devil's snare contracted, revealing an opening, though still some distance from the ground. Kreena waved his wand and uttered, "Nox." The glowing orb vanished, and after a moment, the Devil's snare had re-established its previous coverage. "I shall descend first. Call for you when it's time for you to follow," Kreena declared before leaping into the opening, casting a levitation spell upon himself as he fell. Upon landing on the Devil's snare, its tendrils ensnared Kreena's feet like grasping appendages. He reclined, leaving only his head and hands exposed. "Come down." He assisted each of them onto the surface of the Devil's snare one by one. "Glow," Kreena interjected as Hermione began to recite a spell. "No need to rush. We must first enjoy this delightful experience." "You find pleasure in being ensnared by those tentacle-like vines?" Hermione exclaimed, incredulous, as she felt discomfort from their grip. "Do not fret. Relax and observe how swiftly the twins are adapting." Once the twins arrived, they quickly grasped the proper technique for maneuvering within the Devil's snare after witnessing Kreena's actions. George joyfully proclaimed, "This is utterly delightful. The weariness of the day seems to vanish. Fred, unable to speak, lay on the devil's snare, tightly cocooned by its embrace. You see, Kreena beamed, if you relax, the vines will loosen their grip, struggle, and they will tighten. The balance of tension and release brings joy. Seizing the moment, Fred rolled over, exclaiming, "This is truly marvelous. I absolutely adore it." George, do you recall how we never discovered this aspect of the devil's snare during our lessons? George did not respond to Fred's inquiry. The sensation of comfort was far more significant than words. You should blame Professor Sprout, Hermione remarked, recalling the classroom scene where the professor had only used a small portion of the devil's snare for demonstration, while this area was fully saturated with it. How infuriating. 3 years. It took me 3 years to truly appreciate the comfort of the devil's snare. They did not linger for long, perhaps around 10 minutes. Mainly, Hermione struggled to accept the sensation, yet she endured alongside them for that duration. Kreena descended first, then assisted the others down. The height from the devil's snare to the ground was considerable. If they miscalculated their descent, they risked landing unceremoniously or twisting an ankle. Upon hitting the ground, the twins' faces were flushed, and their legs felt unsteady beneath them. Kreena shook his head, noting the twins' lack of composure. A simple massage had led to such a state. Once the holidays arrived, he resolved to take a devil's snare plant home to nurture. Fred, supporting George, chuckled, "Mother would kill you, I assure you." Once the two had rested, they proceeded along the path, which offered no alternative routes. There was but a single way forward. The road stretched long, descending gradually. The twins and Hermione were filled with excitement, speculating on what further encounters awaited them. Kreena sighed inwardly, feeling like an outsider. He harbored no anticipation for this cursed narrative. Chapter 52. A playful challenge. The dimly lit path echoed with the footsteps of their group and the sound of water dripping steadily from the walls. Hermione instinctively clutched Kreena's hand. In previous instances, little Ching would often poke her head out, startling her into releasing her grip. Determined, she reached out to pinch little Ching, smugly humming to herself that she was no longer frightened. The young girl's cheeks flushed slightly, though no one in the darkness noticed. "Did you hear any other sounds?" Fred inquired. "Yes," George replied, straining to listen. The sound was faint, a rustling reminiscent of a swarm of mosquitoes flapping their wings. Kreena gently squeezed Hermione's small hand. She shivered, likely conjuring the image George had described. There were also clinking sounds, which did not seem to originate from insects. Unconsciously, they quickened their pace, heading towards the source of the light ahead. At the end of the corridor lay a brightly lit room with a high arched ceiling. Inside fluttered hundreds of winged keys, flapping about in disarray. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door, and they approached it. "How dull," Fred remarked, his enthusiasm waning. "I expected these keys to attack us." In a corner of the room stood flying brooms. George pointed them out, suggesting they were meant to assist in finding the correct key. "I thought the few shabby brooms missing from the broom cupboard had been discarded, but here they are." None of them were foolish enough to suggest using an unlocking charm or brute force to open the door. Magic was wondrous. At times, one had to adhere to established rules. The twins swiftly mounted their brooms. "Let the keys be entrusted to us," George declared. "Finally, it's our turn to showcase our skills," he added, and with that, they soared into the air, scanning their surroundings meticulously to identify the unique key among the multitude. Kreena and Hermione exchanged a glance of resignation. After all, they both knew one could not fly, while the other lacked skill, and it would be better to remain below and observe the spectacle. "Fred, look at that silver key over there. It resembles a doorknob." George pointed to the right. "Let us surround it." With that, the two sprang into action. The keys flitted swiftly, evading the attempts of the two individuals to capture them. Several keys, upon being touched, instantly lost their wings and fell to the ground. Kreena and Hermione approached the spot where the keys had fallen to examine them. "Since the keys drop upon contact, perhaps we could employ a spell to bring them down," Hermione suggested, and without hesitation, she raised her wand and uttered, "Multisperare." This incantation possessed a unique trait. The creatures summoned could be transformed at the caster's discretion. A flurry of vibrant green serpents erupted from the tip of her wand, numbering perhaps a dozen. Regrettably, none struck a key. Undeterred, she attempted once more and succeeded in hitting 2 keys this time. Kreena's eye twitched slightly. Hermione's approach resembled that of a Slytherin. Ever since mastering this spell, she had summoned nothing but serpentine apparitions. However, Multisperare had its limitations. It could only conjure living beings. He had been endeavoring to modify the spell. The twins' ingenious ideas remained unrealized, leaving them with no choice but to request his assistance. They wished for the spell to unleash a barrage of dung upon the target. Effectiveness was secondary. The primary goal was to elicit disgust. Kreena extended his hand for Hermione to see the keys he had previously collected. The keys, having fallen, were subject to a time constraint. Those that had lost their wings soon sprouted a new pair and soared once more into the air. Only a powerful area attack spell could prove effective. It was nearly impossible for young wizards to execute such a feat, thus they could only employ a broomstick to capture the actual keys. At this critical juncture, George and Fred also entered the fray, coordinating their efforts to encircle the genuine key. Cornered, the key had no escape. Fred seized the opportunity and lunged forward, creating a jarring sound as it scraped against the wall. He successfully captured the key. The two of them descended rapidly, their cheers echoing throughout the chamber. "Let us hasten to unlock the door," Fred exclaimed, shaking the key he clutched tightly. Unlike the others, this key still had its wings, fervently flapping and struggling. He inserted it into the lock and applied pressure. With a click, the door lock yielded. The key, seizing the moment Fred released it, escaped and soared back into the air. As they opened the door, darkness loomed inside, rendering visibility impossible. They exchanged glances, and Kreena raised his glowing wand, leading the way into the unknown. Once everyone had entered, the door slammed shut behind them, and the room was suddenly illuminated. They found themselves on a vast dueling platform, each side equipped with a card holder, while the counterpart floated above, awaiting someone to don it. "Our wizarding game of dueling has been transported here," George proclaimed, eager to investigate the cards on the opposite side. However, as he stepped into the center, he encountered a shimmering barrier that halted their advance. Kreena, attentive, grasped his wand, feeling the magical energy coursing through the barrier, akin to the previous challenge. A powerful spell could easily breach it. George crossed his arms, a mischievous smile forming. "What do you think, Fred?" "I'll simply observe," came the response. Fred chuckled softly, finding the situation almost too easy. "Do you have the special card set?" Kreena inquired. As developers, they indeed enjoyed a modicum of privilege, each possessing a set of high-level cards. "Allow me," George stepped forward to replace the existing card set. The duel approached with an abruptness that rendered the game devoid of enjoyment. George lamented, "It's best to use this card set sparingly." The group arrived at the next door, with Kreena clutching his wand, uncertain whether the giant within was alive or deceased. Upon pushing the door open, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, a truly acrid odor. The giant was very much alive, staring vacantly at them. Without hesitation, Kreena ensnared the creature with a transformation spell. "Quickly, let us proceed." They ventured into the subsequent chamber, inhaling the fresh air with relief. "We had it easy along the way." Unexpectedly, Fred echoed George's sentiments. "Who would have thought we would be so overwhelmed by the giant's stench?" Laughter erupted among Kreena and the others, but at that moment, flames erupted from the doors on either side of the room. The flames were peculiar. A black fire surged forth from the front, while a retreating path was engulfed in violet flames. In the center of the room stood a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. Hermione furrowed her brow as she surveyed the area. "I've figured it all out," she exclaimed with sudden excitement. "Everything is interconnected." Chapter 53. What did you see? Hermione turned to Kreena, saying, "Harry and Hagrid once retrieved a package from Gringotts, and on that very day, Gringotts was robbed. The contents of that package must be safeguarded in the final room, with each chamber presenting challenges set by different professors." Counting on her fingers, Hermione continued. "The first challenge was Hagrid's 3-headed dog, the second was Professor Sprout's devil's snare, and this is Professor Snape's trial." Though Hermione had undergone significant changes in demeanor, her intellect remained as sharp as ever. Having reached this point, if she couldn't connect the dots, she would cease to be herself. "You previously mentioned something odd about Quirrell," Hermione mused, twirling a lock of hair. "There's a strong possibility that Quirrell intends to seize the contents of that package." Kreena smiled and nodded in agreement with Hermione's deductions. There were events he knew that he could not articulate to her, unable to explain why he possessed such knowledge. He preferred not to deceive her. It was far more rewarding to let Hermione uncover the answers herself. The twins, eyes wide with astonishment, recalled details they had previously overlooked upon hearing Hermione's conjecture. In retrospect, it seemed evident that the injury on Professor Snape's leg must have been inflicted by a werewolf. No wonder a giant had appeared within the castle on the eve of Halloween. A flicker of realization crossed Fred's face as he turned to George and asked, "Do you remember what Charlie mentioned before in passing?" "As I reflect upon the past, I recall a time several years ago when both of us had yet to embark on our academic journey." George, gently massaging his temples, delved into the memories. During Charlie's second year at school, Chilo took a sabbatical, and upon his return, he assumed the role of the Muggle Studies professor. Charlie expressed his fondness for Chilo's classes, which were vibrant and engaging, and he even shared some Muggle knowledge with their father. Fred gasped in astonishment. After stepping down last year, Chilo had vanished for a year, and upon his return, he was markedly changed. Kreena, having absorbed this information, began to piece together a rough outline of Chilo's life trajectory. It seemed rather grim. At a tender age of around 25, he had endured much hardship. As these reflections crystallized, the seriousness on the twins' faces gradually morphed into excitement. It was highly plausible that Chilo was a dark wizard. Hermione, observing their animated state, inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you at all concerned or frightened?" "George, Fred, have you lost your nerve?" The two, shoulders linked, responded eagerly. We are Gryffindors. We cannot retreat now, especially when the core's secret lies so close. To leave now would surely haunt our dreams. George approached the table, seizing the parchment beside the bottle, and urged, let us decipher how to navigate this challenge swiftly. Danger loomed ahead, while safety lay in the past. He began to read aloud. Two among us can assist you. Though they appear different, their essence remains the same. George scratched his head, and Fred mirrored his perplexity. They fell into silence for a moment, both gazing up at the ceiling. No, I cannot solve this riddle. It is far too difficult. Kreena and Hermione shared a laugh, not out of mockery, but rather in appreciation of the contrasting expressions of the twins, whose presence always brought merriment. This was indeed a logic puzzle. Hermione took the parchment from George's hands, glanced at it, and confidently stated, this is not difficult. Grant me a minute. Kreena chuckled and promptly picked up the smallest bottle on the long table, declaring, this one can pass through the black flames. The puzzle was indeed straightforward. 7 bottles, 3 containing poison, 2 filled with nettle wine, 1 for advancement, and 1 for retreat. First, by deciphering the last clue, one could ascertain the positions of the nettle wine, second from the left and second from the right. Next, referencing the first clue, it became clear that the poison resided to the left of the nettle wine, allowing for easy arrangement. Poison 1, nettle wine, black flame advance. Poison 2, poison 3, nettle wine, purple flame retreat. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Kreena, her joy abruptly fading. How did you solve it so quickly? She exclaimed. Kreena, realizing he had almost divulged too much, hesitated. Hermione, intrigued, pressed on, what did you not try? Kreena found himself at a loss for words. George and Fred exchanged glances. And after a brief cough, George declared, since we have identified the solution, let us partake. He conjured a potion from afar and then handed it to Fred. After both had consumed it, they felt as though they had swallowed ice cubes, a chilling sensation that permeated their very beings. Fred handed the potion to Kreena, and we stepped inside. The twins, trusting Kreiner's judgment wholeheartedly, took each other's hands and stepped boldly into the black flames without a moment's hesitation. Hermione winked at Kreena, inquiring about what he had just intended to say. Kreena pinched Hermione's cheek, coaxing her mouth open, and poured some potion inside. If you don't enter soon, the potion will lose its efficacy. Then hurry up and come in. Hermione chuckled a few times and rushed toward the black flames. Kreena watched her retreating figure, slowly turning the potion bottle in his hands. It was an awkward moment. The twins seemed to understand, perhaps contemplating silencing her. Standing amid the black flames, Kreena felt not a hint of heat. He couldn't help but marvel at Snape's genius. After all, he was the half-blood prince, capable of optimizing potions and inventing spells even at a young age. Passing through the black flames, they arrived in the final chamber. Kreena, come quickly, Fred called out. In this room, only the mirror of Eriste awaited them. Oh, Kreena said, somewhat taken aback. They had not visited the mirror since their last encounter in the room of requirement. Why had Dumbledore brought the mirror in so early? What had Harry been occupied with during the Christmas holidays? Or perhaps Dumbledore had no intention of showing it to Harry. Kreiner's mind raced, realizing he would have to rely on memories from his previous life. The three-headed dog, the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel. These were pieces of information Harry should have known after his Quidditch match, yet he remained oblivious. Given Hagrid's character, if he inadvertently revealed such information, he would surely admit his mistake to Dumbledore. The emergence of Voldemort led Dumbledore to believe that his educational methods had faltered, prompting him to guide his students more effectively. If Harry sought to uncover these secrets, Dumbledore would likely seize the opportunity to challenge him, just as Dumbledore had previously encouraged Kreena to venture into the Forbidden Forest, a place he had yet to visit. At this moment, Hermione stood before the mirror, likely recalling the instructions the twins had given her earlier. What do you see? Kreena asked, curiosity piqued. Hermione quickly stepped aside, feeling her cheeks flush. I saw nothing. Kreena wore a mischievous smile. He found it hard to believe that she had truly seen nothing, given her demeanor. Hermione stole a glance at Kreena before hastily averting her gaze. Did she really want to recount that they were seated on the sofa, with her legs, clad in the white cat-claw stockings she had bought earlier, resting on Kreiner's lap? Chapter 54. Do you want to build a snowman? That night, Hermione and the twins returned dejected. Dumbledore had modified the Mirror of Eriste, ensuring that only those who sought the Philosopher's Stone without the desire to use it could attain it. Their ignorance of the stone rendered their exploration futile. One thing Kreena was certain of was that Dumbledore had already placed the Philosopher's Stone within the Mirror of Eriste. This time, he beheld the Philosopher's Stone in the mirror, acquiring a substantial fortune through its transmutational abilities. He purchased a plethora of stockings for Hermione, adorned with Balenciaga lettering, their gradient hues a testament to whimsicality. Neither Kreena nor Hermione was aware of what the other had perceived. Emerging from the depths of the Mirror of Eriste, Kreena would not concede that this was his longing. It was utterly absurd. He was undoubtedly influenced by the previous lottery conducted by the dog system. Indeed, it must be so. Kreena, akin to Voldemort, sought to exploit the powers of the Philosopher's Stone. Presently, he found himself unable to circumvent the rules established by Dumbledore. The stone could only be observed, not possessed. Following that day, Kreena became increasingly occupied, spending his days either attending classes or making his way to the library. After dedicating time to mastering the disillusionment charm, he pilfered books from the restricted section and returned to the room of requirement to peruse them, utilizing transfiguration to conjure identical-looking tomes to conceal their absence. "Why have you suddenly become so engrossed?" Hermione inquired, leaning close, her fingers gently brushing beneath his eyelids, where dark circles had formed due to his late nights. Kreena offered a warm smile, stating it was merely to prepare a grand surprise for their dear Professor Quirrell. The incident of Quirrell cursing him had not been forgotten. As a well-mannered young man, he believed in avenging grievances. It was merely a question of time. The challenges set by the professors were easily navigable, especially since Quirrell was the one to face. Thus, Kreena resolved to add some intrigue to these trials. To realize these ambitions, he needed a wealth of advanced spell knowledge, prompting him to devote countless hours to fervent study. Hermione did not urge Kreena to take breaks. Instead, she remained by his side. Their accommodations in the room of requirement were simple, consisting of a bed, a sofa, and Hermione's alchemical workstation. They nestled on the soft sofa, leaning against each other while engrossed in their respective tomes. When fatigue overtook Hermione, she would retreat to the bed, awaiting Kreena's departure to rouse her. Yet, more often than not, she would doze off, resting her head on Kreena's shoulder. Such moments provided Kreena with a semblance of relaxation. He would carefully rest Hermione's head upon his lap, gently smoothing her tousled hair. The twins had once visited the room of requirement and, upon witnessing Kreena and Hermione's fervent study session, were so intimidated that they never returned. Under the strain of intense study, Kreena felt undeterred, having endured the rigors of examinations. However, Hermione struggled, primarily due to mental fatigue. "You need not endure this with me for so long," Kreena began, but Hermione pouted, fixing him with a stubborn gaze. They understood each other well, and Kreena refrained from offering further reassurances. Ultimately, he implored Harry to don female attire and procure some potions from Snape, which significantly improved Hermione's mental state. As the Christmas holidays draw near, Kreena and Hermione emerge from their intense studies. After several days of heavy snowfall, the castle is blanketed in a thick layer of snow, while the Black Lake is encased in a solid layer of ice. Kreena takes Hermione outside, leading her to the central courtyard. "Would you like to build a snowman?" Hermione's eyes light up with delight. "Yes." Kreena shares his gloves with her, and together they crouch down to form snowballs. His hands move swiftly, crafting a large, oval-shaped snowball, followed by two smaller ones to serve as its feet. Hermione fashions a snowball of her own, placing it atop Kreena's creation as the body. "We just need a head," she says, tugging at Kreena to assist in creating the snowman's head, which they quickly fashion and place on top. "Wait here. I'll find some decorations," Hermione announces, circling the snowman. Kreena swiftly catches her hand, playfully flicking her forehead. "Silly, don't forget that we are wizards." Hermione pouts, touching her forehead. "I forgot." Kreena retrieves his wand, conjuring branches for arms, twigs for hair, a carrot for a nose, and finally, eyes, eyebrows, and a mouth. He casts a transformation spell over the snowman, which suddenly appears to come to life, awkwardly bouncing and exclaiming, "Hello, Hermione. I am Snowy." Hermione bursts into a fit of laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. "Since we're using magic, why not just conjure a snowman directly?" The twins suddenly emerge, having undoubtedly been eavesdropping for quite some time. Kreena rolls his eyes. "You don't understand. Using magic directly takes away much of the fun." Fred nudges George, saying, "What about you? You're missing the point. This is about enjoyment, you know?" George raises an eyebrow at Kreena, teasingly responding, "Got it, got it." Wishing to shift the topic before the twins could unleash their usual banter, Kreena asks, "Have you mastered the spells I taught you?" George exaggerates, "You underestimated us. We learned it in a day, we just haven't tested it on anyone." The twins exchange triumphant high fives. Kreena shakes his head, seeing right through their mischievous thoughts. Since that day, the twins often bombard Quirrell with bizarre questions, leaving him flustered. Their experiments were undoubtedly aimed at Quirrell. "Don't go too far," Kreena warns them. "Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall." "Don't worry, Kreena. We know our limits." Suddenly, two snowballs are hurled at the twins. One from Hermione and the other by Kreena, directing Snowy. He catches a glimpse of Hermione's sly movements during their conversation. "You're ambushing us. Bring it on. Who's afraid?" Fred declares, forming a snowball to toss at Kreena. "No magic allowed." Kreena pulls Hermione behind him, and a fierce snowball battle ensues. As the playful skirmish escalated, Kreena found himself besieged alongside Hermione, only to discover that Harry and Ron had joined the fray. The ensuing chaos sent Hermione fleeing in disarray. Kreena, with a mischievous grin, found the situation amusing, opting for a 4-on-2 battle rather than a free-for-all. He waved his wand, conjuring a colossal snowman that clenched its fists menacingly. George shouted loudly, "Are we not capable of playing fair? No more, no more." Fred quickly interjected, "We concede." With a casual flick of his wand, Kreena declared, "Now, we shall engage in a magical snowball fight." The brothers George and Fred, alongside Harry and Ron, contemplated the absurdity of summoning a few snowballs to combat the gigantic snowman. How foolish one must be to agree to such a whimsical contest. Chapter 55. Battling Voldemort requires the twins. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, their minds thoroughly befuddled. Who am I? Where am I? Weren't we merely having a snowball fight? Why conjure such a massive snowman? Let us cease this madness. Kreena, someone may get hurt. It's a bit late to call it off, Kreena retorted, continuing to wave his wand. The enormous snowman swung its fist towards George and Fred. And just as it was about to make contact, its fist exploded into a flurry of snowflakes. Oh no! The twins found themselves enveloped in a thick blanket of snow. And there are still two others. We cannot be unfair. Without waiting for Harry and Ron to react, the snowman swiftly turned and extended its unscathed hand. It readied itself, launching its fist towards Harry and Ron. In mere moments, all four had transformed into snowmen. George and Fred shook off the snow, which had seeped into their garments, and they cast drying spells on each other's clothes. This is blatant cheating. Fred shivered, conjuring fire with his wand to warm himself. I wish to learn that. Kreena shrugged. That's not something I can teach. It's transfiguration. The twins understood. Unlike straightforward spells, mastering transfiguration required a nuanced understanding of incantations and techniques, making it inherently more challenging. Harry and Ron approached, embracing each other for warmth, their bodies stiff from the cold. George assisted Harry in drying his clothes, and Harry promptly pushed Ron away, no longer in need of shared warmth. Ron looked on, forlornly, at his two brothers. George and Fred exchanged hesitant glances. After all, the purpose of a younger brother is often for amusement. From a young age, they delighted in pranking Ron, whether it was by scaring him with spiders or giving him sour candies that burned his tongue. Moreover, witnessing Ron's misfortunes was simply too entertaining to resist. Ron's expression, teetering on the brink of tears, tugged at the hearts of the twins, prompting them to simultaneously declare, "You go." At that moment, applause resonated from a nearby corner. Chilo emerged from the shadows. His mastery of transformation was impressive. I could never achieve such skill at your age. Truly remarkable. There was admiration gleaming in his eyes. Kreena, pursing his lips, found it somewhat unexpected. The stuttering Chilo had become rather intriguing. Utilizing transformation in such a manner is quite taxing on one's magical energy, Chilo remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he scrutinized Kreena. Your magical prowess surpasses that of your peers significantly. Quite commendable. Kreena squinted, a smile adorning his face as he replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Professor." He pondered the purpose behind Voldemort's actions, knowing well that intelligent individuals do not engage in endeavors devoid of benefit. The twins began to engage in subtle mischief, their unspoken understanding evident as they lightly brushed against each other, grasping each other's intent. Poop, fly out. Poop, fly out. They brandished their wands in unison, chanting the incantation. Clumps of excrement erupted from the tips of their wands, swiftly hurtling towards Chilo. At that moment, Voldemort's mind was racing with a plethora of expletives. I, Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin, am being assaulted by feces. What of my dignity? The winds howled, as the external chaos was left for the finest servant to endure. Chilo shuddered at the onslaught and turned to flee, hands clasped protectively over his head. Please, not like this. I am your professor. Two clumps of excrement accelerated through the air, one striking Chilo's hand, the other landing on his neck. The sensation caused Chilo to forget to shield his head, as he ran while shaking his hands, retching. Bang, bang, bang. The target of the projectiles was clear. They all struck the back of Chilo's head. Ah! Chilo stumbled and fell to the ground. McGonagall appeared with impeccable timing, glaring at the twins. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, how dare you prank a professor? 25 points from each of you. She stepped back a few paces from Chilo. Professor Chilo, I believe it's time for you to clean yourself up. I suppose so. Chilo mumbled, his head hung low, trembling as he replied, I'll go do that. Voldemort's fury sent shivers through Chilo's soul. Damn it. Why won't you remove your hands? As everyone watched Chilo's retreating figure, none could discern the malevolence lurking in his eyes. You all look down upon me. Once I aid my master's resurrection, I shall no longer be scorned. I will ascend step by step to the pinnacle, to become the Chilo who stands above all. Voldemort, having attached himself to Chilo, could sense all his thoughts, scornfully dismissing him. Aspiring to reach the summit? What nonsense. The indignity of being struck in the face with feces must never be revealed to anyone. The first order of business upon resurrection will be to eliminate Chilo. My most loyal and trusted servant, as long as you diligently fulfill the tasks I entrust to you, I shall assist you in realizing your dreams. Mag also departed without addressing the twins' confinement, merely deducting minor points, the implications of which are self-evident. Kreena glanced at the twins, uncertain of what to utter. Was it his excessive caution or the twins' reckless audacity? Though their actions were taken in ignorance, the audacity to confront Voldemort is a feat unparalleled throughout history. Do not worry about us. All will be well. The two whispered, mindful of the professors still present in the school. Chilo spoke fluently, and it was apparent to all that something was amiss. The twins had deliberately acted to divert Chilo's attention from Kreena. Kreena smiled, committing the entire scene to memory. Ugh, Harry grimaced, clutching his forehead. Is your head aching? Were you cold just now? The twins inquired, each expressing concern. My scar has been hurting, Harry replied, shaking his head, but it's nothing serious. It feels much better now. No sooner had he spoken than the twins exchanged a glance, and Hermione tugged at Krainer's sleeve. Each individual understood well who had inflicted that scar and the reason for its pain. Harry was keenly aware as well. Otherwise, he would not have endured the discomfort until Chilo had left before mentioning it. Ron was shivering, his teeth chattering, unable to articulate a complete sentence. It was rather awkward. They had nearly forgotten about Ron. Kreena dried his clothes for him. George conjured a magical flame, and Fred draped his wizard's robe over him. Ron received the highest level of care he had ever experienced. After a considerable time, Ron finally felt revived. He looked at the twins and said, You really shouldn't prank Professor Chilo. He is a good man. If my mother finds out, you'll surely be in trouble. George extinguished the flame, and Fred reclaimed the robe. Fred, is he truly our brother? I suppose so, Fred replied, shaking his head. He is our foolish brother. The group had no intention of exchanging information, as the more one knew, the greater the peril. They could be divided into 3 factions, Kreena, Hermione, and the twins formed one. Harry stood alone, and Ron remained oblivious, believing Chilo to be a good man. Chapter 56, A Holiday Homecoming. That night, the dormitory was filled only with the sound of students breathing, everyone fast asleep. A piece of parchment materialized on Kreiner's bedside table. It was a contract. Every first-year wizard must sign it upon leaving for Christmas or at the end of the academic year. It requires a single signature, and upon successful signing, a trace will form within the young wizard until they reach the age of 17, at which point it will vanish. The following morning, Kreiner discovered the parchment on his bedside table. According to Article 3, Section 77 of the Reasonable Restrictions on Minors Act, and in accordance with Article 13 of the International Wizarding Federation's Confidentiality Act, Kreena scoffed at the contents of the parchment. What is this principle of voluntary signature? Does it imply that if one is unwilling, they may refrain from signing? Furthermore, the notion that underage spell casting outside of school would violate the law seems to target only wizards from Muggle families like his own. The parchment explicitly required a magical signature, which made Kreena a touch apprehensive. He picked up his wand and scrutinized the magical traces upon it, his expression gradually darkening. This was a contract spell. Signing it with magical power would render it effective. Kreena was quite familiar with contract magic, having researched it previously in his quest to establish a business. He had successfully crafted a contract, though it ultimately went unused. Reclining back upon his bed, he cast the parchment aside. Although there were no words on it mentioning the trace, he was acutely aware that signing this contract must surely relate to it. After returning from Diagon Alley, he had practiced spells at home, during which he received no warnings. The contract needed to be signed, yet doing so could jeopardize his plans. What a predicament! Kreena exhaled a heavy sigh, contemplating overturning the table. Upon inscribing his name on the parchment, he felt something enter his body at the moment of completion. Had he not frequently battled with the formidable Mermorian, he might not have sensed it at all. After breakfast with Hermione in the Great Hall, they gathered their belongings in preparation for leaving the school. Sorry, Kreena, George interjected, halting them. Fred chuckled beside him, though we've mentioned it before. It still feels wrong to trouble you with watching the shop alone. No worries, Kreena replied with a smile. If I find a suitable location, I'll secure it right away. Last week, when Professor McGonagall was compiling the list of students staying for the holiday, the twins had informed him that the Weasleys were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie. Thus they would be unable to return home. Kreina's demeanor turned serious. Be cautious while at school. There will be fewer people during the holidays, so do not let your guard down. The twins nodded solemnly, aware of the connection between Quirrell and Voldemort, and they would exercise even greater caution, especially with the Marauder's map in their possession. Kreena waved goodbye to the twins, saying, All right, we're off. See you after the holiday. On the train, Kreena and Hermione occupied a compartment alone. In this familiar setting, he opened the system panel to check his recent progress. He hadn't intentionally logged in. It was all rather serendipitous, and he had amassed 360 points thus far. As was customary, he ruffled Hermione's hair. Oh, all-powerful Hermione, please do bring me good fortune. Charge. 10 consecutive draws. As the lottery effects concluded, Kreena instinctively glanced at Hermione. What's the matter? She inquired, puzzled. Kreena shook his head to indicate that all was well, though internally he was astounded. Hermione's luck was astonishing. as once again, she had drawn a winning card. The results of the 10 draws were as follows: 1 red, 2 gold, and 7 blue. The question remains, should one continue or cease? A gamble, perhaps, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. This time, however, Hermione did not favor Kreena. The outcome was 1 purple and 9 blue. It was evident that the gamble turned a bicycle into scrap metal. Hermione had risen at some point, bent over with her hands propped on the table. Kreena assisted her in sitting down, inquiring what was amiss. She sought a book and inadvertently bumped her knee against the table leg, causing tears to well in her eyes. Kreena's eyelid twitched slightly. Was it really that mystical? Just after the draw, misfortune befell Hermione. Let me massage it for you. Hermione lowered her head to wipe her eyes, and then placed her slender legs upon Kreena's lap. As he massaged her legs, Kreena began to examine the rewards he had obtained. Blood Curse Orc Suppression Potion, red; Zombie Bat Pet Egg, gold; Maternal Love Spell, gold; Spicy Strips 7, blue; Nimbus 2000, purple; Comic Version, blue; Teddy Bear Instant Noodles 8, blue. Kreena clicked his tongue in surprise. This peculiar system had become quite addictive, even producing a comic version. And what was this about a flying broom? He couldn't ride it into the sky. The Blood Curse Orc refers to a human afflicted by a blood curse, a particularly malevolent spell. It can be passed down through maternal lineage, allowing the curse to shift between human and animal forms, ultimately devolving into an animal and losing all previous memories. The system's red rewards remained sharp. Even the irredeemable blood curse could yield a suppression potion to restore the cursed back to their human form. The rewards appeared promising. Yet Kreena could only utilize 2 of the golden ones. The zombie bat, also known as the living corpse cloth, is classified as a level 5 dangerous magical creature by the Ministry of Magic. It is exceedingly rare and found in tropical regions, though whether it is indeed an egg remains uncertain. The pet egg has likely been modified by the system. The hatching process resembles a designated bonding procedure. It requires the infusion of magical energy for 21 consecutive days, followed by a 7-day incubation period, with the final day necessitating nourishment by blood. The maternal love spell is unprecedented in the magical realm, representing an entirely new incantation. It enables the cursed individual to experience the pains of pregnancy and childbirth within 30 seconds. If the spell persists, the afflicted will continuously endure the entire cycle from conception to delivery, with no exceptions for gender. A product of the system must surely be of exquisite quality. One wonders how the maternal love spell measures against the heart-piercing curse. It similarly lacks a counter-curse. Once afflicted, one must resignedly embrace the experience of motherhood. Given the Ministry of Magic's tendencies, the awareness of this spell's effects and its lack of a counter-curse might lead to its classification among the unforgivable curses. One step closer to Azkaban. Does it still hurt? Kreena asked. Initially, it was a mix of tingling and pain, but it has improved now. Have you lost your mind from reading? Kreena playfully flicked Hermione's nose. He could have easily used a spell, yet he chose to rise and fetch it. Hermione's suitcase floated down from the shelf. Then why don't you use magic to help me heal? Hermione pouted. True, Kreena replied, preparing to retrieve his wand from his robe. Wait. Hermione averted her gaze and softly said, it's nearly better. Just keep massaging it for a bit longer. Using a spell is too cumbersome. Chapter 57. The Scapegoat, Nymphadora Tonks. Outside the window lay a vast expanse of pristine snow, while the two inside the compartment read, occasionally chatting to pass the time, and the hours slipped by swiftly. As the train rolled through the town, Kreena and Hermione changed out of their robes and donned the coats from their suitcase. Finally, the train came to a halt at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station. Exiting the platform was a slow process, requiring them to queue. A gaunt old guard stood by the partition, allowing only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time, preventing a sudden surge of people from alarming the Muggles. Stepping through the barrier, Hermione immediately spotted Mr. Granger, who was waving his hand. Dad, she exclaimed, dropping her suitcase and rushing towards him, enveloping Mr. Granger in a warm embrace. Kreena chuckled, grabbing the luggage and following suit. Dad, it's been a while. How has the world of you and Mom? Mr. Granger hugged Kreena, responding, quite well, though it's much quieter. When the kids are home, they complain about the noise. But when they leave, it feels like something is missing. Kreena, puzzled, asked, you came alone? Your mother is at home cooking, Mr. Granger assessed Hermione closely before playfully tapping Kreena on the back of the head. Why do I sense that Hermione has lost weight? Have you been bullying her at school? Exactly. Hermione clung to one of Mr. Granger's arms. Dad, let us go. Kreena is up to no good. As Mr. Granger was pulled away, his free hand swiftly grabbed a suitcase. Hermione turned back, sticking out her tongue and making a face. Dad, let me tell you. You rascal, Kreena muttered. On their way home, Hermione chattered incessantly about her life at Hogwarts. Although they exchanged letters regularly, the details were never quite as rich. Dad, let me show you a magic trick. Seizing a moment when traffic was light, Kreena reached forward, and with a snap of his fingers, a blooming orchid appeared in his hand. Are you out of your mind? Hermione exclaimed loudly. Have you forgotten the parchment you signed this morning? We can't use magic outside of school. Mr. Granger, unaware of the implications, simply enjoyed the fragrance of the flower. Is that so terrible? He said, still astonished. Didn't Professor McGonagall cast magic for me once? It's different. Hermione shot a glare at Kreena. We've only been out of school for a short while, and he has already given me such a grand surprise. Underage wizards casting spells outside of school violate the law, which could potentially lead to expulsion. If it attracts the attention of non-magical individuals, it constitutes a serious offense. Do not be so anxious. This is not magic, but mere illusion. Kreena displayed no trace of concern, having not forgotten the magical contract he signed that morning. He deliberately cast the spell to test the specific effects of the tracking charm. Naturally, such actions come with their consequences, yet for the sake of future plans, it was deemed worthwhile. Oh, Hermione, she said, patting her small chest. Thankfully no one else witnessed that. It wouldn't matter even if no one saw, suddenly interjected a woman in the passenger seat next to Granger, her tone irritable. Encountering you never bodes well. Long time no see, Tonks, Kreena teased. It seems you've received a promotion. Nymphadora Tonks, an unfortunate temporary employee, had known Kreena since before the school year began, due to the issues surrounding the pigtail boy, Dudley Dursley. They should not have had their memories wiped. However, the Ministry of Magic had sent someone. A dispute ensued, and Kreena had to wield the name of Dumbledore for leverage. The officials sent by the ministry were easily misled by him, and this officer reported up the chain, ultimately reaching the ears of Cornelius Fudge, who had only recently assumed the position of minister, following Dumbledore's refusal to take the role. Not wanting to invoke Dumbledore's ire over such a minor issue, he dispatched the freshly graduated temporary employee Tonks to rectify the blunder. Thanks to you, I was not expelled. Instead, I was transferred to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, she remarked. Hermione's face displayed concern. So, you already know about the spellcasting? Indeed. Tonks replied, pulling 2 letters from her pocket, jokingly adding, the ministry has sent you both a Christmas gift in advance, each a warning letter. What a unique gift. Kreena remarked as he took the letter. Is the ministry's owl too busy? As if I desired this. My ambition is to become an outstanding Auror like Moody. Tonks expressed with a hint of exasperation. Tonks hailed from the Black family, but was disowned for marrying a Muggle. Without the support of her family, she faced the burden of blame while gradually earning her credentials. You cast spells in the streets. We certainly must investigate to ensure magic isn't exposed to non-magical individuals. Hermione was merely surprised to receive a warning letter, as the ministry's blunders were not uncommon. Refrain from casting spells outside of school. If you wish to showcase the orchid blooming charm to your parents, you may do so in Diagon Alley, where all magic will be shielded. Given your past offenses against the ministry, had I not come, you would have found yourselves in dire straits. Tonks waved at them. I must take my leave. I will handle the feedback results, and remember to treat me to Chinese food next time. Kreena nodded knowingly, fully aware of the adage that meeting the king of hell is easy, yet dealing with the little ghosts can be quite a hassle. Though Fudge appeared generous and magnanimous, he was, in truth, rather petty. In his eyes, Kreena was merely a fleeting acquaintance, easily forgotten. However, the officials from the Ministry of Magic who had initially arrived were also part of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. They were likely to harbor displeasure and hold grudges. After Tonks departed, a smile crept upon Kreena's face, for it was always pleasant to converse with familiar faces, who not only divulged valuable information but also spared him the anticipated troubles. The pink, shoulder-length hair of Tonks, her heart-shaped visage, and those lustrous, dark eyes were indeed striking. Kreena, lost in thought, paid little attention to the conversation, instinctively nodding in response. Soon, a sharp pain in his side brought him back to reality. Hermione was looking at him with a bemused expression. Kreena silently gestured to Hermione, as Mr. Granger was observing them through the car's rearview mirror. Don't mind me, Mr. Granger grinned. I've always been one to keep an eye on things. What a remarkable statement for a man of his stature. Why must a man complicate matters for a boy? With Mr. Granger's words, Hermione refrained from continuing her previous line of questioning and quickly shifted the topic. How did the ministry know you perform magic? She inquired. I signed my name on parchment this morning, Kreena explained, which leaves a trace within the body. It seems they can only monitor the vicinity, not pinpoint specific individuals. Hermione pondered over the warning letter in her hand, realizing that he had deliberately cast magic moments ago. Chapter 58. I am not as naive as you think. Mr. Granger parked the car in the driveway, and before he could exit, Mrs. Granger opened the door to greet them. Hermione hurriedly jumped out and ran toward her mother, exclaiming, Mom, I missed you so much. Mrs. Granger, however, bypassed Hermione and went straight to Kreena, embracing him tightly. I missed you to pieces, she exclaimed. Let me take a look at you. Mrs. Granger lifted Kreena's face. You've lost weight. Hermione, have you been bullying Kreena at school? What a statement for a woman to make. Why must a woman make things difficult for a girl? Facing her mother's stern gaze, Hermione took a deep breath. After all, it was her mother, and she had to tolerate it. What are you standing there for? Mrs. Granger shot a glance at her husband. Shouldn't you be bringing the children's luggage inside? Mr. Granger, with a mock salute, replied, As you wish, my dear wife. Amidst laughter, they all entered the house, where a delightful aroma enveloped them. The dining table was laden with delicious dishes that Mrs. Granger had meticulously prepared to welcome the children home. The family settled down and began to eat. Observing that Kreena had not yet touched his food, Mrs. Granger inquired, Kreena, why aren't you eating? Are you tired of these meals from school and craving Chinese cuisine? I had initially planned to make Chinese food, he replied. But upon realizing it wouldn't compare to yours, I abandoned that thought. No, that's not how it is, Kreena stammered, casting a furtive glance at Hermione. Typically, I would wait for Hermione to finish her meal at school before I began mine. I suppose I shall eat later. Mrs. Granger frowned at Hermione. Is this how you treat Kreena at school? He indulges you, and you are becoming quite spoiled. She pinched her husband beside her. Your dear daughter. Why don't you say something? Indeed. Mr. Granger remained stiff, not daring to lift his head. Your mother is right. Hermione narrowed her eyes slightly, leaning toward Kreena as she bit her lower lip and whispered, Don't tease me. Kreena smiled, urging her to take her time, suggesting they first enjoy their meal before continuing. He only nibbled on chips, carrots, and apple pie, avoiding all meat entirely. Kreena, don't just eat those, have some meat. I worry seeing you so thin. Mrs. Granger used tongs to serve Kreena a bone-in lamb chop. Thank you, Mom. Kreena cut a small piece of lamb and offered it to Hermione. Sister Hermione, try this. Following her instincts, Hermione opened her mouth and accepted the lamb chop, feeling no qualms about it. During their late-night study sessions in the school's request room, Kreena would often bring her fruit, feeding it to her while they studied. Why aren't you eating? Upon hearing her mother's comment, a delighted Hermione suddenly realized she had fallen for this rascal's trick. Oh no. As anticipated, Kreena's timid voice reached her ears, and her expression darkened. This delicious food is meant for Sister Hermione first. I always feed her at school. Mrs. Granger's hand trembled around the knife. Bang. She slammed the knife onto the table. Don't you have hands? Can't you feed yourself? He's just pretending. Hermione sighed, rolling her eyes at Kreena. Pretending? He never fed you before school. Mrs. Granger pointed at Hermione and then at Kreena. Just look at Kreena. He has lost much weight. All the good food has gone into your mouth, hasn't it? Hermione. She truly didn't see how Kreena was any thinner. At Hogwarts, aside from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, there was also supper. Are you unwell? Are you unwell? Hermione couldn't help but pinch Kreena's arm. Can you eat properly? I can. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Hermione, put your hands down. Mrs. Granger exclaimed. If you can't eat, then just step away. Dad. Hermione stomped her foot in frustration. Mr. Granger wished to side with his daughter, but his wife's gaze held him captive, causing his words to falter. Your mother is right. He waved his hands, saying, Come on. Hermione took a few deep breaths, trying to maintain her composure. I will eat. The following day, when Kreena opened his eyes, the sun had already risen high in the sky, and a glance at the clock revealed it was 2:30 in the afternoon. There is an unparalleled comfort and tranquility in sleeping at home, free from the burdens of classes and assignments, devoid of trivial concerns, and absent of any worries or anxieties. After freshening up and changing his clothes, he descended the stairs. At this hour, his parents were at the clinic, and Hermione was seated alone on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Awake, are we? Hermione stood and stretched. I have something for you. Kreena suddenly became alert, pondering the unexpected kindness. It was worth noting that he had just played a prank on Hermione the previous night. Something's off. I'm not as childish as you, Hermione teased, bouncing over to Kreena and leaning close to his ear, whispering, So, are you going to eat what I prepared? Of course. Kreena shrugged. If there's food, why not indulge? Then wait for me. Hermione replied with a smile. I'll go prepare it. 20 minutes later, Hermione brought forth a plate of spaghetti with tomato meat sauce. Sitting across the dining table, she rested her chin on her hand, silently observing Kreena, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. How does it taste? Kreena licked his lips, savoring the flavor. The tomato is excellent. Hermione was amused to the point of exasperation. It seemed he needed to irk her to derive joy. Is that all? Kreena rose and affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair. Everything is delicious. Get ready, we're heading to Diagon Alley. As they stood at the entrance of the yard, Kreena waved his wand, and an ear-splitting bang followed. With a creaking sound, a massive, vibrant purple triple-decker bus came to a halt before them. A ticket collector in a purple uniform hopped off the bus, sporting large, prominent ears and a face dotted with a few blemishes. Welcome aboard the Night Bus, an emergency transportation service for distressed wizards. Climb aboard, and we can take you anywhere you wish to go. I am the conductor, Stan Shunpike. Anywhere? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Stan replied proudly. You can go wherever you desire, as long as it's on land. Chapter 59, The Avada Kedavra Melon. Kreena and Hermione boarded the night bus. Inside, an assortment of mismatched chairs were haphazardly crammed by the windows. It appeared that the bus had made a sudden stop, as some wizards had fallen to the floor, while others were dusting themselves off. Fortunately, there were 2 connected seats available. Otherwise, Kreena and Hermione would have had to consider sitting upstairs. "Where are you headed?" Stan inquired. "The Leaky Cauldron. 1 ticket, 11 sickles." After collecting the fare, Stan handed the ticket to Kreena. "You're in luck." He swayed as he departed, calling out loudly, "Attention! The next stop is the Leaky Cauldron." Moments later, a sudden halt brought the night bus to a stop before a dilapidated little pub. Kreena and Hermione disembarked, followed closely by an elderly couple of wizards who leaned on each other for support. At that instant, the night bus vanished without a trace. "Why did he just say we were lucky?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. The night bus operated without a fixed route. Those who boarded first would arrive first, unless one paid extra. Upon reaching the back courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron, they discovered that the trash bins, which had previously occupied the space, were now conspicuously absent. Thus, Kreena sought out the pub's owner, Tom. "There have been several instances of missing bins lately," Tom grumbled as he opened a passageway. "Don't let me catch the scoundrel responsible for this." Kreena and Hermione exchanged glances, deducing that Tom must have offended someone, prompting such retaliation. Arriving at Diagon Alley, they hastened towards Gringotts, the monopoly of the British Wizarding World, which conducted an enormous array of business beyond mere monetary transactions. Among its services was the management of vaults. When a wizard established a vault at Gringotts without leaving a will prior to their demise, and if no clear heirs emerged, all contents within the vault would revert to Gringotts. Once it was confirmed that no one was left to inherit, various property deeds would be sold or leased. Additionally, wizards could enlist the help of Gringotts goblins to sublet or sell shops, incurring a commission fee paid by the client. Bork, the goblin from Gringotts, was also their guide for the day. "Mr. Granger, what do you think of this shop?" he inquired, gesturing towards a location in close proximity to the Leaky Cauldron, adjacent to an apothecary. Such prime locations commanded exorbitant prices. "What about that shop over there?" Kreena asked, pointing to a shop slightly diagonal and behind. "That one." Bork glanced at the documents in his hands. "Number 7 Diagon Alley does not belong to Gringotts. It is part of the Black family estate and is neither for rent nor sale." Kreena nodded in understanding. It was no surprise that a property of the Black family would boast a prime location and extensive space. Sirius Black was the sole heir of the Black family, and after his death, Harry inherited everything. "Let us examine other shops," Kreena suggested. Bork guided them through the entirety of the northern side of Diagon Alley. Yet none of the shops seemed to capture Kreiner's interest. They traversed a narrow street and arrived at the southern side of Diagon Alley. A shop adjacent to Ollivander's wand shop appeared promising, as young wizards frequently visited to purchase wands, ensuring a steady flow of customers. However, the shop size was rather modest. It would serve well if solely selling wizarding duel games. On the southern side, there was a larger shop available at a reasonable price, though it was flanked by a dilapidated archway leading to Nocturne Alley. After deliberation, Kreena and Hermione ultimately returned to the northern side, where they settled on the shop at number 93 Diagon Alley. The shop is strategically located at the intersection of north and south, ensuring a steady flow of customers. The establishment spans 2 moderate levels and offers prices significantly lower than those of the nearby Broken Cauldron pub. "Mr. Granger, how shall we proceed with the payment?" asked Bull, handing a slip to Kreena and Hermione. "Both galleons and Muggle currency are accepted." The slip displays the latest exchange rates from Gringotts. Kreena glanced at the exchange rate notice, noticing a change in the pound rate, £7 for 1 galleon. "I recall there being a rate for rubles prior to the term. Why is it absent from this document?" he inquired nonchalantly. Bull chuckled lightly and replied with utmost seriousness, "It's a directive from the higher-ups. The exchange for rubles ceased before Halloween, and the reasons behind it are beyond our comprehension. After all, the total amounts to 252 galleons." Upon settling the payment and receiving the deed, Kreena contemplated Bull's departing figure. The magical realm is not entirely isolated from Muggle knowledge, while the common folk remain oblivious. The upper echelons of Muggle leadership are likely informed. All matters preceding the dissolution leave traces, and with high-ranking officials involved. It is not surprising that Gringotts could anticipate such news. "This will be our stronghold." Hermione gleefully darted around the shop. "Take care, don't trip." Kreena chuckled, shaking his head. "Stronghold sounds rather ominous. It's as if we're plotting to overthrow the Ministry of Magic. Let us tidy up the shop first. Thoroughly inspect the corners for any nargles." Hermione nodded and then asked, "Shall I be upstairs while you take the lower level?" "I'll be upstairs," Kreena declared, dashing up the stairs, causing dust to swirl in the air. The shop had been vacant for an extended period, and thick layers of dust were evident throughout, with some items damaged. Employing cleaning charms, restoration spells, and scouring charms in succession, Kreena managed to clear much of the debris. He wielded his wand, searching the corners, and finally uncovered a nest of nargles in a concealed nook. Nargles feed on filth and can wreak havoc upon a building. They possess numerous eyes and resemble slightly greenish fungi. Given the Ministry's inactivity for such an extended duration, it seems that magical actions within Diagon Alley truly evade detection. Kreena raised his wand and slowly uttered a spell directed at himself. As the incantation unfolded, his visage transformed dramatically. His face became rugged, adorned with a scruffy beard, and a scar slashed diagonally from his forehead to the bottom of his cheek. His attire morphed into a pitch-black cloak, obscuring his entire form and face. Kreena conjured a mirror, pleased with his new appearance. Subsequently, he cast a transfiguration spell on a nearby broken board, and soon, a replica of Kreena materialized before him. "My sincerest apologies, little Nargles." Kreena whispered incantations, causing his wand to tremble violently. A brilliant green light shot forth from its tip, accompanied by a cacophony that echoed as if an invisible Grimm was wailing. The Nargles struck by the spell perished instantly. To cast the killing curse requires immense magical power, a heart brimming with malice, and the ability to maintain control and aim with precision. Most individuals must vocally articulate the incantation, whereas those adept in this dark art can often perform it in whispers or even silently. Chapter 60. The commencement of the scheme to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kreena reverted all transformations, appearing somewhat disheartened. Having successfully executed one of the 3 unforgivable curses, he had prepared both his escape and a means to absolve himself of the crime. This was ample time for a wizard to make several trips. Yet the Ministry of Magic had dispatched no one. It seemed that Diagon Alley was completely shielded from observation, allowing him to proceed with his subsequent plans with a sense of security. Astute wizards can reconstruct spectral images of the scene based on the spells cast. The shop was a place where Kreena intended to linger for an extended period. For precaution, he incinerated all traces of his presence on the upper floor, leaving no remnants. Concealment of evidence was paramount. With a flourish of his wand, Kreena cloaked his previous actions in a flash of golden light. The renovations were not Kreena and Hermione's forte, so he spent a few galleons to hire someone for the task. 2 days later, their shop was transformed. A black sign with a golden frame hung at the entrance, its magical aura giving it the appearance of gazing into the starry sky, adorned with delicate silver lettering proclaiming Akali's mysterious emporium. Kreena, with a pout, inquired of Hermione why they had named it Akali's mysterious emporium and who Akali was. This tale originated from the rune land of Valoran. After listening for a while, Hermione realized Akali was a character from the story, allowing her to settle down and refrain from interrupting Kreena as he continued his narrative. Eventually, Kreena paused, realizing that to finish the tale would take an eternity. He had underestimated Hermione's patience. "Wait for me a moment," Hermione said before dashing off. When she returned, she held a cup of warm cocoa tea, having noticed that their lengthy conversation had likely left him parched. Kreena playfully pinched Hermione's small nose, shaking it gently. "Why didn't you call for a stop?" Interrupting is not polite. The shop's interior followed a 2-tiered structure. However, the ceiling on the first floor had been elevated significantly, imparting a sense of spaciousness. A massive griffin soared above, so lifelike it seemed to breathe. Its scales shimmered a vivid crimson, adorned with a short, upturned snout and surrounded by a fringe of spiked tassels. Occasionally, it expelled bursts of searing heat from its nostrils, and during summer, it would exhale cool air. The counter was positioned at the back, with glass cabinets lining the walls, presently vacant. Once the twins delivered their stock, the items could be displayed for sale. At this moment, Kreena cautiously traversed the streets of Diagon Alley, having cast a disillusionment charm upon himself to render him invisible. This state of invisibility is a delicate balance, harmonizing with the surrounding environment. A mere accidental touch could disrupt this balance, revealing one's form. If Diagon Alley is a realm filled with joy, then Nocturne Alley exudes an overwhelming sense of oppression. The dimly lit walls bear eerie carvings, and the pristine snowflakes that fall to the ground accumulate into a grimy, dark hue. Kreena chose a secluded corner to manifest his presence before continuing deeper into the alley, which gradually widened as he ventured further. Passing by Borgin and Burke's, Kreena merely cast a fleeting glance, not pausing to linger. Nocturne Alley possesses a certain quality reminiscent of the peach blossom spring, where after walking several dozen steps, one finds a sudden expanse of clarity. Before Kreena lay a vast circular square, its snow-covered ground having been cleared. Here, a bustling crowd ebbed and flowed amidst the continuous sounds of vendors calling out their wares. However, most wizards, like Kreena, were cloaked, hoods drawn low, their faces obscured. Only those residing within Nocturne Alley appeared unperturbed by the need for concealment. "Brother, care to have a little fun?" A wiry wizard with a pointed chin approached Kreena, gesturing to a nearby table. "Fortune awaits you." Following the direction of the wizard's finger, Kreena noticed a group gathered around a table playing cards, likely engaging in a game of liar's poker. "Care to test your luck?" the man urged, rubbing his hands together, revealing a set of crooked yellowed teeth. If this doesn't suit your fancy, step inside the shop. You'll find whatever you desire. Get lost. Kreena's voice emerged in a rough growl. Should anyone catch a glimpse of his visage, they would likely assume him to be a wizened wizard in his 30s. The man immediately retracted his smile and returned to the card table, resuming the game. Such is the nature of Nocturne Alley. Showing any sign of weakness could lead to dire consequences. Kreena roamed the square in search of what he needed, soon stopping at a stall selling potion ingredients. 3 vials of fluxweed, 2 bundles of 2-eared grass, 1 horn of a bicorn, a piece of African tree snake skin, for leeches, and 3 lacewing flies, he requested. The vendor glanced up at Kreena, speaking in a measured tone. Would you care for a ready-made polyjuice potion? The polyjuice potion fundamentally differs from Kreena's transfiguration spells. One involves a transformation from within, akin to becoming the person who has been transformed. The other is merely an external alteration, like donning a shell. Regardless of the change in form, the essence within remains unchanged. Thus, those who consume the polyjuice potion, in most instances, evade detection. Consequently, it is classified as a contraband item, and few wizards possess the expertise to brew it. Kreena remained silent, lost in contemplation. The vendor, like him, was wrapped tightly in layers, and upon hearing the requested ingredients, it was evident he was knowledgeable about brewing the polyjuice potion. This was someone who understood the craft, likely possessing authentic goods. However, purchasing ready-made items in such a place posed significant risks. Acquiring a counterfeit would be somewhat forgivable, but should he procure something lethal, he would not be surprised. How much? Kreena inquired. 588 galleons, the vendor replied. What is the volume of a single dose? How long does it last? 100 milliliters. Within 30 minutes to an hour. Kreena contemplated a certain herb. Indeed, the methods for making a fortune were inscribed within the penal code. The ingredients were not expensive. Aside from the horn of a bicorn and the skin of an African tree snake, the rest could be procured from the Hogwarts student storerooms. Brewing a cauldron would yield approximately 300 milliliters, with a single dose requiring merely 10 milliliters. The transformation duration of the polyjuice potion ranged roughly from 10 minutes to 12 hours, with the specific efficacy dependent on the quality of the potion. Hermione, in her second year, brewed the polyjuice potion for the first time, with a single dose lasting about 20 to 30 minutes. The vendor's estimated time was likely inflated, suggesting that the potion's quality would not be particularly high. A single batch of the polyjuice potion required 2 portions of each previously mentioned ingredient. Kreena also considered the purchase of the finished product, as he could not guarantee success in brewing potions on the first attempt, nor the duration of their effects. Even if he were deceived, the maximum loss would be merely a few galleons. Furthermore, he had Hermione. If a second-year student could brew it from a book, a first-year could manage just as well. After confirming the materials were satisfactory, Kreena paid 688 galleons. It was a bit unscrupulous, the markup too steep, yet relatively safe and difficult to trace. Chapter 61. Are we not obvious in our theft? Numerous items and materials associated with dark magic, banned by the Ministry of Magic, were brazenly sold in Nocturne Alley. To procure such dark artifacts, one must remain exceedingly vigilant. Kreena, possessing a keen sense of observation, fortuitously noticed a wizard who seemed intent on purchasing dark magical items, yet appeared mesmerized. Dazed, he followed another wizard into a shop, exposing himself to ridicule and loss in broad daylight. No one paid heed to such occurrences. One could only lament their misfortune. Are there any dragon eggs for sale? Inquired a cloaked figure, their identity obscured, yet all types of dragon eggs were deemed acceptable. Kreena raised an eyebrow. That voice sounded remarkably familiar. An endearing echo of Professor Quirrell, whom he had not seen for several days. True to his scholarly nature, the professor exhibited audacity, concealing his face while maintaining his recognizable voice. The vendor, without lifting his gaze, replied, only 1 egg from a Norwegian ridgeback, priced at 3,500 galleons. Very well, Kreena paused, intending to depart elsewhere, yet he called out, wait. One must maintain politeness. Having recognized Professor Quirrell, it would be remiss not to offer a greeting. I will take that dragon egg for 4,000 galleons, he declared. I already stated my intention to buy, Quirrell retorted, enunciating each word with emphasis. At this moment, the vendor raised his head, scrutinizing Kreena before glancing back at Quirrell to gauge his reaction. He had no interest in who arrived first. As long as the price was met, all was negotiable. Quirrell, gritting his teeth, felt animosity towards the vendor for inflating prices and the audacity of others. A malevolent glint shone in his eyes. Unable to resolve the issue, he contemplated eliminating the source of his frustration. I advise you to refrain from making any rash moves. Kreena scoffed, his hand firmly clutching the wand concealed within his sleeve, bracing for any sudden assault from Chilo that might lead to dire consequences. Do not say I did not warn you. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to test them. Observing the confidence in his opponent's demeanor, Chilo hesitated, gripping his wand tightly. Crafted from alder wood, his wand was known for its benevolence and attentiveness, cherished by the majority, with a core of unicorn hair that made it resistant to dark magic. From the moment he chose to walk the path alongside his master, Voldemort, his wand had begun to resist him. The chaotic atmosphere of Knockturn Alley posed uncertainties regarding combat prowess, and any conflict would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, particularly from the vendor nearby, who was prepared to retreat at a moment's notice, eagerly anticipating a scuffle that would allow him to profit from the aftermath. For 1,500 galleons, Chilo declared grimly, yet internally he sneered. Enjoying the art of price manipulation, he resolved that he would not bid again, waiting for the dwarf to secure the purchase before launching a surprise attack to eliminate this insufferable nuisance. Acquiring a dragon egg without spending a single coin, while simultaneously venting his frustrations, what could be more delightful? Kreena shrugged nonchalantly, uttering, "Congratulations, the dragon egg is yours." Chilo was momentarily taken aback. This was not how he envisioned the scenario unfolding. Someone had deviated from the script. He could not help but exclaim, "Why don't you continue bidding?" Kreena nearly burst into laughter. Fortunately, he maintained his professionalism. "You have more money than I can compete with. You have one." Could he really be so exaggerated as to suggest he would not honor the agreement? "What do you think of this matter, boss?" The vendor scrutinized the two, then rose to point his wand at Chilo, commanding, "Pay up, take the dragon egg, and leave." Such was the customary rule of Knockturn Alley. Only the softest fruit would be squeezed. Chilo's previous demeanor was nothing short of foolish. A clear display of someone with plenty of money, yet lacking the courage to act. He could hardly claim to belong to Knockturn Alley. "Only 3,000 galleons, he protested, his frustration boiling over, perceiving the dwarf as a clear instigator. Kreena shook his head. Who would allow such a naive fool to escape unscathed? Foolishness. As his words fell, he vanished without a trace. The vendor made no attempt to stop him. After all, the target was not this dwarf. "Brothers," he whistled, "we have an outsider to deal with." The wizards dwelling in Knockturn Alley quickly surrounded them. This group had been oppressed by the Ministry of Magic, looked down upon by outsiders. Without unity, they could not survive. Chilo felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. His abilities were constrained, and the numbers were against him. He fervently called out to Voldemort in his mind. "Fool!" Voldemort seethed with anger. After finally escaping the confines of the school, he sought to rejuvenate his soul. Yet this foolish servant could not even handle minor matters correctly. If only he could find a more astute servant. "What are you waiting for?" Voldemort roared. "It is impossible to wait for him to make a move. The strength regained from the unicorn's blood cannot be squandered here. Pay up, you fool. The 4,500 galleons are right here. Count them." The vendor sneered, refusing to reach for the pouch of coins. "Do you expect my numerous companions to stand idle? The price for the dragon egg is now 5,500 galleons. Why don't you go and steal it?" The surrounding wizards burst into laughter. "Isn't our plunder evident?" The vendor was in high spirits, reveling in the absurdity of the situation. "Which imbecile has emerged from the shadows, thinking we are merely idling away our time?" Voldemort's raspy voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. "Directly hand over the money. If the dragon egg is not secured, I shall act." Quirrell, feeling like a mute who has bitten into a bitter melon, could only obediently extend the coins. Fortunately, the vendor was not overly greedy. Upon receiving the payment, he promptly handed over the dragon egg to Quirrell. After distributing the galleons, the vendor patted the pouch, feeling ready to seek out Aeschylus for a romantic escapade. "During my previous travels, I have visited many dark wizard enclaves, yet none have been as outrageous as this. Master, once you are resurrected, you must advocate for me." Voldemort could scarcely be bothered to respond. He knew Quirrell's life story all too well. Could that past experience truly be deemed travel? Such a fool, unable to grasp the rules. However, who might that dwarf be? Voldemort did not believe that someone would randomly appear to inflate the price. If this individual was not a plant from the vendor, then it likely meant that Quirrell had been recognized by someone. Kreena missed this riveting scene, having left the location directly after becoming invisible. He had initially intended to explore the opposite end of the alley square, where a sloping path led downward, but Quirrell's delay thwarted those plans, leaving them for another time. He did not conceal this occurrence from Hermione, as he knew she would worry if he took too long to return. Upon Kreiner's return to the shop, he found Hermione engaged in conversation with a newly hired employee, Anya Estervale, a recent graduate from Hufflepuff. She had previously worked at the Ministry of Magic, but had resigned without hesitation due to the constant harassment stemming from her Muggle parents. Today, she fortuitously encountered Hermione's recruitment notice and, with a spirit of experimentation, successfully secured a position at the Akali Mystical Shop. Chapter 62, Christmas Gifts. On Christmas Day, Kreiner awoke early, heading straight for the Christmas tree upon descending the stairs. To his surprise, Hermione was already awake. Adorned with a red hat and dressed in a vibrant crimson gown, she sat cross-legged on a mat, her legs clad in knee-high white stockings, revealing an enchanting expanse. Beneath the Christmas tree, she appeared as though illuminated by the flames of the fireplace, resembling a Christmas sprite. "You're awake," Hermione tilted her head with a smile, akin to a blooming rose. Indeed, Kreena replied, settling beside Hermione. So many gifts. Yes. Hermione nodded eagerly. I've sorted them. Most of them are for you. Why is there a separate gift box? It belongs to you, but there is no sender's name. I feared it might pose a danger, so I set it aside. Kreena took the gift box, examining it closely, finding no traces of magic. Upon opening the box, he discovered only a vial of potion and a note. A knowing smile spread across Kreena's face. To send such a potion without revealing one's identity was indeed a display of pride. What is the Felix Felicis? It is a potion that ensures the user experiences a string of good fortune. Hermione puffed out her cheeks, resembling a pufferfish. Have you been secretly competing? Kreena playfully poked her soft, adorable cheek. Hermione inquired, so, is this a gift from Professor Snape? Kreena nodded, revealing that he had also gifted Professor Snape a box of Muggle shampoo and a wand of light to Harry. Creating that wand took considerable effort, with Hermione lending significant assistance. By simply pressing a switch and uttering the incantation, Balala energy, magical transformation, Harry shall change. Harry would instantly transform into a female version of herself. If all unfolded as anticipated, the Christmas banquet would witness the cross-dressed Harry encountering a freshly groomed Snape. Kreena could only hope that both Snape and Harry would appreciate his thoughtful intentions. Others also received gifts, including Quirrell, whose gift was somewhat unique. Upon opening, it would spray Hufflepuff's vinegar. Professor Dumbledore had gifted us all. Let us see what it is. Kreena and Hermione opened their gift boxes, revealing one filled with woolen socks and another, similarly, with woolen socks. The socks were rather charming. Hermione carefully placed the socks back into the box, asking, "What did you send to Professor Dumbledore? You haven't let me see it. It's a secret, I cannot disclose it." Kreena flashed a mischievous grin, suggesting perhaps Dumbledore had already seen the gift. Upon waking that morning, Dumbledore began inspecting the gifts he had received. As in previous years, most were books, as people firmly believed that his formidable magic stemmed from extensive reading, indulgence in sweets, and minimal sleep. Disappointment flickered in his eyes. No one knew that woolen socks were the gift he desired most. Alas, the individuals capable of gifting him woolen socks were either deceased, held animosity towards him, or were sequestered in Nurmengard. Dumbledore was categorizing the books, yet one particular title perplexed him, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, A Tale of Love and Hatred. He sat on the sofa, taking a cockroach from beside him and popping it into his mouth, while the book opened to the first chapter. The book was not thick, and he finished it in a short time. The content largely reflected real events, though some descriptions were overly exaggerated, leaving him feeling quite flushed. Dumbledore caressed his beard, gazing intently at the final words inscribed on the last page of the book authored by Newt Scamander. Fawkes. At the sound of Dumbledore's call, the phoenix emerged from its nest and perched upon his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, both the phoenix and Dumbledore vanished along with the book. Ding dong. Newt opened the door, and a shiver ran down his spine upon seeing Dumbledore. "Why are you here during Christmas instead of at school?" Panic gripped him, as he recalled that every time Dumbledore sought him out in the past, it never boded well. "This year, I've received quite an intriguing gift." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled behind his half-moon spectacles. "I suspect you will find it equally captivating. Come inside and let us converse." Newt ushered Dumbledore into his abode and offered him a cup of red tea. As Dumbledore sipped the tea, Newt's curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the gift that warranted such a personal visit from Dumbledore. Dumbledore produced the book from within his robes and placed it before Newt. With a sudden burst, Newt spewed tea from his mouth. Astonishment etched across his face as he exclaimed, "How did this come to be in your possession?" Dumbledore stroked his beard, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, it is your work. Allow me to explain," Newt stammered, reaching for the book, but Dumbledore's magic preempted him, swiftly reclaiming the book to his chest. "You may speak now." Newt lowered his gaze, searching the ground for a potential escape from the awkwardness. It was indeed embarrassing to have the author confront him about his own novel. "My wife has a fondness for your tales, so you are aware, I presume. After Tina read it, I put it away for safekeeping. How it ended up in your hands is beyond me." Newt began to question his own life choices, wondering if he had grown so old that even gifts could be misdelivered. How could this happen? After all, he was 16 years younger than Dumbledore. "I shan't keep you from celebrating Christmas with your family." Dumbledore bid farewell at the door. Once the door closed, a smile emerged on his face. The gift box bore no name, while Newt's Christmas gift remained in his office. Ultimately, the identity of the sender seemed inconsequential, for he cherished the book immensely. Dumbledore's figure twisted and vanished, reappearing in Nurmengard. "Ah, is this not the greatest wizard who has ever bested me, Albus Dumbledore?" Grindelwald remarked, eyeing the man before him. "What dilemma brings you here this time? Have you resolved the issue with that wretched soul fragment?" Dumbledore shook his head and spoke slowly. "Today is Christmas. Unfortunately, Kreena remains unaware of these matters. Ever since he drew this book, he has not taken a moment to peruse it. Had it not been for the Christmas gift, he might have forgotten its existence entirely." If he had known the author's name was inscribed on the last page, he would never have sent it away. Let us procure ingredients together shortly. Kreena nodded in agreement, reveling in the festive spirit, simply for the opportunity to roast a chicken. The Christmas dinner was prepared by Kreena and Mrs. Granger. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, including oil cakes and steamed shrimp heads, all generously sprinkled with black sesame seeds. After indulging in black sesame, Mrs. Granger developed a distinctive flair in her culinary creations. The festive gathering unfolded with the family enjoying their meal amidst lively conversation, culminating in laughter and joy. Chapter 63, Hatching the Bat of Voldemort. Post-Christmas, Kreena and Hermione found themselves with much leisure. The Akali Mystery Shop officially opened its doors, with the twins sending over the items they intended to sell. Kreena merely needed to set the selling prices, entrusting the remainder to the diligent clerk, Too-Well. Although Too-Well had recently graduated, his commitment to his work was unwavering, always greeting customers with a warm smile. During this period, the shop gradually found its footing. Due to the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the magical community, there was in a state of turmoil. The Daily Prophet even published a special report, shocking readers with news of dark wizards attacking the Kodastor's School of Magic, ostensibly to seize it. Was this a manifestation of the distortion of humanity, or a decline in moral values? Hermione's previous piece of shock literature had been thoroughly emulated by the reporters of the Daily Prophet. Ultimately, it was revealed that the dark wizards had taken a brown bear residing on campus, a truly absurd turn of events. The delightful holiday eventually came to an end, and Kreena and Hermione returned to Hogwarts the day before classes resumed. Upon seeing Kreena, Harry rushed to embrace him, expressing his fondness for the luminous wand that had greatly facilitated his transformations. He recounted how Christmas was celebrated within the school, also mentioning the invisibility cloak. As Kreena had previously speculated, Harry was woefully uninformed, having refrained from exploring the restricted section of the library at night and never having encountered the Mirror of Erist. As the second semester commenced, everyone became engrossed in their respective pursuits. Hermione dedicated the majority of her time to crafting alchemical items, with the answering house being expanded to include an additional room, which she forbade Kreena from peeking into, claiming it was a surprise. Kreena also had his own task at hand, hatching a pet bat egg. The egg was glossy black, devoid of a hard shell, and incredibly soft, feeling as if it could be squished to pieces with the slightest pressure. Once the hatching process began, it could not be interrupted, lest it become a stillborn egg. The egg demanded a significant infusion of magical energy, leaving Kreena pale and unsteady afterward. The thought of enduring this for 21 days filled him with despair. Harry, too, was exceptionally busy, as his Quidditch training had commenced. In the first half of the semester, Gryffindor had already secured a victory in one match, and Wood believed it to be the year with the greatest potential for championship glory. Under his leadership, the Quidditch training became exceedingly rigorous. Even in the relentless rain following heavy snowfall, he maintained his fervor, prompting complaints from the twins, who labeled him a training fanatic. In contrast to the bustling activities of others, Ron appeared quite relaxed, spending his days engaged in wizard dueling games. The development of the wizarding game has been remarkable. Young wizards, possessing surplus cards, often engage in mutual sales. Additionally, prior to dueling, they establish stakes, allowing the victor to select a card from the defeated opponent. Ron particularly enjoys this method of wagering, as he lacks the funds to acquire new cards. He has a penchant for challenging Malfoy to wizard duels. Malfoy is a player who invests heavily in the game, while Ron relies on skill, resulting in nearly equal chances of victory, regardless of the outcome. Their encounters invariably conclude with a flurry of taunts exchanged between them. As time passes, we swiftly arrive at February 2nd, 1992. The final day for hatching the bat pet egg. Inside the room of requirement, Hermione expresses her concerns, questioning the wisdom of such a direct approach to hatching. Having consulted various texts, she is aware that bats can be quite troublesome. Their troublesome nature lies in their propensity for ambush. They stealthily approach their targets and swiftly ensnare them, leading to suffocation and eventual disappearance without a trace. The Patronus Charm is the only known spell capable of repelling them. Bats typically attack sleeping wizards, leaving their victims with little opportunity to cast spells. Do not worry if the bat attempts an ambush. I have my own means of dealing with it, Kreena asserts. He brandishes his wand, channeling magic before pricking the fingertip of his other hand, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the pet egg. Hermione swiftly casts a healing spell, aware that any delay might allow the wound to heal on its own. The bat pet egg begins to flicker with a dark light, gradually levitating from the ground. Black threads emerge from within the egg, intertwining in the air. The more threads that appear, the smaller the egg becomes. When the egg finally vanishes, the threads have woven themselves into a black cloak. At the moment the cloak takes shape, Kreena feels the bat's thoughts resonate in his mind. It flutters towards him, brushing against his cheek with a smooth, icy sensation that is quite pleasant. The bat settles upon his shoulder, becoming still, resembling a true cloak. At this moment, Kreena hovers in the air, the bat cloak billowing gently behind him without the influence of wind. Hermione gazes in astonishment. Did the bat enable you to float? Indeed, Kreena replies, returning to the ground. Currently, the bat is still in its juvenile state, allowing him to float for only a brief period. The bat evokes memories of Dr. Strange's cloak, possessing remarkably similar functions. Suddenly, a look of terror crosses Hermione's face as she recalls the descriptions of bats in her book, realizing they require a wizard's nourishment. Kreena lightly taps her forehead. What a dark wizard's notion you have. Bats consume any magical creature and are adept at concealment. Most encounters occur when they are digesting recently consumed wizards. Furthermore, they are exceedingly rare, leading to the presumption that they exclusively feed on wizards. Hermione's face flushes slightly. How was I to know the book could be mistaken? You are the one resembling a dark wizard now. Azkaban is beckoning you. Kreena raises an eyebrow, remarking on her keen perception. Let us give it a name, Hermione suggested. How about Little Black? The idea resonated with them. Kreena's eyes lit up. Little Green is green, and Little Black is black. It makes perfect sense. The two exited the room of requirement and parted ways at the staircase. Kreena intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest to procure food for Little Black, while Hermione had wished to accompany him to observe, but he declined her offer. It was getting late, and he was uncertain how long he would be gone. If it weren't for Little Black's incessant hunger, he wouldn't be setting off for the forest so promptly. He cast the disillusionment charm and effortlessly exited the castle, traversing the lawn until he reached the forest's edge. Hagrid's hut was devoid of light, likely because he was still patrolling within the woods. Occasionally, magical creatures would wander to the forest's periphery, necessitating Hagrid's intervention to guide them back. There were also poachers who would enter from the opposite side of the Forbidden Forest, when profit was at stake. Concerns about Dumbledore or danger were easily disregarded. The forest was shrouded in darkness, and he could only rely on the moonlight to illuminate his path. Kreena tread carefully, wary of tripping over protruding roots. He hadn't encountered a single creature along the way, rather unfortunate indeed. He sighed, contemplating whether to change direction. Chapter 64. The Avada Kedavra 5-strike execution? Was this luck good or bad? Kreena let out another sigh, switched directions, and walked for approximately 20 more minutes. Yet still encountered nothing. It was perplexing. He hadn't even seen an acromantula. During his time at school, Hagrid had a pet acromantula named Aragog, which had thrived in the forest, producing numerous offspring. Given their rapid reproduction and long lifespan, it was illogical that he would see none. Treasure. Something foul is approaching swiftly from behind. Little Green nudged Kreena's wrist with its head. Kreena gently patted Little Green's head, reasoning that whatever approached must be a magical creature. He cast a heightened perception charm to enhance his awareness of the surroundings, and then employed the disillusionment charm once more. Kreena sidestepped a few paces, silently awaiting the arrival of the unknown entity. A subtle noise drew his attention, and he turned to investigate. It was coming from a tree. The distance was considerable, and combined with the night's darkness, he could only discern a humanoid figure, a werewolf. Within a few breaths, it leaped from branch to branch with agility, ultimately landing where Kreena had just stood. From afar, it appeared wolf-like, but up close, it was something else entirely. Kreena scrutinized it closely. It bore a striking resemblance to a ghoul, but lacked the ghoul's prominent fangs. The creature revealed itself fully, saliva spilling forth like a spring, its eyes glinting with a crimson hue. It hunched its body, legs coiling tightly before it lunged towards Kreena with remarkable speed. A steel plate materialized out of thin air, and the creature, unable to evade in mid-air, collided with it, the sheer force causing the plate to indent deeply. Oh! Kreena's face exhibited a moment of realization as he identified the creature before him. He had encountered it in the tome Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. A being known as a troll. The troll emerged from behind a steel panel, its head swaying, evidently dazed from a recent collision. All petrified. Retreat at full speed. 2 consecutive spells struck the troll. The first proved ineffective, while the second merely pushed it back a few steps. Kreena raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the troll's formidable attributes: high magical resistance, swift speed, and immense strength. Quickly ensnare it. The tip of his wand released a thick rope. The troll leapt once more, meeting the rope mid-air, and was bound in an extraordinary manner. Without the support of its limbs, the troll skidded upon landing. Kreena deftly sidestepped a few steps to avoid a collision, a smile gracing his face. This spell did not rely on the target's magical resistance, ensuring that once it struck, binding was inevitable. A beam of red light struck the troll, an embodiment of maternal love. Encountering a creature with high magical resistance warranted such an experiment. The troll sensed a reaction in its abdomen, momentarily forgetting to struggle, staring blankly at its midsection. As seconds turned to minutes, the troll began to writhe and howl, intermittently slamming its head against the muddy ground. After 20 seconds, the effect dissipated, and the troll's belly returned to normal. Meanwhile, the lurking small black creature swiftly enveloped the troll's head, and Kreena cast another binding spell. as the rope had been severed during the previous writhing. The troll gradually ceased its struggles, and the small black creature expanded, completely encasing it. Digestion would take some time, prompting Kreena to conjure a small bench beneath a grand tree, where he patiently awaited. The maternal love spell had proven surprisingly effective, functioning fully even against high magical resistance. He resolved to test it on someone else when the opportunity arose. As he stroked the head of his small companion, he suddenly recognized a serious issue. No wonder he had never encountered the eight-eyed spider. They harbored an innate fear of snakes, specifically the basilisk. This instinctual dread rendered them unwilling to appear at the scent of serpents. After approximately 20 to 30 minutes, the small black creature reverted to the size of a cloak. This meal would sustain it for over a week. Kreena halted the creature's attempt to return to him, thoroughly inspecting it. Once he confirmed it bore no unsavory residue, he permitted it to drape over his shoulders once more. The small black creature nuzzled Kreena's neck in a display of affection, subsequently settling on his shoulder. On the journey home, Kreena fortuitously encountered Hagrid in a standoff with a figure cloaked in black. "This is Hogwarts territory. You must leave at once." Kreena observed with astonishment the peculiar attire of the figure, an unsettling familiarity tugging at his memory, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It was quite the coincidence that he constantly encountered the nefarious Quirrell, who was stealthily advancing ahead. Hagrid observed his stillness, and his vigilance heightened significantly. Quirrell, filled with frustration after 2 fruitless days searching for the unicorn, was unfortunate enough to be discovered at this moment. "I shall take my leave," he declared. Turning with a flourish, his wand suddenly aimed at Hagrid as he bellowed, "Avada Kedavra." Hagrid, ever alert, dove aside the instant the green light shot forth, a thunderous explosion following in its wake. Had Dumbledore not previously cautioned him to be wary, he would not have opted to carry his wand disguised as an umbrella. The blast sent a cloud of earth into the air, creating a veil of smoke. Alas, Hagrid was unaware of the adage that where there is smoke, there is no injury. Just as he began to relax his taut nerves, 5 beams of green light erupted from the fog, converging upon him from various angles, leaving no avenue of escape. Avada Kedavra in a rapid succession? Creature gasped in astonishment. Such a masterful incantation could only be the handiwork of Voldemort himself. Exhibiting a modicum of skill, however, he did not linger on his thoughts, as he continued to wield his wand. Enormous stone slabs materialized around Hagrid, immediately followed by the 5 green beams. The slabs shattered into fragments that scattered in all directions, and as the smoke dissipated, Quirrell's figure vanished from sight. The known countermeasures against the killing curse were few: evasion, spell collision, physical blocking, and the love magic employed by Harry's mother. Creature resorted to physical blocking, successfully deflecting all the incoming curses. Had the barriers he conjured been less robust, the curse would have pierced through and struck its target. Once certain that Quirrell had departed, Creature emerged from behind the tree. "Hagrid, are you all right?" He examined Hagrid, who had sustained only minor injuries, scratches from the flying debris. "I am immensely grateful," Hagrid exclaimed, embracing Creature, momentarily lost for words. After a brief pause, he continued, "Had you not been here just now, I would likely have met my end in the Forbidden Forest." "We should exit the forest. It would be unwise if he returns," Creature suggested. As they made their way out, Creature engaged Hagrid in conversation, soon extracting the location of the Acromantula's lair. "By the way, what brought you to the Forbidden Forest at such an hour? Although you saved me, I must emphasize that it is exceedingly perilous within, and you must not venture here again." Creature raised an eyebrow. "How could I refrain from entering?" Professor Dumbledore granted his consent. "Dumbledore? Then all is well." The straightforward Hagrid ceased further discussion, recognizing that Dumbledore must have had his reasons for such an allowance. Upon exiting the forest, Hagrid implored Creature to keep the secret of the pink umbrella being a wand. Creature readily agreed, and the two bid farewell at the doorstep of the small cabin. Chapter 65. What a nest of Matryoshka dolls. A significant event transpired today. Harry became the fastest man. Under the guidance of Snape as the referee, he captured the golden snitch within a mere 5 minutes, concluding the match against Hufflepuff and setting a new record. A few intended to celebrate with Harry, but he had vanished, leaving them with no choice but to abandon their plans. In the Gryffindor common room, Kreena and Hermione were diligently working on their assignments, which had significantly increased for the second semester. Kreena picked up a chocolate sweet from the side, unwrapped it, and offered it to Hermione, suggesting she must be weary from her lengthy writing. Hermione accepted the treat, stretching her stiff body with a sound reminiscent of a contented kitten. Kreena's voice soon reached her ears. "You've eaten my sweet." So upon hearing this, Hermione prepared to spit it out, but Kreena, quick of reflex, covered her mouth. Hermione shook her head, her expression a clear refusal. "Just one last time," Kreena implored, gazing at her earnestly. "I promise." Hermione ceased her struggle. If it were indeed the final occasion, she could acquiesce. After a moment's hesitation, while locking eyes with Kreena, she nodded. With a smile, Kreena released his hold and presented her with a fresh sheet of parchment, saying, Then my history of magic assignment is entrusted to you. Thank you, Hermione. Professor Binns, the instructor of history of magic, lectured solely from the textbook. Unless one proactively inquired about intriguing, obscure historical facts, he would remain silent. Consequently, Kreena's pattern of dozing off in class had evolved to a point where he now dreaded even the thought of completing his assignments. You two are insufferable, Parvati Patil interjected, nudging her companion, Lavender Brown, who sat beside her. Both were Hermione's roommates. Parvati had a twin sister who had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Indeed, this is the common room. Please refrain from feeding. Lavender rolled her eyes, having heard the last time claim no fewer than 10 times. However, she mused. Having someone offer sweets was rather delightful. She cast a glance at Ron, who was busy arranging his card deck, internally scoffing at his foolishness. Ron. Lavender abandoned her friends and approached him, eager to engage in a wizarding duel. Sure. Ron readily agreed, his spirits lifted. Had he acquired some good cards? The traditional format remained. In Ron's mind, if he were to rank who he most desired to play wizard dueling with, Draco Malfoy would undoubtedly take the first spot, followed closely by Lavender. As Kreena gazed out the window, he observed the dry branches sprouting tender buds. Spring had arrived. From Lavender's attire and her various accessories, it was evident that her family was quite affluent. She must have been treated like a princess at home. In Kreena's eyes, she was certainly a valued client. However, Lavender did not indulge in the game excessively. Her primary purpose was to present Ron with cards through the medium of dueling. Alas, in her youth, she was blissfully unaware of the allure of wealth, consumed instead by her passion for gaming. At that moment, Neville stumbled into the common room. His legs were tightly bound together, ensnared by the leg-locking curse. With remarkable agility, he wriggled and soon managed to stand upright. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, all curious about how he had managed to squeeze through the portrait hole and how long he had been ensnared to display such skill in rising. Neville, allow me to assist you in breaking the curse, chimed in Seamus, who was practicing spells nearby, desperately stifling his laughter as he prepared to wave his wand and recite the incantation. No, please don't, Neville cried out, hopping forward in distress. I don't wish to lose my legs to an explosion. Seamus furrowed his brow in dismay, retorting, I don't cause explosions every time I cast a spell. Just watch. With a resounding bang, water erupted from a cup, drenching Seamus and evoking another round of laughter. After all these months, who could forget that Seamus was a veritable master of explosive magic? With a frown, he dashed back to the dormitory. Once Kreena had dispelled the curse, he inquired, how did this happen? I ran into Malfoy outside the library, Neville replied, his voice quivering. He mentioned he was looking for someone to practice spells with. Why didn't you seek a professor on the first floor to break the curse? Kreena scratched his head. The library was on the second floor, the staff lounge on the first, and Gryffindor's common room on the eighth. Neville had taken the long route, hopping up to the eighth floor like a rabbit. Shaking his head, Neville mumbled, I didn't want to cause trouble. How is that causing trouble? Hermione interjected. You should have clenched your fist and given Malfoy a good punch on the nose. She made a fierce face, waving her fist adorably. Kreena glanced at Hermione, her expression striking a chord in his heart. What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong? Hermione asked, puzzled. You must feel the same way, right? Kreena nodded, recovering from his reverie. Not just a punch. It should be a blow so hard that even Malfoy's parents wouldn't recognize their own child. Impossible. I can't do that. I simply lack the courage. It seems I don't deserve to be in Gryffindor, Neville choked out, gratitude lacing his voice. Thank you for breaking the curse. I'll head back to the dormitory now. As Kreena watched Neville's forlorn figure depart, he was suddenly reminded of Peter Pettigrew. How similar they were, both doubting their own bravery, both sorted into Gryffindor. The same beginning, yet a divergent fate. Kreena and Hermione exchanged a glance, saying nothing more as they returned to their homework. Not long after, Harry appeared in the common room. He glanced at Ron, who was engaged in a wizarding duel with Lavender, before making his way to Kreena's side. Do you remember the small package we mentioned last year with Hagrid? Harry whispered, casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one was listening. I figured out what it is. A glimmer of interest sparked in Hermione's eyes, as she pieced together all the information, though she was still uncertain about what the final guardian was protecting. It is the Philosopher's Stone, Harry whispered excitedly. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he began recounting how he had spotted the sneaky Snape and followed him, discovering a conversation between Snape and Quirrell. Do you know what the Philosopher's Stone is? Harry asked, glancing at the two after finishing his tale. It can transform any metal into pure gold. It can produce the elixir of life. One of the twins, standing behind Harry, replied. Harry's eyes widened in shock. Did you all hear that? Not just that, Fred said as he put an arm around Harry's shoulder. Looking at George, we also saw. Harry, when you are tracking someone, you must also be wary of being followed, George said with a grin. Kreena observed the trio, bemused, thinking they were like a set of nesting dolls. Chapter 66, My Young Father. George and Fred exchanged high fives, both sporting mischievous grins. Kreena's eye twitched, Knowing the twins, he suspected they had engaged in some other antics. You didn't go and annoy Quirrell again, did you? Annoy? I wouldn't classify it as annoying. The twins high-fived once more, each taking turns to speak. We followed Quirrell back to the castle courtyard, and at that moment, there was no one around. I cast the spell, while Fred handled the sack. Hermione, her fists clenched in excitement, exclaimed, "Did you guys give Quirrell a good thrashing?" The twins chorused, "Indeed. Given the timing, Quirrell is likely in the hospital wing now. Although no matter how skilled a wizard, being ambushed successfully will make anyone concede. Quirrell's lack of preparedness seems quite odd. Did he not anticipate being outsmarted by students? Or has he become exceedingly weak?" Kreiner's eyes darted thoughtfully, suspecting that Quirrell had indeed grown feeble. It appears that on that fateful night, Quirrell must have slipped away. The explosion was so loud it could have attracted Dumbledore. Failing to obtain unicorn blood, compounded by Voldemort's emergence, likely left him in a weakened state. This sort of escapade should have included us. Hermione genuinely wished to give Quirrell a piece of her mind, having harbored that thought ever since discovering his manipulation of Kreiner's broom. "Next time, for sure," George chimed in. I gave Quirrell a solid kick to the backside. I kicked him in the back and, as I was leaving, gave him a parting shove to the back of the head. Fred unlocked a new achievement, delivering a kick to Voldemort's face. The twins truly embodied the spirit of Gryffindor, showing remarkable bravery. Kreiner, while at times appearing reckless, often considered the potential consequences of his actions, weighing whether they fell within his capacity to endure. "You two should refrain from such antics in the future," he advised the twins earnestly. "If you choose to act, you must contemplate the repercussions of failure. This includes Quirrell and Voldemort being lured by the Philosopher's Stone. If Voldemort realizes he cannot obtain the stone, or if he no longer wishes to play the role of a stealthy ninja, perhaps he might achieve an extraordinary 1-for-2 exchange. After all, he would not truly perish." The twins took a moment to collect themselves, shivering at the thought. They had always believed Hogwarts to be the epitome of safety. Yet the circumstances had shifted dramatically. An ominous dark wizard had infiltrated their ranks as a professor. At that moment, with no other souls around, the failure to successfully ambush a dark wizard could lead to dire consequences. The two exchanged glances, both overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Harry regarded the group with suspicion, pondering aloud. "You must be privy to many secrets, right? For instance, Hagrid's beast, Quirrell, and—" He refrained from uttering Voldemort's name, knowing it would instill fear in both Hagrid and Ron. Hence, he referred to him as the Dark One. "Quirrell and Voldemort," said Craven slowly. "There's nothing wrong with mentioning that name." Harry felt a surge of joy upon noticing that the others displayed no signs of fear. If they were unable to utter the name of the very being who had killed his parents, what kind of situation was that? The fear surrounding Voldemort stemmed not only from his brutality, but also from the enchantment cast upon his name. Anyone who dared to speak it would be detected, of course. This would only be effective once he had successfully resurrected. For now, one could speak freely. "We unraveled the entire mystery before Christmas," Craven remarked, patting Harry on the back. "The only thing we were unaware of was the Philosopher's Stone, but now we understand his intentions." The twins animatedly recounted to Harry how they had navigated the challenges laid out by the professors. Their words doused Harry's fervent excitement like a bucket of cold water. In sharing their tale, he realized that among them, he possessed the least knowledge. If even they could bypass the obstacles, surely Quirrell could easily infiltrate and pilfer whatever he desired. The others regarded Harry with a disapproving look, urging him to speak more. "That is not what I meant, Professor Snape." Harry stammered, feeling the weight of their gazes clouding his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. "What are you all discussing?" Ron interjected, stepping forward. "Nothing of consequence," the twins replied in unison. Ron, however, was skeptical of his brother's words. "I heard you." He had caught wind of their hushed conversation while engaged in a wizard duel with Lavender, having noticed them huddled together. His curiosity piqued, but he had been unable to approach due to Lavender's insistence. Finally shaking her off, he arrived just in time to catch snippets of their dialogue. "Quirrell is stealing something from Snape," Ron declared with newfound confidence. "Snape wants to steal something, and Quirrell caught him in the act, right?" The others shushed him, and with an unspoken agreement, they dispersed. The twins chose to keep silent on matters they wished Ron not to know. Harry clapped Ron on the shoulder, realizing that there was yet another individual who was even less informed than he, and it felt rather splendid. Ron stood there, bewildered, with his hands raised in confusion, left entirely alone in the common room. Wormtail experienced a dreadful nightmare, in which he found himself ensnared, with every action laid bare to the public gaze. His desperate cries for forgiveness fell on deaf ears. Everyone brandished wands, their faces twisted with malevolent grins, unleashing a barrage of excruciating curses upon him. The agony and spasms were unbearable. "Ah!" Wormtail let out a piercing scream of terror, his eyes surveying an unfamiliar environment, where a figure sat on a sofa engrossed in a book. He recognized this individual as Hermione Granger, a companion of Harry Potter. Wormtail twitched in realization. This was no mere dream. He had transformed into a mouse using his animagus ability, peacefully slumbering beside Ron, lost in pleasant dreams. Until this young wizard had rudely roused him with a slap, leaving him disoriented. The onslaught of spells followed, the leglocker curse, the silencing charm, the petrification spell, one after another. Subsequently, he was stuffed into a pocket and whisked away. When he regained his senses, he found himself in this alien setting. Wormtail had foolishly assumed it was just a prank, believing that even his pet snake would not harm a pitiful little mouse that was a friend. However, a curse revealed his true form, and in that moment, panic seized him. Before he could utter a word, he was bombarded by successive cruciatus curses. The exposure of his fear, the anguish of his soul, and the convulsions of his body ultimately rendered him unconscious. "Who are you?" Wormtail stammered, trembling. "How do you know I am an animagus?" This was a closely guarded secret. Those who knew it had either perished, been imprisoned in Azkaban, or faded into the shadows, waiting for death. Hermione displayed a warm and radiant smile, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness." Chapter 67. The Combination Technique, Maternal Love, and Piercing Agony. Piercing Agony. Piercing Agony. Wormtail's visage contorted as sweat poured down like a torrent. Pain enveloped him completely, like a searing knife stabbing every inch of his flesh. His head feeling as though it were being sawed back and forth. No. Wormtail rolled his eyes back, gasping for breath. "What do you wish to know?" He paused for an extended moment. "Feel free to ask anything. I've endured over 10 cruciatus curses without uttering a single word." Formulating a complete sentence seemed to drain all his strength, and he felt on the verge of madness. What kind of lunatic interrogates without inquiry? Resorting immediately to the cruciatus curse? Using an unforgivable curse on a first-year student? Where's the law? Where's the justice? It was as if Voldemort himself had returned. Hermione did not intend to torment Wormtail. Rather, her cruciatus curse lacked potency. Higher-tier spells require formidable willpower to wield. For instance, the killing curse necessitates a profound intent to kill. The cruciatus curse demands a fervent desire to inflict suffering and derive pleasure from it. Wasn't he that perverse? Hermione truly did not perceive any joy in such actions. At most, she could only force the spell into being. If Voldemort's cruciatus curse were to be graded a perfect score of 100, then his attempts would scarcely meet even the passing mark. Lacking quality, he could only compensate with quantity. Otherwise, how could Wormtail endure the onslaught of the cruciatus curse repeatedly? Kreena scratched his head with his wand, feigning innocence as he remarked, "The issue is, I have no questions to ask. Crucio, a lack of effectiveness does not equate to a lack of pain." After so many iterations, Wormtail trembled all over, devoid of the strength to even cry out in agony. Kreena lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, resting his chin on one hand while the other casually waved his wand. "Ron S. Rat, Scabbers, Pettigrew, Wormtail, did you blink? Is there anything I need to know?" Wormtail was seized by terror. The name of the animagus had been revealed, and the deeds of the past might also come to light. He swallowed hard. "Since you know my name, you must know that I was a close friend of Harry's parents." Kreena interrupted Wormtail's words with a mocking sneer. "How dare you refer to Harry? A close friend whose role was to betray to Voldemort in exchange for trust? Protection?" Wormtail's complexion paled, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Let me explain. Crucio." After the effects of the curse subsided, Kreena slowly spoke. "I did not bring you here to listen to your lengthy fabrications. Ask what you wish to know, and I promise to speak the truth, provided you refrain from casting the cruciatus curse again." Kreena shook his head. Was Wormtail rendered foolish by the curse? Or had he always been so? He had previously stated there was nothing to inquire about. He twirled his wand, murmuring the incantation for the maternal love spell. Wormtail was struck by a crimson beam, yet felt no pain. "What spell is this?" he muttered, looking down. "What is happening to my stomach? Why is it slowly swelling? Oh, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts." Wormtail writhed in agony, his lower lip bitten through. In desperation, he slammed the back of his head against the ground, attempting to divert the pain. It was a sensation he could not articulate, one he had never experienced before. An inexplicable sorrow welled within him, a desire to weep. Though the pain compelled him to roll over and press against his swollen belly, his body's instinct prevented any harm from befalling it. Why is this happening? Kreena stroked his chin, pondering whether 20 seconds of labor pain was too brief. "What do you feel now?" "I want my mother." Wormtail choked up, then began to wail. "My life of over 30 years has been a total mess." Kreena clicked his tongue, intrigued that this spell could induce such remorse. He continued to cast the maternal love spell without pause. Each cycle lasted 30 seconds, continuing for 2.5 minutes before he finally ceased. Wormtail rolled his eyes once more, fearing he might truly break. "Does this spell allow you to experience the pain of childbirth and feel maternal love?" Wormtail's gaze was vacant, his response utterly nonsensical. "You have caused a significant change in my life. Have I given birth to a delightful little mouse? Am I now a father? A mother? Parents?" "Hey." Kreena approached and crouched down, gently patting the cheek of Wormtail. Wormtail was rambling incessantly, and Kreena had no choice but to seal his mouth. Seizing the moment, with Wormtail's willpower waning, he decided to practice the legilimency charm. This incantation, which he had mastered but never had the opportunity to practice, had briefly crossed his mind to pair with Hermione, though that thought was fleeting. Memories were being observed, as if he were standing bare before them. Initially, Kreena struggled, the memories flitting chaotically. One moment he was at school, the next he was a child, and at times he was forcibly interrupted. Finally, after a little over 10 minutes, he was able to observe Wormtail's memories seamlessly, as if watching a film play out in his mind. It seems normal now. Kreena noticed that Wormtail had regained his composure, prompting him to cease the memory viewing and lift the silencing charm. Demon, you are a demon, Wormtail shrieked. Whatever. Kreena retorted nonchalantly, I never claimed to be a good person. Unfazed by Wormtail's outburst, he proceeded to conduct the next experiment, casting the maternal love charm once more. No way, not again, Wormtail exclaimed, gazing at his steadily enlarging belly, fearing for his life. Ignoring him, Kreena immediately followed up with a Cruciatus curse as the timer reached 10 seconds. A combination, maternal love and Cruciatus. Physical birth, mental torment, and spiritual anguish, a trio of suffering. Wormtail experienced sensations of the utmost extremity, as if he were witnessing Merlin himself. I am guilty, I confess. You seek vengeance for Harry Potter's parents, don't you? Please, spare me this torment and hand me over to the Ministry of Magic. You could earn a Merlin-S medal. Good suggestion, I'll consider it, Kreena nodded, acknowledging the prospect of acquiring a medal. However, you are mistaken. I am not avenging Harry's parents, nor am I deliberately torturing you. Some things can only be accomplished when your will is weakened, like legilimency. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wormtail wept in despair. I would comply with you, absolutely, without resistance. This was merely an incidental matter. Wormtail's emotions were like a roller coaster, soaring to heights only to plummet to depths. Kreena retrieved a polyjuice potion, plucked a hair, and added it to the mixture, watching as the potion reacted before administering it to Wormtail. Chapter 68. Merely the aftermath of a nightmare. The starlight tonight is particularly dim. Quirrell sat in his dark office, applying the potion to himself. It felt as if his kidneys had been shattered, and he still endured waves of pain. The moment he was bundled in a sack, he thought of the unscrupulous Snape, feeling the need for further retribution. The sensation of being kicked by two individuals led to a futile speculation. Wizards do not fight with wands, but with fists and feet. Bah! Heretic! Voldemort was utterly disillusioned with his servant, Hero, who failed to execute even the simplest of tasks. Today, he had even caused Voldemort to receive a kick. It is worth noting that due to Kiro's possession and the location of his head, he was capable of sensation. When that area was struck, Kiro experienced pain, and he felt it acutely. Having already lost his nose, his situation had only worsened. What are you doing? Ouch! Kiro naturally remarked, I am applying medicine for my master. It is in this position, correct? Voldemort's eyes reddened with rage. He loathed those two ambushers and Kiro, wishing he could eliminate them on the spot. Useless Kiro, let him take the fall. The energy was depleted, and without the unicorn's blood to replenish his strength, he would not have been ambushed so easily. Now go to the spot where you were beaten. I want to identify those two individuals. Kiro made his way to the courtyard, slightly lifting the large headscarf tied around his head, revealing his mouth both front and back. Black smoke oozed from Voldemort's mouth, sinking and hovering just above the ground. The scene of Kiro being beaten during the day unfolded vividly. Excellent. Voldemort hissed like a serpent, I shall kill those twin traitors. The Weasleys. My master, the greater scheme is paramount. Kiro protested. Voldemort took note of the remarks about Diagon Alley. Polyjuice potion? Wormtail panicked. If it involved the polyjuice potion, the task would undoubtedly be complex. Creature nodded, confirming it was a purchased product. Wormtail's face turned ashen. Acquiring finished potions from the black market in Diagon Alley, an unacquainted buyer would have no way of discerning the authenticity of the seller's wares, giving rise to a profession of potion testers. During Voldemort's rise, Muggles were often captured to serve as test subjects. If a wizard tested a potion and survived, they would receive a payment. However, Muggles who tested potions invariably ended up in the Thames. Sellers held a disdain for testers, relying on their skills to peddle counterfeit potions, while buyers lacking discernment would seek out testers. Furthermore, following Voldemort's downfall, the profession of potion testers faded into obscurity. Only those weak and desperate wizards would resort to such a profession, often testing the potions after purchase. Life and death hinged entirely on luck. In the next moment, Wormtail underwent a transformation, feeling the changes within his body, his heart relaxing as he realized he had not perished. Creature began to keep track of the time. During this interval, he did nothing, as Wormtail currently bore his visage. Just over 18 minutes later, Wormtail reverted to his original form. A pathetic potion maker. He was even inferior to second-year Hermione. Although the seller had diluted the potion's dosage excessively, at least they had not sold counterfeit goods, marking them as a conscientious vendor in Diagon Alley. Creature retrieved a previously prepared, oversized, empty vial and pressed the tip of his wand to Wormtail's temple. With a twist, he withdrew the wand, extracting a long, silvery strand of memory. The silver thread elongates, swirling into a circular form at the tip of the staff, ultimately snapping. A piercing anguish. Kreena sank back into the sofa. Is this what you call cooperation? A complete lack of resistance? All incantations related to memory spells must be wielded with utmost caution. Should one lack finesse or precision, it could result in the unfortunate fate of rendering the target permanently daft. A foolish tale is of no use whatsoever. The very act of casting this spell drains Kreiner's mental fortitude, and after laboriously extracting such a lengthy memory, it was abruptly severed by the tale's escape. The tale quivered under the torment of the heart-piercing curse, and with a mere disagreement, it would invoke the curse again, truly terrifying. Ignoring this, Kreiner understood that the tale must not be allowed to regain its strength for too long. After casting the heart-piercing curse 7 times consecutively, he approached and kicked the tale, demanding a response. If you're not dead, give me a squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Kreiner delivered another kick and accompanied it with a heart-piercing curse, eliciting a rhythmic squeak from the tale. Squeak. Heart-piercing anguish. Kreiner sighed. Now that you're silent, why are you squeaking? The tale gazed vacantly at the ceiling. The curse's effect had dissipated, yet the body still trembled involuntarily from residual pain. A flicker of regret surfaced within him, though not for betraying his dear friend, Potter. Had he fallen into Voldemort's hands then, his plight would have been far worse than it is now. Rather, he regretted not having allowed Sirius to end his life years ago, for then he would not endure such torment now. This regret lingered only for a fleeting moment. If given the chance, he would prefer to flee. Why choose death when survival is possible? Kreiner cast the heart-piercing curse once more, and seeing that it was nearly time, he began to extract the tale's memories. This time, the endeavor proceeded smoothly, as Kreiner successfully gathered all of the tale's memories into a vial. The silver thread coiled within the vial before unfurling, swirling like gas. He hastily secured the lid, and then employed a shrinking charm to pocket the tiny bottle. With all tasks for the evening completed, he had taken another step closer to the Philosopher's Stone. Kreiner conjured a cage to confine the tale, then proceeded to lift all restraining spells. Transform back into a rat, and I shall escort you home. The tail collapsed, with a flash of red light from Kreiner's wand. The transformed tail promptly lost consciousness. Poor little rat, sleep well. Kreiner meticulously erased the tail's memories of the night's events, ensuring all unpleasantness would ultimately be forgotten. He conducted a final inspection for any stray hairs left behind by the tail, hidden tracks. Exiting the room of requirement, Kreiner let out a sigh. How cautious I am. Yet I find myself in Gryffindor. The following morning, Kreiner was roused by Ron's anguished cries. Those words were truly heart-wrenching, enough to bring tears to the listener's eyes. Scabbers. My poor Scabbers. Why do you tremble so? Ron cradled the creature gently, swaying it slightly, imploring, you must not die. If you must, let it be within the mouth of Xiaoqing. Banban. Xiaoqing. Ron approached Kreina, seeking permission for Xiaoqing to consume Banban. The Ron of yesteryears had vanished without a trace. Kreina, displaying a hint of discomfort at the request, replied, I truly cannot fulfill that, but do not fret too much. He patted Ron's shoulder, suggesting that perhaps Banban merely experienced a nightmare last night, and was now suffering the remnants of that dream. Ron cast a glance at Banban, then at Kreina's wrist, ultimately departing in a state of dejection. Kreina squinted, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he retained the essence of the Cruciatus curse despite his memory loss. This was fortuitous, as it would allow him to construct entirely new, unwavering memories for Banban in the future. Chapter 69, Hagrid's Dragon Egg. In the ensuing weeks, Kreina brought Wormtail into the room of requirement every other day to experience the free Cruciatus curse. Concurrently, he was gradually altering Wormtail's memories, making subtle changes that rendered the overall transformation seamless. Modifying memories is a complex and intricate task. It was only due to Kreina's exceptional talent, honed through extensive practice, that he succeeded. As he became adept with the spell, he also uncovered Wormtail's greatest secret. Each return to Ron's home required discussions with numerous generations of mice regarding projects worth billions. The abundance of mice was simply due to prolonged absences from home or a lack of offspring, prompting the mice to flee. Kreina was astounded, gaining insight as he encountered mouse fragments for the first time in his life. He later consulted texts, discovering that certain memories could be deeply buried, fiercely resistant to being uncovered by others, making it entirely normal to overlook such memories initially. Banban's transformation left Ron waking each day in worry, fearing that one day Banban might perish beside his pillow. However, this state of anxiety lasted only a week. After all, Banban had not died thus far, indicating that nothing was seriously amiss. Quirrell's complexion grew increasingly pale and emaciated, his body resembling one on the verge of collapse, yet still standing. It was likely that he had been consuming unicorn blood during this period. He bore the curse of slaying unicorns alone. Yet the magic contained within the blood belonged to Voldemort. Kreena could not help but marvel at how Quirrell was the epitome of an ideal employee, one every employer would desire. After that day, Harry, fearful that the Philosopher's Stone would be stolen by Quirrell, stealthily ventured to the fourth-floor corridor one day. Unsurprisingly, the three-headed dog, Fluffy, startled Harry into a hasty retreat. The Philosopher's Stone was sufficiently protected by both the three-headed dog and Snape. Hermione, the exams are still quite far off, Ron exclaimed dramatically from across the long table. You are studying too much. Shoo. Hermione furrowed her brow and shot Ron a glare, then tilted her head to see that the boy resting on her shoulder remained undisturbed by the commotion, which eased her expression. She extended her hand to caress his tousled black hair, a smile gracing her lips. The sensation was indeed delightful. No wonder Kreena so enjoyed ruffling her hair. Ron, glancing at Harry beside him, made a comical face, as if to convey that he had advised against bringing him along. Harry comprehended Ron's silent message, his demeanor appearing somewhat aggrieved and regretful. That morning, both Kreena and Harry had received an invitation from Hagrid, stating he had something splendid to share with them. As the time had yet to arrive, Kreena and Hermione intended to visit the library together. With nothing else to occupy him, Harry had decided to tag along, while Ron was reluctantly dragged along by him, for being alone would seem rather dull. Hermione paid no heed to the antics of the two boys. As long as they did not disturb Kreenar's slumber, she understood well how exhausted he was and was acutely aware of his secretive endeavors. Throughout the day, he attended classes and completed assignments, and at night, he either spent time with her or ventured alone to the room of requirement. Sometimes he would even go to the Forbidden Forest to tend to the little black creature. Hermione's fingers gently brushed against Kreenar's cheek. If there were matters he wished to keep from her, they were certainly fraught with peril or shrouded in darkness. Just as before, when he had taken measures to shield her from bullying at school, Kreenar had always assumed she was oblivious. In truth, she had observed everything keenly, etching those memories deeply into her mind. She longed to be involved, yet understood that without Kreenar's strength, her participation would likely only hinder him. Time slipped by, and as Harry and Ron caught wind of Hermione's soft murmurs, they realized it was nearly time to meet Hagrid. They exchanged gleeful glances. Sitting there felt like being pricked by tiny needles, and they were eager to escape the confines of the library. Wake up, Hermione gently called to Kreenar, pinching his cheek in the process. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she sought to return the playful gestures he had bestowed upon her. Noticing Kreenar remained unresponsive, she boldly pinched his nose. As Kreenar's eyes fluttered open, he was greeted by Hermione's soothing smile, dissipating any remnants of morning irritability. Are you trying to suffocate me? He teased, tugging at her cheek with both hands. I wouldn't dare. My mother would cast me out. The group returned their books to the shelves, and Kreenar playfully urged Hermione out of the library, his hand never leaving her shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. Hermione leaned back slightly, tilting her head to offer Kreenar a radiant smile. Harry and Ron hastened ahead, knowing it was best not to linger, for it could tug at their hearts. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Hagrid's hut, where the windows were tightly draped with curtains. Hagrid's booming voice inquired who was there, and upon realizing it was them, he hurriedly opened the door, swiftly shutting it behind them once they all entered. The interior was oppressively warm. Kreiner, it is truly not easy to summon you. Hagrid placed a hand on Kreiner's shoulder, questioning whether he had any intention of coming over. Despite Hagrid's rugged appearance and carefree demeanor, he possessed a sensitive heart. He regarded Kreiner and his companions not as mere juniors, but as equals and friends. Hagrid had extended multiple invitations to express his gratitude, yet each was met with refusal, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Hagrid, do not overthink it. I have simply been exceedingly busy and fatigued of late. Hagrid smiled, relieved that he had not been dismissed. Hagrid, what is this wonderful thing you speak of? Harry inquired eagerly. Hagrid turned his gaze toward the fireplace, where a roaring flame flickered. Harry and Ron hastily approached, discovering a kettle over the fire, within which lay a large, dark egg. Hagrid, are you intending to treat us to boiled eggs? Harry asked. Did you forget to add water, or has it all evaporated? You are mistaken, Harry. Ron interjected, a triumphant look on his face, having previously dismissed Hagrid's intentions. The tables had turned. If I am not mistaken, this should be a dragon egg. Harry, astonished, queried, how did you acquire it? It must have cost you a fortune. Surely thousands of galleons. Kreiner clicked his tongue, silently mourning for Quirrell. You are incorrect, Hagrid replied, stroking his unkempt beard. Last night, while drinking in the village, I won it in a card game with a stranger. I suspect he was eager to part with the dragon egg. It must be quite cumbersome to travel with. What do you plan to do once it hatches? Hermione asked, fully aware of how rapidly dragons grow. It would not be long before the house could no longer accommodate it. Will you keep it in the Forbidden Forest? She contemplated, realizing that might not be ideal since it could fly, and the forest would hardly be conducive to raising it. We shall see. Hagrid had not considered such long-term implications. as he busied himself with the fire, humming a tune. At that moment, a peculiar sound emanated from the glass window. Harry and the others continued their conversation, oblivious to the faint noise. Kreena gestured for silence, then approached the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain. A group was approaching in the distance, led by Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge. Though the content of their discussion was unclear, they appeared to be in good spirits. "Why are there so many people coming over?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. Kreena pondered for a moment, a sudden realization striking him. Could it be that Quirrell or Voldemort were up to something? "Hagrid, pass me your pink umbrella." He used a levitation charm to extract the dragon egg from the kettle and transformed it into a rock pie. "Do not just stand there in shock." Observing Hagrid's inaction, Kreena spoke firmly. "There is no time for explanations. Hurry and retrieve it for me." "Oh." Hagrid finally grasped the urgency, nodding as he approached the bed and rummaged in the farthest corner beneath it for an umbrella. Kreena waved his wand again, and the umbrella transformed into a rock pie. Gazing at the two pies in his hands, he felt a sense of uncertainty and ultimately placed them into a wallet that exhibited seamless expansion. "Please refrain from speaking out of turn. Remember, we are here to enjoy tea and engage in conversation," Kreena said while brandishing his wand. The traces within the room needed to be eradicated, such as the flames in the fireplace and the temperature within. Just as Kreena and his companions settled around the table, a knock echoed at the door. "Hagrid, are you in there?" Dumbledore inquired. "Just a moment," Hagrid replied, opening the door with a puzzled expression. "Professor, Minister, what brings you here?" "Good afternoon, Hagrid," Dumbledore greeted, stepping inside first. He cast a glance at Hermione and the others, eventually turning to Kreena with a smile, pleased with their unspoken understanding. Only Dumbledore could employ such a method as knocking on the window as a signal. He mused about learning from Snape, who had once guided Harry with a Patronus charm. Kreena couldn't help but roll his eyes. If one failed to react, they might find themselves in a more troublesome situation. Pretending to be oblivious and simply observing Dumbledore busily resolving issues could indeed be amusing. Yet, such fantasies were reserved for friends, as he could never act in such a manner. Accompanying Fudge was the overly youthful Dolores Umbridge, clad entirely in pink, along with an unnamed wizard. For additional wizards lingered outside the door, not entering. One must admit, the Minister of Magic certainly commanded a grand presence, accompanied by so many wizards. "Hagrid, why are there so many people here? Are the students so idle these days?" Fudge spoke rapidly. Hagrid, feeling anxious, replied, "They came to have tea with me." "You're here too, Harry," Fudge exclaimed excitedly, pulling Harry up. "How is life at Hogwarts? If you encounter any unsolvable problems, feel free to write to me." Bearing the title of the Savior, Harry, despite his previous experiences in women's attire, found it of little consequence. If he could support Fudge in becoming minister, his own position would be even more secure. Harry clutched the edges of his trousers, feeling somewhat out of place as Fudge spoke to him so casually. "Cornelius, you ought to attend to your official business," Dumbledore said, gazing intently at Fudge, implying that digging into his affairs in his own domain was rather inappropriate. Fudge glanced at Ron, a member of the Weasley family, and regrettably realized he had missed an opportunity to garner support. With Dumbledore's admonition, continuing the performance would be counterproductive. He then looked at Kreena and Hermione, finding them vaguely familiar, though it was of little significance. They were likely just passers-by. Leaving a favorable impression on Harry today could be considered an unexpected delight. "Albus, you know," Fudge forced a strained smile, as if he were truly compelled. "I am merely following protocol." "I understand. That is quite all right, Cornelius," Dumbledore responded with a smile, stepping back to cede the stage to Fudge. Fudge subtly gestured to the passerby, a wizard. The latter stepped forward, unfurling the parchment scroll in his hands. "Recently, our office received a tip-off alleging that Rubius Hagrid was unlawfully in possession of a wand. According to Article 382 of the Ministry of Magic's regulations, individuals engaged in serious violations are prohibited from holding wands. Furthermore, under Article 53 of the Wand Regulations, unlawful possession of a wand constitutes a grave offense. Cornelius, I must reiterate my unwavering trust in Hagrid concerning that matter." Dumbledore peered at Fudge through his half-moon spectacles. "Indeed, I share your sentiments." Fudge's expression appeared somewhat strained as he spoke. The ministry officials had thoroughly ransacked Hagrid's abode. The sight of a carpet woven from unicorn hair ignited their eyes with greed, as if they longed to seize it. One ministry employee, while searching Hagrid, found no wand but instead discovered half a rock cake. "Minister, no wand was located. Thank you for your efforts." Fudge fell silent upon hearing this, pondering whether his reliance on a mere letter without evidence might provoke Dumbledore's thoughts. If Dumbledore wished to prevent him from remaining as minister, he would have no choice but to resign, a scenario he deeply wished to avoid. "Minister," Umbridge chirped with her nauseatingly sweet voice, "the students present must also be searched. Hagrid might have concealed the wand on their persons." "Umbridge, how can you utter such nonsense?" Fudge bellowed, then began to improvise. "As I have stated, I trust Albus and Hagrid. This matter does not warrant such scrutiny. You insist it is a matter of protocol. Yet see, nothing has been found, for I have faith. Fudge cast a sidelong glance at Umbridge, hoping she would grasp his intent. Minister, Umbridge persisted in her shrill tone. This is the ministry's directive. Upon receiving a tip-off, an inspection must be conducted, regardless of the circumstances. Concealing her amusement, she reveled in the prospect of advancing her position. The presence of these students was ill-timed. The ministry held the authority to search them. Umbridge stood tall, embodying the very essence of justice. Fudge retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the non-existent sweat on his brow. Albus, look at this. Creature furrowed his brow at Dumbledore. He was unafraid of the search, as it merely involved the illegal use of the undetectable extinction charm, which could be easily attributed to Dumbledore. As for the transformed rock cake, only Dumbledore among those present could revert it to its original state. It was not arrogance. In the realm of transfiguration, the ministry's personnel were mere novices. Dumbledore, recognizing Creature's expression, understood the unspoken message and firmly stated, Cornelius, I must remind you that the children are merely here for tea and conversation. Your actions do not align with protocol. Fudge took a step back and then swiftly returned, feigning a glare at Umbridge. I suppose, since nothing was discovered, we shall return for now. The ministry has a multitude of tasks awaiting my attention. Chapter 71. Mr. Potter, you wouldn't want this matter to become public knowledge, would you? Dumbledore escorted Fudge and the others outside, and as they departed, he discreetly gestured a sign behind his back. Creature smiled wryly. While one might deem this old man astute, at times he resembled a child. Once Dumbledore and his company had distanced themselves, Creature turned to Hagrid and remarked, The letter of complaint was not my doing. A mouth is meant for speech, and some matters should be made clear. He just feared Hagrid might misunderstand and conjure unnecessary misconceptions. Hagrid patted Creature on the back. Of course, I know you wouldn't do such a thing. Creature winced. Hagrid had a penchant for patting others on the shoulder, yet he often forgot his towering stature and formidable strength. Although he moderated his force, it still stung. I trust you, just as I trust Professor Dumbledore. Creature glanced at Hagrid, feeling quite honored to be compared to Dumbledore. It was crucial to note that in Hagrid's heart, Dumbledore occupied nearly all of it, representing an unconditional trust. Are you concealing something from us? Harry questioned, eyeing Creature and Hagrid suspiciously. Hagrid stiffly replied, Harry, this is not something you should concern yourself with. He did not wish for Harry to learn of the events from that night. What if his curiosity led him into danger? Quickly, bring out the dragon egg. It cannot be without high heat for long, Hagrid urged, nearly straining his eyes in anticipation. He took the egg and rearranged the room to its previous state. When will the egg be ready? Harry wondered aloud, his gaze fixated on the egg in the cauldron, yearning to taste it. After all, this was his first. Hagrid and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, while Hermione looked equally perplexed. To be fair, Creature also harbored a desire to sample the taste of a dragon egg. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly consider procuring one for consumption. Dumbledore had mentioned 12 uses for dragon blood, one of which was for culinary purposes. The blood of a fire dragon possesses magical properties and can be consumed once solidified. It is said to be quite delectable. Hagrid, rubbing his forehead, explained, Harry, this is the process of hatching a dragon egg, not of cooking it. So, everything I just said went unheard? Ron interjected. Harry defended himself. Of course I listened. He recalled the conversation. Perhaps he had been too eager to eat the dragon egg, causing him to subconsciously translate Ron's words. After all, it was a dragon egg. Such a sizable egg would surely be delicious. The following morning, on the way to class, Ron began persuading Harry to skip school. Hagrid had mentioned that the fire dragon would likely hatch today. Think about it. How many times in your life will you witness a fire dragon breaking free from its shell? Harry shielded his face, resembling a star gracefully declining an invitation. I could envision the hatching of a fire dragon, akin to a chick breaking free from its shell. After all, dragon eggs are inedible. What is there to be so fervently excited about? Seeing that he could not sway Harry, Ron decided to shift his focus to Kreena. However, before he could utter a word, Hermione's piercing gaze deterred him. In her mind, Hermione scoffed. I have never allowed Kreena to skip class. How could you, Ron? Attempt to steal his first truancy? You must still be half asleep. Harry, perhaps you should reconsider. It is a fire dragon, Ron implored. Enough, Ron, Harry whispered urgently. Malfoy is not far ahead. He observed Malfoy for a moment, who was deliberately slowing his pace, likely eavesdropping on their conversation. Ron fell silent, though his quietude was short-lived. During herbology class, he persistently tempted Harry to sneak out with him, fearing he would miss the moment a fire dragon hatched due to the constraints of the lesson. Finally, enduring until class ended, Ron bolted from the greenhouse like a frenzied husky, vanishing from sight. When Kreena and the others arrived at the hut, Hagrid and Ron were already seated inside, their eyes fixed intently on the dragon egg. The egg rested upon the table, with the little fire dragon inside repeatedly attempting to break through its hard shell. Kreena waved his wand a few times, drawing the curtains to obscure the windows, allowing them to observe the dragon egg without fear of prying eyes. He had noticed Malfoy tailing them on his way here. The clumsiness of Malfoy's stealth required no reminder from Little Green. "Come quickly, it won't be long now," Hagrid called to them. As a long crack appeared on the egg's surface, the three hurriedly gathered around the table, their gazes transfixed on the egg. At that moment, the door burst open, leaving a large hole, and Malfoy stood outside with his wand drawn. Kreena was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Malfoy's abrupt entrance. How bold! How reckless! Could it be that the false Slytherin truly embodied Gryffindor? Or was Malfoy slowly turning into one of them? "Look what I have discovered," Malfoy sauntered in, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "A dragon egg. TSK, you lot are engaging in the illicit breeding of fire dragons." He smirked at Harry. "Mr. Potter, I assume you wouldn't want this little secret to become public, would you?" "What do you want?" Harry asked coldly. Malfoy nonchalantly took a seat on the bench, declaring, "Unless you let me join in." In truth, he had adored fire dragons since childhood and had always longed to raise one, but his father had disapproved. Raising a fire dragon had merely been a fantasy, and now that such a splendid opportunity presented itself, how could he let it slip away? Kreena quietly stowed away his wand. Malfoy had shown him how to wield the most formidable threats for the most trivial matters. He had almost erased Malfoy's memory earlier, only to realize he was an ally. The presence of Malfoy made Harry feel quite uneasy. As long as he refrained from reporting to the professors, everything would be fine. At present, there is no time to concern oneself with Malfoy, for the egg is emitting a series of crackling sounds. The dragon egg has split open, and a small dragon is flapping its wings upon the table. It possesses orange-red eyes, a white snout, and its horns are yet to fully develop. "It's a Norwegian Ridgeback," Malfoy exclaimed, his obsession with dragons surpassing even that of Hagrid and Ron. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid mused, resting his head in his hands, extending a hand to touch the small dragon, only to have it nip at his fingers. The little dragon revealed its long, sharp teeth, but unfortunately, it could not penetrate Hagrid's defenses. At that moment, it wriggled and flapped its wings, leaping into Harry's embrace. "It seems to like me, ow!" "Ah!" Harry exclaimed, instantly donning a mask of pain as he bent down, for it had bitten his head. Hermione quietly retreated behind Kreena, thinking it wise to stay out of reach. "I'll help you," Hagrid said, reaching out to catch the little dragon. The creature leaped from Harry's arms into Malfoy's, sinking its teeth into him as well. "Ah, hold on. I'm coming." The dragon jumped back into Harry's embrace, and though he attempted to throw it away, it was already too late. Although Hagrid managed to grasp the little dragon, it had executed a series of 3 leaps. A dragon's saliva contains a slight toxin, causing a symmetric swelling to rapidly develop on Harry's chest. Malfoy, however, suffered a rather unsightly asymmetry. Kreena blinked, suggesting, "Why not let the little dragon take another bite?" The onlookers responded with disbelief. Chapter 72, Retreat. 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 The dragon-watching event concluded rather hastily, leaving the little dragon without a name. This was unavoidable, as both Harry and Malfoy were in pain and had to be escorted to the hospital wing. Hagrid, needing to care for the newly hatched dragon, did not accompany them. He felt guilty for their injuries and, as an apology, shared his favorite rock cake with Harry and Malfoy. On the journey back, Harry confronted Malfoy, demanding, "What is your true intention, idiot?" Malfoy grimaced in pain. "I already stated my purpose. You feigned an interest in raising a dragon to gain our trust, only to report us to the professor, didn't you?" Harry asserted confidently, having seen through Malfoy's cunning plan. Malfoy, filled with disdain and too pained to engage with Harry, remained silent. Enraged, perhaps dulled by the pain or irritated by the unsightly swelling, Harry's malice surged. He extended his hand, aiming to pinch Malfoy forcefully. "Ah, ouch!" Malfoy retaliated, tears welling in his eyes as he scoffed. "You fool. You still don't believe me? You're in pain on both sides. How can you compare with my singular suffering?" Kreena shook his head, using his wand to separate the two, pondering whether this was wise given the potential increase in the healer Pomfrey's workload. In that brief moment, the swelling had visibly worsened. "What on earth are you two doing?" Snape appeared like a phantom bat, elusive in the darkness. His face was clouded with a frown, as he grappled with the surreal events that had just unfolded. Harry, suppressing the pain, retrieved his enchanted wand, invoking its power. With a flourish, he transformed, enveloped in a radiant white light. Moments later, he emerged clad in a floral dress, his crimson locks billowing in the breeze. Malfoy, sensing impending doom, could easily surmise what was about to transpire. Harry brushed his long hair to his chest and, with pursed lips, gazed at Snape through his striking green eyes. "Malfoy, for your misdeeds, I shall deduct 20 points. Snape intoned darkly. Then, turning to Harry, his demeanor shifted to one of warmth. "Harry, for your intervention against your classmates' wrongdoing, I shall award you 20 points. Since Malfoy had learned to keep his distance from the female version of Harry, they had seldom witnessed Snape's swift change of expression. It was indeed a nostalgic sight. The contrast between Snape's grim and jovial faces was amusing, and Kreacher and his companions struggled to suppress their laughter. For those who dared to laugh would face misfortune, a lesson well understood by Ron. Harry, Snape conjured a stretcher with his wand, his voice softening. Please lie down. I will escort you to the infirmary. As Harry reclined, Malfoy walked alongside them, and the group made their way to the second-floor hospital wing. Snape's brooding visage deterred curious onlookers from approaching. My heavens! Pomfrey exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. Professor Snape, what have you done to the student? If you wish to avoid a potion of advanced complexity, I suggest you continue, Snape replied with an air of authority. Some potions could only be brewed by him. He grunted softly, vowing never to subject the female Harry to any peculiarities, ever. This version of Harry was a pure azure sky, a balm for the soul, a cherished remembrance of Lily. Noticing the 2 crimson claw marks on Harry's wound, Pomfrey dared not inquire further, her mind racing with unwritten narratives. A fleeting glance at the injury revealed to Snape that it was a dragon's bite. After a moment's contemplation, he cursed Hagrid under his breath, his thoughts drifting. Did Harry have an affinity for dragons? Perhaps he should procure a dragon as a gift for her. Adult dragons were challenging to care for. Perhaps an egg to hatch from the beginning would suffice. After Pomfrey administered the potion, Malfoy emerged after a lengthy wait. Please tend to me as well. He bore the same injury, the same vivid claw marks, and Pomfrey's mental narrative expanded into an elaborate tale filled with worry about being silenced by Snape. A week of hospitalization is necessary for observation, Snape declared as he waved his wand, moving Malfoy's bed away from Harry's. He then hurried off, likely to concoct a potion to facilitate Harry's swift recovery. Malfoy sighed, pondering when Snape would cease to be enchanted by the female Harry. Kreacher and the others chatted with Harry for a while before bidding farewell, leaving only Harry and Malfoy in the hospital wing. The two seemed to possess an uncanny understanding. Gazing at each other simultaneously, their expressions akin to that of having ingested something repulsive. Harry turned over, presenting his back to Malfoy, feeling an immense sense of frustration. Who could fathom the experience of sharing a hospital room with an adversary? Hermione, having shaken off Ron with Kreena, entered an unoccupied classroom, where the scant light rendered the space somewhat dim. Kreena retreated to a corner, clutching his wizarding robes, questioning her intentions. Hermione pressed forward, one hand braced against the wall, tilting her head to look at Kreena, asking if she could venture into the forbidden forest that night. If not, then it would be of no consequence. Kreena swallowed hard, exuding confidence yet appearing rather pitiable. Of course, you may, he replied, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Who could resist such a Hermione? The reason for not taking her previously was primarily due to concerns over potential dangers. At midnight, Kreena descended the spiral staircase, and the scene before him brightened immediately. Hermione donned a pair of high-top leather boots paired with light blue jeans, her slender, straight legs seeming a pity to not be cycling. Her upper attire consisted of a white shirt beneath her wizarding robe, her hair styled into a high ponytail. As they walked along the path leading to the forbidden forest, Hermione held Kreena's hand, her eyes darting around. Is it truly like this within the forbidden forest? The eerie silence was somewhat daunting, yet it appeared devoid of any substantial threat. Kreena gently tapped Hermione on the head, reminding her to maintain the necessary vigilance, for they were still at the forest's periphery. The dangerous magical creatures had their designated territories, and such carelessness could lead to unexpected peril. Oh, Hermione murmured, rubbing her head while slyly glancing at Kreena. It is precisely because you are here that I feel less apprehensive. Suddenly, a voice echoed, retreat, retreat, you foolish creature. It was a talking Chinese ferret. The ferret, a level 3 magical creature, bore a striking resemblance to a weasel, albeit considerably larger. It stood upright, stamping its feet, its forelimbs gesturing towards them as it repeated its admonitions. Kreena remained speechless. Hermione tugged at Kreena, aware of the latter part of the ferret's statement. Realizing it was complimenting them, she had not anticipated that a ferret could offer praise. Did not the texts indicate that it possessed a low intellect, capable only of uttering short, insulting phrases? Kreena felt somewhat awkward, recalling his initial discomfort upon arriving in this world, occasionally letting slip a few phrases of his native culture. Young Hermione, curious about the meaning, pressed him for an explanation, to which he could only respond with a vague interpretation. Adorably foolish. Chapter 73. Hermione, you scoundrel. Where are you looking? The ferret showed no fear of humans. As Kreena approached, it did not flee, but continued its tirade. He seized the little creature by the scruff of its neck, adopting a rather fierce demeanor. With claws bared, it attempted to bite Kreena, but how could it reach him? Its fur was remarkably soft. Hermione affectionately stroked the ferret's head, then scratched its chin. The creature's limbs relaxed, and it tilted its head in comfort while continuing its grumbling. After a brief moment of playful interaction, Kreena released the stoat back into the wild. The stoat, a creature that evoked a sense of nostalgia for him, could be seen as an unusual encounter with a familiar spirit in a foreign land. How do you think it came to be here? Kreena pondered uncertainly. Perhaps it was left behind by some careless poacher, he suggested. The two continued their journey, treading a pathless way, marking the trees as they went to avoid losing themselves in the forbidden forest. If they were to get lost and be discovered by the professors wandering the forbidden forest at night, they would surely be in disgrace. Perhaps due to Hermione's extraordinary luck, they soon stumbled upon a unicorn drinking from a nearby stream. Despite Kreiner's many visits to the forbidden forest, he had never encountered a unicorn before. It's truly beautiful, Hermione murmured in awe. The stillness of the forest was suddenly pierced by her soft voice, drawing the unicorn's attention. Yet, rather than fleeing, it approached them, circling around the two. Its pure white coat and majestic horn signified it was an adult unicorn. Kreena reached out to touch it, but the unicorn deftly evaded his hand. As a juvenile, the unicorn's coat is a radiant gold, transitioning to silver by the age of 2, and only sprouting its horn at 4. By the age of 7, it becomes fully mature, its fur turning a brilliant white. You've forgotten, Hermione giggled as the unicorn rubbed against her chest, clearly preferring the company of witches. Kreena gazed at the unicorn, contemplating whether there was a way to circumvent the curse that plagued those who sought to harm unicorns. There seemed to be no option other than perhaps severing its horn, which could fetch a handsome sum in Diagon Alley. At that moment, the unicorn let out a frightened whinny, hiding its head beneath Hermione's arm. You startled it. She gently nudged Kreena, though her smile remained undiminished. How could I frighten it when I am so amiable? Kreena retorted playfully as Hermione made a silly face and stuck out her tongue. It was curious how one could bicker about being kind to a unicorn while tightening their grip on Kreiner's hand. Is it inviting me to ride? Hermione gasped. The unicorn turned sideways before her, bending its forelegs in a gracious half-kneel. It nodded at Hermione, as if acknowledging her presence. Kreena, somewhat taken aback, assisted Hermione in mounting the unicorn. The unicorn galloped in circles with her, eliciting peals of laughter like silver bells as she spread her arms to embrace the night breeze of the forbidden forest. After a few laps, the unicorn gently placed Hermione back beside Kreena before vanishing into the depths of the forest. That was absolutely amazing, Hermione exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she clutched Kreiner's arm. He smiled fondly, stroking her hair, pondering whether it was Hermione's fortuitous nature or the unicorn's gentle disposition that had facilitated such an encounter. While unicorns are known for their amiable nature, few have the privilege to ride them. They often resist such endeavors fiercely. Come, we should gather some food for Little Black. Kreena led Hermione to the edge of the lair of the acromantula, carefully navigating around it. Should they inadvertently find themselves surrounded by a swarm of these 8-eyed giants, it would spell considerable trouble, as there were thousands present. He gave Hermione's hand a gentle shake, and she immediately understood the signal. Suddenly, the two sprinted forward, a massive, dome-shaped web materializing in their previous position. Kreena turned and cast a rapid binding spell above them. It must be noted that this incantation was remarkably effective. No matter how high one's magical resistance, it would ensnare them. The only drawback was its susceptibility to being broken by creatures of considerable strength. Little Black and Kreena exhibited a remarkable synergy, wrapping the acromantula before it could descend from the air. At that moment, even the mightiest of creatures found themselves rendered powerless. Hermione wore a slightly peculiar expression, although she had long known from her readings about Little Black's feeding habits. Witnessing it firsthand sent a chill down her spine. Are you afraid? Kreena teased. Who is afraid? Certainly not I, Hermione retorted, puffing out her chest. It is merely the cold wind that made me shiver. Indeed, Kreena replied, playfully tugging at her cheek. It is all due to this frigid breeze. Hermione pouted. Exactly. I am not afraid at all. As they chatted, time flew by. And approximately half an hour later, Little Black returned to Kreena's side, having completed its digestion. Little Black had improved significantly when it first consumed an acromantula. It took over an hour to digest. Run. A figure appeared in the distance, sprinting toward Kreena and Hermione. From afar, Kreena could only make out 2 basketball-sized orbs bobbing up and down like tumultuous waves. It was a centaur. Since 1811, centaurs have conformed to the definition of humans and should have been referred to as human horses. However, centaurs preferred not to share the identity of human with creatures such as the banshee and vampires, thus petitioning the British Ministry of Magic to classify them as beasts. Hence, they have consistently been called centaurs. As the centaur approached, Kreena discerned her features, black skin and white mane, which revealed not only a tumultuous appearance, but also striking beauty. In summary, great beauty encompasses all. She was a human-like pony. Waving her arms, she shouted, "Hurry, run." Kreena glanced back to see a carpet-like object gliding close to the ground, pursuing the centaur. Upon closer inspection, it was not a bat, but his esteemed professor, Quirrell Voldemort. Such misfortune. Whenever Quirrell engaged in nefarious deeds, he always seemed to cross paths with Kreena. He gave Little Black a pat, then wrapped his arm around Hermione's waist. The two were swiftly lifted into the air by Little Black, and taking advantage of the moment, he cast an explosive charm. creating a loud commotion. He hoped Quirrell would flee this time. If possible, he wished to avoid confrontation. However, Kreena felt a sense of insecurity and employed a fire charm on a large tree, which ignited instantly. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Quirrell, as expected, had vanished without a trace. Kreena let out a few hisses, clearly wary of being summoned by Dumbledore, and thus his eagerness to flee was palpable. Stop the spell. The flames vanished in an instant, as if they had never ignited, leaving only the charred trees as testament to the fire's reality. Kreena cast a perception charm upon himself. In the darkness, an ambush would be most unwelcome. The two landed on the ground, and the centaur from earlier approached with measured steps. "Thank you, little human," it said. "You're welcome," Kreena replied, gazing at her. Suddenly, Hermione seized Kreena's ear, her teeth clenched as she whispered, "You knave, where are you looking?" Kreena chuckled awkwardly. It was not his intention. Yet the spectacle was too grand to ignore. His mind urged him to avert his gaze, yet his eyes betrayed him. Chapter 74, The Unicorn's Blessing. Hermione exhibited a double standard. She forbade Kreena from looking, yet she herself stared at the centaur, then glanced at her own form. The disparity was striking. A bite from a small dragon could lead to growth, yet Kreena's mouth possessed no such capability. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Hermione blushed, striving to dismiss her peculiar thoughts, even giving Kreena a light kick out of embarrassment. Regrettably, she refrained from applying force. Kreena, perplexed, wondered how he had received a kick without having done anything to warrant it. The centaur, with a radiant presence, introduced herself. "I am Lily. What are your names?" Kreena and Hermione exchanged glances, astonished by the name that could so thoroughly captivate Snape. Kreena introduced himself and Hermione, then inquired, "What was that creature that was pursuing you just now?" He refrained from being too explicit, feeling a pang of respect for the esteemed Professor Quirrell. "That was a terrifying being, exuding an aura of malevolence," Lily replied, her eyes reflecting deep fear. "I discovered, to my horror, that it was feeding on the blood of unicorns." Kreena asked, "Did you see its face?" Lily shook her head, visibly shaken. "I was so frightened. I should have listened to Uncle Forenza. Better not having seen it. If you had, Quirrell would likely have laid in wait for an ambush." "What did Uncle Forenza tell you?" Lily exhibited no wariness, answering readily. "I didn't remember everything, but he warned me that the Forbidden Forest is quite perilous of late." Kreena's eye twitched. It was not merely a lapse in memory, but rather a complete absence of recall. "You are quite remarkable. Would you accompany me on a journey?" Lily's eyes brimmed with tears as her hooves fidgeted anxiously. "My friend is out there, and I wish to give them a proper burial." She paused to wipe her tears, her face resolute. "I apologize for my earlier fear. You saved me, and despite your prowess, I should not place you in further danger, especially since you are still minors. I am no longer the same as I once was. I have matured, and I am capable of venturing alone. Can you ride? Come, ride with me." Lily bent her forelegs and lowered her body, stating that she would first escort them out of the Forbidden Forest, thereby expediting their journey. Kreena chuckled, while Lily appeared somewhat dazed, murmuring to herself. Initially, she intended to decline. After all, it was a bear they were dealing with, not a situation to act recklessly. Moreover, the esteemed Professor Quirrell might still be nearby, and it was best to avoid any premature confrontations if possible. Upon hearing Lily's subsequent remarks, he reconsidered and thought accompanying her once would not be an unreasonable choice, provided that Hermione also consented to go. Kreena turned his gaze towards Hermione, seeking her thoughts on the matter. "Are we accompanying you?" Hermione inquired of Kreena. The earlier encounter with the unicorn had left a favorable impression on her, and if possible, she wished to perform a burial for the other unicorns. This was contingent upon Kreena's agreement to proceed. With their opinions aligned, Kreena assisted Hermione onto Lily's back and then mounted himself. "Let us go, to give the unicorns a proper burial." As Kreena prepared to urge the horse forward, he suddenly remembered that this was no ordinary steed. Lily galloped swiftly, weaving through the winding paths. According to her, they were aware of the presence of acromantulas in the area, which explained their hurried retreat, and fortuitously, they had been rescued by the trio. Kreena wrapped his arms around Hermione's waist, resting his chin on her shoulder as he listened to Lily's ramblings. To label Lily as foolish would be inaccurate. Rather, she was quite innocent in her actions. Upon reaching their destination, Lily abruptly halted, having momentarily forgotten the presence of two passengers behind her. Hermione gasped. Lily quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry." However, Kreena and Hermione paid little heed, as they were both taken aback by the sight before them. Beneath the towering trees lay 3 lifeless unicorns. The scene utterly tragic. The elongated legs of the unicorns retained their fallen posture, unnaturally extended. 2 of the unicorns displayed signs of decay, while the third had evidently perished not long ago, a bloodied horn severed and lying nearby. The unique silvery blood of the unicorns dripped onto the dark, muddy ground, resembling scattered pearls. "They were a family," Lily choked out. "Not long ago, I was playing with Eulalia. Eulalia was the little unicorn, which should have possessed a golden radiant body, now withered like autumn leaves. Look at the scars on its legs. Hermione pulled at Kreiner's hand and, after a brief silence, sorrowfully remarked, "That was the one we encountered earlier." The scar was quite evident. They had merely glanced at it before, for injuries were a common occurrence within the Forbidden Forest. Little did they know that upon encountering the unicorn again, it would be under such disheartening circumstances. Kreiner squeezed Hermione's hand in a gesture of comfort. If his instincts were correct, suddenly, golden light fell to the ground, revealing a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, its face obscured. A unicorn, hidden nearby, suddenly leaped forth, piercing the figure's rear with its horn. Chilo jumped 3 feet high while covering his rear, followed by a flash of green light. Kreiner ceased his incantation. There was no need to continue, for his suspicions were confirmed. The unicorn had come solely for vengeance. Hermione turned and embraced Kreiner, burying her head in his shoulder. Despite having suffered at the hands of humanity, losing both her husband and child, she retained a heart untouched by malice. It was likely that the unicorn had already resigned itself to its fate before encountering Kreiner and Hermione, fully aware of its impending defeat, yet pressing on regardless. No wonder it had allowed Hermione to mount it. After a lengthy silence, Kreiner sighed and conjured 3 shovels with his wand. Together, they dug a grave, laying the unicorn to rest in this beloved land. The gravestone bore no specific name, simply inscribed with the unicorn family. At that moment, a sacred white light emanated from the mound of earth, coalescing above into the ethereal forms of 3 unicorns. The unicorn family bowed in gratitude, after which the young unicorn entered Lily's body, while the one Kreiner and the others had encountered entered Hermione's. The remaining unicorns split into 2, each merging into Lily and Hermione respectively. "How do you feel?" Kreiner asked anxiously, gazing at Hermione. She touched her body in confusion, finally shaking her head and replying, "I don't feel anything unusual." Lily bowed toward the grave, whispering her thanks. She then turned to Kreiner and Hermione, reassuring them, "Do not worry. This is the blessing of the unicorn." Why not Kreiner? It had been a century since anyone had received the unicorn's blessing, and all recorded recipients had been pure-hearted maidens. Kreiner was taken aback, momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. He was a living being, not a deity devoid of desires. Having collectively buried the unicorn, it was only natural he would be surprised at not receiving a blessing. Kreiner inquired of Lily about the effects of the unicorn's blessing. After much contemplation, she could only assert that the ethereal forms entering their bodies signified a blessing. On their way back, Kreiner used his magic to examine Hermione's body, but found no abnormalities. Upon exiting the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's hut remained brightly lit, evidently disturbed by the antics of a baby dragon. "That must be Chilo," Kreiner mused. Who else could be causing trouble at Hogwarts? Apart from Chilo, Hermione could not think of anyone else. Kreiner gently patted Hermione's head. One moment they had been frolicking with the unicorn, and the next, they were confronted with its demise, something no one could easily accept. "Shall I take you to give Chilo a piece of my mind?" After pondering for a moment, Hermione's eyes lit up. "You mentioned wanting to surprise Chilo by rearranging the challenges, but you never followed up, so I assumed you had already done it." "I did visit once," Kreiner replied. Kreina shrugged and explained that he merely went to check whether the potions they had previously consumed had been replenished. The professors placed great importance on the Philosopher's Stone and were surely diligent in replenishing the potions. However, you are mistaken. Once the challenges were set, there was no subsequent management. The potions remained unfilled. To Kreina, apart from the final challenge, the others seemed trivial, merely serving to obstruct the challengers. It is unclear what Dumbledore was thinking. Perhaps he was confident that Quirrell and Voldemort could not surpass his obstacles. The constraints of rule-based magic are difficult to breach forcefully. Yet loopholes can be sought. There are numerous applications of rule-based magic, such as the modified mirror of Erased by Dumbledore, the Goblet of Fire from the Triwizard Tournament, and the cave housing the Horcruxes, among others. In the original tale, Quirrell, Voldemort, left a potion that allowed passage for only one person. That very potion, which Kreina and his companions had once shared, still had some left. It was merely an attempt to allow Harry to circumvent the rules set by Dumbledore. Had Harry not explored all of this, Quirrell would never have been able to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Ultimately, the failure stemmed from Voldemort's inability to comprehend love. Much like F.A. High, he dared to directly confront Harry without even understanding how he had perished, which truly invited his demise. Kreina and Hermione arrived at the entrance of the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, and then dispelled the disillusionment charm. Fluffy was sleeping soundly, yet was aware enough to block the trapdoor with his paws and head. "Wake up, don't sleep," Kreina said, squatting beside the dog and patting its head. Fluffy opened his eyes groggily, saw Kreina, and startled, let out a yelp. "It's all right. It's all right." Hermione gently stroked Fluffy's middle head. "Good boy, move aside. We need to go down." Fluffy, reassured by Hermione's presence, relaxed, understanding he would not face any punishment today. He shifted aside. While the other 2 heads also desired Hermione's affection, vying for second place, leading to a playful tussle among the three heads. Kreena leapt down first, and after contemplating, Hermione patted each of Fluffy's heads before following him down. The three heads exchanged glances, questioning why the middle head received more attention, and thus resumed their playful brawl. The two descended from the devil's snare to the ground, this time with familiarity. In the second challenge, Kreena swiftly cast a wide-range spell to knock down all the flying keys, easily retrieving the true key to the door after a brief search. Once the wizarding duel was completed, Kreena did not take Hermione along as they moved forward. "We'll start from this challenge and make modifications," he stated. Hermione, somewhat puzzled, asked if they would disregard the subsequent challenges. "The later ones are of no concern," Kreena replied, turning to Hermione. "Do you have any suggestions for changes in this challenge?" "Indeed, I do," Hermione said with a mischievous grin. She approached the enemy's card placement device and extracted the card deck within, replacing it with her own upgraded version. "Now, apart from us few, no one could advance by winning the wizard's duel." After speaking, she crossed her arms in contemplation for a moment, then sat cross-legged before the challenger's card placement device, retrieving her personal magical engraving tool from her wizard's robe. "What spell are you inscribing? What purpose does it serve?" Kreena inquired. When it came to alchemy, Hermione could easily outpace Kreena, but in terms of spells, Kreena could certainly surpass her. "Fiery burn," Hermione explained while engraving, her focus unwavering despite the distraction. Simply donning this card placement device would evoke a sensation of being scorched by flames. "Leave no backdoor. Anyone who wears it will be burnt." "All right." Hermione began to concentrate intently on her engraving. Meanwhile, Kreena busied himself with modifying the special barrier that obstructed passage to the other side. This barrier could be shattered by a powerful spell, capable of stopping students. Yet it could not deter Voldemort lurking behind Quirrell's head. He waved his wand, reciting incantations, then tapped the barrier in a specific rhythm. The modified barrier employed rule-based magic, allowing passage in only two ways. The first was to touch it with a wand, which would consume the intruder's magical energy. Only upon depleting a certain amount would the barrier shatter. This was akin to Voldemort's cave protecting his Horcrux, with the sole distinction being that Voldemort drained the intruder's blood. The second method involved tapping the wand in a unique rhythm, reminiscent of the restrictions at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. This was the backdoor Kreena had left for himself, as he too needed to access the subsequent challenges. On the other side, Hermione sat quietly on the ground, having long completed the singularly purposed engraving. It was merely a matter of skill. As she observed Kreena finishing his task, she rose, dusting off her trousers, and bounded over to his side. "Have you finished here too?" "Indeed," Kreena replied with a smile, playfully tapping Hermione's little nose. "You little rascal, thanks to your modifications. The challengers will surely be thoroughly disgusted." Next was the flying key challenge, where Hermione inscribed a freezing spell on the true key upon contact. The entire arm would instantaneously become rigid with frost. Kreena applied a duplication and fiery spell to all false keys, ensuring that the vault in Gringotts would be safeguarded by these two incantations, continuously replicating and burning upon contact. Moreover, Kreena removed the restrictions from the door, allowing it to be opened with a simple unlocking charm. He was betting that Voldemort's arrogance would prevent him from even checking the door. For the Devil's Snare challenge, Kreena decided to leave it untouched for now, as he would need to descend there eventually. Exiting the room, Kreena and Hermione exchanged a knowing glance and raised their hands for a high five. The modifications to the challenges were temporarily complete. Now, they awaited Quirrell, Voldemort, to take on the trials. Chapter 76, The Cunning Hermione. The following day, after dining together, Kreena intercepted Dumbledore outside the Great Hall. They strolled for a while around the castle, during which Kreena inquired about the effects of the unicorn's blessing. He felt a nagging apprehension about not clarifying this matter. One could never know if there were any hidden repercussions, such as a blessing granted upon vanquishing Voldemort, but a curse if he remained alive. It was not that Kreena was overly anxious. Magic was indeed wondrous and fraught with mysteries, and a measure of caution was prudent when confronting the unknown. Dumbledore resembled a mobile repository of knowledge, akin to a library with an innate search function. Failing to consult him would have been rather foolish. "Hermione, if you would permit me to address you thus," Dumbledore remarked, upon noticing Hermione nodding in agreement. "I must say, you are truly fortunate." "Kreena," he continued. "Your cloak is quite splendid," he said with an enigmatic smile, before waving goodbye. "I am rather weary. My legs ache after a lengthy walk. I must return and replenish my strength with some cockroach clusters." Hermione gazed at Dumbledore's retreating figure, then tilted her head in confusion towards Kreena. "What does that mean?" Kreena rolled his eyes, muttering, "Riddler, leave Hogwarts." The cloak, which bore the mark of the Dark Lord, had not been particularly concealed. It was unsurprising that Dumbledore, with his extensive experience, could easily discern its nature. Why mention the little black creature? Kreena's eyes began to sparkle, as if he had finally grasped Dumbledore's line of reasoning. At that moment, a single hair floated down before him. "I'm shedding. How many brain cells must I have burned to reach this conclusion?" Curse that riddle maker. Kreena winked at Hermione. What does the little black creature fear most? You mean, the Patronus charm. Kreena nodded, concluding that this was likely the only reason Dumbledore had mentioned the little black creature. Then why not state it plainly? Hermione found this rather perplexing. It was a matter that could have been conveyed in a single sentence, yet it was couched in riddles. Ah, the quirks of the aged. One must understand the peculiarities of a centenarian, Kreena mused, scratching his head, feeling an itch at his scalp. Oh, is that so? Hermione replied with a teasing smile. Then why do you also speak in riddles? Are you an elderly person as well? Good heavens. Kreena's face registered alarm. As if he were gradually succumbing to Dumbledore's eccentricities, an unsettling thought indeed. Hermione laughed playfully. Hello, little old man. With that, she sprinted ahead, glancing back with a cheerful shout. Little old man, come chase me. Can you even keep up? Kreena snapped his fingers, causing Hermione to levitate momentarily, her legs cycling in the air as her body drifted backward. He reached out and grasped the nape of her neck. Why have you stopped running? Hermione, resembling a defeated kitten, hung her head and muttered, is it not fair? Using magic. Where are we going? If you have the skill, lift me without the levitation charm. Hey, hey, hey. The duo arrived at the edge of the Black Lake, where Kreena gently set Hermione down. Hermione cast a sidelong glance at Kreena, emitting a soft huff. Haven't you been reluctant to let me down? The old man, with his unsteady gait, playfully flicked Hermione's forehead, jesting. I fear you might flee and I wouldn't be able to catch you. Should you become daft from this, you must bear full responsibility. Hermione feigned pain, covering her forehead, yet inwardly chuckled. After a few dry coughs, she inquired, what brings you to the edge of the Black Lake? Surely, you can't be serious. Kreena, with a hint of skepticism, replied, of course, we are here to practice the Patronus charm. I assumed we would wait until nightfall to practice in the room of requirement as before, she remarked. The scenery here is quite lovely, Kreena stated, inhaling deeply by the lakeside. To effectively cast the Patronus charm, one must be in a positive emotional state. The Patronus charm, one of the most potent defensive spells, is ancient and enigmatic, capable of summoning a magical guardian. The caster must conjure the happiest, most joyful memories. It reflects the most positive emotions, which is why Kreena brought Hermione to the lakeside. A beautiful view can stimulate one's emotions, especially for beginners. The Patronus charm has two distinct phases. The first is non-corporeal, manifesting as a silvery mist or vapor emerging from the wand's tip. The second is corporeal, where the Patronus takes the form of a silver animal, the specific creature remaining unknown until it is summoned. Among the few wizards capable of successfully casting the Patronus, even fewer can produce a fully formed corporeal Patronus. Those who can summon a corporeal Patronus are often nominated for positions on the Wizengamot or as high-ranking officials within the Ministry of Magic. Now, let me teach you the incantation for the Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum. Hermione repeated the incantation, gazing expectantly at Kreena. No, that's incorrect. He shook his head. You must pause in the middle and elongate the final syllable. After several attempts, during which Kreena confirmed her pronunciation was correct, he began instructing her on the wand movement. First, the wand must be shaken, then drawn in a circular motion to gather energy for the spell, followed by the incantation. Hermione practiced diligently, tilting her head to ask Kreena, is it like this? No, still not quite right, he replied, scratching his head. The challenge of the Patronus charm lies not in the technique, but in the emotional state. You're just standing there saying it's wrong. Hermione stamped her foot, pouting in disappointment. Why don't you come over and teach me hands-on? Kreena raised an eyebrow and stepped behind Hermione, taking her wrist in hand, guiding her to wave the wand correctly. A subtle smile graced Hermione's lips, mirrored by Kreena's. After a little over 10 minutes, Hermione leaned her head against Kreena's shoulder. All right, I think I've got it, she declared, shifting her body and hiding her arms behind her back, feeling a bit weary from holding the wand for so long. Now, why don't you demonstrate the Patronus charm? Kreena nodded in agreement. Many spells he merely noted how to cast without ever practicing, primarily due to a lack of time. The Patronus charm was also his first attempt. He recalled an incident from long ago when Hermione had cried so hard her nose was running, which elicited a mix of sympathy and amusement, causing him to involuntarily chuckle. Hermione fixed her gaze on Kreena, saying, I feel like you're thinking something quite inappropriate. Impossible. Kreena retorted defensively. Expecto Patronum. The tip of his wand emitted a misty white vapor, coalescing in the air into a magnificent silver serpent, each scale distinctly raised, showcasing intricate layers. The serpent glided gracefully, occasionally opening its massive jaws. Indeed, it's a snake, Kreena remarked with a click of his tongue before waving his wand, causing the serpent to vanish instantly. Hermione stood in awe, profoundly impacted by the sight of the serpent. Chapter 77. Who gave you the courage to threaten Snape? Kreena nudged Hermione. Are you dazed? I've never seen such a beautiful serpent. Hermione felt a twinge of anticipation, wondering if her Patronus might also take the form of a giant python. Huh, women. A small serpent named Xiaoqing slithered in circles until it reached Kreena's hand. Flicking its tongue at Hermione, "What do you know? Did Xiaoqing hear me compliment another snake?" Hermione gently rubbed the serpent's head, asserting that Xiaoqing was indeed the most beautiful. Of course. Xiaoqing turned to Kreena. "Darling, who do you think is prettier, me or my sister?" Kreena squinted, playfully toying with Xiaoqing, relieved to feign ignorance of the serpent's words and thankful that Hermione did not comprehend them either. Returning to the task at hand, he expressed his surprise at their connection with snakes and suggested they attempt the Patronus charm to see if it could be successfully cast. Kreena turned to Hermione, advising, "Remember, focus your thoughts and channel your joyful emotions." Hermione made a silly face, playfully responding, "I know, you nagging old man." Facing the Black Lake, she raised her wand without hesitation and declared, "Expecto Patronum." A white mist flowed from the tip of her wand, slowly forming an ephemeral shape reminiscent of a snake, but ultimately transforming into a silver unicorn. The Patronus did not last long, dissipating into the air after approximately 2.5 seconds. Hermione placed her hands on her thighs, her complexion appearing somewhat pale. Kreena hurried over to support her as she sat down, using the sleeve of his robe to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "How do you feel?" Kreena inquired while assessing her condition, noting only excessive magical exhaustion. Hermione gasped for breath and slowly replied, "I'm very tired, incredibly so. Why aren't you as fatigued as I am?" Kreena stroked her head, aware of the vast disparity in their magical capacities, especially since Hermione had conjured a corporeal form, which demanded greater energy. "That was impressive. I never expected you to succeed on your first try," Kreena said with a smile, patting his shoulder. "You can lean on me for a moment to rest." Hermione managed a faint smile, leaning against him, gradually closing her eyes, her hands tightly clasping Kreena's arm. The successful casting of a spell in one go was an inevitable outcome. Every moment spent with Kreena became a cherished memory for her. Soon enough, Hermione drifted into slumber, her breathing evening out. Kreena gently tucked her hair behind her ear, a perpetual smile gracing his lips. The azure sky and gentle breeze enveloped them. This, it seemed, was the blessing of the unicorn. Kreena murmured softly to himself, his gaze somewhat lost in thought. When Kreena first encountered the concept of bloodline power through literature, his immediate thought was of Seymour. Surely there was some explosive lineage at play, given how spells seemed to erupt at his command. Initially, Kreena, lacking sufficient knowledge, scoffed at the notion of pure-blood wizardry. He recalled a saying from his past life, "Do noblemen and high officials possess any inherent superiority? In this era, only pets were judged by their lineage." However, upon gaining a deeper understanding of bloodline power, he came to realize that his previous views were rather one-dimensional, and he began to comprehend why pure-blood wizards held their lineage in such esteem. Understanding aside, Kreena remained dismissive of the extreme and warped ideology surrounding pure-blood supremacy. It must be said that bloodline power is indeed remarkable, as it can be inherited by subsequent generations, as exemplified by Parseltongue. Those with Slytherin blood have a certain probability of acquiring this ability. Strictly speaking, Parseltongue is merely a language that facilitates communication with snakes. While Dumbledore could learn to understand the language of serpents through study, it remains uncertain whether he could actually speak it. Yet, certain bloodline powers cannot be acquired through later learning. The most renowned example is that of the Dumbledore family, rumored to possess the power of the Phoenix within their bloodline, which explains Dumbledore's affinity with the Phoenix and why his Patronus takes that form. A Patronus is a magical creature, and as far as Kreena knows, only Dumbledore possessed one, until now, as Hermione too has been blessed by the unicorn, which has added a layer of bloodline power to her being. 2 days later, within the confines of the hospital wing, Severus Snape stood at Harry's bedside, his expression dark and brooding. "Just a moment," Harry said, transforming with his wand. "Professor, is there something you need?" "I have brewed a potion for you," Snape replied, producing a vial from his robes and extending it towards Harry, his demeanor softening. "Drink up, and you shall be discharged shortly." "Thank you, Professor." Without hesitation, Harry gulped down the potion, only to be taken aback by its sweetness. He had heard that some potions brewed in the hospital wing were concocted by Snape, each typically bitter beyond comprehension. Special additives have been included to enhance the sweetness, Snape explained. From afar, Professor Malfoy inquired, "Do you have any of my potion?" Instantly, Snape's pleasant mood dissipated, his eyes turning icy as he regarded Malfoy, his expression darkening as if it could drip with disdain. Before he could utter a word, Malfoy continued, "Without my presence, once I recover, I will be penalized everywhere, causing Slytherin House to accumulate 0 points." The words spilled forth rapidly, and in an instant, Malfoy regretted his utterance. Perhaps it was the sight of Harry drinking a swift recovery potion, coupled with Snape's dark demeanor and penetrating gaze. Already tormented, his composure shattered explosively, akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. Meanwhile, Harry discreetly gave Malfoy a thumbs up, thinking to himself, "What courage! Who bestowed upon you the audacity to threaten Snape? You are quite something." Snape strode over, his cloak billowing ominously. Malfoy felt a chill descend within him. Snape loomed like a colossal bat, casting a shadow that enveloped him. Had his mind been gnawed upon by the undead? Had he, like the old headmaster, indulged in too many sweets to the point of folly? Could a true Slytherin student utter such words? Snape's piercing gaze fixed on Malfoy, nearly pushing him to the brink of exasperation. Had he even a semblance of sense, he would understand that brewing potions was not an endeavor limited to a single vial. To his astonishment, Malfoy resorted to such a self-destructive threat. Unable to meet Snape's eyes, he meekly muttered, "I'm sorry, Professor. Your potion." Snape coldly placed the vial on the bedside table. Malfoy, in a daze, picked up the potion, realizing, to his surprise, that there was indeed a portion for him, though undoubtedly an afterthought. He couldn't help but feel a surge of guilt. He needed to consume the potion entirely to atone for his insolence. As he swallowed it, the bitterness pierced his mind like a blade, contorting his face into a grimace. Just as he prepared to expel the potion, Snape's well-meaning reminder reached his ears. "There's only this one vial. If you vomit, you'll have to remain here for an extended period." With great effort, Malfoy swallowed the potion, covering his mouth with both hands to stave off any urge to retch. "For your foolishness, report to me for detention tonight." Snape departed, casting a gentle smile at Harry. "Rest well." In the hospital wing, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Chapter 78. Old Malfoy. "Son, is this how you bring shame upon our family?" After Harry's release from the hospital, he was met with a whirlwind of academic responsibilities, having missed 2 days of classes and the ensuing assignments. The weekend arrived swiftly, and having not visited Hagrid in quite some time, he was curious about the care of the baby dragon. Thus, the group decided to venture to Hagrid's hut at 2:30 in the afternoon. Harry approached and knocked on the door, only to be taken aback by the unexpected figure who answered. "What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Malfoy sneered, a hint of derision in his laughter. "This is not your home. Hagrid welcomes me. What gives you the right to bar my presence?" Harry wished to retort, but his attention was ensnared by the baby dragon on the table. In just a few short days, it had grown to more than 3 times its original size. Suddenly, the dragon leaped from the table, flapping its wings as it dashed toward Harry, soaring into his arms. Overwhelmed by the surprise, Harry stumbled back and fell to the ground. The illustrious savior, Harry Potter, found himself mocked by Malfoy, who was soon cowered to the ground by the presence of a baby dragon. This time, the little dragon refrained from biting Harry and instead extended its tongue to affectionately lick his cheek. Kreena and Ron each took one of Harry's arms, helping him to his feet. "Goodness, Harry," Hagrid emerged from his hut. "It didn't bite you, did it?" He reached out to grasp the baby dragon, though he hesitated to apply any force, as the creature's claws were tightly clinging to Harry's wizarding robe. "It seems to have mistaken you for its mother." Harry paused, glancing at Kreena with a puzzled expression. "Why? Just because it bit me?" "It bit Malfoy too. Let us discuss this inside. It would be unwise to be seen by others out here." The interior was a chaotic mess, littered with bottles and feathers, indicating that Hagrid had certainly been through quite a ruckus. They tread carefully until everyone was seated around a small table. Kreena slowly began. "Indeed, it also bit Malfoy. However, based on my recent observations and deductions, it is highly likely that it perceives Harry as its mother and Malfoy as its father." The revelation stunned everyone. What sort of reasoning could lead to such a conclusion? Harry and Malfoy shared an involuntary glance, both expressing disdain as they turned to Kreena simultaneously, declaring, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." They exchanged another incredulous look and simultaneously demanded, "Could you please refrain from mimicking me?" "Well, after being hospitalized together, you two have become more in sync than George and Fred." Not only Kreena, but several others also scrutinized the pair with curiosity. Such gossip was rare, and this year, it was particularly abundant. Harry and Malfoy, now cautious, dared not speak further, fearing the next utterance would echo their own. Observing their discomfort, Kreena interjected, "Is it possible that it first jumped into Harry's arms and took a taste, discovering a maternal essence? Unsure if he was indeed the mother. It then leapt into Malfoy's embrace for another taste, only to find it lacking the same flavor. Finally, it returned to Harry for one last taste, thus confirming its maternal identification. Isn't that a rather plausible hypothesis?" Kreena looked at the stunned group, applauding, a round of applause for understanding. With that, Hermione, wearing a mischievous grin, raised her hands above her head in a rhythmic clap. With a leader to incite the cheer, Hagrid and Ron quickly joined in, applauding as well. Harry hastily retorted, "This makes no sense whatsoever. It is entirely illogical, a mere figment of imagination. Please, do not speak recklessly. My father is a governor." Malfoy, in a fit of anger, pointed at Kreena, his hand trembling. "I'll accuse you of slander. Do you realize you are defaming me? You may choose to disbelieve my hypothesis." Kreena gestured towards the baby dragon, "but you cannot deny the creature's affection for you both." Amidst their banter, the little dragon flapped its wings energetically, darting back and forth between Harry and Malfoy. During a brief respite, one might affectionately nuzzle Harry or Draco. I named it Kreena, but I have decided to call it Norbert. Although Hagrid has not ascended to the role of Norbert's guardian, his eyes still shimmer with fondness. Yet, it is a female dragon, hence, let us call her Norberta. Kreena cast a sidelong glance at Draco, hoping to shift the topic, but to no avail. Draco's words were caught in his throat, his gaze fixated on Kreiner's hand, which was leisurely tapping the table with his wand. Haha, what a lovely name, Hagrid exclaimed, his character being such that he did not dwell on the matter of names any further. From now on, you shall be called Norberta. He reached out to embrace Norberta, only to be met with a fireball that singed his unruly beard. Norberta was quite the mischievous creature, and indeed, she had been so even before Draco's arrival. Now, Harry and Draco found themselves unable to contest Kreiner's assertion, leaving no room for rebuttal. Kreena observed the despondent expressions of the two and smiled, choosing not to provoke them any further. Instead, he turned to Hagrid, inquiring about his plans for Norberta. In due time, your little hut will no longer suffice for her. This was a pressing reality that Hagrid had to confront. With a furrowed brow, he sighed deeply as tears began to well in his eyes. I know I cannot keep her forever, but I cannot simply abandon her. She is still a child. Harry pondered for a moment. He had already endured enough of being labeled as a mother figure. If Norberta were to be sent away, the reminders of his forced maternal role would fade with time. Ron's brother Charlie is conducting dragon research in Romania. We could entrust Norberta to his care. Hagrid appeared somewhat intrigued, as this would not embroil Dumbledore in any trouble, and Norberta would receive excellent attention. Hagrid, you must not agree to this. Draco interjected hastily. We cherish Norberta too much to send her so far away. What if you miss her? There are numerous bureaucratic procedures to navigate in order to travel abroad. Let her stay with us. Draco's eyes conveyed sincerity. My father will handle any trouble, allowing me to legally keep a dragon, and it would be quite convenient for you to visit her whenever you wish. Kreena could only surmise that old Malfoy, upon discovering this, would certainly have thoughts of reprimanding his son. One had encountered troublesome situations, but this was an entirely new level of absurdity. Resolving these complications would require considerable favor and a substantial sum of galleons. This is not feasible. Harry countered immediately. What if you were to take Norberta and report Hagrid? Even if you truly cared for her, what if, when the time comes, you forbid Hagrid from visiting? Potter. Cease your bickering, Kreena interjected, cutting through their exchange. He then turned to Hagrid, slowly articulating enticing words. With your profound affection for dragons, could you bear to part with her? Do you not wish to keep her close by? Do you not long to witness her every day? Do you not desire to accompany her as she grows? Such opportunities are not afforded to everyone. Now, the chance lies before you. Should you wish to seize this moment, I stand ready to assist you. Chapter 79. Disobedience often deserves a lesson. Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement at Kreiner's words, which stirred his heart deeply. Although Nobita had not elevated him to the status of parent, he still willingly embraced the responsibility of nurturing it, a choice he found quite admirable. Among the suggestions presented to him, he was particularly inclined to accept Kreiner's counsel. Yet, a flicker of hesitation lingered within him. If Nobita were to be discovered by others, it could spell trouble for Dumbledore. Observing Hagrid, Kreiner quietly chuckled to himself. Hagrid's expressive face revealed his internal conflict without the need for legitimacy. Hagrid, fret not about Nobita being discovered. Merely prepare in advance, Kreiner reassured him, not boasting, but rather speaking with conviction. His extensive experience in educating magical creatures assured him that Nobita would not incite any trouble. Furthermore, he possessed formidable spells to ensure Nobita's secrecy, while unforeseen circumstances may arise. His cautious nature equipped him with contingency plans. Even in the worst-case scenario, he had a safety net in Dumbledore and Malfoy. Indeed, Kreiner included Malfoy in his calculations. As they were both involved in raising a dragon, and escaping unscathed would not be a simple feat therefore, there was no cause for concern. Hagrid could nurture Nobita with peace of mind. Kreiner patted Hagrid's rough palm, pondering whether he wished to keep it by his side. This time, Hagrid exhibited little hesitation. Eagerly nodding his head, I want it. I want it. Kreiner, please help me. Of course, that's no problem, Kreiner replied, a smirk playing on his lips. However, I require dragon blood for research. As a dedicated Gryffindor, he always had specific objectives in mind before undertaking any endeavor. Dragon blood was his aim, otherwise, he could have simply sent it to Charlie in Romania without expending such effort. By keeping the dragon close, he would secure a sustainable source of dragon blood. That won't harm Nobita's health, will it? Hagrid inquired with concern. Rest assured, a moderate withdrawal of blood will enhance Nobita's circulation and promote healthier growth. Upon hearing this, Hagrid nodded in agreement. As for Nobita's adoptive parents, neither Malfoy nor Harry expressed any objections. Harry had no desire to raise a fire dragon, and though he was reluctantly bestowed with the title of mother, his thoughts remained fixated on the earlier dragon egg. Malfoy, on the other hand, was utterly captivated by fire dragons. The prospect of raising one together elicited no dissent from him. As the setting sun streamed through the window, the group recognized that it was time for them to depart. Having distanced themselves from Hagrid's hut, Malfoy reverted to his defiant demeanor. Potter, do not assume our relationship is amicable. This is merely for naught's sake. I was just about to say the same. On the path, Harry and Malfoy engaged in a verbal spar, with Harry evidently holding the upper hand, bolstered by Ron's support. Kreena and Hermione trailed behind. At that moment, Hermione hastily stepped in front of Kreena, grasping his hand as she walked backward. Are you feeling greedy? You know far too much, Kreena said with a sullen expression. I was contemplating whether to cast a memory charm on you. Suddenly halting, Hermione nearly caused Kreena to collide with her. She released his hand and tugged at his collar, her face reflecting sadness and disappointment. Then go ahead. If you aren't afraid of me forgetting you too, of course, with your abilities, you can manage it splendidly. You are quite the dramatist. Kreena chuckled, tapping Hermione's forehead playfully. Oh please, I am merely indulging you. And you dare call me greedy? Will you partake then? Indeed. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting a poetic silhouette. In the early days, Kreena would venture deep into the Forbidden Forest to conduct dragon education sessions for Nott. After a while, daily visits became unnecessary. He needed only to attend periodically. Over time, Nott had transformed into the shape Kreena desired. Today was the moment for them to witness the newly refined Nott. Hagrid led Harry, Ron, and Malfoy deeper into the forest. Hagrid, has Nott truly become well-behaved? Harry inquired. Hagrid pondered, uncertain, I suppose so. Since Nott commenced training, viewing had been prohibited. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance when Kreena was absent, yet each time, Nott appeared utterly exhausted, lying on the ground, unwilling to move. The group continued in silence, trudging along for about half an hour until Ron could no longer contain himself. How much longer do we have to walk? Given the current weather conditions and their limited spell repertoire, coupled with Hagrid's inability to cast spells, they could only march on wearily. Another half hour passed, and Hagrid pointed ahead, exclaiming, Look, there it is. Had I known it was this far, we should have brought our broomsticks, Ron grumbled. Before them lay a vast clearing, where the original trees had been felled by Kreena, creating a large wooden hollow for Nott with spells. The ground was layered with dirt and stones, resembling a small mound from behind. To prevent Nott from setting the forest ablaze or escaping, Kreena had indeed invested considerable effort. Where are they? Hagrid wondered, scratching his head in confusion. At that moment, a roar echoed through the sky, followed swiftly by Kreena's shout. Hagrid, up there. A few individuals gazed upwards, where Kreena and Hermione were soaring through the sky on Nobita. Gradually, Nobita descended, and Kreena assisted Hermione down. Hermione felt her legs weaken slightly. The exhilaration of being airborne was truly thrilling. Even after a long separation, Nobita instantly recognized Malfoy and Harry. The corners of Nobita's wings served as supports, akin to forelegs. When standing upright, it relied solely on its hind legs and wings. It crawled towards the group, nuzzling Harry, Malfoy, and Hagrid in succession. As for Ron, alas, it did not recognize him. Well, isn't Nobita well-behaved now? Kreena remarked, picking up a chicken from the ground and tossing it into Nobita's eager mouth. Malfoy's eyes widened in astonishment. He envied Kreena's ability to train Nobita to be so obedient. How did you manage that? Teach me. That's a secret. Kreena chuckled lightly. Children are often unruly and need discipline. Would you like to take a flight? The others were intrigued yet apprehensive. Unlike Kreena, they lacked the means to protect themselves from a fall from such heights. Rest assured, it is perfectly safe. Even if you tumble, I can safeguard you. Chapter 80, Instructor. I truly wish to learn dragon taming. Harry and Hagrid placed their trust in Kreena, almost simultaneously exclaiming, I'll go first. Hagrid extended his broad, warm palm, causing Harry to wince in pain. Perhaps I should go first, he said with a hearty smile, not out of eagerness to ride, but rather to ascertain the safety of the endeavor. Kreena's lips twitched slightly. Hagrid remained as he always was, brow thick, eyes large, but he had changed. Hagrid climbed onto the dragon's back, grasping the reins. Nobita nearly buckled under the weight, far too young to bear such a load. Off we go, Hagrid exclaimed, whipping the reins. Nobita flapped its wings, straining to ascend into the sky. The expansive view was breathtaking. What a splendid sight it was. Unable to contain his joy, Hagrid released his grip on the reins and stretched his arms wide, embracing the rushing spring breeze. At 63, he laughed like a child in the sky. He had previously soared through the air on a modified motorcycle gifted by Sirius Black, yet the experiences were distinct. Moreover, upon learning that Sirius had betrayed Harry's parents, he had abandoned the enchanted motorcycle, never to ride it again. Hagrid's laughter was infectious, prompting the others to beam with eager smiles, each wishing to be the next to ride Nobita. Kreena surveyed the scene. This appeared to be a promising business opportunity. If given the chance, he could establish a dragon riding venture, 10 minutes per person for 10 galleons, and a romantic couple's flight for 10 minutes at 52 galleons. It was only natural for the price of such lovebirds to be slightly elevated. While Kreena pondered this idea, Nobita voluntarily descended, as it had nearly reached its limit bearing Hagrid's weight, for it was still not yet a year old. The sensation was utterly delightful. Hagrid caressed the magically grown beard. A look of lingering enjoyment etched across his face. Kreena had fed Nobita nearly half a barrel of cocktails, taking a moment to rest before ascending 3 more times. As they waited, Hagrid and the others engaged in animated conversation around Nobita. Kreena led Hermione away, conjuring a carpet on the ground and sitting upon it. Look! Kreena nudged Hermione with his shoulder, remarking on Harry's eyes, which glimmered with a green light, as if he were discerning which part of Nobita was the most delectable. Hermione, startled by his observation, covered her mouth with her hands, exclaiming, "It does seem like that, right?" Kreena yawned, pondering why he had never noticed Harry's peculiar behavior before. "You seem rather exhausted lately." Hermione tilted her head, concern etched on her face, and patted her thigh, offering, "You can rest here for a while." Her words struck a familiar chord. Jeans, uncomfortable, poor rating. Kreena reclined, granting him an unobstructed view of Hermione's face. "Your eyes betray you," she teased, gently pinching his cheeks. "They reveal that something is amiss." "I am not. I haven't." "Stop making baseless accusations," Kreena protested, shutting his eyes. Hermione's beautiful gaze bore into him as her hands moved to his head, applying a gentle pressure. "Fifth-year students and seventh-year students are not as weary as you. At Hogwarts, fifth-year students must undertake the ordinary wizarding level exams, while seventh-year students face the ultimate wizarding exams, marking significant milestones in their academic journey. Their mental strain surpasses mine." Kreena murmured softly, "It will soon pass." "Only you would say that," Hermione replied, her tone a blend of exasperation and fondness. Time slipped away as Kreena relished Hermione's massage, only to be startled by a quarrel erupting nearby. "Why do you get to go first?" "Because my father is a board member. I should be the first to ascend." Kreena sighed, recognizing the absurdity, thinking, "You two better be arguing about who gets to ride the dragon first." Harry scoffed, retorting, "Apart from invoking your father, what else can you say? I could claim to be Nobita's father. Would you dare admit you are her mother?" The remark seemed to buzz in Harry's ears, akin to the annoyance of a fly. A sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of how he had once vexed Malfoy. Malfoy smugly declared, "Since you have no retort, I shall go first. While you two squabble, someone might steal the chicken." Kreena admonished loudly. Harry and Malfoy paused, then turned their gaze to Nobita, where Ron was already seated, one hand gripping the reins while the other waved at them. "Take your time deciding who goes first. There's no rush." As his words hung in the air, Nobita took to the skies once more. Harry and Malfoy, after half an hour, successfully completed their flying experience. After a period of rest, Nobita now effortlessly soars through the skies with 3 little children in tow. Kreena, akin to a nefarious capitalist, not only exploits Nobita but also seeks to extract its blood. Within the confines of a small wooden cave, only Kreena and Nobita are present. Initially, Nobita was too small for blood extraction. However, after extensive training, any attempt to draw blood during that time could have incited rebellion, thus the process was deferred until now. Kreena, holding a small wooden bucket in one hand and a wand in the other, scrutinizes Nobita, contemplating the optimal location for the blood extraction. Ultimately, he identifies a suitable spot, the tip of his wand emanating a yellow glow. Soon, it will be done. While soothing the creature, Kreena glides the wand along Nobita's hind leg. Nobita remains still, not putting up any resistance. As the dragon's blood fills the container, Kreena employs a healing spell to mend the wound. Excellent. He pats Nobita and leaves behind numerous buckets of cocktails and several live chickens. "Coach, I truly wish to learn dragon taming." Just as Kreena exits the cave, he is confronted by Malfoy. "I can pay 1,000 galleons. You won't be able to learn. If you don't teach me, how will you know I cannot?" Kreena rolls his eyes, pondering what exactly he should impart. Is it the grandeur of a dragon experiencing maternal love or the precision of transfiguration? Having departed the Forbidden Forest, they missed lunch at school, so they decided to have a picnic near Hagrid's hut. Hagrid took Harry and Ron to the Black Lake to catch fish, while Malfoy ventured to Greenhouse 2 to gather fish mint. This herb is required in various healing potions, yet it can also be enjoyed as a salad. Kreena and Hermione marinated the fish mint, which was plentiful in Hagrid's vicinity. The dragon's blood must be treated with magic, otherwise it coagulates slowly. Once solidified, it is ready for consumption. Half an hour later, they gathered around a table. "Is this what you call studying dragon blood?" Hagrid exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at a large plate of dragon blood sprinkled with chili powder. "Indeed," Kreena said, spearing a piece of dragon blood, contemplating whether Dumbledore's 12th use of dragon blood was accurate. The texture of dragon blood was crisp, devoid of the unpleasant sensation associated with pig's blood. Each bite burst forth with a unique granularity, and swallowing it left a warm sensation throughout the body. In the end, Hagrid consumed the most dragon blood, while Harry was tasked with licking the plate. They were unaccustomed to the taste of fish mint, which Kreena took upon himself. Ron entertained them with a performance on how to devour a chicken leg in one bite. Chapter 81. An invitation from Lily. Nobita behaved like a well-mannered child, causing no trouble. With such a magnificent fire dragon, Kreena certainly did not forget the twins. Everyone adored it, as it not only alleviated stress with its aerial flights, but also provided delectable dragon blood. The moment the twins witnessed the fire dragon carrying passengers into the sky, they were struck with thoughts akin to Kreena's. However, at present, there are no favorable opportunities for implementation, and the resistance is formidable. As the days pass and the examination draws ever closer, Hogwarts remains abuzz with students engaged in wizarding duels. Previously, Kreena had let the twins in on the news that following the end-of-year feast, the Hogwarts Wizarding Duel Cup would be held. The first, second, and third places would receive 210, 140, and 70 galleons, respectively. While the prize money may seem modest when viewed in isolation for the majority of students, it represents a significant sum. Moreover, the total amounts to 420 galleons, and one must consider that the grand prize in the Daily Profits Lottery is merely 700 galleons. The students have become increasingly fervent about participating in wizarding duels, and with the exams looming, one wonders if they might face the ire of their professors for neglecting their studies. Kreena and Hermione bent low to navigate through the throng of students engaged in dueling. Of course not, Kreena shrugged. For such a large-scale event at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's approval is essential. If Dumbledore were to disapprove, the event would either not take place or be conducted discreetly, rather than being openly promoted as it is now. This has not impeded the professors from conducting their lessons. Those who understand the necessity of studying will do so, and in the absence of wizarding duels, other forms of entertainment will suffice. Kreena, Hermione. Hagrid called from a distance, waving them over. He led the two to a secluded spot and curiously asked, "When did you meet the centaurs?" Upon hearing the term centaur, Hermione immediately looked down at her feet. "What's wrong?" Kreena paused for a moment and inquired, "Is there a centaur looking for you?" Hagrid nodded. "Yesterday, while I was patrolling the Forbidden Forest, I encountered Firenze. He asked me to deliver a message to you." He handed them a deep yellow envelope, its edges adorned with a green grass motif, and the wax seal depicted a centaur drawing a bow. It exuded a wild essence. "You may read the letter yourselves. I must take my leave now, as Norberta has been eating more and more lately." Kreena waved with a smile. "Thank you, Hagrid." The two settled on a stone bench in the courtyard, and Kreena handed one of the letters to Hermione. "This one is yours." He tore open the envelope and began to read. A letter from Lily inviting him to a gathering at the Centaur tribe that evening. They exchanged glances, confirming that both contained invitations. Hermione tilted her head and remarked, "I recall that centaurs have a penchant for drinking, don't they? I shall go outside shortly to procure some wine as a gift." Kreena was puzzled as to why they had been invited to an internal centaur gathering. Considering that some centaurs harbor disdain for humans, any discord would be unfortunate. After dinner, Kreena and Hermione made a beeline out of the castle. The centaur gathering was set for midnight, so they couldn't sneak out as they had done previously, waiting for everyone to fall asleep. Instead, they nestled in Hagrid's hut, engaging in conversation with him. As the clock approached 10, the three of them made their way to the Forbidden Forest. After walking for a while, Kreena and Hermione parted ways with Hagrid, who had to continue his patrol of the forest in a different direction. Following the path indicated in the letter, Kreena and Hermione soon encountered Lily, who had come to greet them. After a long absence, her silver hair and the white coat of her horse shimmered with a hint of brilliance. "Kreena, Hermione." Lily galloped over, embracing them in turn. Kreena could only feel the weight on his head, regretting his shorter stature. "Come on, hop on. The journey is quite far, and we can converse along the way." Kreena glanced at the two centaurs beside him, hesitated for a moment, then mounted the horse, immediately pulling Hermione up with him. The moon shone brightly, and the stars twinkled in the night sky. They raced through the Forbidden Forest, occasionally obscured by clouds that veiled the moonlight. "This is my uncle Firenze, whom I mentioned before." Firenze, with his platinum blonde hair and strikingly blue eyes reminiscent of sapphires, spoke in a slow, measured tone. "Thank you for rescuing my wayward niece. The other is Bane." Kreena turned to see Bane, who smiled at him, his dark mane wild and proud. If memory served correctly, the proud Bane despised humans riding on their backs, as it made them appear akin to ordinary mules. Kreena responded with a subtle smile, harboring a hint of caution. For Bane's demeanor seemed somewhat askew. It was well known that Hermione, Harry, Ron, and others had initially embodied their respective characters, but their trajectories had been skewed by his influence. Yet Bane was different. This was their first encounter. If his character had shifted due to saving Lily, such a possibility existed, albeit with a low probability. Lily referred to Firenze as uncle, but offered no such title to Bane. The centaurs were adept in astrological divination, perhaps gaining insights from the stars. Kreena remained vigilant, deciding not to dwell on these thoughts, knowing that the truth would eventually reveal itself. The centaur tribe was still some distance away, and he mostly listened to Hermione and Lily's conversation along the way. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the centaur settlement. The village was modest, consisting of only about 40 to 50 centaurs. The dwellings were constructed from thick tree trunks and dried grass, all arranged in a large circular formation, with a massive bonfire at its center. The scene was reminiscent of an ancient past. Kreena and Hermione dismounted from Lily's horse, and the surrounding centaurs regarded them with curiosity. At that moment, an elderly centaur approached them steadily. "Thank you so much for saving my granddaughter," he said, gazing at Kreena and Hermione with gratitude. "You may call me Oka. I should have expressed my gratitude earlier, but with the annual Spark Gala for our equestrian kin approaching, I delayed until now." "Your words are far too kind." Kreena chuckled lightly. "We are honored to participate in the Spark Gala, which has granted us a uniquely memorable experience." He retrieved 3 wooden boxes from his enchanted wallet, each containing 20 bottles of fine wine. "I have heard of your fondness for libations, so I prepared these as tokens of invitation." Chapter 82. Utter Nonsense. The equestrian folk had arranged everything meticulously, with 4 long tables encircling a roaring bonfire, leaving ample space in the center. The tables were laden with whole cuts of beef and lamb, accompanied by an abundance of beverages. One by one, guests took their seats. The equestrians stood firmly on their hind legs, their forelegs bent at the knees. Their upright backs created a striking silhouette, with varying heights and shapes that resembled a rugged mountain range. To Kreena's left sat Oka, the chieftain of the equestrian tribe, and to his right were Hermione and Lily. "Come, Kreena, let us raise a toast." Oka smiled, lifting his goblet, once again expressing gratitude for rescuing his mischievous granddaughter. In the equestrian clan, there are no restrictions against underage drinking. As long as one can run and leap, they are deemed fit to partake in wine. Kreena lifted his cup in acknowledgement, casting a glance at Oka, whose youthful demeanor belied his age, a true testament to the robust nature of the equestrians. "This is our homemade brew, quite potent. How does it suit your palate?" "It is indeed delightful," Kreena remarked, though it was his first experience with alcohol, and while the flavor was pleasing, it had a heady effect. He discreetly flicked his hand beneath the table 3 times, causing his wand, which had been snugly coiled by the little green creature, to slip into his grasp. With a silent incantation, the wine he had just consumed flowed from the tip of his wand. Kreena nudged his wand, and the little green creature deftly coiled it back into his sleeve. Hermione, noticing Kreena's subtle maneuver, stifled a laugh and offered her assistance in concealing it. A few equestrians performed before the bonfire, singing of stars and planets, exploring the mysteries of the cosmos. They joined hands, tapping their hooves to the rhythm as they circled the fire. The atmosphere was vivacious, with many equestrians feasting heartily and engaging in drinking contests. "Good drinkers. Some of our kin cannot match your capacity." Oka laughed heartily, showing no signs of inebriation. "It is also my first time drinking. Your wine must be exceptional, for I feel as though I cannot be intoxicated." Kreena amused inwardly, grateful for the competitive spirit that had led him to study numerous texts. Otherwise, relying solely on conventional spellbooks would have left him unprepared for such obscure charms of sobering. As he contemplated the potential for a dramatic bonding ceremony should the drinking persist, he cast a glance at the aged Oka, pondering the risks of such an alliance. Just then, the once jubilant scene fell into a sudden hush. The equestrians, who had been feasting and drinking, paused their activities, while those performing gracefully withdrew. All gazes turned skyward. Oka murmured softly, remarking on the brilliance of the starlight that enveloped the night. The atmosphere felt somewhat eerie. Despite the uncertainty, Kreena quickly regained his composure, awaiting the unfolding events. Hermione felt a slight chill in her heart until Kreena gently patted the back of her hand. Lily rose and approached the inner circle, facing the bonfire, where 4 centaurs knelt, their hooves bent to the ground, palms pressed together before their chests. She lifted her gaze to the starry sky, as if in prayer. Soon, 6 more female centaurs stood, encircling Lily and mirroring her actions. Their mouths moved in silent unison, yet no sound reached Kreena's ears. Goodness! Kreena's pupils constricted as he perceived the stars plummeting rapidly. He blinked, and the stars remained, albeit exceptionally radiant. The surrounding centaurs were enveloped in the celestial glow, as were Kreena and Hermione. The soft starlight persisted for 7 seconds. 7, a number imbued with extraordinary magic in the wizarding world. This was the true annual Starlight Festival of the Centaurs. Oka gazed at Kreena with profound significance, offering a subtle smile, as if to say that he had discerned its purpose. The astonishment in Kreena's eyes was unmistakable. The starlight had indeed amplified his magical prowess. In the realm of magic, such enhancement is seldom achieved through any other means. It is noteworthy that even Hermione, blessed by a unicorn, had never experienced such an increase in her power. Though the enhancement was slight, almost negligible, it varied from person to person, as Kreena's innate magic had long surpassed what was expected for his age. Taking Hermione's hand, Kreena employed his magic to probe, and indeed, He found a marked increase in her magical energy compared to before. After a moment of silence, he tentatively inquired, "Can this happen every year?" Oka did not shy away from such a clandestine question, revealing that the initial effect would be pronounced, while subsequent occurrences would be negligible. If that were the case, it seemed quite ordinary. Were this enhancement to recur annually, over 10, 20, or 50 years, the cumulative effect would be astonishing. "You saved Lily, and thus we allowed you to partake in the Starlight Festival," Oka stated solemnly. "I hope you can keep the secrets of our kind. We have never participated in such a festival." Kreena and Oka exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. "Come, let us continue drinking." Oka raised his goblet. As Kreena sipped his drink, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Adult wizards attending the Starlight Festival would experience a magical enhancement akin to Kreena's, negligible at best. However, no one would disdain a slight increase in their magical capacity, no matter how small. The knowledge of the Starlight Festival among wizards would undoubtedly incite turmoil, a foregone conclusion. Yet, given the current circumstances, the centaurs remained undisturbed, indicating they had successfully kept this secret. The mere act of saving Lily had compelled them to reveal such a secret, a risk of considerable magnitude. This is disproportionate. There must be other reasons. Otherwise, the invitation would not have been delayed until now. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." A centaur rushed in, urgency evident in her demeanor. "She has returned." Before the words had even settled, the centaurs sprang into action, each seizing enormous nets and torches. A rustling sound echoed through the woods. One centaur shouted, "Be cautious. Do not get ensnared." A massive green serpent's head emerged from behind the trees. "The cursed food cannot be consumed by Kreena." Frowning, Kreena pondered how this python knew his name. The centaur called out, "Ready." "Wait." Xiao He soared ahead with Kreena, brandishing his wand. The nets in the centaur's hands took flight, morphing to ensnare the green python. "Do not harm her." Oka galloped over, urging them to drive her away. Kreena landed on the ground and confronted Oka, inquiring, "What is going on?" "Her name is Nagini. She is a cursed beast." Dumbledore provided the Elder Wand, a symbol of the Phoenix's favor, remaining silent, speaking Parseltongue. And knowing her name, Nagini, Kreena gripped his wand tightly. After a tempest of thoughts, everything began to connect. However, this speculation seemed absurd. Chronologically, it could not hold. Yet it remained a significant possibility. Chapter 83 unfolds with Dumbledore weeping. Following the initial shock, Kreena quickly regained his composure. It was merely an astonishing conjecture. He possessed no memories of a former life. All recollections now belonged to him. Even if the conjecture were accurate, it would not stir any emotions within him. 2 years prior, Nagini took residence in this forest, initially leaving each other undisturbed. She was remarkably kind. Oka slowly elucidated. She informed us that she was a cursed beast. At that time, she could still control her transformations. However, in the past 6 months, she has increasingly lost control over her transformations and gradually succumbed to her beastly nature. Should she fully devolve into a beast? Oka sighed, leaving the thought unspoken. Kreena understood the unvoiced concern in Oka's gaze, casting his eyes towards the young centaurs. For safety, the options seemed to be either to expel Nagini from the forest or bury her here. In the original narrative, Nagini ultimately became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Presumably, Voldemort discovered Nagini, fully transformed into a beast, while wandering the Forbidden Forest. After the failed heist for the Philosopher's Stone, he was left with only a fragment of his soul, likely relying on Nagini to return to the Albanian forest. Kreena crossed his arms, tapping his wand against his shoulder. Intervention was necessary. He possessed the potion to suppress cursed beasts. His gaze fixed upon Nagini, still struggling within the net. Remembering not to consume centaurs and knowing his name indicated she had not yet completely devolved into a beast, Kreena approached and crouched down. Before he could speak, Nagini ceased her thrashing and gazed at him, flicking her tongue in quiet observation. At this moment, Xiaoqing curiously peeked out, tilting her serpent head. "Dear, do you recognize this sister? Why does she keep calling your name?" Kreena, with a dark expression, flicked Xiaoqing lightly, speculating that her calling everyone's sister might indeed hold some truth. What, then, should he call Xiaoqing? He sighed, feeling a flicker of emotion within. Yet he was no longer the same person. Shielded by the darkness and the wizard's robe, he retrieved the suppressive potion for the blood-cursed beast and administered it to Nagini. Before long, Nagini writhed in agony on the ground. Hermione, concerned, stepped forward, intending to pull Kreena away. "It's all right," Kreena reassured, gently patting Hermione's small hand, his gaze calm. Soon, Nagini fell unconscious, failing to revert to her human form. After a brief examination, Kreena confirmed there were no issues and stood to face Oka. "I can take her away, right? This way, she won't trouble you again." Oka, uncertain, queried, "You won't?" Kreena paused, recognizing Oka's overthinking. He was the only one who had closely interacted with Nagini, resulting in her painful struggle, eventually leading to her stillness. "You worry too much. She is still alive." He met Oka's eyes, speaking slowly. I intend to take her to Hogwarts for Professor Dumbledore to examine. Perhaps he will have a solution. In that case, I can send my kin to escort you back. Just as Kreena was about to agree, he recalled something. Wait a moment. If his hypothesis was correct, he should indeed be able to accomplish this. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated, slowly raising his wand. A flash of red light emerged at the tip, igniting flames in the air. From the blaze, the Phoenix Fox soared forth. This is not Professor Dumbledore's Phoenix, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. How did you manage that? Fox landed on Kreiner's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Kreena rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He had intended merely to validate his hypothesis, but had inadvertently summoned the Phoenix, complicating matters with Dumbledore. I don't know, he responded, casting a meaningful glance at Hermione before tilting his head toward Fox. Can you take us back? Fox nodded. Seeing this, Kreena bid farewell to Oka and Lily. The Centaur tribe always welcomes you. Thank you for your hospitality. With those words, Kreena touched Nagini and Hermione in an oddly peculiar manner. And together they vanished into the flames. 2 hours after their departure, the sound of synchronized hooves echoed from the Centaur tribe. The flames illuminated the Centaur formation. All donned in uniform attire, wielding shields, swords at their waists, and longbows at their backs. The leader stepped forward, respectfully addressing Oka, Elder. We have been sent to escort Lily home. Oka and the Centaurs watched as Lily departed. The Seer Bane hesitated momentarily. Are we truly going to? His words were cut short as he was met with a piercing gaze from Oka. The bright spark of conflict loomed on the horizon. Professor Dumbledore, with a playful smile, greeted Kreena, who comfortably settled onto the sofa, indulging in a mound of cockroaches even at this late hour. You are aware of it? Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly. His gaze fixated on Nagini, still in her serpentine form. Aware of what? Kreena responded, momentarily taken aback, then continued with a chuckle, Professor Dumbledore. How did you know we wished to return? You even sent a phoenix to fetch us. Hermione, clearly grasping the implication from Kreiner's earlier glance, exclaimed in panic, Professor, have you been monitoring us all along? Dumbledore remained silent. Kreena had to feign ignorance. Otherwise, the circumstances surrounding his knowledge of events from half a century ago would be inexplicable. As is widely known, Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald. Yet few are aware that it was Newt Scamander who first captured him. And how did you bring Nagini along? Dumbledore inquired, peering through his half-moon spectacles. A subtle smile playing on his lips. Oh, this, Kreena exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Nagini called my name. And coupled with your earlier suggestion to venture into the Forbidden Forest, I wondered if there was a connection. I presume, Professor, you must know something? He had previously concealed certain truths, now revealing the serpent's tongue at just the right moment. At that moment, Nagini transformed from serpent to human, awakening from her unconscious state. Kreena scratched his head, feeling slightly bewildered. Nagini now bore the visage of someone in her 30s or 40s. Nagini gazed around in confusion until her eyes fell upon Kreena. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, Kreena. Her expression darkened as she glared at Dumbledore. Did you tell him everything? I said nothing, Nagini. Please, remain calm. Dumbledore replied, forcing a smile, marveling at the wonders of magic that had preserved her youthful appearance. How can I stay calm? Nagini suddenly recalled the events in the Forbidden Forest, as if Kreena had fed her something. Assessing her body, she realized the curse of the blood magic had dissipated, a curse even Dumbledore could not unravel. Had she encountered that individual? Anger flared within her as she declared, if you hadn't said anything, how would I be here? How would he be here? You promised to keep it a secret. Dumbledore, swallowing a few cockroaches to soothe his nerves, felt unjustly accused. He had truly said nothing beyond offering a mere hint. Chapter 84. Hermione, you truly are quite the little old man. In the office, silence reigned as everyone exchanged glances. Kreena, you are Nagini's son, Dumbledore remarked, winking at Nagini. I suppose it's time I revealed the truth. Kreena stood in stunned silence, pinching his thumb and forefinger, feeling the genuine sensation of pain. He was not dreaming after all. Old Dumbledore, how could you suddenly lay it all bare? Dumbledore's candidness was purely to indulge his own peculiar curiosity as an elderly man. He scrutinized Kreena, whose expression did not seem to reflect prior knowledge. A curious misunderstanding began to blossom between them. Mother, Dumbledore, initially lost in thought, was drawn by the sound. All three turned their gazes towards Hermione. She felt flustered and surprised to realize that it was Kreiner's mother. Nagini's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she chuckled softly. Although it was a tad premature, there was no harm in calling out early. Kreena mused that Nagini's current reaction confirmed his suspicions, as she had recognized him instantly in the Forbidden Forest. He had previously doubted whether Nagini had been privy to glimpses of his life. Hermione's face had turned as red as a ripe apple, and she looked towards Kreena with a pleading expression. Kreena felt a desire to tease Hermione, for such a look was rare, but he recognized that this was not an opportune moment. From your conversation, it seemed as though you had been deliberately concealing something from me. He bowed his head in silence for a moment before slowly lifting it. his eyes reflecting a classic fan-shaped pattern. I have no memories of the past. Could you enlighten me as to why I was abandoned? The Oscar statuette. Kreena believed he deserved it. I never intended to abandon you. Nagini quickly clarified. I merely wished for you to experience a life accompanied by normal parents. Hermione immediately retorted, that's a lie. At that moment, she resembled an enraged lion, her memory of Kreiner's battered form indelibly etched in her mind. Kreiner fell into a profound silence, momentarily at a loss for words. If that were indeed the case, how had he acquired those wounds? Why had he been clad so lightly while traversing the biting cold of the snowy landscape? Nagini bowed her head, wiping away tears as she sobbed softly. This matter is not as you perceive it. Dumbledore rested his chin on his intertwined hands and sighed gently. It is rather complex, and certain unforeseen circumstances have transpired. He hesitated to speak plainly, fearing Kreiner might find it unbearable. Even he himself found it unfathomable. As I mentioned earlier, magic is extraordinary. Some matters elude even my understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. I believe you are familiar with blood curses and blood-cursed beasts, correct? Kreiner nodded, having stealthily ventured into the restricted section. Able to evade Filch, but not Dumbledore. Shall we leave it at that? Nagini raised her head, her eyes swollen. He will eventually learn the truth. Dumbledore's gaze swept over Nagini and Kreiner. Evasion was futile. One must possess the courage to confront the reality. You should understand that blood curses are exceedingly malevolent spells, capable of reducing humans to mere beasts. However, they also allow the curse-bearer's exterior to delay aging, while bodily functions do not slow down, meaning your mother's actual age is considerably greater. At the moment Kreiner witnessed Nagini's transformation back to her human form, a flicker of speculation ignited within him. Yet he sensed that the main event was imminent. What could possibly connect these occurrences? He feigned ignorance as he inquired. Your mother met your father in 1927. She is now 87 years old, while your father passed away in 1932. Dumbledore fell silent, instead casting a tranquil gaze upon Kreiner, as if the groundwork laid beforehand would facilitate acceptance. Kreiner inhaled deeply. The timeline was even earlier than he had surmised, and his astonishment stemmed from the temporal aspect as well. It is essential to note that at that time, Voldemort was merely 6 years old, making him inadvertently akin to a peer. So, I am already in my 60s? You truly are quite the little old man. Hermione playfully nipped at her rosy tongue, astonished that her earlier jest had turned prophetic. Such calculations should not be made. Dumbledore reached for a pile of cockroaches, seeking something sweet to quell the shock. It was astonishing how resilient children were nowadays. Kreiner's heart sank momentarily. Could it be that he had been gestating for decades? That would be more terrifying than Neza. Due to the blood curse, your mother was unable to suppress the curse while carrying you, and it uncontrollably morphed into a serpent, resulting in the birth of a serpent egg. Kreiner and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances. He had been an egg, which seemed even more frightening than a protracted pregnancy. What kind of situation was this? Starting one's journey at Hogwarts from an egg, devouring and evolving? The office fell into silence once more. Kreiner needed time to digest this information. It was astonishing, almost unbelievable. What transpired thereafter? Dumbledore first glanced at Hermione, whose expression was utterly beyond control. You are far more composed than I anticipated. Kreiner shrugged. These events had already transpired, and besides, he was currently thriving. Dumbledore continued. We examined you within the egg, and your vitality was feeble, insufficient to emerge from it. We explored various avenues, but to no avail. 2 years passed, and then your mother vanished with you. It was not until 1980 that your mother, Nagini, returned to Hogwarts, and only then did I realize she had truly discovered a solution. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Nagini. Having previously inquired out of curiosity, but received no answers, I was firmly convinced that a remedy existed. Nagini lifted her head, her emotions having calmed considerably. I traveled the entire world in search of ancient magic. I distinctly remember meeting someone at the end of 1978. Her gaze fell upon Kreiner as she recounted that the individual had offered to sell her a potion capable of breaking the blood curse. Nagini chuckled wryly, acknowledging that even the matter of motherhood remained unresolved. What good would it do to break the blood curse? The person had seen through my thoughts and subsequently recommended a potion that could truly bring you into existence. Kreina maintained a forced expression, yet within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. The possibility of resolving the blood curse on the orc might stem from an ancient magical heritage, but the likelihood of both issues being resolved simultaneously was exceedingly slim. This familiar sensation bore a resemblance to the system. Dumbledore gently tapped the table. Years ago, he had scoured numerous ancient texts, yet found no solution to either dilemma. Chapter 85. Kreena Granger, Crichton, Dumbledore. Dumbledore removed his crescent-shaped spectacles, pondering who in the magical realm possessed such formidable capabilities. His gaze flitted between Nagini and Kreena, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Could the surge of magic be due to Kreena purchasing something from the individual Nagini mentioned? Dumbledore intertwined seemingly unrelated matters. Nagini, do you know that person's name? Or could you let me glimpse their visage? I do not know the name. Nagini shook her head after a moment of contemplation. Although that person made no effort to conceal themselves, I felt as though I was under a confusion charm. Their features elude my memory. Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon Nagini, employing his magical ability to sense her essence. Even from a distance, he could discern much. He disregarded his promise to Nagini and provided Kreena with a hint to venture into the Forbidden Forest. This was due to their blood relation, and with Nagini's blood curse. Time was of the essence for her to maintain her human form. He did not wish for Kreena to miss the chance to see her mother one last time. Had Kreena not ventured into the Forbidden Forest by the end of the academic year, or had she not encountered Nagini, he would have intervened directly to extract Nagini from the woods. Yet now, the curse's power had waned. Dumbledore slowly closed his eyes, reaffixed his spectacles, and contemplated every possibility. His sister Ariana was a lifelong wound. Throughout the years, despite frequently visiting Grindelwald, there remained one question he was reluctant to ask. Whose curse had struck Ariana during that chaotic battle? In truth, he already harbored the answer within. Yet he shied away from confronting it. He often preached against evasion and championed the courage to face one's fears. Yet regarding this matter, he chose to flee. Kreena, have you also encountered that individual? Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who met his eyes. He yearned to locate that person. For perhaps they possessed something that could revive the dead. This may all have been mere fantasy, yet a flicker of hope remained. Kreena's response was swift, yet tinged with hesitation. He silently apologized, recognizing the necessity of seizing such a fortuitous opportunity, thereby stifling the system and elucidating the items obtained through the lottery. I encountered them twice. The first time was before my enrollment, and the second during my visit to Diagon Alley. Hermione pinched Kreena, her eyes wide with disbelief. As if to say, you actually concealed from me your venture to Diagon Alley. Kreena scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed, having only ventured there once in secret. Dumbledore cleared his throat a few times, expressing envy, though he wondered if the conversation had veered off course. Kreena exchanged a glance with Hermione, sharing an awkward smile. It was indeed their remarkable synergy at play. Both possessed the skill of mental occlusion, leaving Dumbledore to rely solely on micro-expressions and subtle gestures to gauge truthfulness. As for the art of legilimency, its efficacy was significantly diminished against those adept in occlusion, especially considering the ethical boundaries he was bound to uphold. He resembled an enthusiastic salesman, suggesting that Kreena might benefit from an enhancement potion. At the time, being newly introduced to the magical realm and knowing little, he was swayed by the promise of increased magical power and spent 77 galleons on it. Dumbledore's eyes twitched. The magical world held many mysteries. For instance, he still struggled to comprehend the reasons behind Voldemort's immortality. In the absence of substantial evidence, skepticism was permissible, and he could regard it as truth, though he was uncertain how to evaluate it. Observing Kreena's augmented magical prowess suggested that the potion was indeed effective, yet such a remarkable concoction was offered at merely 77 galleons. He recalled his own arduous explorations with Grindelwald, which had yielded additional magical power over countless ruins. Kreena, noting Dumbledore's reaction, continued. The second encounter occurred during the Christmas holiday when he once again crossed paths with that individual in Diagon Alley. The man claimed he might require a blood curse suppressing potion for werewolves, this time priced at 777 galleons, and feeling that the potion offered little benefit, he initially had no intention to purchase it. However, the individual warned him that missing out could lead to lifelong regret. Kreena exhaled, indicating that was the extent of it. The blood curse suppressing potion for werewolves. Nagini contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, "That's the name." The potion he initially recommended to me bore that title. Kreena furrowed his brow, recovering in an instant. The same person? Possessing foresight? Dumbledore murmured. So, you have already administered the potion to Nagini? Indeed, in the Forbidden Forest. Kreena confirmed. Dumbledore hesitated, uncertain of what to say next. The audacity of youth knew no bounds. He had dared to use an unknown potion sold by a stranger, and the outcome had proved favorable. While reluctant to accept the Elder Wand, he was unafraid to utilize the purchased potion. Dumbledore spoke softly. If you wouldn't mind, could you share the memory with me? Of course, if you are unwilling, that is perfectly acceptable. Of course, Kreena replied decisively. I am most grateful. Dumbledore smiled gently, offering to teach him the spell for memory extraction if he did not already know it. Kreena nodded, recognizing Dumbledore's principled nature, his restraint, and the autonomy that lay firmly in his hands. He withdrew his wand and extracted the fabricated memory, asking, "Where shall I place the memory?" In the pensive, Dumbledore instructed. Waving his hand, a black cabinet nearby opened, revealing a shallow stone basin that floated forth. The stone basin was inscribed with magical runes, and Hermione's eyes sparkled as she leaned over the edge, engrossed in her research. The ancient language of runic was the key, as Dumbledore elucidated. to mastering the profound arts of alchemy, charms, and transfiguration. He stroked his beard, a smile illuminating his face, as he introduced Hermione to his old friend, Nicholas. Seemingly a splendid choice. Kreena deposited the memory from his wand into the pensieve, followed by a second recollection. Dumbledore submerged his head into the basin, only to raise it moments later. The figure's face remained entirely obscured, and no apparent issues emerged at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to set the matter aside, even if it were a false memory. Observing this, Kreena spoke. Professor, your doubts have been resolved. Yet I find myself with lingering uncertainties. For instance, who is my father? If I was told I should have normal parental companionship, then why do I wander alone, battered and bruised, through the snow? Aurelius Dumbledore, he replied, blinking. However, he preferred to be addressed as Credence, under which name he had met your mother, Nagini. Kreena raised an eyebrow, realizing that, upon reflection, his full name had grown quite lengthy. Kreena Granger Credence Dumbledore. Chapter 86. Born on the same day of the same month? Your father is my brother, Aberforth Dumbledore's son. Hermione had thought that Kreena's birth process was merely complicated, yet she was taken aback by the weight of his lineage. Reflecting on its implications, it dawned on her that Kreena might very well be compelled to leave his home. She bit her lip, her disappointment and sadness palpable. Unlike before, when she knew Kreena was lying and concealing something, she had managed to mask her emotions, control her expressions, and perfectly align with his narrative to validate its authenticity. For a moment, Hermione was stunned, her sorrow fading, a smile gracing her lips as she felt warmth in her hand, Kreena's hand. Kreena pondered for a moment and inquired. What transpired next? Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Nagini, his pale blue eyes shimmering with wisdom, suggesting that she should recount the tale. Due to the blood curse, Nagini sighed. Upon falling asleep, I automatically transform into a serpent, and for a considerable time after waking, I cannot revert to my human form. Moreover, as a human, my memories gradually fade while in snake form. If the day arrives when my human memories vanish entirely, I may unwittingly harm you. Nagini slowly closed her eyes, covering her face with her hands. After a brief silence, she continued, if others were to discover that you have such a mother, with such a background, how do you think they would perceive you? Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Everyone would regard you with disdain, as if you were a lesser being. Even if secrets are kept well, what about you? How do you perceive yourself, and how do you perceive me? Nagini wept, her voice hoarse and steeped in despair, as if she were lamenting the injustices of fate. The blood curse not only inflicted suffering upon her, but also forced her to perform as a serpent woman in a circus. After enduring countless hardships, she finally encountered her beloved, only to have him slip away. The child she bore arrived under abnormal circumstances, leading to over 4 decades of solitary wandering in search of a solution. At long last, the child returned to normalcy, yet the blood curse once again inflicted pain, preventing her from witnessing her child's gradual growth. She remained in the dark, often pondering whether this misfortune was solely fixated on her. Hermione had long since embraced Nagini, realizing that words could hardly compare to the solace offered by a hug. Kreena took a deep breath. From an adult's perspective, Nagini's words and actions were entirely justified, the most appropriate choices. However, to view it through the eyes of a child would likely render everything incomprehensible. Kreena conjured some tissues and offered them to Nagini, reassuring her. Mother, it's all in the past now. Everything will be all right. What did you call me? Nagini lifted her head, uncertainty flickering in her eyes, questioning whether her sorrow had conjured hallucinations. Mother. Kreena smiled gently, wiping away the tears cascading down Nagini's face with the tissue. A smile broke through her sorrow, yet the tears continued to flow unabated. She clung to Kreena and Hermione, weeping openly, releasing the pent-up anguish of years. The cries persisted for quite some time, undisturbed within the office, while the portraits on the walls silently bore witness, indulging in today's unexpected revelations. It's all over. Everything is getting better now. Nagini wiped her tears and beamed with joy, never having felt such happiness in years. She wished to continue speaking, but Dumbledore interjected, I believe you could use some rest. Allow me to continue. His gentle voice seemed to soothe and calm the heart. Your mother wished for you to live in a household with normal parents, fostering a healthy and joyful upbringing. In 1979, Voldemort was at the zenith of his power, and London was far from safe. After much deliberation, Nagini entrusted you to her friends, the Andres, residing in Paris. Dumbledore's kind smile illuminated his features. After 1981, we visited you, and you were thriving. Kreena found himself puzzled. If life was indeed so splendid, why would there be silence? He refrained from interrupting Dumbledore, patiently awaiting the remainder of the narrative, until July 31st, 1988, when a catastrophic explosion occurred at the Andre residence. We learned of the incident only at the end of August. Amidst the wreckage lay the charred remains of the Andres, but you were nowhere to be found. Dumbledore had investigated the situation, but by the time he received the news, Much time had already elapsed, compounded by the fact that Mrs. Andre was a witch. The Ministry of Magic in France has already taken action, making it quite challenging to obtain any valid leads. In June of 1989, I discovered your name, Kreena Granger, inscribed in the Book of Admission. Shortly after Hermione's birth, the acceptance pen inscribed her name in the book, while yours was added later. A familiar name, the same surname, different times of record. Yet both entered the school in the same year. Dumbledore playfully winked, suggesting that such a combination of circumstances surely warrants attention, does it not? Hermione, beside him, was counting on her fingers to piece together the timeline. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Professor, are you saying that even you do not know why Kreena was found battered in the snow?" Dumbledore hesitated, slowly shaking his head as he replied, "I regret to inform you. This time, he had uncovered some information. The Ministry had not intervened. But the traces at the site of Kreena's initial appearance had been obscured by magic. The lead had abruptly ceased, yielding no significant information. And speaking of it would only add to their troubles. Such meticulous concealment of events surely indicates that further actions are to come." Dumbledore had a premonition that the wizarding world might descend into greater chaos than before. Kreena rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The entire situation was convoluted and reeked of oddity. He had been rescued by the Granger couple in January 1989, leaving a gap of 5 months. As for the memories he had lost, he had long attempted to investigate, but to no avail. If it were merely amnesia or memories erased by a spell, with his current proficiency in memory charms, he could easily restore them. Yet, it was as if he had been formatted back to factory settings. He remained puzzled as to why he bore such injuries and how he had become mute in such a short span. These matters had to be set aside for the moment. He turned to Nagini and posed one final question. "On what day is my birthday?" "September 19th, 1932. And September 19th, 1979. One marked the time the serpent egg was laid, the other when Kreena emerged from it." Kreena and Hermione exchanged a glance. Perhaps it was a bit unconventional, but it could indeed be considered a case of being born on the same day of the same month in the same year. How should Kreena address Albus Dumbledore? Chapter 87, Quirrell's Nose and the Beginning of the Exam. After that night, Kreena not only gained 3 blood relatives, but also a formidable backing. It was like a little calf visiting relatives. Nagini did not linger at Hogwarts. Heading that very night to the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, Kreena also ventured out of school to meet his grandfather, Aberforth Dumbledore. Aside from that, life returned to its usual rhythm, filled with meals, sleep, and the occasional game of chess. Dumbledore had been residing within the school recently, and with Quirrell taking no action, Kreena patiently awaited the opportune moment. As a devoted and respectful student, it is only fitting that one personally bids farewell to Quirrell. A week before the examinations, within the confines of the auditorium, Harry was lamenting Wood's lack of sportsmanship. With the exams looming, Wood remained relentless, insisting on 3 training sessions a week. Harry appeared disheartened, showcasing the toll that Wood's demands had taken on him, yearning for an end to this exhausting ordeal. After all, it was his choice to join the Quidditch team. Kreena, reveling in schadenfreude, found joy rooted in the suffering of others, a double delight, indeed. "Hang in there," Ron encouraged Harry, reminding him that only one final match remained, and victory would crown him as a hero of Gryffindor. This statement held truth, whether facing Slytherin in the first match or Hufflepuff in the second. Harry had indeed risen to the occasion on the field. "By then, I will be utterly spent, especially with the Ravenclaw match scheduled after the exams," Harry remarked, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his forehead scar, instinctively covering it with his hand before quickly withdrawing it. The pricking sensation was unmistakably a sign of Quirrell's proximity. He cast a glance at the faculty table but found Quirrell absent, then turned his gaze towards the entrance of the auditorium. Quirrell staggered forward, with Snape leisurely trailing behind him, an image far removed from the typically imposing figure he cut. "I can guarantee it," Ron whispered. "Snape must have bullied Professor Quirrell." "Ron, do elaborate on how he bullied him." Harry rolled his eyes, dismissing Ron and Kreena, as he sensed something amiss in Snape's demeanor. It must be acknowledged that Harry had become increasingly perceptive to Snape's nuances. At that moment, Snape was fixated on the back of Quirrell's head. Harry, easily recognizable amidst the crowd, had unwittingly revealed his scar-covering gesture to Snape's keen observation. With the end of the term approaching, it was likely that Quirrell would soon act. Snape feared for Harry's safety. Harming Harry equated to harming himself, an intolerable thought. Snape wrestled with whether to resort to some underhanded tactic. If Quirrell could not restrain himself and acted impulsively, the situation would be considerably easier to manage. With Dumbledore present, he could protect the students and subdue Quirrell. Resolving his indecision, Snape swiftly approached Quirrell, extending his foot slightly forward, his hand poised at his waist, ready to draw his wand at a moment's notice. Quirrell, inwardly smirking, noticed this minor maneuver and decided to showcase his own impressive acting skills. He staggered forward, feigning a fall, but became so engrossed in his performance that he tangled his feet. causing his body to tilt dangerously and his nose to collide painfully with the edge of a nearby bench, accompanied by the sound of impact and a pained cry. All the surrounding young wizards turned their attention toward him. "Professor, how did you fall?" Kreena inquired nonchalantly, showing no inclination to assist. "Honestly, how could one be so careless?" Snape suddenly realized how challenging it was to suppress laughter. The long table of Gryffindor is situated to the right of the aisle leading into the Great Hall, and the spot where Quirrell fell is precisely beside Ron. Ron intended to assist him, but was preempted by Snape. "Quirrell, are you all right?" Snape turned Quirrell over and immediately shoved him into the middle of the aisle, exclaiming loudly, "What on earth is this?" He sighed with relief, having been genuinely concerned that Quirrell might unleash his frustrations on a student. The surrounding students gasped at the sight of Quirrell's face. His nasal bridge was completely shattered. A limp mass pressed against his features. Such an impact would not ordinarily yield this result. Krellin took the opportunity to perform some minor transformations with a flick of his wand. It was somewhat unfortunate that Quirrell's nose had not caved in. Krellin exchanged a glance with Snape, their unspoken words hanging in the air. Snape remarked, "That was quite brutal." To which Krellin replied, "Such poor acting." Dumbledore descended from the staff table, casting an irritated glance at Krellin and Snape. He felt a sense of relief that he had indulged in a sweet treat to calm his nerves earlier. "Professor Quirrell," he said gently, lowering himself with a slight bend at the waist, "it seems rather serious. You ought to visit the hospital wing." His apparent concern belied his true intentions, as he was unwilling even to offer a hand. "Thank you for your concern." Quirrell struggled to sit up, trembling as he reached for his nose. "My nose, do not fret. Madame Pomfrey will attend to you," Dumbledore assured him. "Let us proceed." Krellin watched Quirrell's retreating figure with a TSK, marveling at his willingness to endure such suffering for the sake of the Philosopher's Stone. Truly, Quirrell was a brave soul, daring to confront the grim realities of life and the starkness of bloodshed. A week swiftly passed, and the examinations commenced. The first-year students would be tested over 2 days. The first day involved practical assessments. In the morning, it was charms and transfiguration, followed by potions in the afternoon. Flitwick instructed everyone to line up at the classroom door, calling each student in one by one. "Hermione Granger." Hermione emerged shortly, her face aglow with a smile. "Good luck. You're next." No sooner had she spoken than Flitwick's voice echoed from within, calling the names. The examination was rather simple. It required the students to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. If the distance was too short or the performance lacked finesse, points would be deducted. After Krellin completed his turn, he and Hermione made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. A sign that could transform hung at the door, displaying the name of each student as they entered for their exam. "Professor McGonagall." McGonagall nodded. Krellin was among her most favored pupils, despite occasionally displaying a mischievous streak. "This examination should be quite straightforward for you. Simply transfigure a mouse into a snuff box, with greater elegance being preferable." Krellin waved his wand, and the mouse instantly transformed into a snuff box, intricately engraved with Hermione's likeness. "Did you converse with Miss Granger earlier?" McGonagall inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she noted the engraving on the snuff box. In the afternoon potion examination, students from the 4 houses gathered in the auditorium to brew the forgetfulness potion. Harry brazenly resorted to cheating, transforming into a girl, and even if he concocted a potion lethal enough to kill, he would likely earn full marks. The following day, a written examination was held in the same auditorium. The teachers provided them with new quills specifically enchanted to prevent cheating. The morning session focused on defense against the dark arts, followed by herbology and history of magic in the afternoon, each subject lasting an hour. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Kreiner and his companions emerged into the sunlit grounds. Chapter 88, The Plan Begins. The exams were finally over. Kreiner stretched lazily, inhaling the crisp air. "I hope you all achieve splendid results," he said, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Harry and Ron, who typically exerted little effort and then crammed at the last minute. "I feel abandoned by you too." Ron replied with a bitter expression. "I'm sure I'll be at the bottom, especially in potions. My results will be utterly dismal. Cheer up." Harry clapped Ron on the shoulder, offering his brotherly comfort tinged with schadenfreude. "You won't know how poorly you did for another week." Ron rolled his eyes and playfully punched Harry as they frolicked ahead. This time, Hermione tugged at Kreiner's collar and leaned in to whisper, "I'm sure I can pin you down this time. This time it will work." Her tone suggested she might be bluffing. Hermione pouted slightly but soon smiled to encourage herself, declaring, "Next time, I'll definitely succeed." Kreiner chuckled, gently pinching Hermione's cheek. "You will, in due time." The group had no specific destination in mind, ambling along the path. As they walked, they arrived at the edge of the Black Lake, where the twins were also present. "Are you planning to catch it and roast it?" Kreiner asked, watching them fiddle with a giant squid's tentacle. "It's sunbathing, and you want to eat it? How cruel." George exclaimed dramatically. "What do you think, Fred?" "You're absolutely right. It's too cruel," Fred replied, extending his wicked hands to seize the large squid. "Are you going to handle it?" Kreiner nodded, and after about 10 minutes, they shared the feast, even enjoying a plate of dragon's blood sprinkled with sugar. He had experimented with various ways of eating it, concluding that dragon's blood paired with sugar tasted best. The twins departed, dragged away by Jordan. Likely to seek out some fortunate soul. Jordan is so unlucky. He missed out on a delicious meal, Ron lamented. Unfortunately, no one responded. As everyone lay on the grass gazing at the sky, relishing the tranquility, Kreena tilted his head to look at Hermione. Why aren't you looking at the sky? Why are you looking at me? If you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you? Kreena smiled. It's nice to keep it this way. The pleasant atmosphere was destined to be disrupted when Harry sat up, clutching his scar and scanning the surroundings for Quirrell, who was nowhere to be seen. I understand now, he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. This is a warning for me. Is it hurting again? You truly ought to seek out Pomfrey, Ron advised, observing Harry's noticeably pallid complexion. I'm not ill, Harry asserted with conviction, acknowledging that his scar had been throbbing recently, a sensation quite distinct from the usual prickling. This must be a forewarning of impending peril. Ron hesitated, his mouth agape, before continuing to persuade. We should definitely visit the infirmary. I told you I'm not sick. Perhaps I simply haven't rested well. Noticing Ron's skeptical expression, Harry felt disinclined to elaborate further. He was acutely aware that the prickling sensation was due to Quirrell's presence nearby, while the throbbing was likely a serious warning. Think about it, he exhaled. Hagrid mentioned his fondness for dragons, and lo and behold, he acquired a dragon egg. Such extraordinary luck. To randomly encounter a stranger harboring a dragon egg in his pocket. We must seek out Hagrid. Harry observed that Crabbe and Hermione had risen, filling him with joy that his words were believed. Ron, lacking the full context, was unable to contribute effectively. It was indeed wise to inquire further. Crabbe glanced at Hermione. Let us hasten, he suggested. Let us go, Hermione echoed, but immediately clutched her abdomen, wincing. What's wrong? Crabbe asked anxiously, concern etched across his face. I'm fine. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. We must hurry. Where do you think you're going? Crabbe gently swatted Hermione's hand away, turning to Harry and Ron. You two head to Hagrid. I'll escort Hermione to the infirmary. After a moment's contemplation, Harry nodded. All right. We shall reconvene in the common room. He then pulled Ron along with him. Hermione tilted her head towards Crabbe, a smug smile gracing her features. You're currently experiencing abdominal pain. Crabbe lightly patted her back. All right, Hermione muttered under her breath before biting her lip and snapping. What are you dawdling for? Hurry, and take me to the infirmary. Crabbe raised an eyebrow. Goodness. You are quite something. The pair made their way to the infirmary, encountering several Gryffindor students along the way who inquired with genuine concern. Madame Pomfrey, do come quick. What seems to be the matter? Pomfrey turned her attention to the duo. Hermione, blushing, cast a sidelong glance at Crabbe. You should step outside or keep your distance. What's the matter? Crabbe asked, perplexity etched on his brow. Realizing something, Pomfrey surveyed the pair and promptly ushered Crabbe out of the infirmary, instructing him to wait at the door. Are you ready? Hermione nodded, her cheeks flushed. This is a common occurrence, Pomfrey reassured as she rummaged for potions. After a brief moment, she returned to Hermione's side, presenting her with a vial and a small package. Drink the potion and take a nap. You won't experience any more pain for the next few days. Upon hearing Hagrid's response, Harry's already pale complexion grew even more as he was rendered speechless. Grasping Ron's arm and fleeing, they remained silent until they reached the entrance hall, where they finally halted. My suspicions were indeed correct. Harry shivered. The castle felt exceptionally cold and dark. We must seek out Professor Dumbledore. You wish to find Professor Dumbledore? Severus Snape's low, chilling voice resonated behind Harry and Ron. Professor, we have learned about the Philosopher's Stone. Convinced that Snape was a thief, Ron clutched Harry's robes, unwilling to let him speak further. Snape's gaze bore into Harry. Potter, do you comprehend what you are saying? Harry shrugged off Ron's grip. I do. We must inform Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid has revealed how to access the stone to a stranger. What method? Snape inquired urgently, internally berating the befuddled headmaster. Harry, filled with doubt, took a step back with Ron. Are you truly Professor Snape? Potter, for your lack of respect towards a professor, 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. This was quintessential Snape. Harry sighed with relief, feeling paranoid, as if music would lull him to sleep. Leave this matter alone. Snape's cold voice abruptly ceased as Harry transformed into a girl. He spoke gently. This matter alone cannot be ignored. Leave it to me. He refrained from looking into Harry's eyes. You have done well, Gryffindor, 20 points awarded. Upon Harry and Ron's return to the common room, they found no sign of Hermione, only Kreacher, who sat on the sofa engrossed in a book. Where's everyone? Harry inquired, plopping down onto the sofa. Hermione is unwell and is resting in the dormitory. Kreacher closed his book, asking if they had learned anything from Hagrid. Harry's expression turned serious as he slowly recounted the events following their separation. So, Professor Snape is aware as well, Kreacher said calmly, though a hint of concern lurked within him. I wonder if this will affect the plan. I hope all goes well. He rolled up his sleeve, gently stroking a small creature to ease his anxiety. Why did you have to speak with Snape? Ron asked, a frown etched on his face. Harry hesitated, reluctant to reveal the entirety of the situation to Ron. Thus far, Ron remained only partially informed. He glanced at Kreacher, appearing at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, Kreacher urged him to share. We have come this far. If you don't tell him now, Ron will find out in a few days anyway. The more Ron listened, the wider his eyes grew, his finger trembling as he realized he had been kept in the dark for so long. Do not overthink it, Kreacher shrugged. Your two brothers are merely concerned for your safety. That is why we remain silent. Ron was rendered speechless, grappling with the revelation that the seemingly good Quirrell was, in fact, the villain, while Snape, whom he had always perceived as malevolent, was actually a protector. His worldview was crumbling and being reassembled. Harry took several deep breaths to make a momentous decision. However, a sense of unease lingered. He resolved to venture out that evening to procure the Philosopher's Stone. Are you out of your mind? Ron gazed at Harry incredulously. You could die. You shouldn't be involved in this. Kreacher said with a stern demeanor. Didn't you assert that Snape would handle this matter? Furthermore, I've elevated the difficulty of the challenges. You won't be able to overcome them. While they deliberated, Quirrell had already set his plans into motion. Master, rest assured, I have thoroughly examined all the challenges. The Philosopher's Stone is within easy reach, and your resurrection is imminent. Quirrell's face brimmed with excitement. With Voldemort's revival, he could escape his frail body and hideous visage. After his nose had shattered that day, he refrained from visiting the hospital wing, fearing it was part of an elaborate scheme, worried that Snape might tamper with his potions. Thus, he opted to employ magic for his healing, but the curse and weakness from the unicorn's blood rendered his spells ineffective, resulting in the complete loss of his nasal structure. My loyal servant, I shall remember all that you have done, Voldemort declared with a sinister smile. Once I obtain the Philosopher's Stone, I shall avenge you. We shall wreak havoc at Hogwarts, sparing neither Weasley nor Granger. Quirrell envisioned such scenes in his mind, a ghastly smile creeping across his face, eagerly anticipating Dumbledore's surprise upon his return. He opened the door confining Fluffy, and the harp in his hands began to play a soft melody. Fluffy squinted and staggered, collapsing onto the ground. Foolish dog. Quirrell kicked Fluffy's head, just as foolish as your master Hagrid. Without delay, he opened the trapdoor and leapt down. As he descended, Fluffy suddenly bit into his shoulder. Before he could react, Fluffy released his grip and closed the trapdoor with his paw. Fluffy resumed his position, 3 heads and 6 eyes gleaming with wisdom. Quirrell writhed in agony upon the devil's snare, his body twisting like a worm. That bastard Hagrid, he deceived me. Hagrid could never concoct such a scheme. Instantly, Voldemort's mind conjured Dumbledore's treacherous visage. Cease your writhing, or the devil's snare will ensnare you, he warned. Quirrell gasped for breath. Endeavoring to relax his tense body, the devil's snare began to loosen, and he tumbled to the ground. Pain, pain, pain. His palms and rear were pierced with tiny iron spikes. The ground was littered with a dense array of sharp, glinting nails. Quirrell stared at his bloodied hands, unable to comprehend the situation, yet the pain was undeniably real. Why has it come to this? Voldemort cursed inwardly. Damn Dumbledore, damn Transfiguration. Causing so much trouble before leaving, he sensed that the subsequent chamber would not be easily navigable. He incanted a spell to clear the nails from the ground and seal Quirrell's wounds. No time to waste. Let us proceed to the next room. Thank you, Master. For your assistance, Quirrell replied. Kreacher dragged his tattered and nearly collapsing body forward, continually encouraging himself. As long as he could obtain the magical stone, nothing would be insurmountable. In the room of the flying keys, he approached the door across from him. What are you doing? Voldemort questioned. Do not behave like a foolish giant. Use your brain. How could you possibly pass this challenge with the unlocking charm? I understand, Master. Kreacher raised his wand towards the sky, summoning a whirlwind. Idiot. Voldemort bellowed in fury. After suffering such tremendous setbacks, he couldn't believe Kreacher acted without waiting for his inspection. Truly a wretched ally. Weakened, Kreacher struggled to cast a wide-reaching spell. The whirlwind from the tip of his wand struck only a few keys. Like a cascade of falling dominoes, the keys in the sky began to collide and multiply. Before long, Kreacher was overwhelmed, continuously seared by their onslaught. Master, save me. Voldemort cursed inwardly, yet recited the incantation with unwavering fidelity. A powerful spell erupted, destroying all the false keys, leaving only one true key behind. Kreacher winced, the pain causing him to grimace. Fool. Voldemort scolded him again, still contemplating directly touching the key with the levitation charm. As Kreacher opened the door, Voldemort made a startling discovery. The door had no protections against unlocking charms. In the next room, Voldemort urged, go check the door across. However, Kreacher hesitated. That was then. Voldemort interrupted angrily. And this is now. Can they be compared? Kreacher found himself halted by a peculiar barrier in the middle of the room. After sensing for a moment, Voldemort instructed, engage in a wizarding duel game. 5 minutes later, Kreacher was left in tears, his wrist continuously burned, having failed repeatedly. In the first match, he was instantly vanquished by the killing curse, depleting all his health. In the second match, victory seemed imminent, only to be thwarted by the sealing of his left hand, left foot, right foot, and even Dumbledore, leading to another health depletion. Voldemort was deeply disappointed. The consequences were dire. "Creature, it is time for you to sacrifice everything. Your soul shall depart." The barrier absorbed vast amounts of magic, but the weakened creature lacked sufficient power to be absorbed. However, Voldemort devised a method to convert Creature's life force into magic. Consequently, Creature was forcibly removed from the game, and a high-level substitute entered the fray. The giant was slain. As for the potion challenge, Voldemort couldn't be bothered to observe, casting a spell to pass through the flames. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 90. How could such worthless items be of any use? In the Gryffindor common room, only Creature, Harry, and Ron remained. "I will fetch the invisibility cloak." Harry swiftly ascended the spiral staircase, not making the other two wait long, and soon returned. "We can set off now." "Wait," Creature said, touching his left wrist. "I need a moment. Take out your wand." Harry hesitated for a moment, then realized that, in the presence of such a dangerous individual, it was indeed prudent to be prepared. "I am ready." He stood frozen, solely due to Kreena pointing his wand at him. "What is happening?" Ron, standing nearby, looked utterly perplexed. "Kreena, is your wand aimed at the wrong person?" No, you need not point it at me." After some contemplation, Kreena slowly replied, "I still believe it would be unwise to let you pass. It is far too perilous for you. If you can defeat me, then I shall allow you to proceed." "What are you joking about? How could I possibly win?" Suddenly, Harry raised his wand, exclaiming, "Legs, stop moving." A hint of pride flickered across his face. Although he could not overpower him, a sneak attack could still be attempted. Armor protection. The spell Harry cast struck a transparent shield, creating ripples. Kreena continued to chant, "Quickly bind." Thick ropes ensnared both Harry and Ron together. "Why am I being tied up too?" Ron was bewildered by the events of the night. With a look of despair, Harry lamented, "Did you not say we were friends? Did you not promise to help me?" "Precisely because we are friends," Kreena replied as he sank back onto the sofa. The dim surroundings coupled with his lowered head made it difficult for anyone to discern the pallor of his face. A single spell had ensnared both individuals, presenting quite the challenge, though he was thankful for his rigorous training. "It is for your safety that I do not wish for you to proceed." Kreiner's expression shifted multiple times. It was surprising how convincingly he could act. After all, she was Hermione Granger, a master of performance. Harry and Ron never suspected that the Kreiner before them was an imposter. The portraits within the common room communicated messages. She dared not make any overt movements, yet silently prayed. Not long before, in the final chamber guarding the Philosopher's Stone, two beams of green light collided, resulting in an explosion. As the smoke cleared, both individuals emerged unscathed. Upon first seeing the occupants within, Voldemort instinctively believed it to be Dumbledore. However, upon further reflection, he realized the error. Dumbledore would never employ such a killing curse, especially not at this juncture when he could not return. The two turned to face one another. Why the haste? Kreiner was appalled by the countenance of the other, as Voldemort's and Quirrell's faces melded together. Their features were grotesquely distorted, particularly the nose. Voldemort's sunken nose was pressed against Quirrell's soft, flaccid one. "It is you, the little one," Voldemort exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the person he had encountered in Knockturn Alley, realizing now that it had indeed been a deliberate attempt to raise the stakes. "Did you alter the previous rooms?" Voldemort suddenly comprehended. Indeed. Kreiner laughed, though the ghastly scar on his face rendered him terrifying. "You look quite battered. You must have enjoyed yourself immensely." Observing Voldemort's movements, he stated flatly, "Do not always think of violence." Voldemort hesitated. Every challenge thus far had drained his strength. The opponent's skill is not to be underestimated, and coupled with his current poor condition, a confrontation would yield no benefit for either party. Unless absolutely necessary, he has no desire to engage. If he can escape Hogwarts with his physical form, why would he choose that frail remnant of a soul? "Have you acquired the Philosopher's Stone?" Kreiner inquired, shaking his head and gesturing for Voldemort to come closer, suggesting they observe together. As he stepped back a few paces, he cautioned, "I advise against any attempts at ambush." Voldemort approached the Mirror of Erist slowly, warning, "Do not say, 'I did not forewarn you.' If you doubt, feel free to test it." He returned the words the diminutive figure had once uttered in Knockturn Alley. Should a skirmish arise, the worst outcome would be mutual destruction. After all, he would not truly perish. Kreiner smiled, pointing at the Mirror of Erist and retreating another 2 steps. "What do you see? I have obtained the Philosopher's Stone." Voldemort replied with a dark chuckle, "Dumbledore's little tricks, I trust you've noticed them as well. They are quite bothersome. Even you, Voldemort, cannot retrieve such trifles." Kreiner mocked, relieved he had prepared in advance to procure the stone. Voldemort raised his wand, realizing that not only did the other party know his identity, but he was also evidently well prepared, clearly aware of much. "Are you one of his followers?" "No," you hesitated. Who exactly are you? Do not be anxious. Do you still desire the Philosopher's Stone? Kreena replied nonchalantly, though his thoughts lingered on the figure Voldemort had mentioned. I am here to discuss a collaboration. I know you are skeptical, so allow me to retrieve the stone first, and then we shall converse. Voldemort scrutinized Kreena, attempting to discern something from his gaze. But to no avail. He silently shifted a few steps away. Kreena smiled, gradually approaching the mirror of Erist. Let me show you how I obtained the Philosopher's Stone. He then produced a prepared item from his pocket. A muggle gun. It does not quite resemble one. Voldemort sneered. How could such worthless junk be of any use? Half correct. Kreena suddenly aimed the water gun at Voldemort and pulled the trigger, exclaiming, even trash can prove quite useful. What is this? Voldemort exclaimed, wiping the red liquid from his face. As he attempted to retaliate, he found his magic suppressed and his body racked with intense pain, letting out a cry of agony and defiance. Kreena laughed, emptying the contents of the water gun. The red liquid that had such a remarkable effect on Voldemort was, of course, Harry's blood. Each night, he had been extracting a small amount of Harry's blood and preserving it with spells, which also explained Harry's recent pallor. Harry's blood is far more effective than any wand. As Quirrell's body shattered, Voldemort's fractured soul lingered in the air, roaring in rage. How could this happen? Kreena feigned innocence, stating, I simply suggested avoiding violence. What era are we in? If we can resolve matters with intellect, why expend unnecessary effort? This tactic could be termed a deceptive kill, contingent upon possessing roughly equivalent strength. Otherwise, Voldemort would not engage in peaceful dialogue. Anticipating our next encounter, Kreena raised his wand and uttered the incantation for the Patronus charm. He chose not to conjure a corporeal Patronus. Instead, under the immense power at his disposal, a misty guardian could easily drive away Voldemort. You diminutive figure. I shall remember you, and I will return. Chapter 91. The Philosopher's Stone secured. Kreena feigned a moment of reverence for the esteemed Professor Quirrell before retrieving Quirrell's wand. The Philosopher's Stone could not be extracted before, but now was the opportune moment. Had he attempted to take the stone earlier, Voldemort would never have let his guard down. Nor would he have allowed Kreena to approach with such ease. As he approached the corner of the room, he waved his wand, and a shadow materialized. It was the unconscious Harry Potter, though it was in fact the Polyjuice Potion altered Wormtail. This had originally been a contingency plan to deceive Voldemort, now rendered unnecessary. He dispelled the binding spells on Wormtail, who soon began to stir and open his eyes. Harry Potter, the Philosopher's Stone. The moment his dazed gaze fell upon Kreena, it turned to one of animosity. I will never allow you to harm my best friend's son, Harry Potter. Kreena mimicked Voldemort's chilling laughter, having successfully altered Wormtail's memories. This was reminiscent of when Voldemort had modified his Uncle Morphin Gaunt's memories, replacing him as the murderer. The only distinction was that while Voldemort altered only fragments of memory, Kreena had rewritten Wormtail's entire life narrative. Memories shaped character, and Wormtail now embodied a novel persona, brave and just a Gryffindor. He was the hero who subdued Sirius Black, quietly protecting Harry in his animagus form, and he had discovered that someone intended harm against Harry. Someone sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone. You will not obtain the Philosopher's Stone, Wormtail declared with righteous fervor. Dumbledore will capture you, and you shall be imprisoned in Azkaban. Kreena raised an eyebrow. I am the villain in this tale. He utilized the levitation charm to guide Wormtail before the mirror of Erist. What do you see? Why do I appear as Harry? Wormtail questioned, touching his cheeks. Is it the Polyjuice Potion? Enough dilly-dallying. What do you see? Wormtail scrutinized the mirror of Erist, where the reflection no longer showed Harry, but rather himself. The Wormtail in the mirror smiled, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a vibrant red stone. Moments later, the reflection blinked and returned the stone to his pocket. At that moment, Wormtail felt the weight of his pocket. He understood that the Philosopher's Stone was now within his possession. I see you being imprisoned in Azkaban. The crowd cheering for me as Dumbledore bestows upon me the Order of Merlin. Kreena smiled, knowing he had succeeded. The completely altered memories of Wormtail aligned perfectly with the conditions set forth by Dumbledore. A rather splendid fantasy. May you have a pleasant dream. He cast a spell to render Wormtail unconscious and subsequently retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from him. The irregular, vivid red stones brimmed with enchantment. It was time to restore the true memories of the Wormtail. This operation was considerably simpler now. Erase the existing memories and subsequently implant the previously preserved ones. Just as he was about to depart, Snape barged in. Krellin reacted swiftly, employing a levitation spell to shield the transformed Wormtail behind him. His wand poised against the creature's neck. Who are you? Release Potter at once. Krellin's scarred visage betrayed a hint of exasperation. How could Snape have arrived here? Is that not Severus Snape? He murmured. You seem quite concerned for him. Snape tightened his grip on his wand, scrutinizing the scene, but found no advantageous angle for an attack. He is my student. I treat every student with equal regard. Such words were astutely articulated. Krellin remained composed. With Snape's unexpected presence, a slight alteration in plans became necessary. After all, this was his domain, and he had no intention of causing harm here. You will cast the stunning spell upon yourself, and I shall let you all go, he intoned slowly. Why should I trust you? Snape swallowed the unfinished thought. The opposing wand glimmered ominously green, and further dialogue might jeopardize Harry's life. I hope you can honor your word, even if you wish to buy time. It depended on the other's willingness. With no alternative, he acquiesced to the demands. This was his territory, and he merely wished to depart swiftly. Snape gazed intently at Krellin, imprinting that face into his memory before directing his wand towards himself and uttering the stunning spell. As Krellin witnessed Snape collapse, he swiftly followed with another stunning spell to ensure his tranquility. Truly, it was a tumultuous turn of events. Fortunately, he had not reverted Wormtail back to a rat, or the complications would have been manifold. Krellin marked his presence in the room and then discreetly exited. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry sighed at Ron, who was uncomfortably close. Stop squirming. If I could break free, I would have done so already. Ron appeared sullen. Securing the main culprit, Harry, sufficed. If Harry could not go, neither would he venture alone. Krellin, Harry's face filled with resolve, let me go. I must go today. You know this matter pertains to Voldemort. What if, I say, what if he obtains the Sorcerer's Stone? Consider how he acted in the past. He would not spare me. Harry exhaled, continuing, by then, I might be dead. It would merely be a matter of timing. Hermione pretended to ponder, internally anxious. At this hour, where was Krellin? At that moment, a burning sensation coursed through her left wrist. She knew Krellin had returned. Very well, she reluctantly declared. You have successfully persuaded me. Harry and Ron were liberated, stretching their somewhat stiff bodies. Thank you ever so much. Let us hasten our departure. Harry exclaimed with excitement, noting that they had already delayed for a while, and could not allow Voldemort to succeed in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Standing at the mouth of the cave, he called softly, Kreena, hurry up and come out. Inside the passage, two Kreenas exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Kreena gently stroked Hermione's head, feeling a bit odd, as Hermione still bore his visage. Without Hermione's assistance, this matter would have been significantly more troublesome. The pre-purchased polyjuice potion was far from sufficient to last for such an extended period, and the two additional portions of ingredients they had initially acquired were also brewed by Hermione. During her first attempt, the potion's efficacy was rather poor, lasting approximately 15 minutes per dose. However, on her second attempt, the duration nearly reached 30 minutes. Each brewing yielded 100 milliliters of potion, with each dose measuring 10 milliliters. After accounting for the effects of the test doses, they possessed a total of 270 milliliters of the polyjuice potion. Upon returning to the common room, Kreena first retrieved the rat tail, and the two utilized the spiral staircase to obscure their view while transforming. Their attire altered through the transfiguration spell. As the common room gradually filled with students, the Kreena disguised as Hermione pretended to rest, heading to the girls' dormitory to set up a dummy before vanishing, waiting for anyone to exit and following them. If no one left, they had a backup plan. Thus, no one would know that the real Kreena had already departed the common room. Kreena exchanged wands with Hermione, altering a fragment of her memory. He handed her the pouch containing the Philosopher's Stone, then cast the disillusionment charm on her. The genuine Kreena crawled out of the cave and smiled at Harry and Ron, saying, let us go. Chapter 92, The Arrival of Dumbledore and the Investigation. The group concealed beneath the invisibility cloak traversed the silent castle. Kreena pondered whether any loopholes remained. No plan is without flaw, and every action leaves traces. They could only strive to achieve the best possible outcome. Perhaps 1 or 2 years later, Dumbledore would unravel the complexities of the entire incident to uncover crucial evidence. But by then, it would be too late. Soon, the group arrived at the 4th floor corridor, where Harry faced the Fluffy, who was excitedly wagging his head as Ruby played the flute, a gift from Hagrid at Christmas. As the music filled the air, Ruby remained awake. Rather than succumbing to sleep, Harry appeared bewildered, as this was entirely different from what Hagrid had described, even questioning the accuracy of Hagrid's words. Kreena chuckled, knowing that if Ruby dared to sleep, he would lose his head. He directly approached the trapdoor and leaped down. Hermione must have mentioned to Harry about his modifications to the challenges. This was a predetermined script, as well as the 2 routes Kreena had designed for Harry. Had Harry not expressed a desire to protect the Philosopher's Stone, the Hermione disguised Kreena would have guided him to do so. Otherwise, he would have been unable to complete the alibi loop. Upon reaching the challenge of the flying key, Kreiner's face was etched with concern. He anxiously exclaimed, the obstacles have been destroyed. Hold on to your wands. We must quicken our pace. The group swiftly arrived at the final chamber, where Professor Snape lay despondently on the ground. It's Professor Snape. Harry gasped, rushing forward to crouch beside him. He shook Snape gently, calling out, Professor, wake up. Kreiner examined Snape's condition, having been pressed for time earlier. He now noticed that Snape had also been bitten by a ruft. Today truly marked the pinnacle of Ruft's miserable existence. Do not worry, Professor Snape is unharmed. Merely under a spell, Kreena assured as he began the counter-curse. Snape abruptly opened his eyes, and the first sight to greet him was the pair of green eyes he cherished, quickly followed by the face he despised. "Am I dead?" he murmured, still disoriented. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Dumbledore emerged from the flames. Fawkes took flight from Dumbledore's shoulder towards Kreena, greeting him with a gentle nuzzle. Dumbledore surveyed the group, ensuring their well-being before casting his gaze around the chamber. His attention lingered on a mark suspended in the air, his pupils constricted sharply, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. A triangle, a circle, a vertical line, the mark of the Deathly Hallows. "Can anyone tell me what has transpired here?" Snape rose, brushing off the dust. It was not that Harry wished to ignore him. As long as he was alive, that sufficed. He recounted the events since he encountered Harry that afternoon. "This is impossible," Harry interjected, finding it utterly incredulous. "I just came from the common room. How could I have been captured here ahead of time?" Both Dumbledore and Snape turned to him, recognizing the truth in Harry's expression, which was as open as a book. "I have been deceived." Snape ground his teeth in frustration, easily associating the situation with Polyjuice Potion as the potion's master he was, playing games with birds, only to be pecked by them. That individual mentioned this is his territory. Snape glanced towards the mark in the air, whispering, "The purebloods. The mark of the Deathly Hallows." Coupled with the previously emphasized rhetoric, linked the situation to the remnants of Grindelwald's followers. The term purebloods is the designation used within the magical community. Had Voldemort's dark mark been present, it would have been more prudent. He would not engage in calm discourse with Dumbledore. Kreena opted to embrace a slight risk to indulge his dark sense of humor. Even if Dumbledore could converse with Grindelwald, effective intelligence would be elusive. Given the vast time that had passed, the whereabouts of any remaining deranged followers remained uncertain. Harry, Dumbledore's gaze carried a hint of fatigue, the day's events having utterly surpassed his expectations. "Could you share what you know?" "Of course, Professor." Harry pondered for a moment before slowly recounting what he knew. He concealed the existence of the dragon, merely stating that Hagrid had been drinking with a stranger and, in his drunken state, revealed the weaknesses of Quirrell. After a brief hesitation, the professor inquired whether the Philosopher's Stone had been stolen. Dumbledore summoned the Mirror of Erist for inspection and calmly remarked, "I believe so." "Have you made adjustments to the obstacles?" Kreena nodded, saying, "Since learning that these challenges are designed to protect the Philosopher's Stone, I have enhanced them, particularly the Enchanted Key challenge." Dumbledore's mood lifted considerably, and sensing Kreena's despondency, he offered words of comfort. "This is not your fault, no matter how stringent the safeguards. There will always be a way to circumvent them." He then turned to Ron, pausing momentarily, as there were no further inquiries to be made. "I must commend your fearless bravery. Each of you has earned Gryffindor 50 points. Dumbledore smiled at Kreena and the others, noting the late hour. "I believe it is time for you to return to your dormitory and get some rest. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to Severus and me. Is that all?" Kreena returned Fawkes to Dumbledore and departed with Harry and the others. "This is your plan? Look at the current outcome." Snape expressed his displeasure openly. What if Potter is truly captured? The mere thought was unbearable. He took several deep breaths, a mocking expression crossing his face. If he is so muddled, perhaps it is time to relinquish the position of headmaster. Dumbledore, absent-mindedly tugging at his beard and inadvertently pulling out a few strands, remarked, "I did not foresee this development. There are many ways to evade death, as you and I both know. Without such measures, we cannot discern the specific means employed by Voldemort. Reveal the traces." A golden whirlpool appeared on the ground, yet nothing manifested. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "Severus, I require your memory from earlier." His hand grasped Snape's shoulder, and in an instant, they materialized in the office, opting not to walk the short distance, a testament to his current emotional state. After reviewing the memory in silence for a considerable time, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Did you notice the wand he used? It belonged to Quirrell. It appears Voldemort did not acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Given Voldemort's nature, had he obtained it, Snape, who was present at the time, might have been captured, tortured by the Cruciatus Curse, or perhaps even perished. How did he infiltrate the school so stealthily?" Snape said darkly, "There must be an accomplice within the school. I propose we scrutinize everyone, every wand, perhaps even employing Veritasrum. We have already dispatched portraits for investigation." Dumbledore regarded Snape calmly and stated, "I must remind you, they are all students. Adhere to your regulations." Dumbledore chose not to respond further, should he disregard the rules. Chaos would ensue. Chapter 93, The Conclusion of the First Year. The following day, the students of Hogwarts gathered outside the Great Hall, astonished to find that Gryffindor had inexplicably gained 150 points. Already holding the top position, Gryffindor had no significant deductions, and Professor Snape had even gone to great lengths to award points to Harry in Potions class. The students did not exhibit much excitement, merely exchanging curious whispers regarding the sudden influx of points as the season approached its conclusion. Ron, ever the blabbermouth, attempted to voice his thoughts but was promptly silenced by Harry. Kreacher, however, felt a twinge of regret, pondering that voicing his suspicions might disrupt Dumbledore's plans. Inside the Great Hall, both Kreacher and Hermione simultaneously urged each other to eat more, sharing a knowing smile that conveyed their appreciation for the previous night's efforts. As the students dined, Fudge arrived at Hogwarts with his entourage, and the subsequent arrivals brought with them intriguing tidings. Have you heard? Quirrell is actually a dark wizard. A ministry official had come to investigate Quirrell's office. That's not right. I heard that Quirrell attempted to profess his love to Snape, only to retaliate by stealing the treasures stored within the school. You all have it wrong, Kreacher interjected, raising an eyebrow. The mingling of truth and falsehood was likely a message disseminated by Dumbledore through ghosts or portraits. The ministry's visit, grand in scale, turned out to be rather anticlimactic. As they departed Hogwarts within half an hour, owls delivered packages and letters, causing the Great Hall to buzz with even more commotion than before. You ought to take a look at this, Hermione said, handing Kreacher a copy of the Daily Prophet. Shockingly, Dumbledore was involved in a significant incident with a dark wizard last night. Kreacher murmured the headline, recognizing the media frenzy it would incite. Initially, it wasn't you leading the charge. Even minor incidents caused quite a stir. Hermione chuckled, nudging Kreacher playfully, urging him to delve into the article, which detailed a momentous event. As Kreacher perused the newspaper, his brow furrowed with concern. Last night, a dark wizard openly attacked the Ministry of Magic, affecting a vast area. The incident had escalated dramatically. Fortunately, Dumbledore had arrived in time, resulting in minimal casualties. Only a few unfortunate souls, both muggles and wizards alike. The exposure of magic was a minor concern. Since the tumultuous events instigated by Newt Scamander in New York at the end of 1926, the International Confederation of Wizards had enacted a regulation mandating each country's Ministry of Magic to stockpile the venom of the alchemy. When diluted, this venom could erase undesirable memories, effectively addressing the issue of magical exposure. What truly troubled the wizards was that the dark wizard had escaped, even in the face of Dumbledore's intervention. You see the implications, don't you? Hermione inquired. Kreacher nodded slowly, recognizing the troubling coincidence of the timing. That individual had a high probability of aiding Voldemort, attempting to delay Dumbledore's return to Hogwarts. An unknown and powerful entity indeed posed a significant concern. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Kreina playfully pinched Hermione's cheek, suggesting that there was no need to dwell on such trivial news at the moment. Instead, they ought to contemplate their impending summer vacation. After a moment of reflection, Hermione tilted her head and blinked, inquiring about his thoughts. Shopping. She whispered conspiratorially into Kreiner's ear, adding that they should buy some socks. Kreiner's gaze inadvertently drifted downward, realizing that today she wore black stockings. Hermione's light laughter danced in his ears, and he longed to clarify that his wandering eyes were merely a result of distraction. Yet, upon seeing her ambiguous smile, he found himself at a loss for words. He checked his system package, noting that the socks he had previously drawn were still there. He had mistakenly thought they were tucked away in his wallet until Hermione discovered them. If we must buy them, then so be it, Kreiner muttered, averting his gaze and adding, no need to specifically mention it to me. That evening, the Daily Prophet published a special edition, offering a bounty for the capture of Quirrell. Anyone who apprehended him could collect 700 galleons from the Ministry of Magic, while those who provided credible information would receive 70 galleons. The bounty was indeed exorbitant, and it was likely that Dumbledore had contributed some galleons himself. Perhaps this announcement was merely a fishing expedition. In the following 2 days, Kreiner did not catch a glimpse of Dumbledore, likely off reconnecting with old friends and gathering information. If he could gain access to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Kreiner mused, he might even consider self-sabotage to gain favors from Grindelwald. Today marked the final Quidditch match, pitting Gryffindor against Ravenclaw. In the original narrative, Harry missed this match due to unconsciousness, resulting in Gryffindor's failure to secure the championship. This time, however, Harry was fully conscious. Ravenclaw was keenly invested in the match. Should they triumph over Gryffindor, they would ultimately surpass Slytherin in house points. The Slytherin students found watching the match rather distressing, as they neither wished for Ravenclaw's victory nor wanted to cheer for Gryffindor. Harry emerged victorious, albeit narrowly. Autumn in Harry's second year brought with it the addition of Cho Chang, the new seeker for Ravenclaw, whose graceful flight captivated Harry completely, causing him to forget about catching the golden snitch. This nearly incensed McGonagall to the point of apoplexy, and Snape took note of Cho Chang's presence. That evening, they gathered for the end-of-year feast. The Great Hall was adorned with Slytherin decorations, featuring a massive banner depicting a serpent behind the staff table. Once the final house points were announced, these decorations would be replaced. The hall was filled to capacity when Dumbledore arrived fashionably late, seemingly just returned to the school. Another year has passed. Dumbledore exclaimed with exuberance, his gaze sweeping over the students. What a remarkable year it has been. I am certain your minds have expanded far beyond what they were in the past. Before indulging in the delectable feast, he felt compelled to address the recent events. He spoke of Quirrell's situation, albeit with embellishment, before casting a glance at Kreena, Harry, and Ron, and giving them a wink. Now, we shall commence the award ceremony for the Academy Cup. In 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. In 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. In 2nd place, Slytherin, with 437 points. And in 1st place, Gryffindor, with a resounding 657 points. The students of Slytherin cast furious glances at Malfoy. Had it not been for his insistence on provoking Harry in front of Snape, their scores would not have been so dismal. Unable to bear Slytherin's South 3rd place standing, Snape sought various excuses to award them extra points during the final moments. The Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, the cacophony nearly lifting the ceiling. Accompanying the noise, Dumbledore clapped his hands. The hall was adorned in Gryffindor colors, with banners of serpents vanished, replaced by the majestic visage of a Gryffindor lion. Chapter 94. Are they trying to drive me away? Dumbledore's wicked sense of humor knows no bounds. The end-of-year feast featured less of Dumbledore to admire, yet more of Quirrell to behold. He euphemistically claimed that he hoped the sight of this dish would remind them of the dire consequences Quirrell faced, urging them to avoid straying from the right path. A few days after the feast, their exam results were released. Harry and Ron, indeed, clung to a last-minute effort, passing their exams with commendable scores. Hermione achieved the highest marks in the year, closely followed by Crabbe. She successfully subdued him, yet felt no joy. As it was a result of leniency, under normal circumstances, he should have bested her. The school year drew to a close. On the morning of their departure, the wardrobe was emptied, and belongings were packed into suitcases by the house elves who had tidied up while they slept. Each student received a notice forbidding the use of magic during the holiday break. Harry and Ron did not return home for Christmas, thus they individually signed a contract. Upon exiting the castle, Hagrid awaited outside to escort the students onto the boat that would ferry them across the lake. At Hogsmeade Station, Hagrid embraced each of them in turn, finally producing a beautifully crafted album from his cloak and presenting it to Harry. This is, Harry thought, a sense of anticipation rising within him as his hands trembled slightly while opening the album. It was filled with moving photographs, smiling faces, waving hands, embracing figures, all depicting his parents. "Thank you, Hagrid," Harry exclaimed, pulling him into a tight embrace, his voice thick with emotion. The group boarded the train, leaning out the window to wave goodbye to Hagrid. The slow train departed with a mournful whistle until Hogsmeade Station vanished from sight. Harry's gaze lingered outside the carriage. A figure passed by, yet he was reluctant to withdraw his gaze. "Do you think autumn is lovely?" Harry nodded, then quickly realized and flustered. He stammered, "I didn't mean that. I meant." Crabbe merely asked a simple question, yet Harry's face flushed crimson, appearing as if he had been misunderstood. "What do you mean?" he teased. Harry was earnestly reminiscing. "Do you not find her beautiful? With her hair tied back in a braid on the field, she appears quite poised, and her skills are exceptional." This remark left Kreena at a loss for words, as Hermione had already been eavesdropping, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, it was only natural that Zhang Qiu excelled at flying, having joined the school team in her second year. Malfoy, on the other hand, was the type who could only join the team and secure a starting position in the second year through a combination of modest talent and substantial financial backing. What good is merely stealing glances? Kreena arched an eyebrow at Harry. "You don't even dare to greet her. Perhaps as she passes by the next carriage, someone else will strike up a conversation, and they will engage in pleasant discourse while you can only watch timidly from the sidelines." No, that thought is too terrifying." Harry waved his hand, then, with a downcast expression, lamented, "Even if I were to say hello, what would I say next?" You must cater to her interests and discuss common topics. One must know how to approach the situation adeptly. Suddenly, Harry had an epiphany. "Are you suggesting Quidditch? Then what are you still doing here?" He clenched his fists to muster courage and resolutely exited the compartment. "You seem to understand quite well," Hermione whispered to Kreena. "Perhaps you could teach me as well." Kreena stiffened, his mind racing to determine what to do. He abruptly turned to Hermione and grasped her cheek, exclaiming, "You have changed. Tell me, who do you wish to experiment with?" "Hermione. This is odd. Why am I being questioned in return?" She swatted away his hand that was mischievously toying with her face and lifted Kreena's chin, a playful smile gracing her features. "What do you think?" Ron, awkwardly clearing his throat, directed his gaze towards the two and said, "Should I leave?" Hermione's face flushed slightly, having momentarily forgotten that there was another person in the compartment. It was a mixed blessing. At least Kreena had narrowly escaped a predicament. Ron, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, felt quite uncomfortable and stiffly inquired, "What do you think Harry is up to now?" "Who knows? At this hour, Cedric Diggory should be unfamiliar with Zhang Qiu. In any case, the methods have been imparted to Harry. Whether he can successfully strike up a conversation ultimately depends on his own abilities." "You are right." Harry pushed open the compartment door, his face clouded with worry. Kreena was taken aback. If he was indeed correct, Why did Harry still wear such a troubled expression? Cedric Diggory knocked on Zhang Qiu's compartment door before I did, Harry said as he sat beside Ron, muttering, why didn't I do it sooner? He is a beater. How could he share common ground with Zhang Qiu? Fred had mentioned that Diggory was not one for conversation. How could this be? In his 3rd year. Cedric currently held the position of beater. It would not be until 5th year that he would become captain and seek the Seeker's role. Kreena scratched his head. Sensing that Harry seemed somewhat dazed, it would be a pity if he lost his wits. The others offered Harry a few encouraging words, but he still appeared somewhat dazed, leaving them at a loss for how to help, ultimately allowing Harry to find solace on his own. Kreena cast a glance at Hermione, checking the system points, which had not changed significantly from before. After some contemplation, he decided against the lottery, realizing that focusing solely on Hermione might lead to overwhelming exhaustion. By midday, Harry had recovered and purchased an array of snacks. As he put it, only through eating could one avoid dwelling on other matters. You all must come to my house during the summer. Ron extended an invitation. I will send an owl with the details. Harry felt a sense of melancholy, dreading the prospect of facing his aunt and uncle, whom he wished to avoid. I truly hope you can invite me sooner, he mused. I will definitely come. Kreena needed to modify a Harley for Hagrid, which would be considered illegal. After much deliberation, he concluded that it would be more prudent to carry out the modifications near the Weasley residence. Upon exiting the platform, the group bid each other farewell, with Mr. Granger coming to collect Kreena and Hermione. Nagini also wished to come and greet Kreena, but after discussion, it was decided to allow the Grangers some time to digest the news. After a delightful family dinner, Kreena pondered his words and slowly broached the subject of his biological mother. These revelations had been refined, making it challenging for anyone to accept, whether regarding his birth circumstances or the manner of his conception. We are all happy for you that you have found your biological mother. Mrs. Granger embraced Kreena warmly. Mr. Granger hesitated for a moment before quietly inquiring, so, do you intend to move in with your biological mother? As soon as the words left his lips, he was met with the gaze of 2 women. It was clear to everyone present that this was a rather pragmatic yet unavoidable question. Mrs. Granger gently stroked Kreena's head, assuring him, no matter what you decide, this will always be your home. Kreena timidly responded, Mom, are you trying to send me away? Of course not, Mrs. Granger replied, wrapping her arms around Kreena. Even if they were to send their daughter away, they would never send you away. Mr. Granger, Hermione,